He loved a woman with all his heart, but that same woman tricked him out of his entire fortune, the inheritance his parents left behind, casting him out onto the streets without a home to his name. Then, the unthinkable happened. As a plague swept across the globe, the vast majority of humanity turned into zombies, and the world descended into chaos. In such a desperate time, the remaining survivors had to band together, fighting to stay alive against the flesh-eating undead. Our main character, Jiang Xiaoyong, had managed to gather a group of friends, building a safe haven to protect their lives. But who should appear at his doorstep but his wretched ex-girlfriend, Kui Jing, putting on a pathetic, pitiful act. She played the part of a victim, begging for shelter. And slowly, Jiang Xiaoyong's kindness became his weakness, as she exploited his sympathy and wormed her way back into his trust. Once again, she unleashed her despicable scheme, opening the gates for her new lover and his men to storm the base. They slaughtered Jiang Xiaoyong's comrades and mercilessly tortured him until his last breath. But even the most violent storm eventually runs out of rain. By some miracle, Jiang Xiaoyong was reborn, sent back 1 month in time, right before the entire tragedy began. He swore he wouldn't be a fool again, vowing to get revenge on every last one of them and prepare for the coming zombie apocalypse. Hello everyone, and welcome to Bot Get Review. What follows is our full review of Apocalypse Rebirth. I reached the top by opening treasure chests. If you enjoy the video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel. We hope you have a great time watching. The story opens with our main character tied up and helpless. His arms are strung up high, dangling him over a massive iron cage filled with pacing zombies, just waiting for Jiang Xiaoyong to drop so they can tear him apart. Ahead of him stood the vile woman who toyed with his heart, now with her beefy new lover. Behind them, a gang of his brutish thugs stood menacingly. From below, Kui Jing looked up and called out Jiang Xiaoyong's name, then cruelly mocked the comrades who had died by his side with a venomous tone. Your friends are all dead now. I guess there's no reason for you to keep living, is there? After seizing Jiang Xiaoyong's base, they beat his comrades until they couldn't resist, then threw them to the horde. One man had his face ripped off, the zombies tearing a huge chunk from his neck. The girl beside him was beaten to death, her head bleeding, with tears still wet on her cheeks. They all died with their eyes wide open in horror. Jiang Xiaoyong flashes back to his two closest comrades, gritting his teeth as rage and regret burn through him. Knowing their deaths were his fault for foolishly trusting Kui Jing a second time, he thinks to himself, "Damn it, I'm the one who got you all killed." Hanging in the air, Jiang Xiaoyong can only struggle helplessly, his eyes blazing with hatred as he glares at his ex-girlfriend. He tries to roar in defiance, "You despicable traitors, I swear I will haunt you even in death." But the wicked always seem to live without a care. Even though they were once together, about to be married, this wretched woman acts as if none of it mattered. She even clings to the arm of her fat new lover, pressing herself against him and whining, "Oh honey, look at him, he's being so fierce with me." Her lover grins with sadistic glee, caressing her as he says, "We'll take our time and torture him to death for you, my dear." They had already looted every last piece of equipment and all the supplies from Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The man sneers at him and continues, "But I really must thank you for your things. They'll allow us to live comfortably for a few more months." Then, he raises his hand, holding the remote control for the system, suspending Jiang Xiaoyong. He asks with delight, "Which button is it?" The moment he finishes speaking, the cable holding Jiang Xiaoyong is severed. He plummets from above, his back slamming into the ground with a sickening thud. The impact is enough to severely injure his spine. The zombies, who had been eyeing their prey, immediately swarm around him. Fresh meat delivered right to their cage, they shove each other aside, scrambling to get to Jiang Xiaoyong. A grotesque horde of men and women, their mouths torn open from ear to ear, their faces deathly white, and their eyes a milky void, lunging forward in a disgusting wave. Paralyzed from the fall, Jiang Xiaoyong can only lie there, motionless. The zombies descend upon him, biting his neck, his shoulders, his stomach. Jiang Xiaoyong's hands are still bound tight. He convulses in agony, coughing up blood from pure rage. A guttural scream rips from his throat. In the supreme agony of physical torment, as every part of his body is torn to shreds, he is utterly powerless. Only Jiang Xiaoyong's consciousness remains, screaming with boundless hatred. In those last moments between what little life he has left and certain death, he grits his teeth and swears an oath. "Kui Jing, Li Shuxiang. If I get the chance to be reborn, I will make you two wretched dogs pay the price." The scene fades to black. Jiang Xiaoyong is dead, leaving only an empty, dark void. No, Jiang Xiaoyong is not dead. He gets another chance, as if waking from a terrible nightmare. He jolts upright, gasping for air, his face drenched in cold sweat. Before he can even get his bearings, a loud voice shouts in his ear, "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this?" Perhaps his burning desire for revenge had moved the heavens. He had been given a new chance. But now, Jiang Xiaoyong was sitting on the sofa in his own apartment, staring at the slender legs of his furious girlfriend, Kui Jing. Standing over him, she screamed, "Why isn't my name on the house deed? Do you even love me at all?" Just moments ago, he was being torn apart by a horde of zombies, and now he was home. A wave of stunned confusion washed over Jiang Xiaoyong. What was happening? He sat in his own apartment, feeling completely lost. He glanced around, unable to believe he was still alive. A thought then struck him. Could it be? Had he actually been reborn? And was this a time before the apocalypse? Meanwhile, his girlfriend Kui Jing stood there with her hands on her hips, continuing her aggressive tirade. Everything that just happened felt like a nightmare. A vision that showed him the future who would betray him, and who was truly on his side. Thinking of their betrayal, his heart filled with rage. He stared at his own unharmed hands, vowing to himself that this time, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. He had to calm his racing thoughts, to hide the truth from Kui Jing that he had returned from the future, and that he knew all about her deception. Jiang Xiaoyong remained silent, a mask of composure on his face. He forced himself to suppress his emotions as she continued to scream at him. "And the 100 million for the dowry. I want every last cent." His girlfriend, Kui Jing, was beautiful, no doubt about it, but her personality was utterly rotten. All she wanted was to reap the rewards without doing any of the work. The old Jiang Xiaoyong must have been a total pushover. That's why she stood before him so confidently, crossing her arms with a look of superiority and ordering him around like a child. Is that clear? Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong seethed internally. This vicious woman, to be sitting in front of the very person who betrayed him. Knowing her true intentions, Jiang Xiaoyong was powerless for now. He had to calm down. Now is not the time to be reckless. Kui Jing kept raising her voice. "I'll give you some time, but if you don't come up with the money." Hearing her ridiculous demands, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't take it anymore. He cut her off, making up an excuse to get her out of his apartment. He forcefully pushed her towards the exit, saying, all right, I get it. Now you need to leave." It was the first time Xiaoyong had ever treated her this way, and a seed of doubt was planted in her mind. She spun around, a shocked and furious expression on her face as she tried to understand his bizarre behavior. What is wrong with him? When did Jiang Xiaoyong become so assertive? Wasn't he supposed to be her loyal little lapdog? Back inside the apartment, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the door shut and locked it. His hand rested on the handle, his face etched with disgust for Kui Jing, finally free of that leech. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to look at the digital clock. The display read 5 p.m. On a day in the year 2034, he began to calculate. There's only 1 month left. I have to prepare perfectly to survive the coming disaster. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed near Jiang Xiaoyong. A single ding made him jump, and he whipped his head around to see what was in front of him. A system window had materialized out of thin air, displaying a message. Apocalypse system activated. System quest issued. Please complete the following mission. Prepare for the apocalypse. Mission requirements. Acquire 1 plot of land, 0 out of 1. Prepare supplies for 1 year, 0 out of 365. Mission reward, 10 points. Points can be exchanged for items in the system's shopping center. Jiang Xiaoyong had truly returned to a time before the catastrophe, and on top of that, he'd been granted an apocalypse system to help him face the coming zombie plague. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at the system window with fascination and wondered, I can't believe it. I even have a system now? What are these quest points? What can they even do? He instinctively reached out and tapped the system store icon. The system window immediately shifted to a new screen. System store. Physical enhancement potion, +1. 20 points. Level 1 Cultivator's Supply Box, 2 points. Level 1 Main Character Supply Box, 10 points. Below that was an active refresh button, 2 points. As he was getting lost in the system's features, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly remembered something. It seemed to be a matter of great importance. His expression turned dead serious as he frantically looked around for his phone. As he searched, he thought to himself, I almost forgot. In his previous life, he was desperately trying to save up for Kui Jing's dowry. Every day, he barely spent anything on himself, leaving his body weak and malnourished. Finding the smartphone on the table, he snatched it up. His first move wasn't to scroll through social media, but to immediately open a food delivery app. With the phone in his hand, he thought, in just 1 more month, the world will be crawling with zombies. I need to take this chance to eat as much as I possibly can. A short while later, night had fallen, and the city lights twinkled. A delivery arrived at Jiang Xiaoyong's high-rise apartment. Countless delicious dishes, all famous specialties from renowned restaurants, were spread across his dining table. Looking at the feast before him, Jiang Xiaoyong exclaimed with pure joy, "This is the legendary 3-star meal from the most famous restaurant in the entire city. How could he possibly save money now?" He knew what the future held. When the great calamity arrived, life would be a living hell. He might not even survive, so he spared no expense, indulging in the finest things while he still could. He picked up a piece, eyeing the meat. Let's see what a $300,000 plate of scrambled eggs and tomatoes tastes like. He took a bite, his mouth savoring the taste. At first, he was hesitant, but the next second, the flavor exploded. It was so incredible. A surge of pure power ripped through Jiang Xiaoyong, shredding his hoodie from the sheer force of satisfaction. After all those days of suffering, he collapsed onto the chair, his mouth wide open. He devoured piece after piece, his hands moving like a blur. He ate like a tiger that had been starved for days. In the middle of his feast, a phone suddenly rang beside him. Jiang Xiaoyong was still holding a crab leg. He glanced at the phone, seeing the incoming call. As he picked it up and saw the name, he muttered to himself, "Is it that green tea girl calling her friend to cry again?" Annoyed, Jiang Xiaoyong had no choice but to answer. The moment he accepted the call, a woman's voice screamed through the phone. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this? How could you treat Kui Jing like that? All she did was express her feelings, and you wouldn't even give her your fortune? What kind of love is that?" The girl on the other end was hysterical, nearly deafening Jiang Xiaoyong. He had to pull the phone away while wiping his hands, but her voice was still piercing. She wasn't finished. "Kui Jing only disappeared to test you a little, and you failed. You'd better bring the house, the land, and $1 million here and beg for forgiveness. If you do, I'll help you talk to her. Otherwise, you can just wait for her to break up with you." In the past, Jiang Xiaoyong would have scrambled to please Kui Jing, but after learning her true nature and the nature of those around her, he was a different man now. The words from Kui Jing's friend only fueled his rage. The second she finished, he held the phone close and roared back without holding anything back. "What do you two want? A person like her isn't even worthy of me. Get lost." After hearing Jiang Xiaoyong's defiance, the girl on the phone seemed at a loss for words. She could only stammer out, "Jiang Xiaoyong, you dare." His fury finally erupted. All the pent-up resentment made him unable to tolerate these brainless women any longer. Jiang Xiaoyong slumped onto the sofa, throwing his arms back and sighing at the ceiling. Right now, his mind was focused only on completing his mission. He stared upwards, deep in thought. A plot of land, huh? He then began to think about what he would do once he bought it. "I have to build a fortified base. Not only must it be hard to attack, but it also needs to be near a water source and a forest." With his mind made up, Jiang Xiaoyong headed straight for a real estate center. It was a large, reputable agency with professional-looking employees. Everything inside was luxurious. Only Jiang Xiaoyong, dressed in his simple clothes, seemed out of place. The moment he entered the lobby, a female employee came to greet him. She moved quickly and bowed politely to the new customer. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to buy or rent a property?" He stood there for a few seconds with his hands in his pockets. Not wanting to keep her waiting, Jiang Xiaoyong replied cheerfully, "Neither, actually. Today I'm here too." But he was cut off. A man approached from behind the employee, calling out, "Xiao Ning." This man was Director Chu, the sales manager of the real estate company. He gave the employee, Xiao Ning, a stern order. "Xiao Ning, hurry to the back and help move the cabinets. We have a lot of paperwork today." Seeing her manager, the girl bowed and respectfully tried to refuse. "Director Chu, I need to assist this customer." Though he knew this, the director grabbed Xiao Ning's shoulder, pushing her in another direction as he spoke with an annoyed expression. "Xiao Ning, have you already forgotten everything I've taught you? Use your eyes. Now get to work. Can't you see this guy's clothes are basically rags?" He was scolding the new employee for not realizing Jiang Xiaoyong was obviously broke. Why would she even bother greeting him? Understanding the insult, our Jiang Xiaoyong felt a sting of anger. He hated arrogant, money-grubbing people. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his irritation. The employee, Xiao Ning, was flustered at having to abandon her customer. She turned her head and said, "But..." The director cut her off, glaring at Jiang Xiaoyong with a mocking tone. "Can't you see how ragged he is? He probably couldn't even afford to buy a toilet. Don't waste your time on his kind." Seeing her own manager look down on someone like that, Xiao Ning was left speechless and unable to do anything. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong froze. He then spoke up, his voice sharp. "What's that supposed to mean? You think you can judge people with your dog eyes? The man could dish out insults, but he couldn't take them. He shot a furious glare at Jiang Xiaoyong. He turned completely, a sneer on his face. So what if I'm a man who looks down on ragged dogs like you? Because he had a little bit of power, he looked down on everyone, judging them only by their appearance. But he wasn't done yet. The manager continued his arrogant taunts. A guy like you? If you can even afford a toilet here, I'll go rob a bank for you. Hearing those words, a plan formed in Jiang Yong's mind. He glared at the manager, his silence heavy with intent. The manager had made a foolish vow. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yong prepared to spring the trap. He stood before the manager and the employee, Xiao Ning, staring daggers at the man. His brow furrowed as he spoke with chilling certainty. Very well. Those were your words, not mine. You just wait. I'll find you something that's piping hot and stinks to high heaven. No one knew the true extent of Jiang Yong's wealth except for him. His face was a mask of pure confidence. From his pocket, he slid out a black card between two fingers. With a triumphant air, he presented it and said softly, "Miss, I didn't come here today to rent land or a house." Then, he deliberately raised his voice, making his next words loud and clear. "I'm here to buy the land." As he spoke, Jiang Yong pointed the black card directly at the smug manager. The man, who had initially sneered at Jiang Yong's simple clothes, was now utterly speechless with shock. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the employee, Xiao Ning, gasped in surprise. Sensing that things were getting interesting, a crowd of onlookers began to gather around the three of them. When the crowd saw the card in Jiang Yong's hand, they stared at him in disbelief. Every single jaw had dropped. One man in the front couldn't believe it and shouted, "What? Buy the land? Did I hear that right? Does he have any idea how much land costs?" The person behind him grimaced. "I've been alive for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone buy land with a black card before." Soon, the entire crowd was buzzing with whispers. "A whale! This is a real whale!" This was a stroke of luck for Xiao Ning. The customer she had treated with such kindness turned out to be a mega tycoon. She quickly bowed, gesturing for Jiang Yong to follow. "Right this way, sir. Please, allow me to give you a detailed tour." Jiang Yong briskly followed Xiao Ning's lead. She treated him with the utmost respect and enthusiasm. The manager was left standing there, seething with rage. He glared at Jiang Yong's back, grinding his teeth in frustration. He intentionally shouted loud enough for Jiang Yong to hear, "Ha! Who are you trying to impress? When it's time to pay, I bet you won't have a single cent." They arrived at a private reception area reserved for major clients. Jiang Yong was seated at a large table. With great reverence, Xiao Ning used both hands to present Jiang Yong with a portfolio of land plots the company was offering. She said, "These are some of the properties our company currently owns. Please take a look at the overview first. Then I will provide a more detailed introduction." But as she handed him the papers, Jiang Yong simply waved them away. He was a straightforward man who didn't like to beat around the bush. Jiang Yong looked at Xiao Ning with a serious expression. "There's no need to waste so much time and effort. Let me tell you what I need, and you can see if you have it." Hearing this, Xiao Ning replied immediately, "Of course, sir. Please tell me." This land purchase was to prepare for the coming apocalypse. Therefore, Jiang Yong's criteria were based entirely on survival conditions for when the outbreak began. He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before speaking. It must be surrounded by mountains and a river, with a good water source, flowing water, and convenient road access. It would be even better if there's an existing building on it, like a factory or something larger. For a normal buyer, these conditions were completely bizarre. The employee couldn't help but feel flustered. She hesitated, clutching the portfolio to her chest. Let me think." Just then, the manager entered the room, a nasty sneer plastered on his face. Overhearing Jiang Yong's requirements, he contemptuously cut into their conversation. He sneered, "Doesn't that plot in Shundong City meet all his ridiculous conditions?" Hearing the manager's voice, Xiao Ning turned in surprise. "Manager Zhu? Oh, yes. The Shundong City area?" Being a conscientious employee, she immediately tried to remind her superior. "Manager Zhu, are you talking about the old tea capital land? That place won't work. It's covered in unfinished factories, and the legal issues still haven't been resolved. We can't sell that to a client." It was obvious the manager knew the land was a bad deal, but he recommended it anyway. He was a man with a wicked heart. He stood there, looking down at Jiang Yong with a cold, condescending glare. "Sell what? This bum is just making a bunch of bizarre requests," he spat. "He didn't come here to buy anything. He's just here to cause trouble." But Jiang Yong completely ignored the trash-talking manager. He calmly asked Xiao Ning about the land, intrigued that it might actually meet his needs. "This plot of land in the Dongcheng district, does it truly meet all of my requirements?" the young woman asked, her voice filled with doubt. Yes, it does, replied the construction team leader. The only problem is, the rooms above the factory are completely dilapidated, had already fled. He quickly grabbed the documents, flipping straight to the page for that plot of land. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes scanned the details, his mind racing. This location. It's perfect. It meets every single one of my requirements. A sturdy barbed wire fence makes it easy to defend, hard to assault. And the unfinished factory? That saves me a ton of time and money on construction. Realizing this was the perfect spot, Jiang Xiaoyong handed the file back to the employee, Xiao Ning, and made his decision. I'll take this land. Can I pay now and sign the contract right away? How could he possibly agree to buy such a desolate plot? A property with so many obvious downsides. It was unthinkable. The employee, Xiao Ning, instinctively bowed to take the file back, quickly apologizing out of habit. I'm sorry, sir. But wait. Something wasn't right. Our dear Xiao Ning thought she must. She gasped, her eyes flying wide open. A look of pure astonishment washed over her face as she stammered. Huh? The flustered employee bowed respectfully, her face filled with hesitation as she addressed Xiaoyong once more. Excuse me, sir, she stammered. Are you absolutely certain you want to buy this plot with the unfinished factory? Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong shot back a reply, making sure to throw a jab at the stunned Director Zhu standing behind them. Of course. Let's get the contract signed and the payment processed quickly. After all, someone has a special meal waiting for them. The director was rendered completely speechless. All he could do was stand there, grinding his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. This was truly a disastrous day for Director Zhu. He had deliberately offered the worst plot of land just to drive Xiaoyong away. But who could have known he'd actually buy it on the spot? The director had walked right into his own trap. Director Zhu stared at the receipt in his hand, shouting in disbelief. No, this can't be happening. It's impossible. Just moments ago, he was looking down on everyone with contempt. Now, it was time to pay the price for his arrogance. That foolish vow to eat poop if Xiaoyong could afford the land was now a terrifying reality. The director clutched his head, sweat pouring down his face. He screamed at the top of his lungs, 300,000? This is 300,000? This is just the down payment? Who in their right mind spends millions on an unfinished factory plot? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Seeing the utter fury on Director Zhu's face, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly stood up, walked over, and placed a hand on his shoulder. A dangerous smirk played on his lips as he spoke softly. My friend, I've already paid in full. Now, it's your turn to put on a show. Just make sure you enjoy your meal, and I'll be sure to send a rocket your way in the live stream. This would teach him a lesson for looking down on people. The director froze like a statue, his face turning deathly pale as sweat dripped from his brow. Without a care for what came next, Jiang Xiaoyong simply turned and walked away. The man's colleagues had been watching this whole drama unfold. The second Xiaoyong sealed the deal, they whipped out their phones to start a live stream. It was time for the main event, the director's special meal. The guy with the phone rushed forward. Hey buddy, don't worry, I've got the live stream running for you. Come on, get to it. His colleagues were surprisingly enthusiastic. Another man eagerly ran up from behind to offer his own contribution. Hey big guy, my stomach's a bit upset today, but I promise, I'll save the very freshest part for you. The director thought they were just bluffing. He never imagined they would actually corner him like this. He tried to fight back. The cameraman shoved the phone right in Director Zhu's face. He asked with a twisted grin, Hey there, big guy, feel like some lobster? I had some just last night. I bet there's still some undigested chunks left. As one disgusting task concluded, a system notification appeared. A notification pinged for the main character. System mission. Prepare for the coming apocalypse. Mission objective. Secure a plot of land and stockpile 1 year's worth of supplies. Points can be redeemed for rewards in the system mall. As he walked alone through the lobby, Jiang Xiaoyong shoved his hands in his pockets, his head bowed in deep contemplation. He was already calculating the cost of stockpiling enough food to survive the coming disaster for an entire year. I used all the dowry money on the land. Now I need to figure out how to get more cash for supplies. Lost in thought about his new mission, Xiaoyong didn't even notice when he bumped into a man in a white suit. This man was none other than Li Shuxiang, the secret lover of Xiaoyong's own girlfriend, Kui Jing. He recognized Jiang Xiaoyong instantly. He turned his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he watched Xiaoyong walk past. Isn't that Jiang Xiaoyong? He thought to himself. What's he doing in a place like this? Shrugging it off, he turned back towards the entrance. Suddenly, Li Shuxiang froze. startled by the chaotic scene unfolding just inside the building. A crowd of employees had cornered Director Zhu. One man held a disgusting object right up to the director's lips, while another pried his jaw open, trying to force it inside. Director Zhu was completely restrained, while someone filmed the entire humiliating ordeal for a live stream. It was absolute chaos in the middle of the upscale lobby. Seeing the spectacle, Li Shuxiong roared, "What in the world is going on here?" The scene shifts to Kui Jing's apartment. She looked alluring in a pair of short shorts and fishnet stockings, her low-cut top revealing her stunning figure. She was lounging alone, playfully taking a drag from her cigarette, when her phone suddenly rang on the table. It was an unsaved number, but she answered it quickly, her voice dripping with flirtatious charm. "Li Shuxiong, so you finally remembered I exist?" But before she could continue, his frantic voice erupted from the other end, telling her everything about what happened with Xiaoyong. Kui Jing. Jiang Xiaoyong was at the real estate agency today. He bought a plot of land. "Did you know anything about this?" The moment she heard the words, "buy land," Cui Jing shot up from her seat, her playful demeanor gone. She slammed her fist down on the vanity. A loud crack echoed through the room as her composure shattered, and she screeched, "What? He bought land? Where in the world did he get that kind of money?" On the other end of the line, Li Shuxiong quickly fed her more information. The down payment was 100 million. "I'm betting that was the money he saved up to pay for your bride price." Hearing that, the shameless woman roared into her phone, her face twisted with fury, as if her entire fortune had just been stolen. "What? That damn bastard! How dare he spend my money?" In her mind, any money Jiang Xiaoyong had was already hers by default, a mindset so twisted, she needed a masterclass in reality. Li Shuxiong tried to calm her down, telling Kui Jing what to do first. "Kui Jing, listen to me. First, don't get angry. Go find that Jiang Xiaoyong right now and ask him what the hell is going on." But the moment the so-called bride price was spent, Kui Jing completely lost her mind. She brazenly screamed at Li Shuxiong, swearing as if the money was truly her own property. "Ask him what? That bastard dared to take my money? I swear, I'm going to expose him all over the internet today." Meanwhile, back at Jiang Xiaoyong's home, his mind was completely consumed by thoughts of the coming apocalypse. He'd just spent all the money he'd saved for Kui Jing on the down payment for a plot of land. Now, Jiang Xiaoyong desperately needed a huge sum of cash to buy enough supplies for an entire year. He sat on the sofa, chin in his hand, trying to focus on the problem. Money for supplies, for building a base. He needed a fortune. Where am I supposed to get that kind of cash now? Just as he was deep in thought, a disturbance. Someone was at his door, pounding on it without any restraint. Xiaoyong instinctively glanced over his shoulder. Who the hell is knocking like that? Annoyed, he went to open the door. It turned out the source of the racket was his girlfriend, Kui Jing, and she'd brought her best friend along. Seeing the two girls looking frantic at his doorstep, Xiaoyong spoke first. "What are you two doing here?" Cui Jing was already fuming. With utter confidence, she planted her feet apart. Her stance was aggressive, her face a mask of rage, and she opened her mouth to scream directly at Jiang Xiaoyong. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this? How dare you spend my money?" Her friend behind her put on a serious face, backing Kui Jing up. Hearing her infuriating words, a million questions instantly flooded Jiang Xiaoyong's mind. What the hell is this nonsense? Xiaoyong was no longer the lovesick fool from before. At this point, he was completely fed up with her act. His face twisted in clear annoyance as he shot back. "Huh? What are you even talking about?" Perhaps the old Jiang Xiaoyong was truly a naive fool, because Kui Jing's audacity knew no bounds. She jabbed a finger right in Jiang Xiaoyong's face and yelled, "Don't you dare think I don't know you used my bride price money to buy that land. Let me tell you something, that bride price was mine. Since you used it to buy land, that land now belongs to me." Wow, this woman was seriously delusional. Since when did that law exist? Jiang Xiaoyong was speechless at Kui Jing's shamelessness. A look of pure contempt crossed his face as he sneered, "You're completely insane." He then pulled out a thick wad of cash, smacking it against the greedy Kui Jing's shoulder. He roared, "Let me tell you something. All I have is money." Then Jiang Xiaoyong stared her straight in the eyes, delivering a final blow to make the brainless beauty understand her place. "But I wouldn't give a single cent of it to you." Kui Jing's eyes went wide, staring at the stack of money on her shoulder in shock. She was completely speechless, frozen as if her pressure points had been hit. Jiang Xiaoyong continued his brutal honesty. "Don't think for a second I don't know what you and that Li Shuxiong have been doing behind my back." Finally realizing the change in her boyfriend, Kui Jing still showed no hint of guilt. Her face turned purple with rage, her eyes glaring daggers at Xiaoyong, as she thought to herself, "What's happening? How could he possibly know about me and Li Shuxiang? Seeing the tension escalate, and seeing Jiang Xiaoyong truly furious for the first time, Kui Jing's friend tried to step in and play peacemaker. Hey now, both of you just calm down. It's just a little lover's quarrel. It's all a misunderstanding. But Kui Jing couldn't say a word, just standing there, frozen with rage. Jiang Xiaoyong had no desire to deal with them any longer. He grabbed the doorknob, ready to slam the door shut. With his face a mask of cold fury, he continued to spit venom. A misunderstanding? What kind of joke is that? There is no misunderstanding here. You and Li Shuxiang are the ones who belong together. Now get out of my sight. And with that, our main character, Kevin Jiang, brutally slammed the door in the face of his shameless girlfriend, Tina Kui. He left her with one final command: get lost. Just the sight of you people makes me sick. Tina was left completely stunned, but not because her heart was broken. She was baffled because she had no idea how her boyfriend found out she was cheating. Her mind raced. How is this possible? How could he possibly know? I was so careful every time I booked a room. After their failed confrontation, the two beautiful but lazy women could only retreat, defeated, and call the elevator to go back down. As they waited, Tina's best friend noticed how upset she looked. She gently took Tina's hand and asked, Tina, why didn't you tell me something this big was happening? Are you actually serious about that? Middle-aged man, Li Shuxiang. Tina's shoulders slumped in defeat. She crossed her arms, looked down, and confessed. We've only been to a hotel together a few times. Hearing this, even her so-called best friend felt a massive headache coming on. She rubbed her forehead, her voice full of feigned frustration. This is a complete disaster. Let's get back first and figure out a plan. Tina could do nothing more. She reluctantly agreed. Yeah, that's the only thing we can do now. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the two of them stepped inside. At that moment, the best friend standing behind Tina finally revealed her true face. She stared at Tina's back with a cunning look in her eyes, thinking, Tina, my dear Tina, since you've already messed things up with Kevin Jiang, then I won't hold back any longer. After all, what are best friends for? She let out a silent, wicked laugh. This girl had been eyeing Kevin Jiang for a long time, but Tina was always in the way. Now that their relationship was in shambles, she planned to seize this golden opportunity to win Kevin's affection. After dealing with those two troublesome women, Kevin Jiang went to the plot of land he had just bought to check on the construction of his unfinished factory. He asked the person in charge, I need to have this factory renovated. Tell me, how long will it take to complete? Kevin and contractor Lee then examined the project's design blueprints. Contractor Lee started listing the specs, rebuilding the walls, constructing watchtowers, Texas steel mesh, adding thick, reinforced steel doors, and bulletproof glass. After he finished, the contractor folded the blueprints. He looked at Kevin Jiang and joked lightly, Let me ask you something. Who exactly did you manage to anger? But Kevin just kept his eyes closed, showing he had no intention of answering the contractor. His voice became dangerously low. Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much is not good for you. How much will it cost to finish it in 1 month? Just name your price. Hearing Kevin's 1-month deadline, contractor Lee was stunned. He quickly replied, 1 month? That's impossible. Sir, Kevin's voice grew sharper, pushing him. Enough talk. If you can't do it, your entire company will go under. Feeling that Kevin's conditions were completely unreasonable, the contractor exclaimed, My God, my company needs to survive too, you know. Kevin didn't back down an inch, and added, Wow, you're such a humane boss. Finally, the contractor sheepishly admitted what he really wanted. His eyes narrowed into slits as he forced an awkward smile and said, No, boss, what I mean is, we need more money. With enough money, you can even buy miracles. Kevin's face was a mask of annoyance. He coldly asked just one thing. How much? Contractor Lee cautiously held up 2 fingers and said, Boss, if it has to be done in a month, I'll have to push my entire company to work at an insane pace. It would cost at least this much. Glancing at the contractor's hesitant eyes, Kevin Jiang guessed, 2 billion? The contractor immediately replied, Yes, but we need a deposit of at least 500 million up front, or we won't be able to survive. Accepting the contractor's terms, Kevin Jiang crossed his arms and replied, Done. I'll send the money within a week. You can have your workers start construction first. Hearing that the payment would come later, the contractor immediately became a little flustered. He quickly tried to interrupt Kevin, but understanding the contractor's anxiety, Kevin Jiang clapped him on the shoulder and said a few words to reassure him. It's fine. Don't worry about me skipping out on the payment. If I don't give you the money, you can just take this land. It was another promise filled with the classic confidence of Kevin Jiang. The contractor was still a little hesitant hearing this, but facing such a major client this time, he had no choice but to relent. Alright then. It's a deal. It's unclear how, but Tina's best friend somehow found out the address of the land Kevin had purchased. She now crept up to Kevin's side and cheerfully skipped over to call his name. Kevin? Kevin Jiang heard the familiar, sweet tone and turned around, only to be ambushed as she lunged and grabbed his arm, deliberately pressing it against her chest and asking about him with a bright, cheerful look on her face. Kevin was startled by this and tried to pull his arm back, but she held on tight and refused to let go. It seems Tina's best friend possessed some kind of powerful sixth sense that only a homewrecker would have. The girl quickly pressed her ample chest against his arm and whined, "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Her head pressed tightly against his shoulder, annoying him to no end. Looking at this leech clinging to him, he thought with cold fury, "Humph, this green tea bitch. In my past life, you and Kui Jing cheated my family out of everything. In this life, I will make you pay back double." Though he seethed with hatred, he forced his voice to remain calm as he asked her a simple question, "What are you doing here?" But her true colors showed immediately. Ignoring his question, the schemer just pressed closer, asking only about the land. She beamed, her eyes crinkling with a fake smile as she asked, "Brother Jiang, is this the new land you just bought? The view here is absolutely breathtaking. Are you thinking of building a massive villa right here?" Her words dripped with honey, but they were poison to my ears, especially coming from a two-faced schemer like her. Jiang Xiaoyong violently snatched his hand away, creating a hostile gap between them. He shot her a look that could kill, and spoke with blunt force, like throwing cold water on her face. "What I do has absolutely nothing to do with you, does it?" Cui Jing's so-called best friend was completely shocked by this rejection, stunned by Jiang Xiaoyong's cold attitude. He walked to another spot, putting distance between them. Jiang Xiaoyong was completely focused on the construction work, paying no attention to the girl in the corner, gritting her teeth in silent fury. She kept asking herself what was wrong with Xiaoyong. What is happening? Why is that worthless loser, Jiang Xiaoyong, acting so strange today? Usually, his face would be bright red, his heart pounding out of his chest just from touching my hand. Today, I intentionally brushed up against him, and he had zero reaction. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong saw two workers taking measurements and rushed over, pointing. "No, that's wrong. The main gate needs to be much wider." He left the conniving girl standing in his dust as she called out after him, totally confused. Hey. This girl truly knew no shame. If Kui Jing was a 4 out of 10, this girl was a 500. No ambition, only knowing how to use her looks to lure men. She was utterly venomous, clenching her fists, determined to snatch Jiang Xiaoyong from Kui Jing and seize this land for herself. No way. I cannot let this perfect opportunity slip through my fingers. Kui Jing and him are already fighting. Right now, all I need to do is crush Kui Jing, and this entire plot of land will be mine. After work, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his apartment and collapsed onto the sofa. He was completely consumed by the land project, ignoring everything and everyone else around him. Staring at the 2 red property deeds on the table, his mind raced with calculations. I mortgaged this house to the bank and only got $300,000. That's not even enough to cover the first phase of the project. I have to find another way to get more money. Placing his hand on the deeds, he pondered for a long time, lost in thought, until a realization suddenly struck him. Oh, that's right. The end of the world is coming soon anyway. So what does it matter if I sell the house multiple times to different people? This strategy benefits me without really hurting anyone. After the apocalypse, they won't need money. I'm just collecting it a little bit ahead of schedule. Jiang Xiaoyong's lips curled into a determined smirk. His decision was made. Let's do it this way. But just as one problem was solved, another arrived. A man outside Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment began pounding on the door, shouting non-stop. "Open the door, open up right now." Jiang Xiaoyong snapped his head toward the door, furious. Damn it, what kind of headache is this now? At that moment, he recognized the voice. It was his neighbor, the one who was always looking for trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong walked to the door. As he turned the knob, he thought to himself, it has to be Boss Li, the rich guy who lives downstairs. Who else could it be? That old man is loaded. The greedy geezer already owns the 1st and 2nd floors, and now he's stirring up trouble just so I'll sell him the 3rd floor too. But I always planned to keep this place as my future marriage home, so I refused to sell it to him. And ever since then, the old man has caused nothing but problems, splashing paint on my door, piling trash, leaving funeral wreaths, using every dirty trick imaginable just to mess with me. The second he swung the door open, a stooped old man with graying hair appeared. wearing a simple, worn-out jacket. He looked every bit as stingy and petty as he acted. The old man immediately started yelling in Jiang Xiaoyong's face. "Were you jumping around up here again last night or not?" Having reached his limit with the old man, Jiang Xiaoyong fired back with a newfound firmness in his voice, his hand still gripping the door. "Are you finished making a scene? I was asleep before 10 o'clock last night. Jumping? What jumping?" But the old man refused to back down. He puffed out his chest to shout even louder than Xiaoyong. "I don't care. I know what I heard." Not wanting to argue anymore, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively. He turned his head away, looking utterly exhausted by the old man's drama. But then, since he needed to sell the house anyway, an idea flashed in his mind. "Stop. Just stop. Don't you want my apartment? I've had enough. I'll sell it to you. How about that?" The old man froze for a few seconds, stunned. He couldn't believe Xiaoyong would give in so easily. Boss Li asked again, his face lighting up with excitement. "Are you being serious?" Jiang Xiaoyong stood before him with his arms crossed, laying down the law. "However, I have one condition." Old man Li narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "What kind of condition?" Holding all the cards, Jiang Xiaoyong confidently stated his terms. "My new apartment won't be ready for another 6 months, so I'll have to stay here for that long. Before that, you need to pay me 5 million for the house in one single payment. I need it to pay off the loan for my new place." Old man Li hesitated. But before the geezer could even think or try to negotiate, Jiang Xiaoyong began to close the door, saying flatly, "If you don't agree, then let's just forget it." Seeing Jiang Yong about to shut the door, old man Li froze for a second, then lunged forward. He shoved his head through the closing gap, holding the door open as he desperately agreed to Jiang Yong's terms. The old man insisted they needed a contract, just to make sure his prized fish couldn't escape the net. But Jiang Yong remained perfectly calm. He replied, "A contract is fine by me. Don't you worry." Inside, Jiang Yong was celebrating. He shot a dark glance at the greedy old man and thought, "Heh, you damn fool. Just wait for the end to come." A short while later, old man Li made good on his promise. He quickly transferred the full payment for the house to Jiang Yong. Checking his phone, he saw the new balance. He'd received 500 million from Li, and with the 300 million loan, his total was now 800 million. A system window popped up with a notification. A new quest had been issued. Quest: acquire a plot of land and prepare 365 days worth of supplies. Reward: 10 points, redeemable in the system's central shopping mall. Jiang Yong's finger hovered over the claim button, but it was grayed out. The mission wasn't finished yet. He figured he'd better complete the system's tasks first, then worry about the rewards. The scene shifts to the city's largest shopping center, a massive, modern monument to commerce. With his pockets full, Jiang Yong was a man on a mission. It was time to start stockpiling for the year ahead. He tore through the supermarket aisles, his cart a blur. In no time, the system interface updated. Annual supplies, 359 out of 365 days. The people around him stared at the bizarre sight, whispering to each other in astonishment. A man muttered to the woman beside him, "I think that guy might be mentally unstable." The woman in the brown coat eyed him cautiously and replied, "Yeah, let's keep our distance from him." The sound of clashing shopping carts grew louder. Soon, Jiang Yong had filled nearly a dozen carts to overflowing with essential goods. He was causing quite a scene. The same man and woman from before were still watching his every move. She saw him wipe sweat from his brow after all his hard work, wondering aloud, why is he buying so much stuff? What could he possibly need it for? The man next to her sneered, "Probably just another idiot who believes those doomsday rumors." He let out a loud laugh. But for Jiang Yong, all his recent efforts were finally paying off. Just then, ding! The system displayed a new message. He had completed the mission. Mission complete. Disaster preparation. System points awarded. 10. Current balance. 10. With 10 system points in hand, Jiang Yong immediately accessed the system store interface to find a support item. He spotted something perfect and began to scheme. Heh. In the apocalypse, enhancing your attributes is absolutely critical. And what do you know? This main character supply box costs exactly 10 points. Feeling this was a perfect fit, Jiang Yong made up his mind. There was no need to hesitate. The first rule is to press your advantage immediately. Be decisive. I'll take the main character supply box. Without another thought, he slammed his finger on the purchase button. Instantly, the system confirmed. Exchange successful. 10 points have been deducted. Your current balance is 0. A crate materialized before him, glowing with a powerful aura and covered in shimmering question marks, with an infinity symbol on top. The supply box opened, revealing its contents, a single, titanium-colored ring, set with a large, brilliant purple diamond. An information panel appeared at the same time, describing the ring. Level 1, Spatial Ring. Features. Contains a 500 square meter alternate dimension. Time within this space is completely frozen. Jiang Xiaoyong held out his hands as the glowing ring floated between his palms. Its light illuminated his face, revealing a look of pure, captivated awe. His eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. A grin spread across his face. Ha, I knew it. The first pull was guaranteed to be something incredible. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at the ring, a smirk forming as he considered the possibilities. Time stands still inside an alternate dimension? That means I can store fresh food and it will never spoil. This is perfect. But just as he was savoring his first victory, the Apocalypse system issued another alert without warning. New mission, 10 years of plenty. Stockpile 10 years of supplies. Points must be 10 or less. Reward, 20. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed through the store. Who is it? A man shouted as he stormed over. Who dares cause a disturbance here? His tone was arrogant and aggressive, flanked by 2 security guards. The man in the suit clearly held a position of authority in the shopping center. The square-faced man in the suit got closer, then stopped in surprise when he saw our main character. You're Jiang Xiaoyong? It seemed he knew Jiang Xiaoyong from before, but the hostile look on his face didn't soften one bit. Our main character, Kevin Jiang, knew this guy instantly. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. Dylan Yang? These two clearly had a history. And it wasn't a friendly one. Kevin's expression immediately soured at the sight of him. As it turns out, Dylan Yang was a former classmate of our hero, and their past was filled with bad blood. Kevin recalled their middle school days with a grimace. Dylan Yang, he thought. Just a spineless lackey for that jerk, Tyson Jiang. He was a classic bully, preying on the weak, while cowering before anyone with real power. The memories flooded back. 2 of Dylan, and his cronies cornering him, shaking him down for protection money. Back then, Dylan acted like he owned the place, always trying to play the big shot. He'd make up rules, demanding, last week's protection fee was 10 yuan, hand it over now. But even then, Kevin wasn't one to back down, facing the delinquents head on. Get lost, he'd retort. If you want money, go beg that jerk Tyson Jiang for it. The memory was still sharp in Kevin's mind. They were always at each other's throats back then. To think they'd meet again here. Without a moment's hesitation, Dylan pointed right in Kevin's face. With zero respect, he started shouting aggressively. Kevin Jiang, what do you think you're doing? Put every single one of these items back where you found them. Or don't blame me for what happens next. Seeing an ordinary-looking guy like Kevin buying so much, Dylan immediately assumed he was just here to cause trouble. And with their old grudge fueling his arrogance, he felt bold enough to be this obnoxious. Kevin knew exactly what kind of person Dylan was, so he remained perfectly calm. With a cold smile, he replied, Heh, still trying to bully people you think are weaker than you, Dylan? I'm here to shop. Is this really how your store treats its customers? Surrounded by overflowing shopping carts, Kevin stood his ground, his glare daring anyone to mess with him. But Kevin's words only made Dylan even more arrogant. His aggression escalated into a direct challenge. Shopping, you say? He sneered, still pointing that disrespectful finger. An incredibly rude gesture to any customer. Then prove it. Pay for all this right now. If you can't, don't blame us for getting rough. It's a mystery how a thug like Dylan ever landed a job in a major shopping center like this. An hour later, Kevin's ridiculously long receipt finally finished printing. It took 4 cashiers working together just to ring up his massive order. All the while, Dylan watched from the side with a smirk. He swaggered over to the cashier. So, what's the grand total? The cashier stared at the absurdly long receipt, breaking into a nervous sweat. The total is 56,824,300. Shoving the payment terminal forward, Dylan pointed rudely at Kevin again. Pay up, he barked. Don't be all talk and no action. Kevin saw how pathetic he was, but said nothing. Instead, he revealed the legendary black card. With a sharp, satisfying beep, Kevin swiped the card through the machine. His movement swift and full of confidence. His eyes alone conveyed all the pent-up fury he'd been holding back. Instantly, the screen flashed. Payment successful. Staring at the terminal, Dylan's eyes went wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe it, grinding his teeth in frustration. The transaction went through? He let out a furious grunt. Without another word, he turned to leave, waving his security goons off. We're leaving. Oh, it wasn't going to be that easy. Kevin had no intention of letting him just walk away. With cold fury, he yelled, Hold it right there, Dylan. The thug actually had the nerve to act tough, whipping around with his fists clenched, but Kevin remained perfectly composed. A smirk played on his lips. After that disgusting attitude you just showed me, I believe an apology is in order. If I don't get one, I'll return every last item. Dylan, ever the irrational fool, refused to admit he was wrong and decided to argue. His face twisted in a snarl as he shouted, "We're in the middle of a crowded mall. Don't push your luck. Are you trying to cause more trouble for me?" He was the one who crossed the line. Yet here he was, throwing a tantrum. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. By now, a crowd of shoppers had gathered, watching the whole scene unfold. Seeing the injustice, a young woman couldn't stay silent. Fuming, she yelled at Dylan in Kevin's defense. "You're the one who's a complete jerk. You've been looking down on him this whole time. Weren't you incredibly rude to him just now? All he's asking for is a simple apology. How is that pushing his luck?" A tall, handsome man standing nearby quickly chimed in, agreeing with the woman. "That's right. Apologize now, or we'll all take our business elsewhere." As luck would have it, a famous celebrity was also there. He held up his phone, which had been recording Dylan the entire time. "I've got this all on video," he warned. "Apologize, now, or I'll make sure the entire country sees how you treat customers." The tables had completely turned. All the pressure and all the support now belonged to Kevin Jiang. Yet, he remained perfectly calm, his posture radiating a quiet confidence. He leveled his gaze at Yang Tao. "Apologize," he stated simply. "If your apology is sincere enough, I'll buy 10 times this amount." Yang Tao's neck stiffened with defiance. "In your dreams," he sneered. "Stop bluffing." In response, Jiang Xiaoyong simply produced the legendary black card. A wide, proud grin spread across his face as he replied, "Bluffing, am I? Bring the card reader over here, and let's check my balance." The mere sight of that sleek black card sent a jolt of anxiety through Yang Tao. He shakily handed the card reader to Jiang Xiaoyong to check the balance. With a single, fluid motion, he swiped the card, the effortless style of the truly wealthy. The swipe was quick, clean, and decisive. Yang Tao took the machine back, his heart pounding in utter disbelief. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he stared at the screen, shouting the number aloud. What? Over 7 billion? He was facing the very man he had just provoked. And worse, the man was a genuine tycoon. The tycoon, Jiang Xiaoyong, now wore a cold, serious expression. His voice dripped with contempt as he spoke. "Apologize. After you apologize, I will continue my purchase. If I'm lying to you," he added coldly, "then I'll call you Grandpa." Deep down, Jiang Xiaoyong savored every second of this moment. The insult struck Yang Tao like a physical blow, a double humiliation, since he genuinely looked old enough to be Jiang Xiaoyong's uncle. Crushed by the immense pressure of that wealth, cold sweat beaded on Yang Tao's forehead. He could only stand there in silence, seething with impotent rage. This was a harsh lesson for the bully who preyed on the weak. After a moment of hesitation, he finally broke. With his hands pressed tightly to his sides, he bowed a full 90 degrees. Swallowing his immense shame, Yang Tao forced the words out in a loud voice. "I apologize." But how could that compare to his arrogant display just moments before? Jiang Xiaoyong slowly stepped forward. He placed a hand on the man's bowed head, patting him condescendingly as if he were a dog. "Remember," he said cheerfully, "don't be so reckless in the future. Understand?" Yang Tao's face was a mask of pure, repressed fury. His jaw clenched so tight it looked like it would crack. This revealed Yang Tao's true nature, a coward who bullies the weak and fawns over the powerful. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong turn to leave, he spoke up. His head shot up, his expression instantly replaced by one of fawning respect. "Brother Yang," he asked meekly, "why do you need to buy so many things?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't even bother to look at him, his face filled with disgust. "That is none of your concern. I have my own business to attend to." Changing his tune faster than flipping a pancake, Yang Tao put on an enthusiastic grin, his eyes crinkling into a sickeningly sweet smile. His once booming voice was suddenly gone, replaced by a much gentler, softer tone. "Big business, you say? This little supermarket is running low on supplies. Are you perhaps looking for a larger source?" Those words made Jiang Xiaoyong pause. He turned back to Yang Tao. "You've worked in this supermarket for years. You must know where to find a supplier, right?" "Of course, I do," Yang Tao answered eagerly. "Zhang Shengze? You remember him, don't you? He's the one who controls all the major inventory now." Without another moment's hesitation, Yang Tao had his phone out and was dialing Zhang Shengze. He looked as if he'd just struck gold. His desperation to please was pathetic. "Hello, Brother Zhe? I've just found a massive client for you." All the while, Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his arms crossed. his face an unreadable mask. His mind raced. Just as he suspected, Yang Tao was still Zhang Shengzhe's lapdog. I wonder how much dirty money those two have skimmed from the Huarunfa supermarket over the years, he thought to himself. A short while later, Jiang Xiaoyong and Yang Tao were standing in front of a massive warehouse, waiting for Zhang Shengzhe. Yang Tao was busy rambling on about the warehouse and its prime location, completely oblivious to the car barreling straight toward them at high speed. In what looked like a deliberate attack, the sleek black car screeched to a halt just inches from Yang Tao's feet, making him jump back in terror. He stumbled backward, flailing his arms in panic, but Jiang Xiaoyong's composure was unbreakable. He remained perfectly still, arms crossed, without a single trace of fear. Jiang Xiaoyong simply stared, his eyes fixed on the driver's seat as he thought to himself with a smirk. Damn, driving so recklessly. Are you trying to intimidate me? The door of the luxury car swung open, and out stepped Zhang Shengzhe. He wore a knee-length overcoat, trying far too hard to look important. He slammed the door with one hand, a thick cigar clamped in the other. Tilting his head back, he exhaled a long plume of smoke. Though they were the same age, he carried himself like some pompous 50-year-old. After his grand entrance, he strutted over to Yang Tao. So, he demanded, is this the big-shot client you were talking about? Yang Tao practically tripped over himself to answer. Brother Ze, this is Jiang Xiaoyong. Surely you remember him. Jiang Xiaoyong, meanwhile, stood casually with his hands in his pockets, waiting to see what these two would do next. Zhang Shengzhe squinted in his direction, the cigar still dangling from his lips as he asked, Who? Yang Tao eagerly leaned in closer to repeat himself. Jiang Xiaoyong, our old classmate from high school. At the mention of that name, Zhang Shengzhe finally froze. The hurried atmosphere suddenly grew tense. He took a long, slow drag from his cigar. Oh, he growled. I remember him. Facing the very boy he used to bully, Zhang Shengzhe proved to be even more arrogant than Yang Tao. His first move was to deliberately blow a thick cloud of smoke right into Jiang Xiaoyong's face. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes burned with hatred, his gaze sharp enough to slice Zhang Shengzhe in half. Years had passed, but Zhang Shengzhe was the same old bully, despising others, preying on the weak, greedy, and cruel to the core. He acted like he owned the world, a cigarette dangling from his lips, hands stuffed in his pockets. He tilted his vile face up, his voice dripping with condescension. Well, well. If it isn't the stubborn little punk. Zhang Shengzhe swaggered right up to Jiang Xiaoyong. He grabbed the drawstring of Xiaoyong's hoodie, inspecting it with a look of utter disdain. Jiang Shengzhe sneered. A cheap knockoff. Huh, you just keep giving me more reasons to look down on you. Putting on airs when you're broke? Pathetic. Despite the insult, Jiang Xiaoyong's composure didn't crack. Annoyance flickered. But that was all. With a deadpan expression, he shot back at Zhang Shengzhe. A brand name? I wouldn't know. I just picked it up from a random stall on the side of the road. Zhang Shengzhe's brows furrowed instantly as he turned and grabbed Yang Tao by the head. His fingers dug into his scalp as he violently shoved Yang Tao aside, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Veins bulged on Zhang Shengzhe's neck as he seethed. Is this the big client you were talking about? Damn you, you wasted my precious time. Yang Tao could only shut his eyes and brace for the tyrant's fury. To Zhang Shengzhe, Yang Tao was nothing more than a dog. After grabbing his head, he delivered a swift, painful kick to his rear. Yang Tao stumbled forward from the force of the blow. He hastily tried to explain, Boss Zhe, he really is a big client. Zhang Shengzhe refused to believe it, roaring even louder. Big client my ass. I've been around the block for years. One look is all I need to tell who's rich and who's a nobody. Jiang Xiaoyong watched the two of them, silent. Once they were done, he finally spoke. Haha, it seems my aura isn't very impressive. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression turned ice cold. A mocking smirk played on his lips as he continued his verbal jab. To think I can't even intimidate an illiterate fool who judges people with his dog eyes. Already furious, Zhang Shengzhe couldn't take another word. Who could possibly endure such a blatant insult? He spun around 180 degrees, grabbing Xiaoyong by the collar and shoving his arrogant face close. Zhang Shengzhe gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. Jiang Xiaoyong, what did you just say? But our main character didn't even flinch before his menacing presence. He was like a statue, completely unfazed. A faint smile touched his lips as he brought his face even closer to Zhang Shengzhe's, enunciating every single word for him. I said, You have the eyes of a dog. You can't recognize a real person when you see one. With the cigarette still in his mouth, the bully's tense expression held firm. His face remained contorted in a scowl as he barked. And you dare call me illiterate? Jiang Xiaoyong was really pushing his luck. He He put on an innocent act, provoking him further. Oh, my mistake. Then can I just say you have dog eyes that look down on people? The atmosphere grew dangerously tense. Seeing his business deal about to collapse, Yang Tao frantically tried to intervene. He waved his hands frantically between the two, saying, "Brother Yang, please, don't hit Boss Zhe's sore spot. He really is illiterate, so he hates it when people bring it up." The fool's words were beyond saving. The moment the words left his mouth, a kick from Jiang Xiaoyong sent him flying sideways. The wound Xiaoyong had just opened was already stinging, and now the idiotic Yang Tao had just poured salt all over it. Still gripping Xiaoyong's collar, he roared at Yang Tao, "Damn it, you idiot. If you can't say anything useful, then shut your mouth." Immediately after, Jiang Xiaoyong's inner thug emerged. He yanked Jiang Xiaoyong's collar harder, his eyes bulging. "A big client. Huh. If you don't buy a truckload of goods from me today, I swear neither you nor Yang Tao will walk out of here in one piece." Taking out his phone, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly said, "Let go of my collar, and hurry up and give me your account number." He thought Xiaoyong would be a tough nut to crack, but he never expected a request for his bank account. Still holding his collar, Jiang Xiaoyong was completely dumbfounded. But Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't buying the goods out of fear. The truth was, the apocalypse was only 1 month away, and he desperately needed these supplies. A few minutes later, a sharp ding from Jiang Xiaoyong's phone announced the transfer from Xiaoyong, 100 million. He shoved the phone right up to his face, struggling to read the number. He couldn't help but blurt out, 100 million? You want to buy this much? Are you for real? Jiang Xiaoyong's reply was swift. Enough talk. Or did you think I came here just to mess with you? That's the deposit. I want 500 million worth of goods. Get your people to load up the truck. When everything is delivered, you'll get the remaining 400 million. Finally believing him, Jiang Xiaoyong let go of Jiang Xiaoyong's collar. His entire demeanor suddenly changed. "So, what goods do you want?" The magnate Jiang Xiaoyong stood there with his arms crossed. He listed off everything he needed for Jiang Xiaoyong: firewood, rice, oil, drinks, and so on. Just grab things that are easy to eat and drink. No need to be picky, but check everything. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong knew exactly what Xiaoyong meant. He replied, "All right, you can follow me." The deceitful merchant thought to himself, he couldn't believe his luck. First, he gets a massive load of expiring food, and now someone appears to take it off his hands. With the deal set, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately led Jiang Xiaoyong and Yang Tao to the storage warehouse. The warehouse was enormous, and the sheer volume of goods stored inside was staggering. The sly Jiang Xiaoyong started his sales pitch, hoping to bait Xiaoyong into paying full price for the nearly expired stock. "If you pay for all the goods up front, I'll give you a 10% discount off the whole lot." How does that sound compared to the original wholesale price? Knowing this man was a snake, his business practices were surely no different. Jiang Xiaoyong heard the discount offer but couldn't care less. Walking over to some bags of rice, he answered coldly, "How it sounds. That all depends on the quality of your goods." Yang Tao and Jiang Xiaoyong stood frozen, watching Xiaoyong's every single move with rapt attention. Picking up a bag of rice, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly sensed something was wrong. He remained silent for a long moment, studying it intently, then held the bag high for Jiang Xiaoyong to see clearly. Jiang Xiaoyong exposed his scheme then and there. Beyond the outer packaging, everything inside was filled with products on the verge of expiring. Jiang Xiaoyong stared directly into Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes, not forgetting to mock him with a few sharp words. "Jiang Xiaoyong, it seems your little calculation was a bit off, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong cursed internally. "Damn it, I never expected this kid to be so sharp." He then lowered his voice, offering Xiaoyong a new deal. "Look, if you pay for all this expiring food, I'll give you a 50% discount. What do you say?" He expected Jiang Xiaoyong to walk away, but instead, the young man made a counter-offer of his own. "As for your expiring food, I have a different arrangement in mind." Jiang Xiaoyong was completely stunned, his face blank as he asked, "An arrangement? What kind of arrangement?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned back, his voice firm as he began to bargain. "Based on the discount you just mentioned, you'll give me 50% off, and I will take this entire stock of expiring food off your hands. But on one condition," Jiang Xiaoyong said, clutching the white rice bag tightly to drive his point home. "I will pay you the full amount after 1 month." This guy had been struggling to get rid of this near-expired inventory for a long time. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong agree to buy it all, despite knowing its condition, Jiang Xiaoyong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly sought to confirm the details. "Are you serious? What if the goods are expired by then and you don't pay me? What am I supposed to do?" With a calm, convincing tone, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "Don't worry. If that happens, my house is yours. Jiang Xiaoyong was still cautious and pressed for more details. You still want the food, even knowing it's about to expire? Can you at least tell me what your distribution channel is? Jiang Xiaoyong answered with unwavering confidence. Distribution channel? There's no such thing. I am the distribution channel. Got it? Jiang Xiaoyong clapped Jiang Xiaoyong on the shoulder, his eyes serious, as he whispered the man's grim reality. Haha, we're talking about food that's about to expire. In a few more days, it'll just be garbage anyway, right? The words hit a nerve. The color drained from Jiang Shengze's face as sweat beaded on his forehead. For a man as greedy as Jiang Shengze, this was an incredibly tough decision. He stammered nervously, What? What do you mean by that? Pushing the cornered man further, Jiang Xiaoyong feigned impatience, pulling out his phone to check the time. Then he said, There are some things you shouldn't ask. Just get these goods moved for me. I need them urgently. I've already sent you the address. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Xiaoyong answered it, and a man's voice came through the line. Is this Mr. Jiang? Jiang Xiaoyong asked back, puzzled. Who is this? The man continued. Are you the one selling the old house? Just moments ago, he had promised that very house to Jiang Shengze if he couldn't pay for the food. Xiaoyong's mind raced at lightning speed. He deliberately cut the other person off. I have something I need to do. As for the food, just do as I said. In front of the other two, he gestured with his hands as if he had countless suppliers waiting for him. After settling things, Jiang Xiaoyong left by himself. Yang Tao and Jiang Shengze remained in the warehouse, watching his retreating figure. Yang Tao huddled nervously. He glanced over at Jiang Shengze and said, Brother Zhe, I didn't lie to you, did I? But Jiang Shengze couldn't help but wonder. Damn it, this kid is clearly from an ordinary family. How on earth did he rise up so quickly? After leaving Jiang Shengze's place, Jiang Xiaoyong went to meet another potential buyer for his house. The man opened a large bag, revealing thick stacks of cash inside. This time, Jiang Xiaoyong's client was an older gentleman. He was dressed simply, his hair and beard streaked with silver. He had a kind face as he held the bag out to Jiang Xiaoyong and spoke honestly. I can agree to your terms of vacating the house in 3 months. Now, let's sign the contract. Facing the old man, Jiang Xiaoyong was momentarily speechless, his mind racing as he processed the situation. This old guy didn't even inspect the house properly before putting down a deposit and demanding to sign. Is he really that desperate to buy my place? Unsure of the man's true intentions, Jiang Xiaoyong probed further. Elder, do you truly need this house so urgently? The old man's expression was gentle and kind. He looked up at Jiang Xiaoyong and admitted honestly, Heh, I suppose I can't hide the truth from you. My granddaughter is transferring to a new school, so we desperately need this house to get her settled. I've scouted this area a few times, and your house is the only one for sale. Sir, I'm begging you, please don't back out of this. The old man's pitiful state and raw honesty began to soften Jiang Xiaoyong's resolve. He let out a slight chuckle and replied, Elder, you're far too honest. You really shouldn't have revealed your desperation to me so quickly. Aren't you afraid I'll just raise the price? Hearing those words, the old man finally realized his mistake. He had been far too careless. The color drained from his face as he pleaded in terror. Ah, Mr. Jiang, that money is our entire life savings. It's everything my granddaughter and I have. You can't. Not wanting to prolong his anxiety, Jiang Xiaoyong cut him off, holding up the sales contract to reassure the old man. Relax, elder. I won't go back on my word. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong signed his name to the contract. Clutching the signed document, the old man's demeanor shifted instantly. His look of fear vanished, his eyes lit up, and a wide, joyous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, Haha, this is wonderful. Truly wonderful. With the contract signed, the old man didn't dare to overstay his welcome. He gathered his things, slung a cloth bag over his shoulder, then gave Jiang Xiaoyong a deep, respectful bow before heading for the door. Mr. Jiang, you must be a busy man, so I won't take up any more of your time. Xiaoyong stood before him and gave a simple reply, Right. But the moment the old man turned his back, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression became grim. He thought to himself, These people are so kind and simple. All the salt of the earth. In the world that's coming, they won't survive the first month. The old man had only taken a few steps when Xiaoyong called out, Ah, elder, wait just a moment. The old man turned around, confused. Yes, sir? Is something wrong? Jiang Xiaoyong needed to know his current address. Just tell me where you're living now. With that request, it becomes clear our main character might just try to save this old man and his granddaughter when the apocalypse hits. Perhaps he felt a pang of guilt for taking advantage of such honest people. This was his way of settling a debt with their fate. With the house sale mostly settled, Jiang Xiaoyong returned his focus to his main project, heading to the construction site to monitor its progress. The moment the site's contractor saw Jiang Xiaoyong arrive, he greeted him with immense enthusiasm, respectfully pointing the way for him. The two strolled through the site together. The contractor seized the opportunity to inch closer and talk business. Boss Jiang, about that second deposit. Jiang Xiaoyong knew exactly what he wanted and didn't let him ramble. He scanned the area before speaking. I'll transfer it to you in a bit. But first, what's the status of the construction? As they spoke, they reached the entrance to the main building. The contractor pointed up toward the ceiling. We're already at 80% completion. See for yourself. The walls, the doors, the ceiling, everything. It's all absolutely secure. You can trust it completely. Jiang Xiaoyong followed his gesture, giving a sharp look. The main structure seemed solid. He pressed on. And the warehouse? The contractor eagerly explained. The warehouse was a pre-existing part of the structure. It's already been completely cleared out and is ready for use at any time. Excellent, Jiang Xiaoyong said with a nod. Hearing the praise, the contractor's face lit up with relief and joy. But Jiang Xiaoyong had already pulled out his phone to make a call. Jiang Shengzhe. It's time. Move the supplies now. Only a few hours later, the factory warehouse was a hive of activity. Workers were busy loading goods onto shelves that stretched 10 meters into the air. An excited chatter filled the air. Take it easy. The boss is being really generous with this job, someone shouted with a happy cheer. A gig this simple is paying us 2 million each. This guy is amazing, someone else remarked. This place almost looks like some kind of survival shelter, another worker replied. What do you know? A job this critical deserves high pay. The rich will do anything to save their own necks. Jiang Xiaoyong held a clipboard with the inventory list, observing everyone's work. He expertly guided the workers, directing them where to place the items, then pointed to another worker pushing a cart full of green vegetables. All fresh produce, fruits and vegetables, needs to be stored in a separate area. Don't get them mixed up. The worker grinned cheerfully and replied, You got it, boss. Don't you worry. The work continued all afternoon and deep into the night. The factory lights blazed as everything was finally sorted and arranged. The exhausted workers finally left the site, but they were still buzzing with excitement after receiving such a generous payment. Soon, only Jiang Xiaoyong was left, standing alone in the warehouse. He crossed his arms, beaming with pride as he admired the fruits of his labor. Ever since his rebirth, Kevin Jiang finally felt a true sense of ease. A grin spread across his face as he confidently told the system, complete it. A notification instantly appeared. 10-year mission. A full stomach and warm clothes, complete. System points plus 20. Current points, 20. With his new balance, Kevin Jiang entered the system shop. His eyes widened in surprise. A new chest had appeared. He couldn't help but marvel. Whoa, there's actually a new treasure chest in the system. The shop listed a Tier 1 body enhancement potion for 20 points, and a Tier 1 Apocalypse Farmer's supply box for 2 points. A Tier 1 Ability Awakening supply box cost 10 points, and a manual refresh was 2. After reading the list, Kevin Jiang began to scheme. My luck is insane, he thought. To think he could awaken an ability before the apocalypse even begins. With that, Kevin Jiang made his choice. He selected the Ability Awakening supply box. A notification chimed on the system panel. Exchange successful, 10 points deducted. His remaining balance was 10. As the notification faded, an ability card materialized. It depicted a single, mystical eye. The card read, Eye of the Soul, Level 1. Its special trait? The ability to detect hostile intent from others. Reading the card's description, Kevin Jiang broke into a wide grin. He exclaimed, It can detect hostility? Haha, this might be one of the most useful skills for surviving the early days of the apocalypse. Because Kevin Jiang had finished his task, the system issued him a new one. New mission. Gear up to the teeth. The objective was to fully arm himself. The reward, 10 points plus a random prize. Ready for the new challenge, Kevin Jiang's face lit up with excitement. He pulled up his hood, tilting his head with a mysterious smile. Huh, this is exactly what I was thinking. The scene shifts to a night market, a bustling hub for rare and bizarre items. Most of the goods were stolen and sold to middlemen. People flocked here, buying and selling to turn a quick profit. The market was packed tonight, overflowing with the chaotic energy of the crowd. Kevin Jiang, having left the warehouse on his newly purchased land, decided to take a look around. The merchants here were mostly rough characters, operating outside the law. That's why Kevin Jiang had to be extremely cautious. All around him, voices buzzed with suspicion and deals. Damn it, are you telling the truth? I can tell you're a rookie just by the way you talk. Another voice scoffed. Is that price? For real? A man whispered, trying to sell his illegal goods discreetly. Shh, you need to. Keep it down. I just dug this out of the Ma Wang tomb yesterday. Someone else shouted in amazement. Whoa, is this the skull of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as a child? As he walked past a stall, Kevin Jiang heard a strangely familiar voice. The man was haggling. Come on, give me a better price. Just 3 million. The stall owner's voice shot back. Hey, there's no way. I can sell it that cheap. Kevin Jiang almost walked past, but a quick glance toward the sound stopped him. That voice was definitely familiar. It was none other than Liu Li. He stood with his arms crossed, locked in a verbal battle with the shop owner. His face was tense as he yelled, You're selling this high-ice jadeite bracelet for 200,000 yuan? This is obviously a fake. If you sell it to me for 100,000, you'll still be making a huge profit. So, are you selling or not? If not, I'm walking. Seeing Liu Li playing hardball, the vendor quickly lowered his voice to calm him down. Okay, calm down. I'll sell it to you, all right? Overhearing their conversation, Kevin Jiang smirked. That bastard Liu Li actually came to the black market to buy a fake bracelet? So that's his game. Kevin realized he was just pretending to be rich to woo that girl, Tina Kui. He laughed to himself. Haha, Tina Kui, you absolute fool. To think you'd fall for a cheap trick like that. Suddenly, there was a sharp clang of metal. A throwing knife landed with a thud between two others. They were all different designs, but each one was a deadly weapon. The sound caught Kevin Jiang's attention. In the middle of the path, he spotted a stall, selling blades on the sidewalk. A few passers-by glanced at them but didn't stop. A smile touched Kevin's lips. He'd found what he was looking for. Found it, he mused happily. He quickly approached the weapon stall and picked up a knife that felt good in his hand. He looked up at the owner. Hey boss, you got anything really tough in this shop? The owner was a tall, intimidating young man who looked like he'd rather fight than make a sale. He pointed a thumb at a sharpening stone on the ground. That's a whetstone, he said dismissively. If you want something hard, buy that and sharpen it yourself. If you're not serious, go buy a stick to play with. Suddenly, Kevin Jiang's expression soured. He scowled at the vendor. Still not hard enough. I need something much tougher than that. Sensing the shift in Kevin's attitude, the hot-tempered owner's face hardened. His thick eyebrows knitted together as he shot back. What are you getting at? What's the meaning of this? You here to start trouble? But just then, the owner's phone chimed with a notification. His account had received 20 million. The stall owner stared at his screen, completely baffled, wondering who on earth sent the money. It was our very own Jiang Xiaoyong, who had been putting on such a dangerous act just moments ago. Who knew he'd already transferred the money using the QR code at the bottom of the stall? Jiang Xiaoyong then shoved the transaction confirmation right in the owner's face. He said with a smirk, Don't get too excited. This is just a sign of my sincerity. This move left the stall owner completely dumbfounded. He quickly turned to a man sitting beside him, who was absorbed in a game on his phone. He said urgently, Xiaoxiang, come watch the stall. This guy was too lost in his game to even register what was happening. But with the money now in hand, the stall owner's attitude did a complete 180, becoming incredibly enthusiastic. He carefully and respectfully guided Jiang Xiaoyong. It's not convenient to talk out here. Please, follow me. After a bit of a walk, the stall owner led Jiang Xiaoyong to a house tucked deep inside a narrow alley. The two entered a room. The owner was all smiles, his eyes crinkling as he presented a box that contained a handgun. He told Jiang Xiaoyong, Boss, what we have here is a custom-made pistol. It's powerful enough to take down a chicken, no problem. And the ammo is super cheap, just some gunpowder and a few steel ball bearings. So, what do you think? Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his hands in his pockets, glancing at the gun for a moment before replying coldly, Not good enough. The stall owner quickly realized that this was a particularly picky customer. He fell silent, his face wrinkling in thought, before introducing another handgun. He said, A replica revolver. Its performance is comparable to standard issue pistols. The price is 5 million, and it fires 9mm rounds. As for the bullets, I'll sell them for 50,000 apiece. How does that sound? Staring at the gun, Jiang Xiaoyong crossed his arms, radiating a dangerous aura. The shadows clung to his face, making his eyes look like two deep, dark pits. He answered, It's passable, but I already paid you a 20 million deposit. Selling me something like this? Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Since Jiang Xiaoyong had only transferred 20 million, the owner was only showing him items within that price range. But what Jiang Xiaoyong needed was a much more expensive piece of hardware. The owner was completely taken aback by his words. He stammered in confusion. A deposit for what? Jiang Xiaoyong's expression grew even more intimidating. He looked the dealer dead in the eye and said, "That was a 10% down payment. I plan on spending 200 million for your weapons." Hearing these words, combined with Jiang Xiaoyong's intense aura, the stall owner thought he was dealing with a real-life crime lord. The man was absolutely terrified. Pointing at himself with a nervous laugh, he asked Jiang Xiaoyong again, "Sir, big brother, what exactly are you planning to do? For an order of this magnitude, you came to see me personally?" He'd already gone too far with the dangerous boss act. Jiang Xiaoyong had to quickly invent a cover story. He closed his eyes and said flatly, "I never used to bother myself with such trivial matters. These things were always my subordinate's responsibility. But a lot has happened recently. You shouldn't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you can do it or not." The stall owner looked like he'd just struck gold. He scrambled over to the door. Turning his head back, he said to Jiang Xiaoyong, "Please wait a moment." Jiang Xiaoyong heard him and simply stood there in silence, waiting. The man proceeded to lock every door in the room. With a final click, the stall owner even locked the window. He pressed himself against the wall, pulling the curtain back just a crack to scan the outside for anyone suspicious. Watching the man's professional demeanor when dealing with high-value goods, Jiang Xiaoyong realized this guy was the real deal. The stall owner's attitude shifted, becoming dead serious. He lowered his voice. "You've come to the right person." He leaned in close to Jiang Xiaoyong's ear, cupping his hand over his mouth as he whispered, "I can make this happen for you. Just write down a list, and I'll give you an address later. The day after tomorrow, at 12 o'clock sharp, you drive to the location, and we'll finalize the transaction." Jiang Xiaoyong was perfectly cooperative, listening intently to every word the stall owner said. Believing Jiang Xiaoyong was a major boss, the stall owner saw him off with the utmost respect. He stepped out first, carefully pointing the way, and didn't forget to remind him, "Big brother, please watch your step." Just as he stepped out of the room, a familiar voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over to see none other than Li Shuxiong. He had just finished his business at the market and happened upon Jiang Xiaoyong on his way out. A look of amusement crossed his face as he spoke in a condescending tone. "To think I'd actually run into you at the black market? Let me ask you something. Why have you been so generous lately?" He then brought up Cui Jing, his face a mask of accusation. Ignoring her completely, he had the gall to approach Xiaoyong with a sneer. "Looks like your family still had some heirlooms left to sell, huh?" Getting even bolder, he stepped right into Jiang Xiaoyong's personal space, leaning in close with his smug, unshaven face. "So, what's the deal?" he taunted. "I hear you're making big moves. Did you finally give up and sell off everything just to get by?" This guy was arrogant and loud. Jiang Xiaoyong's patience was wearing thin, but he remained silent, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a response. And then, he remembered. He had just unlocked a new power from the system. A smirk twisted Kevin Jiang's lips as his eyes locked onto Liu Li. He thought to himself, "Perfect. A chance to test out my new ability." Kevin summoned his psychic eye. Instantly, one of his eyes blazed with an ethereal blue flame. His entire iris and pupil glowed with an otherworldly light. Kevin turned that piercing gaze toward the owner of the weapons stall. This power allowed Kevin to perceive the true emotions of those around him. A cheerful, green, smiley face floated above the stall owner's head. But over Liu Li, a furious purple icon raged. Kevin smirked. The ability worked perfectly. He then turned to confront his rival, pointing at the items Liu Li just bought, and began to taunt him. "So what if you laid it all out? And who are you again? Oh, that's right. You're the one working with Teresa Kui. Did she really let you sleep with her for this pile of fake secondhand junk? I guess that makes sense, though. After all, she's just my leftovers. Someone like her is only worth that much anyway." Exposed and humiliated, Liu Li was seething. He clutched his bag, his face contorted with a desire to tear Kevin Jiang apart. The emotional icon above his head shifted from purple to a blood red, its intensity steadily climbing. His body tensed as he bellowed in Kevin's face. "What did you just say?" Seeing the situation boil over, the weapons vendor approached Kevin and asked, "Hey boss, is this guy a friend of yours?" Kevin coldly turned away and scoffed. "Friend? More like a sworn enemy." Fortunately for Kevin, the vendor treated him as a VIP. He'd already called over a group of huge, muscular enforcers to protect his valued customer. He spoke calmly to Kevin. "I get it, boss. If you're busy, you should go on ahead. I'll teach this guy a lesson for you." Kevin quickly turned to leave, but not without giving one last order to the crew. Don't kill him. His life is mine to take. The thugs all cracked their knuckles, their faces grim and eager for violence. They were just waiting for the command to demolish Leo Lee. Once Kevin was gone, the vendor led his 4 enforcers forward. Wordlessly, they advanced, their heavy footsteps closing in on Leo Lee. Their savage expressions said it all. Fear finally gripped Leo Lee, and he stumbled backward. His previous arrogance had completely vanished. Leo Lee backed away, shouting hollow threats. But his words were useless against their overwhelming presence. What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you, I can. The shop owner held a short rod. With a flick of his wrist, it extended into a long, menacing steel whip. He gripped the whip tightly and closed the distance. The fight drained from Leo Lee as he realized he was hopelessly outmatched. Terrified, he held up his hands, pleading with a stutter. Why? You. No, boss. We can talk about this. A second later, the arrogant fool hit the pavement hard. He landed face down, crying out in agony. Erg! The onlookers didn't offer any help. They just gathered around to watch the brutal spectacle. An hour later, Leo Lee's face and body were covered in boot prints. The beating was so severe, he could only crawl pathetically on the ground. His face a mask of pure resentment, he slammed a fist into the dirt, whispering a venomous promise. That damn Kevin Jiang, just you wait. 2 days later, night had fallen at the workshop on Kevin's new plot of land. Kevin stood before the open cargo doors of a truck, gazing thoughtfully at the massive haul of supplies inside. A system notification suddenly appeared. Mission: Armed to the teeth has been completed. System points plus 10. Current points, 20. His black market weapons deal had clearly been a success. He looked over the rifles. AKs and long-range sniper rifles were piled high, along with countless boxes of ammo. This was even better than he'd expected. At that moment, another notification flashed. Bonus reward received. Physical enhancement serum, plus 2. He held the syringe, a gift from the system, its otherworldly glow illuminating half his face. Kevin stared at it in awe. Whoa, he breathed. A physical enhancement serum? He held the palm-sized injector up, a grin spreading across his face. And it's a plus 2. This is a much better deal than the one in the system shop. He rolled up his sleeve. With a look of sheer determination, Kevin held out his left arm. In his right hand, a massive syringe was raised high, ready to inject the strength enhancer. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as power flooded his system. His eyes burned with intensity. It felt like the energy would burst from his body. He tensed every muscle, fighting through the torment. 1 minute after the injection, his strength directly increased by 2 points. Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his fist, staring at it as he thought to himself, the average adult male's constitution is 5. With these 2 extra points, my power has jumped by 40%. With that calculation complete, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned the system's store. The system mall displayed its items, a +1 strength enhancer for 20 points, and a level 1 apocalyptic farmer's supply box for -2 points. A manual refresh would cost 2 points. But our Jiang Xiaoyong decisively chose another strength enhancer. This time, Jiang Xiaoyong was truly resolute. He gripped the new syringe tightly in his hand. With this advantage, he had to push himself to the absolute limit. And just like that, it was done. An inferno of energy erupted from every inch of his body. He braced himself, enduring the incredible power surge, and thought, 8 points of physical strength. That's 60% stronger than a normal person. I need to find a target and test this out. He glanced to his left and saw several steel bars leaning against the wall. A grin spread across his face. Perfect. He snatched a steel bar, his gaze fixed on it with intense focus. Taking a solid stance, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a vicious kick into the bar's center. The powerful blow warped it instantly. The steel bar flew into the wall with a deafening crash. Even more shocking, it was bent into the shape of the number 5, cracking the concrete. Ha ha ha, it's just as I thought. With my current strength, even my bare hands are on a level others can't possibly match. Realizing just how superior his power had become, he assessed himself with newfound confidence. Even if I have to face zombies in the first stage of the apocalypse, I won't feel a single shred of fear. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Jiang Xiaoyong's body returned to normal. Clenching his fist, he raised it before his eyes to inspect it. Then, looking at the arsenal of weapons in the large truck, he mused, these weapons probably don't take up that much space. It would be much safer to store them in my spatial ring. With that, he held out the hand that wore the ring. Instantly, the crates filled with various weapons were pulled toward the small ring on Jiang Xiaoyong's finger. In the blink of an eye, the entire truck was empty. Jiang Xiaoyong stared out with a thoughtful expression. He spoke to himself again. The day after tomorrow is day 1 of the apocalypse. I need to think carefully. Is there anything else I've missed? The great catastrophe was almost here, and it seemed like everything Jiang Xiaoyong prepared was finally complete. A hidden shelter far from the city, stocked with 10 years of food, a full arsenal of weapons, and his own combat strength, now fully upgraded. All that was left was to face the coming hardship. But there was still one thing weighing on Jiang Xiaoyong's conscience. He had scammed a poor old man and his granddaughter into buying his house, using their entire life savings. Remembering the old man's words, his face darkened with unease. To be honest with you, son, my granddaughter is about to transfer schools, and she urgently needs this house so we can get settled. I've already looked around here a few times, but yours was the only house for sale. Mr. Jiang, you won't go back on your word, will you? The predicament of this kind old man left Jiang Xiaoyong with a heavy heart. He couldn't bear the thought of the old man and his poor granddaughter dying in the apocalypse in a house they bought with every penny they had. Jiang Xiaoyong clutched his head, feeling helpless. Even after surviving the end of the world once, surrounded by treacherous people, I still can't completely ignore the suffering of innocent people. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned away, already planning what to do for them. Forget it. I'll just send them some essential supplies. Whether they can survive in the apocalyptic world after that will be up to them. I'll consider it repayment for them providing the funds for my future plans. The very next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong drove to the old man's home, his sleek black car parked near a dilapidated, crumbling apartment complex. Getting out of the car, Jiang Xiaoyong looked up at the old building and sighed at the journey it took to find it. Good thing I had GPS. Otherwise, who could ever find a place like this? This building doesn't even have an elevator. Xiaoyong took the stairs, climbing flight after flight to the old man's apartment, confirming that the old man truly wasn't well off. Not only was he renting in such a cheap building, he was living on the very top floor. He finally reached the old man's door. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand to knock, but suddenly paused. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly turned his ring. He couldn't risk revealing the supplies right in front of the old man. It would only cause more trouble. A thought crossed his mind. No, that's not right. I should get the supplies out first. Trying to explain this later would be a nightmare. Instantly, the ring on his finger flared with a blinding light. In a flash, dozens of neatly stacked crates materialized right before Jiang Yong. A knock echoed from inside the house. Knock, knock, knock. An old man, busy with chores, hurried to answer. Coming. I'm coming. Just a moment, he called out, thinking it was just the landlord coming to collect the rent. Before even getting a clear look at who was there, the old man blurted out, I swear I'll have the rent money by next week. Jiang Yong just stood there silently. When the old man's eyes finally focused, he saw it wasn't the person he was expecting. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He spoke, but with a hint of caution. Wait, aren't you Mr. Jiang? As he opened the door wider, his jaw dropped. The entire hallway was blocked by dozens of massive crates. The old man was completely bewildered, unable to process what was happening. Mr. Jiang? He stammered. You're here, but what is all this? Without a word of explanation, Jiang Yong hoisted a crate inside, and then turned back to the stunned elder. I'll explain in a minute, he said urgently. But first, help me get these inside. We can't let the neighbors see. The old man clutched the doorknob, his face a mask of confusion. A short while later, they had moved every last crate into the house. Jiang Yong methodically helped stack everything. Once they were done, the old man put his hands on his hips, catching his breath in awe. You young folks are really full of energy, he marveled. You carried all of that without even breaking a sweat. Satisfied, Jiang Yong did a quick survey of the apartment. He walked toward the door, then turned back to speak. This room is decent. The door is sturdy enough, I suppose. His gaze then shifted to the window, and he decided it was time to reveal the truth. Old sir, he began, his tone growing serious. I'm about to tell you something, and you need to listen very carefully. The elder's eyes widened, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Yong's strange behavior all day. Jiang Yong then laid out his instructions. These supplies, you need to ration them carefully. There's enough here to last you half a year without any issue, because starting tomorrow, the world is going to. He stopped mid-sentence. A photograph on a small table had caught his eye. Something about the picture frame left Jiang Yong completely stunned. Seeing him freeze up, the old man asked with concern, Is something wrong, Mr. Jiang? You could have just stored these things in your own room. After all, we are scheduled to move in there in a month anyway. The photo that had stopped him in his tracks was of the old man and his granddaughter. And this girl. She was the spitting image of a companion who fought by his side when he built a safe zone against the undead. He couldn't believe it. What were the odds? Jiang Xiaoyong whispered in utter shock. San? The image of his teammate flashed in his mind. She was identical to the girl in the photo, down to the last detail. Jiang Xiaoyong picked up the photograph, his hand trembling slightly as he examined it. Sir, he asked, is your granddaughter's name Meng San? The old man was utterly astonished. His mouth fell open as he stammered, How? How could you possibly know that? I'm certain I never mentioned her name. So it was true. This old man was San's grandfather. Jiang Xiaoyong's expression grew grim. He looked the old man dead in the eye and asked, Where is your granddaughter right now? The old man answered honestly, She's still studying in our hometown. We were just waiting for your room to open up so she could transfer. The paperwork is nearly finished. In his past life, when Jiang Xiaoyong first met San, she was completely alone, with no surviving family. He remembered that day vividly, finding her sobbing amidst a pile of rubble, broken and blaming herself. It's all my fault, she had choked out between sobs. I'm the one who got Grandpa killed. The memory sent a pang of sorrow through him. He recalled her story from that life, how her grandfather had braved an undead overrun high school just to rescue her. He succeeded in getting San out to safety, but he never made it out himself. Jiang Xiaoyong's original plan had been simple, drop off 6 months of supplies for the two of them, and then their survival was up to them. But he never imagined the granddaughter would be his future comrade. Even worse, he remembered it was his own mistake that led to her tragic death. He gently placed the photo back down. A silent vow formed in his heart. San, in this life, I will erase all your regrets. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the old man, his eyes soft but firm. Sir, I'm afraid you won't be able to move into my room. Mr. Jiang. What? What are you saying? Mr. Jiang? Sir, you can't do this. The old man misunderstood completely, thinking Jiang Xiaoyong was backing out of their deal. He began to plead, his voice filled with desperation. Jiang Xiaoyong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder to calm him. His expression turned dead serious as he prepared to explain. Please, just listen to me first, he said. Starting tomorrow, this world is going to become a living hell. Whether this is your home or how your granddaughter is doing in school, none of that matters anymore. The old man was completely frozen, unable to speak. Whether he believed Jiang Xiaoyong's words or not, his face was a mask of utter shock. Xiaoyong pressed on, his voice urgent. Right now, you need to come with me. We're going to Shanshan's school to pick her up. I'll arrange a new place for you both to live. But how could someone living a normal life believe the world was ending tomorrow? The old man was completely lost. He raised a confused eyebrow and asked Xiaoyong, Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word you're saying. Jiang Xiaoyong was even more frustrated than the old man. He knew a catastrophe was coming, but had no way to explain it. Xiaoyong thought helplessly, Lao Han is old. There's so much he won't understand. How can I possibly make him believe me? With that thought, Jiang Xiaoyong began to twist the ring on his middle finger, explaining things in the simplest way he could. He asked gently, Do you know about the Great Famines? The old man heard this and immediately answered, Of course I do. His eyes fixed on the ring, Xiaoyong continued. Then, you can imagine how miserable and terrifying it was for people during those years of starvation, right? The old man looked even more tense now, cautiously replying to Xiaoyong, Well, I can imagine it. But this is an era of peace and prosperity. How could a famine possibly happen now? And even if one did, it wouldn't be. Before the old man could finish, Jiang Xiaoyong thrust his ringed hand toward the center of the room. Instantly, reality itself seemed to warp. Every object in the room was twisted and pulled into the spatial void within the ring. Witnessing this impossible sight, the poor old man was utterly thunderstruck. His mouth and eyes fell wide open in disbelief. A giant question mark exploded in his mind. In just a few seconds, everything in the house had been sucked into the ring. Dust swirled at Jiang Xiaoyong and Lao Han's feet. The spectacle left the old man so stunned he could barely stand. His knees buckled slightly as he spun around, looking everywhere at once. He screamed in terror, Hey, where did all the furniture go? Everything's gone. Mr. Jiang, what kind of sorcery is this? Only by showing the old man these strange phenomena directly could a normal person ever accept the truth of Xiaoyong's words. He held out his hand, the ring still glowing with a purple light. A powerful blue aura radiated from his entire body, shining from his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyong explained with grave seriousness, I have superpowers. And what's more, I can see the future. If you want to live, if you want Shanshan to live, from now on, you will do exactly as I say. Then, his face hardened as he asked, Where is Shanshan's school? A short while later, Jiang Xiaoyong's sleek black car screeched to a halt in front of Shanshan's school, with Lao Han in the passenger seat. It seemed that after Jiang Xiaoyong's display of magic, Lao Han was completely and utterly convinced. He couldn't stop staring at Jiang Xiaoyong, still reeling from the shock. The car tore straight into the schoolyard. Jiang Xiaoyong and Lao Han quickly jumped out of the car. He frantically asked the old man what grade Shanshan was in. Where are the dorms? Do you know? Lao Han quickly replied, Yes, I know. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. Good, we have to be fast. The scene shifts to Shanshan, who seems to be in trouble with some vicious bullies. In front of her was a girl in a tracksuit, flanked by two other girls in skirts, blocking her path. Behind them stood three male students. They held baseball bats, acting as muscle for the girls in front. The moment they confronted her, a scantily clad girl spoke up. She wasn't old enough, but she dressed and wore makeup like an adult. This girl had a fierce and cruel look in her eyes. She ruthlessly slapped Shanshan across the face. The painful blow sent the poor girl stumbling sideways. Then the delinquent girl snarled, her mouth wide with rage. You little tramp. I just don't get what's so great about you. Why would Zhang Xiaochen even like you? Shanshan had a gentle nature, just like her grandfather. She was kind and timid, and the slap had left a stinging red mark on her face. Yet she still whispered her explanation to the other girl. I've told you before, I have no relationship with him at all. It's just a one-sided crush on his part. Shanshan raised a hand to her face, a weak attempt to defend herself. The instant she finished speaking, the girl beside the leader lunged forward, landing a vicious kick straight into Shanshan's stomach. This one was even more savage, a truly violent bully. Shout louder! Are you still trying to talk your way out of this? Poor San took another brutal kick, clutching her stomach as she writhed in pain. As she collapsed to the ground, the female student in black approached and violently grabbed her hair. Eyes wide with fury, her grip on San's scalp tightened with every passing second. She twisted San's words, hissing, What did you just say? That Zhang Xiaochen is the one chasing after you? And you're ignoring him? Is that it? San cried out in agony, grabbing her head. Just as she was struggling against the two bullies, an old man's voice roared, Hey, what do you think you're doing to my granddaughter? His words instantly drew their attention as they turned to glare at him. The sun was already setting by the time the old man and Jiang Xiaoyong found San. Seeing the dire situation, they both rushed forward. The girl with the high bun looked at the old man, surprised, and sneered at San. Huh? Isn't that your useless old man? Shouldn't he be at home cooking dinner right about now? San was just as confused to see him. Grandpa, why are you here? The old man pointed a trembling finger at the two girls, his voice shaking with rage. What are you doing? Let San go, right now. Jiang Xiaoyong, standing behind him, wore an equally furious expression. The three male students who were acting as lookouts finally stepped forward. The blonde-haired one casually flashed a dagger, holding it in front of his stomach. The two behind him scowled, their faces radiating arrogance. This guy looked like he'd been held back for years, with a face older than a wrinkled tomato. He glared, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he warned the old man, Back off. This is a youth matter. What's a geezer like you sticking your nose in for? The grandfather was furious. He couldn't stand by and watch them bully his granddaughter. With all his strength, he lunged forward and shoved the blonde punk. But there were three of them, and the one on the left stupidly brandished a baseball bat. He raised it high, preparing to bring it down on the old man's head with all the force of both his arms. The thug was like an animal, spitting out a final, cruel threat. Let go of him, you damn old fossil. In the split second before the bat could connect with the old man's neck, Jiang Xiaoyong's hand shot out, stopping it cold. He clamped down on the attacker's hands with an iron grip. Xiaoyong looked impossibly cool and imposing as he spoke in a low, serious tone to the young punks. Shouldn't you be studying instead of playing gangsters? Seeing Xiaoyong block their friend's attack, the other two thugs just laughed mockingly. Ha ha, where did this poor schmuck come from? The blonde leader looked at Xiaoyong with curiosity. You little witch. I never heard you had a brother. Seeing that the punk refused to let go of the bat, stubbornly wrestling against him, Xiaoyong's patience snapped. He delivered a single kick that sent the thug flying backward with incredible force, crashing hard onto the pavement. His back scraped across the schoolyard ground. That must have hurt. Seeing Xiaoyong's overwhelming presence, the other two thugs began to hesitate. The two punks gritted their teeth, their hearts pounding with anxiety as they faced Xiaoyong. The one with the buzz cut cursed in frustration. Damn it, boss. This guy knows how to fight. The blonde leader, though terrified, refused to back down, shouting, Let's get him together. Xiaoyong spared them a single glance, as if observing two chickens. One held a knife, the other a bat. They positioned themselves in front of and behind Xiaoyong, but both hesitated, neither daring to make the first move. Xiaoyong remained perfectly still, watching them. After a moment, the thug with the buzz cut decided to risk it all. He charged ferociously from behind Xiaoyong, aiming a heavy blow at the back of his neck. But it wasn't that easy. Xiaoyong only needed a sideways glance to know exactly what the attacker was planning. His reflexes were lightning fast. He ducked, easily dodging the fatal blow. The thug had put all his weight into the swing, but to his shock, it met only air. To the current Xiaoyong, whose speed had evolved, dodging attacks from normal people was as easy as breathing. In that instant, Xiaoyong thought to himself, after my body was enhanced, my reflexes have gotten so much faster. Before the thug even knew what was happening, Xiaoyong had grabbed him by the collar, shocking him completely. Xiaoyong instantly executed a perfect judo throw, flipping the thug over his shoulder and slamming him face first into the ground. Standing in a low stance, Xiaoyong looked both handsome and absolutely ruthless. The thug was completely stunned by the powerful blow, the whites of his eyes showing. That was 2 problems down, leaving only the blonde-haired one. The gang leader pointed his dagger directly at Xiaoyong. Even seeing all this, he was still stubborn. But with a single glare, Xiaoyong was already in motion, grabbing the leader's sleeve in an instant. The punk's eyes went wide with shock as he prepared for a powerful kick. Xiaoyong drew his knee back, gathering momentum. He then drove his foot into the punk's kneecap like he was kicking a soccer ball. The force of Xiaoyong's kick was overwhelming. The thug flew backward, his head cracking against the pavement with a sickening thud. For someone with Xiaoyong's power, dealing with a few small fry like these was child's play. In mere moments, all 3 were sprawled out at his feet. Jiang Xiaoyong. Dust kicked up at his feet. The first problem was dealt with. Now, the next chickens waiting for the slaughter were the 2 girls who had been tormenting Shan Shan. Jiang Xiaoyong was silent. He said nothing at all, simply striding toward the 2 arrogant girls. The girl with the high bun sensed the danger. She stammered, "You. What do you want?" First, Jiang Xiaoyong wasted no time delivering a sharp slap to the girl's face. Her pretty features twisted in pain as a red mark bloomed on her cheek. Stunned by the painful blow, she froze for a few seconds. Her eyes were wide, as if she couldn't believe someone had dared to physically strike her. Second, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed the head of the girl who had just grabbed Shanshan's hair. His grip tightened like a vice. He leaned in, his voice a low growl. "You enjoy grabbing people's hair, don't you?" Pinned by Jiang Xiaoyong, the girl thrashed wildly, her head forced down. "Let me go!" she shrieked. He had zero patience for people like this. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes blazed with killing intent as he pressed a cold dagger against her throat. The sight of steel sent her into a full-blown panic. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed, "A knife? What are you doing?" His expression remained as cold and decisive as ever. With a single, swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyong slashed down. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. "Ah!" Down below, Sansan and the other snobby girl watched in horror as Jiang Xiaoyong took action against their classmate. The girl with the bun was so terrified her legs gave out, while Sansan, completely petrified, covered her face, unable to watch. The long-haired girl's knees slammed into the schoolyard's pavement. She crumpled to the ground in a state of shock. Her hand flew to her head, feeling what was left. She couldn't believe it. The long hair she'd spent years growing was gone in a single flash. "My hair!" she shrieked. "My hair!" A furious rage consumed her. Her eyes bulged with fury, her mouth wide in a grotesque scream. "You bastard!" she howled at Jiang Xiaoyong. "You dared to cut my hair? You monster! I'll never forgive you." Looking down at her, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression was like ice. He let the severed locks drift from his hand, landing at her feet. "Long hair is just a liability," he stated flatly. She glared back up at him, spitting her words. "What did you just say?" Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to leave. He paused, glancing over his shoulder with a final warning. "In a few days, you'll thank me for this. It might just save your life." The defiant girl could only glare at his back with pure hatred as he walked away. Meanwhile, Old Han stood protectively beside his granddaughter, San San. The young girl just stared at her savior, Jiang Xiaoyong, her expression a mixture of awe and admiration. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong's voice softened, becoming warm and familiar. "San San," he said gently. "Let's go." She snapped out of her daze, startled. "Go where?" "Where are we going, sir?" Moments later, Jiang Xiaoyong's black car was waiting for them on the main road. And just like that, Jiang Xiaoyong had succeeded. He was bringing them back to the sanctuary he'd spent the last month building. Inside the car, Sansan's voice was filled with confusion. "Wait, we're not going back to class?" "Finally," Old Han had a chance to explain things. He repeated what Jiang Xiaoyong had told him. A great famine is coming. There's no time for school anymore. We'll be lucky just to survive. 1 minute, she was on her way to school, and the next, her grandpa was telling her they had to hide. How could she possibly believe that? She tugged on Old Han's sleeve, completely bewildered. A great famine? What are you talking about? Her confusion quickly turned to exasperation. Grandpa, she said with a frown. I've told you so many times. Stop falling for these phone scams. Worried he'd been tricked again, Sansan pressed him. Just tell me, she insisted. How much money did they get from you this time? Old Han tried to reason with her. What scam? It's the truth. But Sansan wasn't having it. That's what you always say every time you get scammed. Watching the two of them bicker in the rearview mirror, Jiang Xiaoyong made a silent vow. San, in this life, I swear I will protect you. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced back from the driver's seat. Your grandfather wasn't scammed this time, he told her plainly. I was the one who told him about the famine. Hearing the words come directly from Jiang Xiaoyong himself, Sansan's eyes went wide as she stared at him in disbelief. It was only then that she really looked at the man driving them. Who are you? She stammered. The car accelerated, merging onto the highway. From the front seat, he answered her calmly. My name is Jiang Xiaoyong. From now on, you can just call me Brother Yang. Hearing this, Sansan quickly responded, Brother Yang, thank you for teaching those bullies a lesson. You got revenge for me. He gave a slight nod. Don't worry about them. They won't be alive for more than a few days anyway. Hearing that the bullies might actually die left Sansan completely stunned. A sense of unease washed over her. What do you mean by that? Is there really a famine coming? Jiang Xiaoyong kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his expression unreadable. The famine was just a story I made up for your grandfather to understand. Sansan hesitated for a moment. See? I told you so. How could there be a famine in this day and age? Jiang Xiaoyong's tone remained chillingly calm. The truth is, the apocalypse is about to begin. The words hit her, and she froze in utter shock. Her eyes widened even further in disbelief. The apocalypse? A shadow passed over Jiang Xiaoyong's face as his voice grew somber. The time is almost here, he continued. If you check your phone, look at the news clips and short videos, you'll see the signs. Trusting his words, Sansan immediately pulled out her phone and flipped to a news channel. Almost instantly, she gasped. Is this for real? A news alert flashed across the phone screen. This is unprecedented, a reporter's voice declared. The first confirmed case of a rabies patient attacking another human. On the screen, San watched a man with deathly pale skin, drool dripping from his mouth, as two riot police officers struggled to restrain him. At that moment, the media and the public were all convinced this was just a bizarre case of rabies. She swiped to another story, only to find more news about the coming doom. Is that more fog? She whispered. This wasn't just her imagination. The fog carried a strange, unsettling scent. San's hand recoiled as she scrolled through another video. It was amateur footage of a man screaming, "Damn it, are you insane? Why are you biting me? What the hell is wrong with you?" Another victim gasped, struggling to speak. Are you some kind of animal? I really don't know why I couldn't stop, a dazed attacker confessed. My whole body feels wrong. Please, take me to a hospital. San held the phone closer, a terrible unease creeping into her heart. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression frozen. But Jiang Yang was all too familiar with these signs. He calmly assessed the chaos. So, he thought, the apocalypse has officially begun. Sitting behind him, San was terrified. She looked up from the phone, her voice trembling. Is it really happening? The end of the world? As their car sped down the highway, Jiang Yang began to explain the grim situation to San and Old Man Han. Tomorrow is day 1 of the apocalypse, he stated. A toxic fog will cover several provinces, including Province B. Night was beginning to fall, so Yang switched on the headlights. This fog isn't natural, he continued. It will affect all living creatures. He laid out the terrifying truth for them. A significant portion of the population will begin to transform into the undead. Under this change, those without immunity will become flesh-eaters. Once you're bitten, once you die, you become one of them. As they reached another stretch of road, Yang suddenly slowed down. He stared ahead, his face deadly serious. The undead, he said. Do you understand what that truly means? Leaning forward between the front seats, San answered with childlike innocence. Yes, I know what they are. It's just, this is all so hard to believe. Up ahead, the entire highway was a parking lot, with cars jammed in endless lines. From the driver's seat, Jiang Yang added more. Wait until tomorrow, or the day after, or next week. When this becomes our new reality, it won't seem so strange anymore. Jiang Xiaoyong stuck his head out the window, gritting his teeth in frustration. Tch, of all the times to be caught in a traffic jam, not just the regular lanes, but even the emergency lane was completely packed. The air filled with the sound of blaring horns. Just as I thought, Young muttered. The emergency lane up ahead is blocked too. Old man Han, filled with dread, turned to Jiang Xiaoyong. Mr. Jiang, he stammered. If we're trapped here, what happens if those undead things you mentioned catch up to us? Jiang Xiaoyong nudged their black car forward, tapping the horn lightly. Relax, old man Han. We're not at that critical point yet. Yang projected an aura of calm, trying to keep everyone's panic from boiling over. But inwardly, his mind was racing. Damn it, the full-scale outbreak is still a few days away. But if a small infection starts right here, right now, the three of us are completely trapped. As they waited for an opening, a high-end Mercedes suddenly shot up from the side. Without any warning, the car swerved, cutting sharply in front of them. Yang slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a devastating crash. The sudden stop threw all three of them forward. Pure fury flashed across Jiang Xiaoyong's face as he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Son of a bitch, he roared. Who the hell cuts into a traffic jam from the emergency lane without even a signal? Enraged, Yang cranked the wheel, his car shooting forward to close the gap on the vehicle in front. He had successfully blocked the black Mercedes from wedging its way in, but the driver of the Mercedes refused to back down, continuing to push his car against Yang's, trying to force him to stop. I'm in a hurry and I have to deal with this psycho? Yang shot a death glare at the Mercedes to his right. You're still pushing your luck? Neither driver was willing to yield an inch. The Mercedes inched forward. Yang's car matched its every move until they were almost touching. Finally, the owner of the Mercedes lowered his window. He opened his mouth and a torrent of insults poured out, each one more foul and directed at Jiang Xiaoyong's mother than the last. But Jiang Xiaoyong let the words wash over him like the wind, paying the man no mind at all. Sitting in the back, Old Man Han wanted to avoid trouble at all costs. He leaned forward to plead with Yang. Mr. Jiang, that man clearly has money and power. It's better to avoid making an enemy, isn't it? But now, Jiang Xiaoyong had money, a safe house, and with the world about to end, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Yang's face was grim as he stared straight ahead. Don't you worry, old man, he said, his voice cold as steel. If he gets out of that car looking for a fight, I'll have no problem sending him to his grave a little early. Just when it seemed their troubles were over, Kevin's car was finally moving freely down the long road. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, we're out of there. That traffic jam lasted a solid hour. Glancing in the rearview mirror, San saw a car hurtling toward them. She yelled out, Kevin, watch out. It's that car from before, the one that tried to block us. The words had barely left her mouth when an expensive black Mercedes roared up right beside them. Its headlights flashed and its horn blared relentlessly. More trouble. Kevin glanced over, snarling in frustration. Damn it, these guys really are like ghosts that won't go away. A luxury car shot forward at blinding speed, recklessly cutting Kevin Jiang off and nearly flipping his vehicle. The arrogant rich man blocked their path, sending the three passengers inside into a panic. San was thrown hard against the backrest, wincing in pain, while old Han, fearing trouble, quickly tried to calm Kevin down. Mr. Jiang, stay calm. Don't just slam on the brakes and get out. Acting rashly will only bring disaster upon us. Jolted in the driver's seat, Kevin's eyes blazed with fury. Even a patient man has his limits. This had gone far enough. Finally, Kevin answered, Old Han, before, I would have just endured it. But tomorrow is the end of the world. There's no need to tolerate this kind of scum anymore. He slammed his foot on the accelerator. Kevin aimed his car straight for the Mercedes parked in front of him, sending it flying to the side of the road with a powerful impact. The massive car skidded with a deafening screech that echoed down the entire street. The rich man's tires left a long black mark on the pavement, and the car looked completely wrecked. He stumbled out, one hand on his aching head, still cursing loudly. Son of a bitch, you absolute bastard. It turned out this guy was a man of power and influence, which explained why he acted like he owned the road. He immediately pulled out his phone, calling the regional traffic police and screaming urgent orders into the device. Hello? Get the traffic camera team on the line now. Find me this license plate immediately. By then, Kevin Jiang's car had vanished from sight, appearing as just a tiny box in the distance. The man stood there, dumbfounded, watching Kevin's car disappear. He growled into the phone, his voice laced with venom. I'll make him understand. I'm not someone you can just mess with. After escaping the trouble on the road, Kevin finally brought San and Old Han to his newly completed base. The car slowed down, coming to a stop right at the main gate. All three of them stepped out. As soon as he was out, Old Han's head snapped up. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared at the massive compound. San also looked around in wonder, having never set foot in such a vast place before. The three of them looked tiny, standing in the enormous industrial complex. San couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this is incredible." Kevin, who was walking ahead, turned back to them. "You and San should get some sleep. Starting tomorrow, everything is going to get a lot harder." His words sunk in, and a look of unease washed over their faces as they thought about what was to come. The next morning, Kevin Jiang stood before a large glass window, calmly enjoying the morning view with a hot cup of coffee in his hand. San had just woken up. She let out a huge yawn and stretched her arms high. Yawn. "I haven't slept this well in so long. It feels so good not having to go to school." Hearing her words, Kevin just smiled gently as he turned to look at her. Bathed in the early morning sun, Kevin turned to face her, speaking to the young girl with a newfound warmth. "You're awake? Come on. Let me show you around our new fortress." And with that, Kevin led Old Han and San on a tour of the entire factory. Kevin led the way, with the old man and the young girl following close behind. He brought them to a huge room with a modern lighting system. Since it was brand new, the place looked impressive, but it was completely empty inside. Kevin began to explain. "The remote-controlled gate is made of pure steel, 3 centimeters thick. Neither humans nor zombies can break through it without the help of heavy weapons." Kevin turned to face San, his tone deadly serious. "Remember, without my permission, no one other than the three of us is allowed inside this fortress." Seeing how serious Kevin was, San grew tense. She lowered her head slightly, looking at him with hesitation. San, follow me." Kevin had built an observation deck connected to the main building by a massive overpass. He was now leading San and her grandfather there. As they walked, he continued his warnings. "In this apocalyptic age, people's hearts are hard to read. The bridge was as wide as a road, a testament to his incredible investment." Kevin continued, "The evil in human nature will be magnified many times over. Kindness will only get us killed." From their high vantage point, Old Han and San looked down and saw something that left them both utterly speechless. The scene before them was a compound fortified with barbed wire fences. Inside were long shipping containers and a 2-story building. Jiang Xiaoyong laid out the rules for the two of them. He needed them to know what to do if survivors appeared asking for help, especially when he wasn't around. This area could serve as a temporary shelter for them, but under no circumstances were they to be allowed inside the main fortress until he returned. "Do you understand?" San quickly responded, "Yes." Crystal clear. With that settled, Jiang Xiaoyong guided them toward the food depot, his hands tucked in his pockets as he continued to speak. "I'm bringing you to the supply warehouse so you both know the layout and understand which foods can be handed out as aid. I'll show you everything." A few minutes later, they arrived at the depot. The sheer scale of the place was immense, making the three of them look tiny by comparison. It was a testament to its incredible storage capacity. Jiang Xiaoyong then turned to them. "Finally, I'll show you my ability, the Spirit Eye." A brilliant blue flame ignited in his right eye. Through the Spirit Eye, he could perceive the true emotions of the old man and San. He saw glowing green auras of happiness surrounding them, a strange sight on their otherwise confused faces as they awaited his next words. Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself, "Is this a sign of complete trust? This is the first time an aura like this has ever appeared." Jiang Xiaoyong pointed his ring toward the floor. It flashed with a bright light, summoning a large wooden crate out of thin air. "Weapons," he stated, "are the most important currency in this new world." San and her grandfather could only stare, their eyes wide. He quickly armed each of them with a weapon that fit their abilities. San took a tactical crossbow, while the old man hefted a sniper rifle. The two of them were completely dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open. Jiang Xiaoyong continued with his critical instructions. "You must always maintain control over these. Never let them fall into the hands of anyone else." Though he was old, the man understood the weight of his responsibility. He met Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze with a look of grim determination. "Yes, absolutely." Just as he finished his instructions, a system notification appeared. It was a quest to rendezvous with Meng Sansan. The former comrade's quest chain had been activated. New mission: Former comrades. Level 1. Objective: find and rescue your partner from a past life. Target: Zhang Qi. Reward: 20 points. The main character's eyes widened in recognition. This was exactly what Jiang Xiaoyong had been hoping for. Perfect, he thought. A glowing blue system arrow materialized outside the large glass window, pointing the way. It was a path for Jiang Xiaoyong to follow. The old man in sand watched him, lost in thought. This is incredible, he mused. I was just worrying about how to find my old teammates again. Now I can find an old friend and earn points at the same time. Without another moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong broke into a run. He glanced back one last time to shout a reminder to a stunned San. Remember everything I just told you. Do not break the rules. Hurrying into the driver's seat, Jiang Xiaoyong yelled out, I'm going to recruit some new blood for our team. He slammed the gas, speeding off in the direction of the arrow. The scene shifts to a popular karaoke bar in the city. It was now late afternoon, and the sky was beginning to darken. Inside, a party was in full swing, and among the crowd was Jiang Xiaoyong's old teammate. They were all completely oblivious to the apocalypse, to the plague of the undead, raging just outside. Jiang Qi was hanging out with a friend in a collared shirt. The two of them stumbled out of their private karaoke room. Someone called out to them, Hey, where are you two headed? His friend leaned on the doorframe for balance and joked back, Gotta go recycle some grain. The people inside laughed, shouting, Take it easy, don't eat too much. Jiang Qi was dizzy and drunk. He didn't quite get the joke but played along anyway. Hey, save some for me. From inside the men's room, sounds of profound relief could be heard, as two guys were finally able to answer nature's call. Oh man, that was a close one. My kidneys were about to give out. Another voice shouted, Hey, get out of my way. Their business concluded, the two friends staggered back to the party arm in arm. By chance, Jiang Qi bumped into a beautiful woman who was with another man. Startled, she let out a yelp and shot him a look of disgust. Jiang Qi immediately put his hands up to calm the situation. He quickly said, Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to. It was a tiny bump, but the couple stared at Jiang Qi with utter contempt. The boyfriend used it as an excuse to lunge forward, slamming a hard punch right into Jiang Qi's stomach and sending him flying. The man's eyes blazed with fury as he yelled, Are you blind, you worthless trash? He followed up with a vicious kick. Jiang Qi slammed into the corner of the wall with a sickening thud. He cried out in agony, unable to hold back the pain. Ugh. Jiang Qi's friend in the collared shirt rushed to his side. Dude, are you okay? Jiang Qi was reeling from both the alcohol and the blow. He was in too much pain to speak, grimacing as he tried to regain his composure. Seeing how unreasonable the guy was, his friend spun around and yelled, What the hell is your problem? Why would you attack someone for no reason? The boyfriend just stood there with a smug look on his face, his hands in his pockets, staring down at Jiang Qi on the ground. He didn't even bother to look at Jiang Qi again, instead turning his condescending glare to his friend. He cracked his knuckles, a sickening pop echoing in the hall. With a menacing grin, he snarled, Well, what do we have here? This is the first time anyone's had the guts to talk back to me. This guy was a total brute, using his size to push everyone around. With both hands, he snatched the big guy's collar, lifting him off the ground like he weighed nothing at all. The big guy panicked, his feet kicking uselessly in the air. He could only choke out, What are you doing? Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend leaned against the wall, a satisfied smirk plastered on her face. Jiang Qi didn't want to make a scene. Limping, he quickly stood up, trying to plead with the aggressive man. Big brother, it was our fault. Please, don't do this. Don't do it. The situation was escalating fast. Nearby, a man let out a long, drawn-out sneeze. It was a waiter, just trying to catch a few seconds of rest. He was just trying to chill for a moment when the commotion between the four of them caught his attention. He glanced over, thinking, Damn it, a stomachache and now a cold. Wait a minute. Are they starting a fight? Can't I get a single moment of peace? The waiter rushed over to break up the argument. Sir, please calm down. But the boyfriend had completely lost his cool. He instantly grabbed the waiter by the collar. His eyes blazed with fury as he screamed, You piece of trash! Look at my face! Do you have any idea who I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. This waiter was incredibly dedicated to his job. Even with a hand gripping his throat, he secretly waved to Jiang Qi and his friend, signaling for them to run for it. He even mouthed the words silently, You two, get out of here. The boyfriend was still fuming, transferring all his rage onto the man he was holding. He tightened his grip on the waiter's collar and roared like a king, Get your boss out here. Now. You're making me lose face, you bastard. This waiter of yours is completely useless. By then, Jiang Qi and his big friend had already vanished. The poor waiter was left in the most pitiful state. Choking for air, he still had to beg the arrogant thug, Sir, please, calm your anger. Calm down? Running for their lives, the two friends finally made it back to room 3090. They burst through the door, completely out of breath. Inside, their friends were totally oblivious, casually singing their hearts out. Jiang Qi collapsed onto a chair, gasping for air, while his big friend leaned over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Seeing them, another friend asked, "What happened to you two? You look like you were chased by a wild dog." Catching his breath, the big guy explained, "Not a dog. A moment ago, right after leaving the bathroom, I accidentally bumped into some drunk gangster, and he tried to beat up me and Jiang Qi. We were lucky. A quick-thinking waiter created a distraction for us. If it weren't for him, we'd both be in the hospital right now." The friend holding the microphone shot to his feet, furious. "What the hell? Since when does our mechanics team 3 take this kind of crap? Just wait. I'm gonna call the guys. We'll bring the whole crew down here. You think we can't handle one measly thug?" Hearing his friend's tough talk, the guy in the white shirt nearly jumped out of his skin. But Jiang Qi still believed it was better to avoid a fight. He tried to calm everyone down, waving his hand. All right. That's enough. I'm graduating in less than a year. Let's not cause any trouble. Come on, let's just keep singing and dancing, guys." A few moments later, the door to their karaoke room was kicked in by a heavy leather boot. A single, powerful blow sent it flying wide open. The thug stood there, dragging the waiter, whose face was now bruised and battered. Behind him stood a gang of menacing goons and that same woman from before. The 4 members of Mechanics Team 3, who had just started to calm down, felt their courage instantly evaporate. Their faces went pale as they stared anxiously at the doorway. One of the goons stepped forward, wielding a long baseball bat, followed by 2 more hulking figures. The boyfriend pointed a finger straight at Jiang Qi's group. "That's right," he sneered. "It's them." The 4 friends from Mechanics Team 3 were frozen, not knowing whether to stand or sit. All they could do was cower and brace for what was coming. The leader hissed through his teeth, "Get them!" In seconds, Jiang Qi and the big guy were forced onto the ground, hands over their heads, surrounded by 3 of the thugs. The severely injured waiter trembled in a corner, clutching his chest. Among their friends, only the one with the buzz cut still had some fight in him. He couldn't take it anymore and screamed while covering his head. "You dare let me make a phone call?" The arrogant thug wasn't about to let that happen. He snarled, "You son of a bitch. Did I say you could speak?" As he spoke, he snatched a glass whiskey bottle from a table. With savage cruelty, he brought it crashing down from above, smashing the entire bottle over his head. The blow was devastating. Jiang Qi watched in absolute horror, crying out his friend's name. Chen Sung. His friend, Chen Sung, went completely still. Blood mixed with alcohol streamed down his face in a torrent. Just then, outside, Jiang Xiaoyong's black car pulled up. He had arrived at the front door, following the system's directions. Standing before the karaoke bar, Jiang Xiaoyong felt a surge of excitement. He was about to reunite with his old teammates. He smiled, thinking, this is the life of a college student. All right. But inside the karaoke room, where Jiang Qi was in terrible trouble, Jiang Xiaoyong had entered the building at the perfect moment. 2 staff members swung the doors open, welcoming him like a VIP. The scene cut back to room 3090, as Chen Sung let out a terrifying scream. With a guttural scream, he collapsed to the floor, as a large pool of blood formed around his head. Beside him, Jiang Qi began to panic. He frantically shook Chen Sung's arm. "Chen Sung?" The vicious boyfriend still gripped the shattered wine bottle. The thugs just watched the scene unfold, completely devoid of emotion. The boyfriend slung his arm over his lover, his hand stroking her bicep. Then, he asked gently, "How are you, my love? Are you feeling better now?" But the woman in the red dress was far from pleased. She showed no emotion at all, casually inspecting her manicure as she muttered, "Better? It wasn't me he bumped into. These people truly treated human life like trash." The woman in red just stood there, sulking as she examined her nails. The boyfriend then pointed another liquor bottle right at Jiang Qi's face, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. His voice dripped with provocation as he asked, "So it was this guy, huh?" Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Qi remained silent. He tried to endure it, swallowing his rage and saying nothing. It seemed Chen Sung had no strength left to resist, but with a final burst of energy, he blindly reached behind him, his fingers closing around an ashtray. Gripping it tightly, Chen Sung forced himself up. He rose to his feet, trying to attack the arrogant boyfriend, but he was too weak. 2 henchmen grabbed him under the arms, holding him back. One of them roared viciously, "You little punk, you still dare to fight back?" Caught off guard, the boyfriend instinctively flinched backwards, but his arrogance quickly turned to fury. Chen Sung's defiance had ignited his temper, and his face contorted with rage. His eyes bulged as he ground his teeth, spitting, "You son of a bitch. I can't believe you've got this much nerve." The new bottle, meant for Jiang Qi, instead shattered violently against Chen Sung's head. This time, the boyfriend struck with even more force. He put all his weight into the blow, his whole body leaning into the impact. The two henchmen held Chen Sung firmly in place, forcing the poor guy to take the hit. The whites of Chen Sung's eyes showed as the two thugs let him drop, his face slamming onto the floor. Seeing his friend brutalized for protecting him, Jiang Qi was pushed to his absolute limit. He knelt beside Chen Sung and roared in defiance. He could no longer tolerate this cruel, arrogant bastard. Jiang Qi shot to his feet, lunging towards him while screaming, "You damn dog! You son of a bitch!" Even the big-bellied man, seeing this, rushed forward to join Jiang Qi. Both men clenched their fists, aiming for the same target. Only the man in the white shirt remained, huddled in a corner of the room. He clutched his head, pulling his knees tightly to his chest. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. All around him were the sounds of the escalating brawl. "You little mutts still aren't scared? You looking to die? I'll smash every last one of you." Amidst the chaos of the clashing bodies and muffled blows, no one paid any mind to the waiter, who was suddenly showing strange symptoms. He began coughing violently, his skin turning a dark purple as veins bulged across his neck and face. Sweat poured from him like rain. He shivered uncontrollably, as if he were at the North Pole. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi was struggling against two men. He threw a punch at the black-haired thug, who swiftly dodged it. From behind, another goon grabbed Jiang Qi's arms, restraining him. In moments, the waiter had completely transformed. His face turned deathly pale, his neck and forehead were covered in throbbing purple veins, and blood began to seep from his eyes. Drool and fluid leaked from his nose and mouth. Hearing the sounds of the fight, a voice yelled, "Lao San, you coward! Hit him! Son of a..." The creature whipped its head towards them, its eyes glowing with a terrifying, soulless red light. The waiter immediately charged forward. He sprinted toward Jiang Qi's brawl with a bizarre, unnatural posture. He ran hunched over, his arms flailing wildly. Moving like a puppet on strings, he let out a guttural groan, then lunged, sinking his teeth into the shoulder of a long-haired henchman. Bitten from behind, the man's face twisted in pain as he cried out, "Ah! What the hell is this?" The blonde woman in red screamed at the horrific sight. Seeing one of her own get bitten, she let out a piercing shriek. The bite was so powerful it looked like it would rip the flesh clean off his shoulder. The long-haired henchman screamed in agony and helplessness. "Is it a mad dog? It hurts. Somebody help me. Damn it." The friend who had been hiding in the corner was already on the verge of a breakdown. Seeing this, he plunged even deeper into panic. He clutched the back of his neck, his eyes wide and mouth agape in silent horror. Around him, the struggle continued. Let me handle these two dogs. Go help him." The waiter was still latched onto the henchman's shoulder. Another goon rushed over to help the long-haired man. He grabbed the waiter's arms while trying to pull him off by the neck, but it was no use. He yelled, "Damn it, why is this bastard so strong?" The moment he finished speaking, the waiter released the long-haired man, only to whip around and sink its teeth viciously into the other henchman's arm. He had been infected by a virus that turned his body into a soulless, living corpse. The henchman in white cried out, "Shit, he's biting me too. He's a rabid dog." As he spoke, the living corpse seemed to grow even stronger. It bit down with enough force to tear through skin and muscle, then slammed the henchman onto the floor. The man struggled helplessly, screaming, "He's crazy. He's too strong." In this desperate moment, a hand suddenly clamped around the living corpse's neck. The man was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong, the main character of our story. He effortlessly lifted the nearly 6-foot-tall zombie off the ground, his cold, steely face obscured by the shadow he cast. Everyone who witnessed this froze, their faces pale with shock. Jiang Xiaoyong channeled the energy within his body, and his eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. With Mashon-like precision, he grabbed the zombie's neck, twisting it with a single, effortless motion. Smash! The TV screen shattered, the zombie's head embedded in the glass. Jiang Xiaoyong turned, radiating an ice-cold aura. He pointed at each thug, his command cutting through the chaos. "All of you, stop right now." Seeing his power and sheer presence, they knew he was no one to mess with, and the room fell silent. The thug who was just bitten staggered to his feet. He clutched his wounded arm, his eyes burning with resentment. That zombie was a monster, yet this kid took it out with just one hand. The arrogant boyfriend's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with rage as he screamed in Xiaoyong's face, "Who the hell are you?" But behind him, the bite mark on his subordinate's shoulder was darkening, turning a sickly purple that looked like rotting flesh. The man scratched at the itching wound, but no one noticed the horrifying change. Completely ignoring the gang leader, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Jiang Qi, his voice softening. "Jiang Qi, were you bitten?" This was the first time Jiang Qi had ever seen Jiang Xiaoyong. A stranger was asking about his well-being. In a situation this tense, Jiang Qi was naturally on guard. Sitting between two of the thugs, he looked up cautiously and answered, "No, I wasn't." "Why?" With that confirmed, only one thing remained: getting Jiang Qi back to the base. Jiang Xiaoyong spoke with grim finality. "Come with me." Jiang Qi didn't hesitate, jumping to his feet, but the arrogant boyfriend grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. His eyes blazed as he shouted, "Hold on, we're not finished here. Where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, the long-haired henchman, the leader's closest crony, was losing his battle. The virus from the zombie was rapidly invading his system. An unbearable sickness washed over him as he squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in agony. Clutching his head, he cried out, "Boss, cough, cough, boss, my head. I can't take the pain." The boyfriend turned, flustered. "What's wrong? Is your fever getting worse?" But Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the long-haired man. With his experience, he knew exactly what he was seeing. His expression became defensive, his eyes fixed on the wound that looked like a black hole on the man's shoulder. The flesh around the bite was pitch black, the surrounding skin a bruised purple. He was showing the final symptoms before turning. The henchman fumbled with the wound, groaning in pain. This afternoon it was just a runny nose. Jiang Xiaoyong still had a firm grip on the zombie's neck, pinning its body to the shattered TV as its arms flailed weakly. Seeing the henchman's condition, he spoke up. "Did this thing bite your shoulder?" By now, the purple discoloration had spread across the man's skin. Reaching his head, still completely unaware of his fate, he scratched the wound and answered blankly, Yeah, it did." "Why?" Jiang Xiaoyong fell silent, calculating. Based on what the man said, he was likely infected before, and now a bite this close to the head. He was going to turn any second now. Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong dragged the zombie and strode confidently towards the door. The thugs watched in shock as their leader yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" In one swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the door and hurled the zombie out, sending it tumbling down the stairs with a sickening thud. Crash! Like tossing out a bag of trash, he grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut with tremendous force. Moments later, the zombie was pounding and clawing at the other side. Jiang Xiaoyong deliberately let go of the handle, but the creature still couldn't find a way in. He made a mental note. Thankfully, the zombies haven't developed any intelligence yet. After a moment, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to face the room of thugs. He clapped his hands sharply, demanding their attention. An intense aura flared around him, his eyes crackling with raw power. Cracking his knuckles, he asked, "Jiang Qi, tell me, which one of these guys do you want me to break first?" Jiang Qi was completely stunned by the question. He looked up, bewildered. "What? Sir, do we know each other?" The gang leader, fuming from the sidelines, finally boiled over. He was used to bullying others, but this time, he had picked the wrong person. The leader lunged at Xiaoyong, screaming, "You damn mutt! You've gotten way too cocky." To Xiaoyong, this punk was nothing more than a mosquito. He stood with his arms crossed, a look of utter contempt on his face, then casually slapped his palm into the leader's face. The charging thug was instantly sent flying backward, completely overpowered by Xiaoyong's effortless block. Xiaoyong pressed his advantage, grabbing the leader's head and slamming it down onto the table with brutal force, shattering the wood into splinters. Seeing his boss getting pulverized, the long-haired henchman rushed forward. "You miserable little brat! Are you looking to die?" In a blur of speed, Jiang Xiaoyong met his charge with a single, devastating blow to the face, sending him reeling backward with a gush of blood from his nose. 2 down. Jiang Xiaoyong stood his ground, a cool battle stance, a faint glow emanating from his clenched fist. Suddenly, the fallen henchman began to convulse, purple foam erupting from his mouth as the infection rapidly consumed his body. His partner was in danger. The last thug ran to help him, shouting in a panic, "Hey, what's happening to you? No way. Are you seizing just from one punch?" Jiang Xiaoyong stood alone in the center of the room, his fist still clenched. A terrifying energy radiated from Xiaoyong. He challenged the remaining thugs with his powerful presence. "So, is anyone else not convinced? Still want to throw fists with me? If you do, come at me all at once." After that, Kevin Jiang coolly rolled his wrist and turned to Jiang Qi. "Jiang Qi, get your friend out of here, and wait for me outside the room." Jiang Qi immediately nodded. Okay." In a flash, they were out of the karaoke room. Jiang Qi and his heavy-set friend were helping their buzz-cut buddy, slowly making their way out. Back inside, the boyfriend's group was also getting ready to leave. One of them was supporting the thug bitten by the zombie, whose agony was terrible to see. The wound was already showing more signs of necrosis. The boyfriend, leading the way, scowled and said, "Let's get out of here too." But they were met by Kevin Jiang, standing right in the doorway. He stood firm, arms crossed, blocking their path with a devilish look on his face. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth and hissed, "What the hell do you want now?" The girlfriend in the red dress behind him froze in fear. Kevin Jiang's brow furrowed as he calmly reminded the thug of what he had just done to Jiang Qi's group. "You have a little too much to drink and suddenly forget your own name? You nearly got my friends killed in here." The boyfriend's arrogant demeanor had vanished. Raw terror was written all over his face, but he still tried to yell. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Get the hell out of my way." In that instant, Kevin Jiang thrust his hand forward, unleashing his power. The force slammed directly into the man, sending the arrogant punk flying backward onto the ground. Stunned by the sudden impact, he could only curse, "Damn it!" Before the thugs could even fight back, Kevin Jiang quickly slammed the door shut. The furious boyfriend scrambled up and began pounding on it relentlessly. He screamed in a rage, "You bastard! You filthy mutt! Open this door! I'm going to skin you alive!" At that moment, no one was paying attention to the long-haired underling. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and veins bulged across his face, a terrifying sight. His entire expression twisted into something inhuman. He let out a ferocious, animalistic roar. Drool streamed from his mouth. His eyes bulged as if they were about to burst from their sockets, and like a puppet with its strings cut, he lost all bodily control. He violently threw off the two friends trying to help him and lunged toward the boyfriend with terrifying speed. He had transformed into a crazed demon, letting out a guttural scream. The other two men watched in pure horror, shrieking in fear. "Holy crap, what are you doing?" On the other side of the door, Kevin Jiang held the handle firm. He ignored the blood-curdling screams and curses from within, along with the violent kicks shaking the door. "Damn it! Why are you acting like a rabid dog? Get off me! How do you open the bathroom door?" Somebody help me." Kevin Jiang heard everything, but his expression remained like stone. In fact, he was listening intently, tracking their every single move. Perhaps the brutal way his past life had treated him was what had forged such an ice-cold man. Seeing Kevin Jiang standing alone outside the chaotic room, a bewildered staff member approached. "Sir, what's going on? Do you need any help?" Kevin Jiang answered decisively, giving him a grim order about the zombie inside. "Lock this door, completely. No one is allowed to open it. Then, call the police and the hospital. Tell them that there's a patient inside having a rabid fit." The employee immediately turned pale with terror, nodding frantically as he heard about the strange disease. "The one that had been spreading for days," he stammered, his words unclear. "The mad flu?" Seeing the staff member's dazed and slow reaction, Kevin Jiang's expression turned severe. He shot him a wide-eyed glare and roared, "Do it now." The command made the man jump in fear and obey immediately. "Yes, sir," though horrifying screams echoed from beyond the door, on the outside, following Kevin Jiang's orders. The employee securely locked it shut. With the situation handled, Kevin Jiang waved to Jiang Qi's group behind him. "Let's go." Jiang Qi and his portly friend struggled to support Chen Chong, placing their complete trust in Kevin Jiang as they followed. Only the man in the white shirt seemed unable to compose himself, hesitating as he trailed behind. The employee had just finished locking the door. The more he heard the blood-curdling screams, the more frantic he became. He muttered, "No, this can't be right. This commotion is way too intense." Another staff member walked over, looking concerned at his colleague's terrified expression. "What's going on? Why is it so chaotic?" The first employee pointed at the room and quickly replied, "That customer just said someone has the mad flu in there." The other man was shocked. He threw his hands up in disbelief. "The mad flu? Is that even a real thing?" The disease had only just begun to surface, so anyone who heard about it was caught between belief and doubt. The employee holding the key asked again, "You've heard about this?" Immediately, the two of them broke into a sprint. The one in front glanced back as he ran, saying, "I've heard the rumors. Let's get to the security cameras and see for ourselves." They ran frantically until they reached the surveillance room. The two employees and the monitor operator stared in absolute horror at the screen for room 3090. A wave of nausea washed over all of them. Their faces turned a sickly green, drenched in cold sweat, and no one could utter a single word. On the camera feed was the horrifying scene of an underling tearing at the face of the woman in red. She lay limp on the floor, her eyes rolled back into her head. Her own boyfriend was lunging toward her, his mouth gaping open and dripping with blood. A truly gruesome sight. They were tearing them apart, devouring everything from flesh to organs. The terrified employee screamed, "Call the cops, now." Outside the KTV, Jiang Xiaoyong frantically waved them over to the car. Get in, move, we can't stay here a second longer. Zhang Qi and his friends finally stumbled out of the entrance. Moments later, with everyone inside, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed on the gas, the car peeling out onto the main street. Zhang Qi, riding shotgun, looked nervously at his savior. Big bro, thank you for saving us. Not wanting to waste time on complicated explanations, Jiang Xiaoyong fabricated a simple story to get them back to his base. The name's Jiang Xiaoyong. I was hired to protect you. And don't bother asking who my employer is. The most timid guy in the group still couldn't process the nightmare they'd just escaped. He hesitantly asked Jiang Xiaoyong, Big bro, this mad flu you mentioned, is it really happening? But the rumors online were debunked. They said it was a hoax. Jiang Xiaoyong shot him a sharp look. Then, what we saw back there, was that just a hallucination? A heavy-set guy in glasses leaned forward, his voice trembling. So, this mad flu, is there a cure for it? At that question, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression hardened. He steadied himself, his eyes meeting the rearview mirror as he spoke grimly. This disaster isn't going away. It's only going to get worse. The world as we know it is over. A short while later, a sudden sound from the street made everyone jump. It was the blood-curdling scream of a woman. Instinctively, everyone's head snapped in its direction. They saw an infected creature, its face as pale as a corpse, lunging at an innocent girl. The monster attacked with savage ferocity. Pinned to the ground, the poor girl was helpless, her voice choked with terror. Help me! Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's it. That's the mad flu. Hopeless cries and sheer terror filled the air. Jiang Xiaoyong knew the situation was critical. He turned back to the road, his grip tightening on the wheel. Listen up. Right now, this is just a small, localized outbreak. That means most people are still in the incubation phase, but soon, a much larger area will fall completely out of control. So if you want to live, from this moment on, you do exactly what I say. The three survivors responded in unison. Yes, Brother Yong. Just then, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Mission: rescue former associate, complete. System points plus 20. Current balance, 20. He never expected the mission to clear so quickly. Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself, oh, it's already done? Perfect timing. I think I saw some new items in the shop earlier. The system shop interface appeared, displaying 3 loot boxes. The first was a level 1 Apocalypse farmer supply crate for 2 points. The second, a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein crate for 5 points. And the third, a level 1 threat level armament crate for 5 points. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, a question forming in his mind. Why is this farmer crate still here? It seems if he wanted to unlock new options, he had to buy it first. Guess I'll have to spend the points. While keeping one hand on the wheel, he scrolled through the system interface. Xiaoyong was completely absorbed by the shop's offerings. After browsing for a moment, he thought, these crates seem pretty useful, and they're not too expensive. I'll cash in on all of this once I get back to the fortress. With that thought, Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over at his new passengers. His brow furrowed instantly. He watched Zhang Qi and his 3 friends sitting quietly, a sudden wave of suspicion washing over him. Now there's another, more complicated problem. Xiaoyong's mind flashed back to when he first found Zhang Qi. The kid was weeping, betrayed by a friend who had doomed their entire group. To think we called him a brother. Putting the pieces together, Jiang Xiaoyong realized Zhang Qi had been betrayed by one of his own brothers back in the dorms. That single act of treachery led to countless deaths by the Horde's hands, with Zhang Qi being the only one lucky enough to escape with his life. That meant the traitor, the one responsible for all that death, was one of the 3 men now sitting in the back of his car. One of them was a snake hiding in the grass. But for now, he hadn't shown his true colors, making all of them suspects. He thought grimly, which one is it? That night, in a high-rise apartment building, a woman named Kui Jing was on the phone. Li Shusheng? Honey? She stood by the window, gazing out at the chaotic city, her face pale with fright. The anxiety was clear in her voice as she spoke. When are those supplies you mentioned going to arrive? It's absolute chaos out there. I'm too scared to even go to the market alone, a calm voice replied on the other end. Soon, babe. Just as soon as the arrangements are finalized, I'll send them right over. Suddenly, a violent pounding echoed from her front door. Thinking the Horde had found her, she jumped back with a sharp scream. Ah! On the phone, Li Shusheng's voice filled with panic. Babe, what was that? What's happening? Oh. Kui Jing tried to compose herself. She crept slowly toward the door, one hand on her racing heart. As she tried to answer Li Shusheng, someone's at the door, I have to go. After hanging up, she pressed her eye to the peephole. Recognizing her best friend, she let out a sigh of relief and opened the door, saying, "It's just you. Why were you pounding on the door like that?" Kui Jing's best friend slipped inside the room, her movements incredibly cautious. She quickly shared the latest news from their building with Kui Jing, whispering that Uncle Liu from the first floor was taken away this morning. Once inside, her friend immediately bolted the door shut. Hearing that a man she saw every morning had been hauled off left Kui Jing completely stunned. Taken? What do you mean, taken away? Why? Her friend quickly replied, "It was a police car and an ambulance. They took him together." Hearing this, Kui Jing rubbed her chin in deep thought. "So, that explains all the commotion downstairs this morning," her friend spoke gravely. "It seems that mad flu isn't just a warning anymore, is it?" Then, she didn't forget to ask if Li Shuxiong had delivered the supplies he promised. Kui Jing clutched her phone, her face falling as she said, "Not yet." Hearing that, Kui Jing's friend let her true colors show. She pointed a finger and started cursing Li Shuxiong's name. "Damn it, I told you. There's not a single good man out there." One second she was filled with hate, but the next, she was ready to use him. The woman cooked up a scheme for Kui Jing to contact him. "Listen to me. Call him. Tell him that guy, Xiaoyong, has a massive stockpile of supplies that could make him a fortune, especially during this pandemic." For the first time, Kui Jing looked skeptical and asked, "Really? How do you know that?" Her friend crossed her arms and explained everything. "The last time I went to Jiang Xiaoyong's place, he threw me out, so I had one of my lapdogs keep an eye on him. And he discovered trucks full of supplies going in and out, over and over again. They were unloading everything at his unfinished factory." Cui Jing calmly gritted her teeth in frustration, saying, "Don't tell me that little punk knew about the outbreak all along." Her friend added, "Li Shuxiong won't have time to care about that." This woman was truly a viper in human skin. First, she tried to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong. Now that times are tough, she's plotting to rob him blind. The schemer looked up, her expression deadly serious. She urged Kui Jing to follow her plan. "Do as I say. Call him now. The sooner, the better. When we get the money, tell Li Shuxiong to give us a 20% cut." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Qi's group finally arrived back at his base. Everyone slowly stepped out of the vehicles. Zhang Qi looked around the place in total amazement. "Whoa, this place is incredible. It looks like a fortress." Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over, a confident smirk playing on his lips. It seems everyone has a different first reaction. Hearing the noise, Old Han and San slowly walked out to greet them. Old Han's face lit up with relief. "Xiaoyong, you're finally back." San, beside him, asked softly, "Are you all right?" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled brightly. "Don't worry. Old Han, San, come here. I want to introduce you to our new members." He then turned to the small squad. Raising a hand in introduction, he announced, "This is Zhang Qi and his classmates. From now on, these people will be our companions." Zhang Qi waved a friendly hello. Then Xiaoyong introduced the two base members as Old Han and San. San said cheerfully, "If they're companions chosen by Brother Xiaoyong, then they are more than welcome." And with that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask Old Han for a favor. "Old Han, please take a few brothers to show them around the compound and explain our rules and regulations." Holding his rifle, Old Han looked at Xiaoyong and nodded. "Leave it to me." The chubby young man saw this and looked a little uneasy. He turned to his friends and whispered, "Does this feel like we've walked into some kind of military compound to you?" Suddenly, the timid young man raised his hand. About that." He pointed a finger toward himself as he spoke. "Is it possible for us to get some weapons? We can also help protect this place." When Jiang Xiaoyong heard this, his expression changed in a flash. He shot a sharp glance at the speaker. The chubby guy with glasses turned to his friend and warned him, "Yi Ming, don't be in such a hurry to ask for weapons. We just got here. We have to earn their trust first." Jiang Xiaoyong understood what they were thinking and spoke up to reassure them. "Don't worry. In a few days, I will issue weapons to you all." He then changed the subject, his gaze shifting to the young man being supported by the chubby guy. "Oh, right. His injury is quite serious. We should get him to the medical room for a checkup first." A little later, in the showers at Xiaoyong's house, Zhang Qi's group washed away the filth of a chaotic day. The chubby guy dried his hair, sighing, "Ah, that feels amazing." But Yi Ming was still stewing over what happened earlier. He spoke up accusingly. "Fatty, Lao Si, why did you stop me back there?" Lao Si looked surprised, letting out a, "Huh?" Yi Ming continued, "If you hadn't stopped him, he probably would have given us the weapons right then and there." Ethan was practically vibrating with anger. He pointed a finger at the floor, his voice rising. "To put it lightly, you could say we're under protection, but let's call it what it is. We're under house arrest. Why didn't you have this much nerve back at the karaoke bar? Suddenly you've grown a spine now that we're safe? Leo was just as baffled, quietly trying to calm him. How can you even say things like that? He just saved our lives. Ethan spun on Kenji, demanding, so what's his story? Why would he rescue us? Kenji turned his head to answer. Didn't he already tell us? Someone hired him to protect us. Ethan's suspicion only deepened. Hired him? Did he say who? Only a fool would believe that story. He spoke through gritted teeth, his entire demeanor a complete 180 from the timid person he was before. And look at how he's treating Chris. He says he's taking him to the infirmary for observation. But you saw it. The doors and windows are barred tighter than a maximum security prison. The thought of what might be happening to Chris made his blood boil. For all we know, that psycho is planning to slice him open for experiments. That's why we have to strike first. But Leo stood his ground, unwilling to believe the worst. But what if you're wrong? We'd be repaying kindness with betrayal. Ethan pointed a finger at his own chest, his voice dripping with resolve. I, Ethan, would rather betray the world than let the world. If what that kid, Kyle, said is true, then we'll seize this place and take control for ourselves. A wicked grin spread across his face as he continued. Besides us and Kyle, who else is here? Just an old man and a girl. We just have to wait until Kyle leaves. And then we capture them. That girl isn't bad to look at either. We could… The mere thought brought a disgusting smirk to his lips. He assumed everyone was as twisted as him and would jump at the plan, but both Leo and Kenji stared back, completely stunned into silence. The room went dead quiet. Ethan quickly waved his hands, forcing a laugh. Hey, I was just kidding around, guys. Don't take it so seriously. Kenji let out a quiet sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Man, Ethan, don't scare me like that. It's not the end of the world yet. What you're suggesting is just lawless. Leo chimed in from behind. He's right. If he really wanted to dissect us, he could have just thrown us in a cell by now. After all, he's the one holding the gun. As the shower water shut off, so did their tense conversation. Watching the other two leave, a sinister smile crept across Ethan's face. A bunch of naive fools. In this chaotic world, you have to be ruthless. Once I take over, I'll work you two like dogs for the rest of your lives. The scene shifts to inside Kyle's room. Kyle sat composed on the sofa as Sarah and Old Man Han approached him. Old Man Han began his report on Kenji's group. His voice was calm. Kyle, Kenji and the others have settled in. The boy with the more serious injuries, Chris, is resting in the infirmary. And just as you instructed, the windows have been secured. Kyle nodded, satisfied, bowing his head slightly in respect for the elder. His voice was calm. Thank you for your hard work. Then, Kyle offered some advice to them both. He smiled at Old Man Han. Mr. Han, you and Sarah should get to sleep early. I have a feeling trouble might come knocking tomorrow. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Kyle raised his index finger. Ah, that's right. Old Man Han stopped, listening intently. Kyle gave them a crucial warning about Kenji's friends. Besides Chris, Kenji has 2 other classmates with him. You need to be extremely careful around them. I have a feeling that in a few days, someone will attempt a rebellion. Hearing this, the expressions on both Old Man Han's and Sarah's faces grew heavy in the quiet darkness of the supply depot. Kyle moved like a shadow, entering the building alone. He opened his system panel, scanning the items in the shop. Several supply chests were available. He touched the first chest, and 2 information screens lit up with a brilliant glow. Apocalypse Farmer's Supply Box. Exchange successful, -2 points. Current points remaining, 18. Exchanged for Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Box. -5 points. Current points remaining, 13. Mighty Armed Forces Supply Box exchanged. -5 points. Current points remaining, 8. Returning to the store interface, 3 new chests appeared, containing items similar to the first set. However, the quantities were different. The first chest now held 50 corn seeds. The second had 200 kilograms of starch sausage and 100 kilograms of meat. It also had pickled pork with processed vegetables. The third chest contained 1,509 mm bullets. After cashing in on his spoils, Jiang Xiaoyong reaped the rewards from the chests he'd acquired. A mountain of supplies piled up before him, shimmering with the golden gleam of priceless treasure. Jiang Xiaoyong allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. This is a pretty decent haul. Though it couldn't compare to his old life of wealth, in the coming apocalypse, supplies would be incredibly scarce. This reward wasn't just good, it was a jackpot. The next morning, a clear blue sky and white. Clouds painted a picture of a perfect day. But on the road below, 3 cars were tearing along at breakneck speed. From the fortress walls, their movement seemed unnaturally fast, racing with a desperate purpose. Upon reaching their destination, the 3 cars screeched to a halt. A man's voice boomed into a phone. "Yeah, I found it." The address was dead on. A crew of vicious-looking thugs poured out of the vehicles, their faces twisted with aggression. Each one carried a long sword over his shoulder, while others brandished knives, cursing and stirring up a storm of chaos. Their leader, a man in a tailored vest, was still on the phone. "Okay, we'll all grab a meal when I get back." It was the rich brat who had clashed with Xiaoyong on the highway. He pointed a finger and roared, "This is the place, tear it down for me." With grim faces and murderous intent, his goons swarmed forward. Following their boss's command, they began to relentlessly assault the massive steel door with everything they had. Under the watchful eye of the rich kid, they kicked and battered the gate for what felt like an eternity. But it was useless. The thug in charge hesitantly turned back to report to his boss. "Sir, this door is a solid 10 centimeters thick. There's no way we can break through with just our numbers." Hearing this, the leader was furious. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tight as he spat a curse. "Damn it! What kind of sane person uses a door this thick?" Then, he gave a new order. "Bring out the goods." At his command, one of his underlings opened the trunk of a car. He struggled to lift a heavy crate filled with what looked like expensive, unlabeled liquor bottles. But the red caps told a different story. These weren't fancy drinks. They were Molotov cocktails, disguised to avoid the authorities' attention. The bastards lit the fuses on their firebombs and hurled them straight over the walls of the base. 1 bottle, then 2, then a whole volley of them. In an instant, flames erupted. Everywhere the firebombs landed, a violent inferno blazed to life. In just a few moments, Jiang Xiaoyong's base was engulfed in a sea of flames, choking on a wave of toxic smoke. The fire from the Molotovs raged against the main gate, growing more intense with every second. San and Zhangqi's group rushed out from the house in a panic, with San leading the charge carrying a bucket of water. Behind her, Zhangqi wielded a fire extinguisher, while Fatty and Yiming each hauled their own buckets. San screamed, "It's a fire!" In that moment, Xiaoyong's warnings echoed in her mind. As she threw the water onto the flames, she thought, Brother Xiaoyong was right. Even before the disaster fully hits, extreme situations like this are already starting to happen. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong appeared, his face a mask of cold fury. He racked his shotgun, emerging with Lao Han at the watchtower entrance. Jiang Xiaoyong's voice was low and dangerous. "Let me see who's tired of living." With that, the two of them ascended to the high observation post. From there, they looked down upon the cars and the thugs who had come looking for trouble. Lao Han stared intently. After a moment, he recognized a familiar face. And the cars. He remembered exactly who these troublemakers were. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's that guy who argued with us during the traffic jam on the highway." Down below, one of the thugs happened to look up. He spotted the two of them on the watchtower and immediately alerted his boss. "Boss, they've shown themselves." The leader ground his teeth in pure hatred, clenching his fist in front of him. He hissed through his teeth, "That's him. That bastard." Immediately, he pointed a trembling finger upwards, his mouth wide open. He screamed, "You son of a bitch, get your ass down here now, or I'll burn you all to a crisp." But Jiang Xiaoyong was unfazed. He looked down from above, his voice cutting through the air like ice. "You have 5 minutes to get your pathetic dogs out of here." Provoked to their core, the thugs erupted into a frenzy, their shouts and gestures becoming wilder. "You arrogant punk. What did you just say? Don't you know the power of our boss?" But in that tense moment, the system suddenly chimed, issuing a new mission that caught Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp attention. A new mission prompt appeared before him. Threat level, normal. Mission requirement, the fortress is under attack. Please eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Reward, 10 points. Just then, a worried Lao Han turned to him. "Xiaoyong, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot?" Jiang Xiaoyong's face was cold as stone. He raised his shotgun, aiming it directly at the mob below. With a sharp click, he chambered around. A warning shot? These guys are nothing but lawless gangsters. Order hasn't even fully collapsed yet, and they're already starting fires like this. They couldn't care less if someone burned to death. He waited for them to get into range, then squinted one eye. He lined up the shot, his finger resting on the trigger. Letting scum like this survive the apocalypse would only endanger more innocent people. They are a threat to our very existence. Old Han watched in awe at Xiaoyong's ruthless focus. Without a moment's hesitation, He squeezed the trigger. A bullet sliced through the air with a sharp crack. In a flash, the gang leader's hand was blown clean off, sent flying into the distance. The man couldn't even process what had happened. All he heard was a deafening blast before he collapsed, clutching the bloody stump of his arm. He dropped to his knees, screaming in pure agony. "My hand! Ah! Ah!" His followers scrambled for cover, shielding their heads in terror. Jiang Yong's expression remained unchanged as smoke curled from the hot barrel of his rifle. If anything, he looked slightly disappointed. "Huh, I missed. I guess I've gotten soft from all this peace. Is my marksmanship really this rusty?" Down below, the goons were still shouting curses up at them. "Holy crap, he's got a gun. And it's a freaking rifle." Fear finally set in, and they scattered like rats. The leader, clutching his arm, sprinted for their vehicle, screaming orders at his crew. "Get moving, fall back and cover me. You son of a bitch, I'll get you for this. Now move." His men scrambled after him, screaming, "Boss!" Up above, Jiang Yong calmly took aim once more, speaking with a chilling certainty. "Let's finish this today. I've never been a fan of waiting." From the watchtower, a storm of bullets rained down, tearing through limbs, chests, and necks, even piercing the skulls of the arrogant thugs. A few survivors piled into the back of the car. The leader, frantic with terror, screamed at the driver, "Start the car! Get us out of here, now!" Seeing he wasn't needed, Old Han lowered his own rifle and leaned against the railing to watch. He pointed down below. "Looks like they're trying to make a run for it." Jiang Yong wasn't worried in the slightest. He calmly reloaded a fresh magazine and said, "Don't worry. That's what the automatic rifle is for." He unleashed a relentless volley of gunfire on the vehicle as it desperately tried to speed away. Jiang Yong fired with a fierce intensity, reloading magazine after magazine with practiced, deadly efficiency. Old Han watched, a growing suspicion in his eyes. He thought to himself, that skill, that fluid motion of firing and reloading, I haven't seen that since my days in the army. Just who is this kid? From a distance, the base was shrouded in gun smoke. The battle was finally over, and a heavy silence fell upon the area. The road leading to the fortress was now littered with corpses. Beside them, their getaway car smoldered, its windows completely shattered. His work done, Jiang Yong turned to Old Han. "Go get Jiang Qi and his friends. Bring San too. We're going out to sweep the area." Old Han was taken aback by Jiang Yong's urgency. But then, Jiang Yong stopped in his tracks, a sharp, calculating look in his eyes. On second thought, "Wait," he thought to himself. "We're still in the early days of the apocalypse. It would be better to let these bodies turn. We can use the new zombies for training with Jiang Qi and San." The bodies strewn before his base meant nothing to him. He turned back to Old Han and said, "Never mind, let's hold off for now." Old Han was confused. "What about them? Are we just going to leave them out there?" Jiang Yong's voice was low and serious. "Yes, leave them. I have a use for them." Meanwhile, on the highway leading to Jiang Yong's base, two white cars were speeding down the road. Inside, a man named Li Shuxiong frowned impatiently. "Are we there yet?" he snapped. Noticing his foul mood, Jing's best friend put on a playful, cute voice. "It's just at the next intersection," she cooed. Beside her, Jing simply stared out the window, her arms crossed in deep thought. She glanced at her so-called friend and thought, "Humph, she always puts on that act when Li Shuxiong is around. Does she really think I can't see right through her?" The car pulled to a stop. Li Shuxiong's voice softened as he spoke to Jing. "I'll park here and wait for you, my love. Text me once you're inside." Jing simply nodded. "Okay." Then, she turned to her friend. "Xiaoya, let's go." Xiaoya looked completely caught off guard. "Huh? Me too?" Jing's expression hardened, her patience wearing thin. "Don't be ridiculous. If you don't come, how am I supposed to know which factory it is?" Xiaoya just smiled sweetly and whined. "Aya, you can't miss it. It's just straight ahead. Besides, walking two whole intersections in these shoes is exhausting." Knowing Xiaoya's scheme was to be alone with Li Shuxiong, Jing immediately grabbed her arm, forcing her to come along. "Don't give me any excuses. Who told you to wear high heels? Stop talking nonsense and let's go." Xiaoya tried to resist, inventing another excuse. "Aya, wait. My phone is still in the car." But Jing wasn't falling for it. "Just leave it there. I have my phone in my bag. That's all we need." After much pulling, Xiaoya finally relented. And so, the two women slowly walked ahead, while Li Shuxiong, watching from the driver's seat, made a call. "All right, tell everyone to get ready. The moment I start the car, you all charge in." Trailing Li Shuxiong's vehicle was another car, waiting for the signal to move. Inside, nearly a dozen grim-faced gangsters were waiting, some even brandishing knives. The man in the front seat spoke into a walkie-talkie. "Roger that. As Kui Jing walked ahead with Xiao Ya trailing behind, the girl just wouldn't stop complaining. Aya, Jing. Tell me, why did you have to drag me along? Cui Jing shot back in frustration. What? We're both old foxes here. Did you really think your little tricks could fool me? Xiao Ya deliberately hurried to walk beside Kui Jing. She put on an innocent act, her words dripping with deceit. Aya, you're wronging me. By dressing up so nicely, I'm guaranteeing we can lure Jiang Xiaoyong out. Besides, he already knows about you and Li Shusheng. Kui Jing glanced ahead, a flicker of doubt in her eyes as she muttered, "What's going on up there?" Xiao Ya's jaw dropped. Huh? As they drew closer, they were met with the brutal aftermath of a battle. Xiao Ya couldn't help but curse in shock. What the hell happened here? Was there a shootout? Staring at the bodies, she whispered, Jing, to get to the fortress, we have to walk past these corpses." The two women clung to each other, taking trembling steps forward. Xiao Ya stammered, Jing, Cui Jing, these people, they're all dead." Kui Jing was just as terrified. She guessed, looking at the blood, they must have died recently. Could two different groups have been fighting over Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies? From inside a wrecked car, terrified eyes watched the two women pass. Xiao Ya began to speculate. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyong's chances of survival are slim to none? But Kui Jing only cared about the supplies. It's no loss if that Jiang Xiaoyong dies. The question is whether he still has the supplies. The cowardly Xiao Ya suggested, maybe we should go back. Let Li Shuxiong and his men handle this. Cui Jing replied, Shh, keep your voice down. Let's go check if the workshop door is locked. So lost in their wicked scheming, the two failed to notice a slight movement from the body of the gang leader who'd been shot in the arm. It's possible the man was already infected. And now, the transformation was complete. Hearing their voices, his eyes snapped open, glaring towards Kui Jing and Xiao Ya. His eyes were wide, filled with blood-red veins, as a gurgling sound escaped his throat. By now, Kui Jing and Xiao Ya had reached the base's main gate. Xiao Ya rushed forward to inspect it. As Kui Jing walked up behind her, Xiao Ya began to knock. After checking it for a moment, she swore under her breath, Damn it, this gate is sealed tight. We can't see what happened inside. She continued to bang on the door, but it was useless. The gate is shut so tight. Cui Jing glanced to the side, speculating, could something have happened to Jiang Xiaoyong? Just then, a loud voice echoed from above, Hey, you two. Startled, both women reflexively looked up in shock. It was San. She raised her gun suspiciously, aiming it down at them as she demanded, Who are you two? How did you find this place? Xiao Ya shouted up from below, Ah, little miss, we're friends of Xiaoyong. Kui Jing, standing beside her, added, I'm Xiaoyong's girlfriend. Hearing this, San turned back inside, her expression showing she didn't believe them for a second. Still on high alert, she called out, Brother Xiaoyong, there are two women at the gate. One of them claims to be your girlfriend. The mere mention of Xiaoyong's name made Kui Jing grind her teeth in anger. She seethed. That bastard Xiaoyong. I don't know why he suddenly changed his attitude. He must have found a new girlfriend. Seeing the situation, Xiao Ya turned to Kui Jing and whispered, Jing, you absolutely cannot show you're upset. The main objective is more important. Besides, that woman up there has a crossbow. Can Li Shuxiong even handle her? She had no problem betraying someone. But the moment she saw another woman next to Xiaoyong, her jealous rage flared up. Cui Jing's face was a mask of indignation, but her heart burned with fury. She whispered back through clenched teeth, Don't worry. He brought a few pistols. As long as we can get the gate open, he can definitely take down Jiang Xiaoyong. Standing on the observation deck, Jiang Xiaoyong walked out from inside. He looked down, and the moment he saw the two of them, his expression twisted into one of pure disgust. He shouted down at the two vultures, Kui Jing, Wen Shunya, what are you doing here? His sharp gaze instantly activated his ultimate skill, the spiritual eye, allowing him to see the true, parasitic intentions hidden in their hearts. Both Kui Jing and Xiao Ya were furious, but only Kui Jing showed it on her face. She crossed her arms, expressing her displeasure with a defiant silence. Xiao Ya, partly intimidated by the atmosphere, decided to play dumb, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Ya, Brother Kevin, we're all friends here. Can't we come visit you? Things are so chaotic right now. We were so worried about you. Aren't you worried about us at all? Hearing these deceptive words, Kevin Jiang let out a cold laugh. He shouted down, his voice filled with contempt. Worried about me? Huh. I'm guessing that animal Li Shusheng is somewhere nearby, right? How many armed men did you bring? It was as if he'd read their minds. The two women stood there, mouths agape, completely stunned. Rage boiled inside them as they wondered, how? How could he possibly know? Without giving them a single moment to react. A sound erupted from above. Gunshots rained down, forcing the two women to scramble for cover. One of them couldn't help but scream a curse at him. Jiang Xiaoyong, are you insane? You're actually shooting at me? But he just stared back with cold, indifferent eyes filled with disgust. He kept his gun aimed down at them, as Kui Jing unleashed a storm of curses. Xiao Ya froze. She turned, scowling at her friend, trying to stop her. Cui Jing, shut up, he has a gun. Talk to him calmly, don't provoke him. But her friend shot back defiantly. What's there to be afraid of? Does he actually have the guts to shoot me dead? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong let out a triumphant laugh. Haha, shoot you dead? That would be letting you both off way too easy. After Jiang Xiaoyong's words, a strange sound suddenly echoed from nearby. This made Kui Jing and Xiao Ya slowly turn their heads, their hearts pounding with suspense. The sight before them sent a chill of pure terror down their spines. Kui Jing shrieked in fear. What? What is that? Is that one of the mad flu patients? From the pile of corpses he had just created, bodies began to stir. They sat up, reanimated into something far more terrifying. Their eyes glowed blood red against their pale, dead skin. Xiao Ya's voice trembled. The mad flu. It can bring people back from the dead. Witnessing this scene, all the hatred in his body surged to the surface. A demonic glint appeared in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes as a dark aura enveloped him. He then tossed a cruel sentence down at the two women. I want you to be eaten alive by them. At that moment, one by one, the creatures let out horrifying roars, like starving beasts that hadn't eaten in days. The scent of human flesh sent them into a frenzy. They lunged forward with gaping mouths, a truly disgusting sight, then leaped toward where Kui Jing and Xiao Ya stood frozen. Luckily, the two women were quick enough to dodge their attack. The creatures missed and crashed headfirst into each other. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, they ran and screamed desperately. Ah, Li Shuxiong, save us! Li Shuxiong, sitting inside his car, was too far away to see anything. He just frowned and grunted in annoyance. Meanwhile, Kui Jing and Xiao Ya ran for their lives as the undead relentlessly pursued them like bloodthirsty animals. Kui Jing couldn't keep up with Xiao Ya. She screamed as she ran, Save me, Xiao Ya, please, save me. But Xiao Ya, with tears streaming down her face, abandoned Kui Jing without a second thought. It was every woman for herself now, a chilling response to a desperate situation. As Xiao Ya neared Li Shuxiong's car, he leaned out the window, saw the horde of undead behind her, and yelled in terror. Damn it! How are there mad flu patients here? He immediately ducked back inside the car and shouted into his radio. Turn around! Turn the cars around! Now! We've got mad flu victims! Go! The moment he saw the undead, he didn't even think. He was leaving those two useless women behind. He was never a good person to begin with, only using them for his own pleasure. Cui Jing was pushed to her breaking point. Seeing Li Shuxiong's car turning around to abandon her, she cursed. Li Shuxiong! You son of a bitch! You bastard! The car sped away without hesitation. She trembled with fear. The relentless horde of undead closing in from behind. Tears welled in Kui Jing's eyes as she opened her mouth and screamed, I don't want to die here. As she shrieked, she hurled her handbag towards Xiao Ya, who was running ahead of her. She threw it with all the hatred in her heart, spitting a curse. You bitch! Like you're worth anything. The bag strap wrapped perfectly around Xiao Ya's ankle as she was mid-stride. Just like that, Xiao Ya face-planted onto the hard ground, crying out in pain. Aya! The undead descended upon her with terrifying speed. Each one let out a deafening roar. They lunged forward, their hands reaching out to grab Xiao Ya. She was paralyzed with fear at what was about to happen. Sweat poured down her forehead like rain as she managed to choke out a few words. Wait. Wait a minute. The ghouls opened their terrifying mouths wide. Their eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. They swarmed her, tearing into her flesh piece by piece. And just like that, she was tortured to death. Blood splattered everywhere as she was ripped to shreds. There was absolutely nothing she could do. Her eyes, wide and bloodshot, were filled with tears. A look of pure hatred filled her face as she screamed, Ah, you bitch! But Kui Jing ignored her, simply putting her head down and running for her life. Meanwhile, behind Xiao Ya, she became a gruesome feast for the zombies. With her final breath, she never stopped cursing Kui Jing's name. You witch! You'll die a horrible death. A twisted, unstable smile crept onto Kui Jing's face as she muttered in terror. She deserved it. She deserved to die. Watching Kui Jing's ruthless methods of escape, Jiang Xiaoyong observed from a distance, but he felt that their deaths still weren't satisfying enough. Beside him, San covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. The horrific scene was too much to bear. Just then, a system notification appeared. The threat elimination mission was complete. System points awarded, 10. Current points, 18. Immediately after, a new mission was assigned to Xiaoyong. A new notification panel appeared. New mission issued. Street cleanup. The mission required him to eliminate all the infected people and monsters outside the stronghold. The reward was 10 system points. San, with her hand still covering her mouth, nervously asked Xiaoyong, Did those people just suddenly turn into zombies? Jiang Xiaoyong turned and explained everything in detail. The apocalypse has now officially begun. The air itself is now saturated with a powerful contagion from another world. The dead, once exposed, will quickly mutate into zombies. Even the living, if injured or weak, have an extremely high chance of mutating. San's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, So that's how it is. Without another word, he turned to leave and gave San an order. Gather everyone. We're having a meeting, now. San was startled by his sharp command. After a moment, she followed Xiaoyong's orders and gathered everyone in a single room. Everyone sat gathered around a large table. San carefully locked the door, and after a moment of observation, Jiang Xiaoyong began to speak with a grave tone. For the next 2 days, unless absolutely necessary, stay in your rooms. Keep the windows sealed shut to let your bodies slowly adapt to the contagion. This will significantly reduce the risk of mutation. Understanding the cause of the plague, Zhang Qi's face twisted with worry. He was clearly anxious about his friend, and he began to stammer. About Chen Sung. The scene shifts to the infirmary, where Chen Sung lay in a small, deathly silent room. Complete darkness shrouded the room, as every window had been sealed shut. But on Chen Sung's hand, an ominous sign was appearing. Dark purple veins began to bulge from his skin, a clear sign of the impending transformation. His face contorted in agony, his brows furrowed in his unconscious state as sweat poured down his face. Every vein and blood vessel pulsed across his skin. Is a new zombie about to be born right inside Jiang Xiaoyong's base? Back at the building where Zhang Sheng lived, absolute chaos had erupted. From the windows of many apartments, black smoke billowed into the sky. It seemed the entire building had been overrun by zombies. Below, able-bodied young men were screaming as they tried to climb the walls to escape. Zhang Sheng was still in his high-rise apartment. He stared out the window, his face etched with pure anxiety. It's pure chaos out there. He then turned to his wife and son, who were huddled together in fear. I have to get to the warehouse tonight to move the rest of the supplies. Xiao Li, you and Shuai Shuai stay here and wait for me. Don't open the door for anyone but me, you understand? The tension was mounting when suddenly, a violent pounding rattled the door. The sound made Zhang Sheng jump, and he whipped his head around in fear. His wife and son clung to each other in absolute terror. The knocking grew more frantic. He wanted to ignore it, but Zhang Sheng was terrified, not knowing who was on the other side. Zhang Sheng slowly brought a finger to his lips, signaling for his wife and son to be completely silent. He crept over and grabbed a golf club from the corner. Gripping the club, he slowly reached for the doorknob, when a voice called out from the other side. Someone's voice echoed from outside. Brother Sheng, are you in there? Hearing a familiar voice, Zhang Sheng finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He opened the door, letting out a long sigh. Phew, Yang Dao, it's just you? In this new world, even with an acquaintance, you should always put yourself first. Zhang Sheng started to close the door, about to slide the deadbolt. But in the next second, a powerful kick from Yang Dao's men came crashing through. The boot slammed directly into Zhang Sheng's stomach, sending him flying across the floor. Ugh. Instantly, a gang of thugs swarmed in from outside. They pinned Zhang Sheng face down on the floor. Yang Dao casually strolled in last. It was clear now. Yang Dao had staged a coup. He had brought his own crew to overthrow Zhang Shengzhe. Yang Dao approached, staring down at him with utter contempt. Zhang Shengzhe struggled against his restraints, roaring through gritted teeth. Let me go! He twisted his neck back, glaring with furious eyes as he screamed at Yang Dao. Yang Dao, you son of a bitch, what is the meaning of this? After I treated a dog like you so damn well. A muscle twitched in Yang Dao's jaw. He jabbed a finger at his own face, unleashing years of pent-up humiliation. Say that again. You treated me well? Huh. That's hilarious. In your eyes, I was never anything more than your dog. In front of the other men, Zhang Shengzhe screamed back in defiance. Have you no conscience? Without me, you think you could have made the down payment on that house? Hearing this, a fire ignited within Zhang Shengzhe. He lost his cool, lunging forward in a desperate, clumsy attack. I already paid my share, but you've made a mountain of cash, enough to buy a dozen houses. Veins bulged on Zhang Shengzhe's neck as he glared helplessly at the smug Yang Dao. Yang Dao continued. Cut the crap. Give me the keys and the address to your warehouse. Now. Pinned to the floor, Zhang Shengzhe was far from broken. He grit his teeth in silent defiance, refusing to utter a single word. But a greater evil always preys on the lesser. With a sly grin, Yang Dao stalked toward Zhang Shengzhe's wife and son. He glanced down at them, his voice a low whisper. Humph. Still stubborn, are we? Then, Yang Dao lunged, grabbing Shengzhe's wife by the hair with one hand. She cried out, her face twisting in agony. Ah, that hurts. Seeing his mother attacked, little Shuai Shuai burst into terrified tears. But the boy was brave, and he charged at Yang Dao with all his might. With tears streaming down his face and a defiant roar, he screamed, I'll kill you. Yang Dao barely noticed the kid, until he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. The boy had bitten him. Ah, you little mutt. How dare you bite me? With a single, casual backhand, Yang Dao sent Shuai Shuai flying, his face smacking hard against the ground. He roared in fury. Get lost, you little dog. The boy's mother gasped, her eyes wide with terror and concern. An uncontrollable rage erupted in Zhang Shengzhe's heart. He strained against his captors, bellowing, You bastard! If you have any guts, come after me. Let my wife and son go. Across the room, Shuai Shuai was pinned down by a massive goon, his small body struggling weakly. At that moment, Yang Dao crossed his arms, his voice dripping with arrogance. Don't worry. Just cooperate, and your precious family will be perfectly safe. Zhang Shengzhe might have been a tiger to the rest of the world, but he loved his small family more than anything. He burned with hatred as he stared at Yang Dao, who delivered his final command. Now, take us to your warehouse. 30 minutes later, they stood before Zhang Shengzhe's storage unit. Yang Dao led the way with 2 of his men, while Zhang Shengzhe reluctantly guided them to the door. As the warehouse door slowly rolled open, Zhang Shengzhe stood behind them, simmering with unwilling resentment. Yang Dao stepped inside first. Seeing nothing but scattered, opened boxes, he turned back to Zhang Shengzhe. This is all that's left? Zhang Shengzhe's voice was laced with sarcasm. Didn't your big client already pay a visit? Everything's been sold. There's barely any expired junk left either. The cunning Yang Dao stroked his chin, his mind racing. Jiang Xiaoyong. Huh? A wicked smile spread across his face as his gaze met Zhang Shengzhe's. If we could take over the supplies in Jiang Xiaoyong's factory, we could just sit back and relax for the rest of our lives. Seeing the treacherous gleam in his eye, Zhang Shengzhe immediately warned him. I'm telling you, don't mess with that guy. I was making a delivery once, and saw him by chance. He's packing some serious heat. The man is not to be trifled with. Zhang Shengzhe's brow furrowed as he voiced his deepest suspicion. I'm certain of it. That kid knew the apocalypse was coming. Yang Dao simply scoffed, crossing his arms with an arrogant sneer as he glanced at Zhang Shengzhe with a cryptic look. Besides, that's a problem you're going to have to worry about. At those words, Zhang Shengzhe felt a chill run down his spine. He stammered, his voice filled with dread. What do you mean by that? Yang Dao simply said, The times have changed. Now, the strong rule and the weak perish. Yang Dao's threat hung heavy in the air as he gave his final order. Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies. In exchange for the safety of your wife and child. That's a fair trade, isn't it? The tables had turned completely. The man Zhang Shengzhe once treated like a dog was now his master. Rage burned in his heart, but for the sake of his family, Zhang Shengzhe clenched his teeth and swallowed his pride. The scene shifts back to the medical room at Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Everyone was gathered around Chen Chong's bed. They could only watch in stunned silence as their friend slowly began to turn. Even Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't hide the tension on his face. Though tightly bound, Chen Chong thrashed wildly, his body arching as he roared. The transformation was intensifying. Chen Chong was becoming a zombie, convulsing violently as guttural screams tore from his wide-open throat. His 3 friends from the mechanics team watched the horrifying spectacle, their faces pale with fear. But seeing a team member turn was most painful for Zhang Qi. He was tormented by guilt, knowing Chen Chong had taken a fatal blow to save him. The portly Lao Si was sobbing in a corner, while Yi Ming remained silent, but his silence was the most chilling of all. Yi Ming's face was a mask of cold pragmatism. He saw Chen Chong as nothing but a liability. Kill him, he declared without emotion. Ever since Zhang Qi's group had arrived, Jiang Xiaoyong had sensed that Yi Ming was not a good person, and this ruthless comment confirmed his suspicions. Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze fell on him, his eyes filled with caution and doubt. Unable to stomach those words, Zhang Qi spun around to confront Yi Ming, his voice shaking with disbelief and anger. What did you just say? That coward, Yiming, stood with his arms crossed, head bowed, his shifty eyes refusing to meet theirs as he muttered, "He's as good as dead. If we don't put him down, and soon, he'll break free and tear the rest of us apart." The big guy, Lao Si, couldn't stand such heartlessness and shot back. "He's our brother. Are you just going to give up on him without even trying?" Zhang Qi stood to the side, his face grim, unable to find the words. But the harsh reality was, there is no cure for this infection. Jiang Xiaoyong steeled himself, standing before Chen Chong, who was thrashing violently on the bed. He leveled with the big guy, Lao Si, telling him the truth. Yiming's right. Once the infection takes hold, there's almost no coming back. A helpless cry escaped Lao Si. "Brother Xiaoyong?" But Jiang Xiaoyong simply pulled a dagger from his pocket. Without a word, he held the dagger out to Yiming and said, "Take it." The ice in Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze made Yiming's blood run cold. He recoiled as if struck, stumbling backward. "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoyong's expression was like stone as he stared Yiming down. His voice was chillingly calm as he continued. "End his suffering." Yiming stared at the gleaming blade, frozen in place. All talk and no action. A coward through and through. Seeing this weakness, Jiang Xiaoyong decided to push him. He leaned in close, his voice a low whisper in Yiming's ear. "You've always wanted a weapon, haven't you?" Then he slowly raised the dagger right in front of Yiming's face and continued. "Now, take your weapon, and set him free." Xiaoyong's challenge left Yiming paralyzed with indecision. After a tense moment, Zhang Qi's hand suddenly closed over the blade, taking it from Jiang Xiaoyong. He yanked it free with a sharp tug, startling Jiang Xiaoyong. This was an unexpected turn of events. Even Yiming was stunned by the sudden move. Zhang Qi's face was grim, his knuckles white as he clutched the dagger. "Brother Xiaoyong?" Zhang Qi's hand was shaking, but his eyes were filled with resolve. He summoned all his courage, looked at the blade and said, "I'll do it." By nature, Zhang Qi was a kind and gentle young man. He forced himself to hold the blade, but the terror was plain on his face. Jiang Xiaoyong understood. He took hold of the blade's tip with his bare hand, testing Zhang Qi. His expression turned sharp as he asked, "Are you sure about this? What if everything I said before was a lie? If you do this, you'll become a murderer." Fear was clawing at his insides, but Zhang Qi met Xiaoyong's gaze without flinching. "I trust you, Brother Xiaoyong." He knew that once you turn, there is no going back to the person you once were. Ending Chen Chong's life now was the only way to free him from the torment. A faint, satisfied smile touched Jiang Xiaoyong's lips. He nodded once and said, "Do it." Zhang Qi approached the bed, dagger held tight in his hand. Chen Chong was gone, replaced by a monster. It thrashed wildly, the bed frame groaning under the strain. What a tragic fate, having to kill your own best friend. Tears of agony streamed down his face, but he choked them back, raising the dagger for one final, devastating strike. A sharp swoosh cut through the air. The zombified Chen Chong shrieked in rage, its skin turning a deathly purple. The blade was mere inches from Chen Chong's throat when suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's hand shot out, grabbing Zhang Qi's wrist. Zhang Qi grit his teeth, tears blurring his vision as he gasped for breath. His eyes widened in utter confusion as he stared at Jiang Xiaoyong. His face was a mask of cold confusion. "Brother Xiaoyong?" But Xiaoyong's expression was blank. He stared intently at something only he could see. A system panel. Then he spoke to the others. "All of you, get out of here now. Chen Chong's condition is unique. Keeping him alive will be useful." A notification had just appeared on Jiang Xiaoyong's system screen. System alert. Rare mutant organism detected. It was a lucky break that saved Chen Chong's life. Moments later, the room was empty. Groans and the sound of a struggle echoed from the infirmary. Now, only Jiang Xiaoyong remained, alone with the zombified Chen Chong. Strapped to the bed, Chen Chong's jaw hung open, a hungry growl rumbling in his chest as he faced Xiaoyong. It seemed his transformation wasn't complete. Jiang Xiaoyong tried calling his name. "Chen Chong?" Something flickered in the zombie's eyes. It stopped roaring, gritting its teeth as the sound softened to a low hum. Xiaoyong leaned close to Chen Chong's face, his voice low. "I have a very important mission for you." And as if it understood, Chen Chong's struggles suddenly lessened. The room grew quiet. Elsewhere, the city sky was a deceptive blue over a world shrouded in despair. An expensive car careened down the street, completely out of control. It swerved wildly on the road, likely under attack by the undead. Then, it slammed head-on into a nearby utility pole. The force of the impact crumpled the front end completely. A man named Zhang Shengze stumbled out of the wreckage. He was on his way to find Jiang Xiaoyong. Clutching his throbbing head, he stared at the wrecked car. Damn it all. What rotten luck. He thought the worst was over. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed himself to his feet, ready to move on. But he never saw the zombie that emerged from the shadows, stalking him from behind. Suddenly it lunged forward with a horrifying shriek. Grah! Jiang Xiaoyong's blood ran cold as he screamed. What the hell? Before he could even react, the gray-skinned monster sank its teeth deep into his left arm. He let out a scream of pure, agonizing shock. Ah! With a desperate shove, Jiang Xiaoyong sent the zombie flying, then turned to run for his life. He scrambled toward the car, clutching his wounded arm. But the creature was relentless, lurching back to its feet and giving chase with a gaping maw. Spotting a steel pipe on the seat, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed it. He swung with all his might, landing a fatal blow to the zombie's head as he roared in fury. You son of a bitch! The impact sent the undead creature stumbling sideways, one of its rotten teeth flying from its mouth. Jiang Xiaoyong lost himself in a frenzy, raining down blow after blow. He unleashed every ounce of his frustration and rage upon its broken form. A moment later, he stood panting, steel pipe in hand and drenched in sweat. He stared at the zombie, now a mangled pulp on the ground. He muttered, "Damn it. I can't stay here." Unbeknownst to him, more zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, were closing in from behind. With the first one dealt with, Jiang Xiaoyong decided to flee. He looked pathetic, clutching his bleeding arm as he escaped. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The zombies shambling outside the gate were the leftovers from their last battle with that arrogant rich kid. Time to take out the trash, Jiang Xiaoyong stated, pushing his way out through a small side gate. He cautiously scanned the direction of the undead horde. Xiaoyong felt no fear. This had become his new normal. Following him was his makeshift team. Everyone was armed with whatever they could find. Hammers, baseball bats, and even a gun. The tension was thick. Every person was on high alert. The young girl, San, was still getting used to her protective gear. She looked nervously at her elbow pads and complained to Xiaoyong, "Brother Xiaoyong, this stuff is so awkward. It's really uncomfortable." Jiang Xiaoyong explained firmly for everyone to hear. Zombies have no intellect. That's why their raw strength is far greater than a normal person's. They are incredibly dangerous. With your current level of combat experience, you'll get hurt easily. You need to wear the protective gear. Once everyone gets more experience, we can talk about taking it off. With that, he took the lead. He moved a few steps ahead to scout, peeking around the corner, and spotted a lone zombie. Instantly, he waved a hand signal to the group behind him. Get ready. We're already within its sensory range. San, Zhang Qi, and the two muscular guys focused intently. Lao Han gave a quick, concentrated reply. Got it. Next, he gave a serious hand signal. Prepare yourselves. The zombie caught their scent, whipping its grotesque, mangled face toward Xiaoyong's group. He shouted, "We've been spotted. Engage. And remember what I told you." Even as the zombie charged with blinding speed and vicious teeth, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly finished his instructions. Support each other. Maintain your distance. The creature lunged for him but missed, as he had already dodged to the side. It was a clean, professional, and practiced move. With the zombie right beside him, Jiang Xiaoyong continued his lesson without missing a beat. He then directed the others to begin their practical training. The moment a zombie lunges and misses, that's your opening. Aim for the temple or the back of the neck. The hefty Lao Si eagerly rushed forward, raising his sword high for a precision strike. Lao Si's longsword came down with a loud thwack, but the zombie's thick skull was completely unfazed. Instead, the one left in agony was Lao Si. He clutched his arm, crying out, "Ah, that hurts." From behind, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly shouted a reminder. The top of the skull is the hardest part. Not only will it do little damage, you'll just numb your own hand. Lao Si's failure was a textbook example. Taking advantage, the zombie lunged, swatting the sword aside and grabbing another man, Xiao Kai, with a roar. Xiao Kai struggled, his face straining with effort. But the zombie was overpowering him, even biting down on his sword, its teeth grinding on the steel. The blade creaked under the pressure, as the creature forced its hideous face closer and closer to Xiao Kai. His strength failing, he screamed for help. Damn it, Qi, help me, somebody help me." Xiaoyong let it play out, forcing them to learn. He smirked calmly. "Not bad. That's the correct way to defend. Zhang Qi, your teammate needs you." Zhang Qi immediately rushed in, swinging his baseball bat back, aiming for the zombie's nape. A powerful blow connected with its neck and spine. The zombie was thrown back, letting out a pained shriek. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong observed the trio and instructed, "Good, but one hit isn't enough. Everyone, keep attacking." The three of them swarmed the zombie, beating it mercilessly until it was nothing but a bloody pulp. As they were distracted, another zombie crept up from behind Xiaoyong. After the struggle, Zhang Qi turned proudly to his leader. Brother Xiaoyong, how did we do? Xiaoyong gave a satisfied chuckle. Heh, how do you think? Just then, the zombie that had been stalking him lunged. Its eyes were wide, its mouth open, ready to sink its teeth into Xiaoyong's shoulder. Seeing this, Zhang Qi's face filled with panic. He screamed a warning. Watch out, Brother Xiaoyong. The fresh meat was inches from its jaws, which opened wider for the kill. But for someone like Xiaoyong, creatures like this were nothing. As expected, his hand shot out, grabbing the zombie's head. Jiang Xiaoyong was the picture of calm professionalism. One hand pinned the zombie's head while he lectured his team. Have you all forgotten my words? Always be aware of your surroundings. The zombie froze as if paralyzed. It stood motionless, completely overpowered by Xiaoyong's grip. The team was completely caught off guard. Seeing this, they were stunned, but they had to snap out of it and get back to the fight. Meanwhile, we cut to Jiang Xiaoyong, who had finally reached the area near Xiaoyong's base. He was hiding from a horde behind concrete barriers. Peeking out from his cover, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Looks like some other survivors have already been through here. Could that brat, Jiang Xiaoyong, have already spilled the beans? He spotted an empty car up ahead. But then, a familiar voice echoed in the distance. It was Xiaoyong, constantly reminding a teammate. The rear guard needs your support. That's right, always be careful. Shengze crept closer to the car, his mind racing. That voice, it's definitely Jiang's. Over on the other side, Zhang Qi and the rest of the team were taking down zombies one by one. Shengze stealthily pressed himself flat against the back of the car. He carefully peeked out to survey the scene. He wondered to himself, is Jiang Xiaoyong's crew killing other survivors? But while he was focused on spying on Xiaoyong's team, he was completely unaware of the dark shadow lurking right at his feet. It had just reanimated. The scent of living flesh made its eyes glow like embers. This zombie was Xiaoya, Kui Jing's best friend. In the past 2 chapters, she was torn apart by the horde, and now, she had become one of them. Her once beautiful face was now a ruin of tattered flesh, a horrifying mask of torn skin. Her hand shot out, grabbing Zhang Shengze's pant leg. The sudden grab sent him sprawling to the ground. Pure panic set in as Jiang Xiaoyong kicked wildly, screaming, "Arr!" When he saw the ruins of zombie Xiaoya's face, he was so horrified he froze for a solid second. A chilling numbness spread through his body. Xiaoya's humanity was gone. She let out a guttural shriek and lunged right for him. She was like a wild animal starved for flesh. Her eyes bulged with feral hunger as she roared from her shredded mouth, ready to deliver the final blow. Xiaoya's ruined face loomed closer, her jaw unhinging as she lunged for Jiang Xiaoyong. He screamed in pure terror, "Son of a bitch, damn it all." This was it. This had to be the end for Jiang Xiaoyong. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. When suddenly, a loud gunshot shattered the air. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes flew open. Tears streamed down his face as he stared in shock at the scene before him, letting out a cry. Ah! Standing there was Jiang Xiaoyong. His face was ice cold, his gun still raised in a firing stance. Xiaoyong had put a single silver bullet through Xiaoya's head, causing it to explode in a horrifying spray. Jiang Xiaoyong was still in shock, his body completely rigid. He quickly shoved Xiaoya's lifeless corpse to the side. His face twisted in disgust as he gasped for air. Huff, huff. Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his weapon, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoyong. As Xiaoyong struggled with the body, Xiaoyong spoke with suspicion. Jiang Xiaoyong, what are you doing here? Jiang Xiaoyong cautiously got to his feet, completely covered in the gruesome splatter from Xiaoya's exploded head. He approached Jiang Xiaoyong, his voice thick with fake relief. Brother Yang, I can't believe I finally found you alive. But Jiang Xiaoyong noticed a dark bruise on Shengze's arm, spreading slowly toward his hand. He immediately suspected a bite. A closer look revealed deep teeth marks on his bicep. The flesh around it was turning necrotic, a clear sign of impending transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong pressed the muzzle of his gun to Jiang Shengze's forehead. He stated coldly, "You've been bitten." Hearing those words, the color drained from Jiang Shengze's face. Fear took over, and he immediately began to plead. He reached out a trembling hand, his eyes wide with desperation. "Brother Yang, don't shoot, please, spare me. I have something I need to tell you." Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth. He'd seen this act too many times before. His voice grew even harder. "Then say it from there. Don't take another step closer." At that moment, Shengze knew there was no going back. A shadow of despair fell over Jiang Xiaoyong's face. He clenched his jaw as tears began to stream down his cheeks, finally breaking under the barrel of the gun. Brother Yang, I know I'm a dead man. It won't be long before I turn. But listen, he poured out all of his tormented anguish. Pain contorted his face as his tears flowed in streams. Then he cried out in desperation, "But that bastard, Yang Tao, he kidnapped my wife and son. He used them to force my hand. He forced me to come up with a plan to trick you, to steal all of your supplies," he continued, his voice cracking. "Brother Yang, I know I'm no saint, but I never wanted to do anything this evil. My wife and my son, they're innocent." His words were pathetic and filled with despair. But Jiang Xiaoyong's expression remained completely unchanged. His face was an icy mask, his grip on the gun firm as he remained silent. But it wasn't over. Jiang Xiaoyong continued to reveal the truth of his situation and pleaded desperately with Kevin Jiang. "Those monsters will never let my wife and child go. Their fate will be horrible. Far worse than mine. Boss Jiang, I'm begging you. Please help me take care of them. Consider it payment for the help I gave you, for helping you stockpile supplies." A fierce internal battle raged in Kevin's mind before he narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Although Tristan Zhang's original intentions were purely selfish, he had, objectively, been a huge help. Kevin glanced back at his own team, signaling them to wait. He looked at the people he was now responsible for: Old Man San, Zhang Qi, and her two friends. The fortress still had plenty of room, he mused, and with more men than women, the balance was a bit off. Just then, a chime echoed only in Kevin's mind. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he looked at the system panel only he could see. "Well, what do we have here?" he muttered. "A mission reward? Looks like this is a golden opportunity." The system interface refreshed, displaying a new notification over the old one. New system quest. A husband's plea. Rescue Tristan Zhang's wife and child. Progress. 0%. Reward. 25 points. Below it was his current active mission. Quest in progress. Street cleanup. Requirement. Eliminate the infected and monsters outside the fortress walls. Progress, 70%. Reward, 10 points. With that confirmation, Kevin finally spoke. He looked at Tristan Zhang and said, "Rest easy. I'll take care of your wife and child for you." Tristan had been pleading, but he never truly believed Kevin would actually agree. Hearing those words, he was so moved he could barely stand. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Really, Boss Jiang, is that true?" Overcome with emotion, Tristan Zhang swallowed all his pride and slammed his forehead hard against the ground before Kevin. "Boss Jiang, I, Tristan Zhang, can never repay this debt in my lifetime. I swear, in my next life, I will return as your beast of burden." After bowing, the exhausted man slumped to the ground. He lowered his head, mentally preparing for the end. "Boss Jiang," he whispered, "do it." Kevin said nothing, staring blankly for a few seconds before looking at Tristan. "Do what?" Tristan squeezed his eyes shut, his face a mask of agony as fresh tears fell. All hope was gone. "Please. Just end me. I don't want to turn into one of those rabid monsters and become a threat to my own family." Tristan Zhang may have been cruel to the world, but his love for his wife and child was absolute. He had some honor, after all. Kevin fell silent, surprised by this side of the man. After a moment's thought, Kevin turned and called out, "Shanshan, bring a bicycle out from the garage and give it to him." Shanshan stared, completely baffled by Kevin's decision. She could only let out a small, "Huh?" Kevin slung his rifle over his shoulder and glanced down at Tristan. "Go. Get as far away from here as you can. The sooner, the better. Avoid the crowds and head for a place with few people." Tristan looked up, his face a canvas of confusion. "But why?" Kevin finally lowered his guard. "There's no time to explain. Right now, every second counts. Your time is running out. You need to go. Now." Tristan finally understood and accepted. He bowed his head with a faint smile, a smile of true contentment. "Okay, I get it. Thank you, Boss Jiang." A few minutes later, Tristan was gone, pedaling furiously away from Kevin's base, just as he was told. He had to get away. It had already been too long. The infection was spreading. A grotesque purple stain was already creeping across his left eye and down his face. He pushed harder, his only thoughts on his family, my wife, my child. Even though he started as a villain, this final, desperate act was truly a tragic sight. By now, one of his eyes had turned completely black as the zombie virus fought for control, but his face remained fixed, clinging to a final, desperate sliver of hope. Back at the fortress, Kevin's group was cleaning up the aftermath. They began dragging the zombie corpses into a pile. Under Kevin's command, they cleared the battlefield, each of them exhausted to the bone. Kevin then had them douse the massive pile with gasoline. He struck a match and tossed it onto the heap, igniting a roaring inferno. The fire raged, sending a thick column of black smoke spiraling into the sky. The entire group watched the flames in silence, except for one. A young man named Evan sighed. Phew, I'm dead tired. What a day. With one mission complete, and his team now battle-hardened against the infected, Kevin began his debrief. With your current strength and experience, 2 or 3 of you using standard melee weapons can now hunt lone zombies without fear of getting hurt. That's no longer an issue. Beside him, the system panel updated once more. Mission Street Cleanup has been completed. Points awarded, +10. Current point total, 28. But even after their victory, Kevin delivered a stark warning. They had faced the infected and won, but he had to remind them just how dangerous the enemy truly was. Kevin laid out the grim reality. However, against a small horde, or even multiple zombies at once, were completely outmatched. A heavy silence fell over the group. The weight of their new reality settled in. With the warning delivered, Kevin Jiang stepped forward and glanced back at the others. Stay close to me. San and Zhang Qi exchanged a confused look, wondering what Kevin was planning next. Minutes later, they arrived at the massive warehouse gates. Kevin took the lead, with Old Han and San right behind him, while Zhang Qi's friends brought up the rear. Kevin waited for the old man to catch up, then spoke in a low voice. Old Han? The old man immediately responded. I'm here. What is it, Kevin? At that moment, Kevin held out a key. This warehouse is our armory, he explained. I'm heading into the city tonight. The fort's safety is in your hands now. Old Han accepted the key, his expression filled with concern as he questioned Kevin. The city is pure chaos right now. You're really going by yourself? Hearing this, Zhang Qi and Fatty Kai immediately stepped forward, eager to volunteer. They spoke in unison. Brother Kevin, let the 3 of us go with you. But Yi Ming, as usual, remained stone-faced and silent. Kevin flatly rejected their offer. His expression was calm as he tried to reassure them. Not yet. You aren't ready to face the monsters out there. Right now, you'd only be a burden. His gaze then shifted to Old Han, his tone serious. Sir, I'm leaving everything in your care. Old Han slung the AK-47 over his shoulder with confidence. Don't you worry about a thing. Just make sure you come back safe, Kevin. With the base secured, Kevin grabbed a few weapons and some gear. He jumped into a car and sped off into the desolate streets. Suddenly, a notification flashed in his vision. The system store was completely empty. 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 Below it, a button glowed. Manual refresh. Cost, 2 points. Kevin stared at the interface, a worried sigh escaping his lips. This store restocks way too slowly. Without another moment of hesitation, Kevin slammed the refresh button. This next mission is no joke, he thought. To be safe, I have to take the risk and refresh it manually. A flash of light, and the system updated. Manual refresh, successful. 2 points deducted. Remaining points, 26. Item 1. Level 1 Black Tech Supply Box. Cost, 20 points. Item 2. Level 1 Life-Saving Supply Box. Cost, 5 points. Item 3. Level 1 Weapon Supply Box. Cost, 5 points. And below, the refresh button now read, Manual Refresh. Cost, 4 points. Staring at the new interface, Kevin closed his eyes, a bitter grimace twisting his face. The cost doubled from 2 points to 4 after just one refresh. It seems I need to be way more careful with my points from now on. Resting his chin on his hand, he considered his options. Burning points on a refresh was risky, but he had just enough for the big prize. He tapped the first option. A system notification appeared. Level 1 Black Tech Supply Box successfully purchased for 20 points. Current points, 6. Inside Kevin's car, the supply box materialized and burst open, flooding the vehicle with a blinding light. Another notification popped up. Level 1 Black Tech Supply Box opened. Reward. Physical Enhancement Serum. +5. Before his vision could even recover from the blinding flash, Kevin kept his hand over his eyes, absolutely stunned. Ah, what the hell was that? Did I just get hit with a flashbang? His eyes adjusted, landing on the large syringe in his hand. He stared, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! A serum that grants 5 whole attribute points? No time to waste. Kevin immediately slammed the needle into his own arm, pressing the plunger without a second of hesitation. He felt a surge of raw power flood his veins, his body converting energy at an impossible rate. His eyes turned a stark, glowing white. A brilliant aura erupted from his body, and his hair stood straight on end. A new window appeared, analyzing his current combat strength. Attributes, 13. Power level, 260% above an average human. Skills, Mind's Eye, Spatial Ring. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's high-rise apartment building, focusing on a room where the young boy, Shuai, is hiding. Inside, Jiang Xiaoyong's wife and son were locked away. For the moment, they were safe. The mother held her crying son close. Shuai, don't be afraid, she whispered. Your father will be back for us soon. But just as she spoke, the door slammed open. Yang Tao and one of his thugs stormed into the room. Jiang Xiaoyong's wife screamed in terror. What do you want from us? Yang Tao smirked, his eyes filled with malice. He closed the distance, grabbing her hand and stroking her hair. A twisted grin spread across his face. What do we want? Why? To have a little fun, of course. Beside him, his crony licked his lips, his gaze crawling all over her. A moment later, the sound of tearing fabric echoed in the room. Her outer shirt was ripped away, exposing her bare shoulder. Weak and overwhelmed, she couldn't fight back as tears of utter despair and terror streamed down her face. The inevitable happened. The two monsters threw her to the cold floor. Yang Tao pinned her down, holding her arms tight while his accomplice just laughed, a sickeningly triumphant smile on his face as he began to rip off his own shirt. Poor little Xiao Shuai fought back desperately to save his mother, but it was completely useless. The boy wailed and screamed, while Jiang Xiaoyong's wife struggled with all her might, shouting, "Let me go, please." These thugs were becoming more monstrous by the second. In this desolate apocalypse, it was as if some dark evil had possessed them. Little Xiao Shuai threw a weak punch, just as someone's foot appeared in the doorway. They thought it was Jiang Xiaoyong, but this was another member of the squad named Yang Tao, the leader of the pack. Hearing the commotion, he casually stepped inside. Scratching his neck, he asked, "What's all the noise about?" The thug in the white shirt grinned perversely and called out, "Brother Li, get in here. Let's have some fun together." For Xiao Shuai and his mother, this was a stroke of luck. Hearing this, the blonde-haired man known as Brother Li tilted his head back, his voice sharp as he corrected his underling. "Damn it, the job's not finished. Think about work first, and let her go." The man in the white shirt glared back, furious. With his fun cut short, he gritted his teeth and shot back. "What's your problem? It's not like this is the first time we've done this." It seemed this Brother Li was more cautious. He explained irritably to his two reckless goons. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with menace. "You dare touch his wife and kid now? What if this bitch decides to just kill herself? Then he'll have nothing left to lose and no reason to listen to us. At that point, nobody profits. You get it, you idiot?" Then, Brother Li calmly shoved his hands in his pockets, shooting a twisted glance at the mother and son as he continued. "After we're done with him, we'll all take our turns. When that time comes, we won't let her rest for a single day." At his words, Yang Tao and the other thugs stopped. They stood up, and the one in the white shirt adjusted his belt while muttering a few words. "Damn it, fine. We'll do it your way." Total buzzkill. The despicable Yang Tao followed them out of the room. He brazenly turned back, pulling at his eye and sticking his tongue out at them. "Just you wait." Poor Jiang Xiaoyong's wife was left with her outer shirt completely torn off. She and Xiao Shuai trembled uncontrollably, holding each other and crying in the darkness. The little boy rubbed his eyes, burying his face in his mother's embrace. By now, night had fallen over the city. The streets were a graveyard of abandoned cars, but a single pair of headlights cut through the darkness as one vehicle sped along. The roads were teeming with zombies, their bodies horribly mutated, wandering aimlessly. Inside that rare, moving car was Jiang Xiaoyong. He was busy strategizing his next system upgrade. Leaning casually against the steering wheel, he contemplated his stats. 13 points in physique is double the power. Even my reaction time and control have increased dramatically. Jiang Xiaoyong's car weaved effortlessly through the wrecked vehicles on the road. He skillfully navigated the obstacles, savoring the feeling. "This feels incredible." He reached a wider road, littered with overturned vehicles. There were no signs of human life, only hordes of zombies in a corner, tearing something apart. Jiang Xiaoyong stopped the car. He silently pushed the door open, stepped out, and carefully closed it behind him. He scanned the area and reminded himself, the inner city is just ahead. Driving is too noticeable. I'll have to go on foot. Instantly, a low growl echoed from nearby. The zombie's snarl made him whip his head around in surprise. In a flash, two zombies lunged straight for Jiang Xiaoyong. They charged like they hadn't eaten in ages, a reckless, high-speed assault, with jaws wide open, ready to bite anything. The sight made Jiang Xiaoyong's heart leap as he spun around, but compared to his current power, these things were nothing. As light as a feather, Jiang Xiaoyong gracefully dodged to the side, evading the zombie's grasp. Missing its target, it let out a loud hiss. In that same instant, Jiang Xiaoyong slipped a punch right past the zombie's shoulder. He tensed his arm, putting his full force into the blow, burying it deep and sending the creature stumbling. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed hard, flinging the first zombie into the one right behind it. Both of them tumbled to the ground, while he stood firm in a defensive stance. Looking impossibly cool, Jiang Xiaoyong held out his hand. He stared at the zombies with ice-cold eyes and summoned a weapon. He stood before the two zombies as they scrambled back to their feet. His saber materialized in his grasp, teleported from the car. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down on them, ready for the kill. He moved decisively, like a silent, terrifying wind. Jiang Xiaoyong shot forward without a shred of emotion, like a true ninja. A few basic flashes of light went shing, shing, shing. He planted his feet firmly, and behind him, two zombie heads flew through the air, landing with a wet thud. The zombies didn't even have time to understand what was happening before their heads were separated from their bodies. Bathed in the car's headlights, Jiang Xiaoyong stood, blade in hand. "It doesn't matter if it's strength or reaction speed," he said confidently. "Against me, zombies will just be crushed. Is this what it means to be twice as strong as a normal person? Not only has my physical power increased, but my hearing has also become incredibly sharp." A sonic wave pulsed in the distance. He realized his senses had sharpened dramatically. Damn it, we're surrounded. Kevin Jiang gazed toward the sound, his eyes falling on a tightly packed residential district, the source of that strange pulse. He estimated it was about 800 meters away. Just then, a system window materialized before him. A random mission had been triggered. Encounter quest. The scene shifts 800 meters from Kevin's position. At a small convenience store, a horde of zombies swarmed the entrance, clawing and smashing against the sealed glass doors. Some hammered with their fists, others bashed their heads relentlessly against the glass. From inside, the desperate screams of survivors echoed. Damn it, we're completely boxed in. Inside the store, a security guard stood firm, his gun raised. He yelled orders to the others, directing them to barricade the entrance with anything heavy they could find. Keeping his rifle steady, he shouted, "Hurry! Bring more barricades over here." Nearby, a father and son struggled to push a heavy shelving unit into place. Tears streamed down the young boy's face as he looked up at his struggling father. "Dad, are we going to die here?" The man was exhausted, sweat pouring down his face, but he tried his best to reassure his son. "It's okay, son, those monsters aren't getting in." But then, his voice laced with despair, he added, "And even if they do, it'll be all right. Worst case scenario, we'll get to see your mother again." Hearing this, the boy's fear intensified, and he burst into helpless sobs. Overhearing the grim conversation, the security guard couldn't hide his frustration with the father's attitude. He shot a glare in their direction. "Damn it, old song, do you have any idea how to talk to a kid? You're only making things worse." The man, old song, shot back instantly, his words dripping with long-suppressed bitterness. "Know how to talk?" he scoffed. "If I was good with words, I would have been promoted to building manager years ago." The guard paid Old Song no mind. Survival was all that mattered now. He thought grimly to himself, "Damn it. Is this really how it ends for me?" Just as the survivors inside the store gave in to despair, a sudden, unusual commotion erupted from outside. It was the sound of someone fighting the undead. The noise was so intense, it made everyone inside jump in shock. Everyone instinctively braced for the worst, while the lone woman in the group quickly ducked for cover. The guard chambered around, shouting, "What's going on out there?" Instantly, the shadow of a zombie was violently slammed against the glass door. The glass shuddered with a massive thud, nearly shattering from the impact. Inside, the boy and his father were jolted with terror. The young boy was so frightened he stumbled backward and fell, while his father stood frozen in place. They both stared wide-eyed at the door, watching a thick, dark smear of gore slide down the glass from the zombie's crushed head. It painted a grim streak across the pane. This continued for the next 30 minutes, until the entire glass door was covered in grotesque stains. Then, silence. The guard inside was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with fear. Panting heavily, he whispered cautiously, "Old Song, you and Zixuan, move the barricades away from the door." The woman behind them looked on in confusion. The guard kept his weapon raised, on high alert for any sudden zombie attacks. He continued, "Clear a path, and don't make a sound." Old Song and his son began hauling a table, doing their best to move with absolute stealth. They nodded in response. A few moments later, The path to the door was clear. With his gun at the ready, the guard took point, slowly pushing the door open to survey the scene. He found that every single zombie outside was now completely incapacitated. Their lifeless bodies were strewn across the ground. The two men, the woman, and the young boy cautiously stepped out of the mini-mart. Old Song, a large steel pipe slung over his shoulder, looked around in disbelief. What? What happened here? Who could possibly do this? The boy, Zixuan, was pale with terror. He gripped his own iron pipe tightly and gasped. It's a mutant. It has to be a mutant. Hearing his son's strange declaration, Old Song turned to him, confused. A mutant? What in the world is a mutant? With tears still welling in his eyes, Zixuan bit his lip and explained to his father. They're an evolved form of the undead, far stronger and faster than the regular ones. He tightened his grip on the pipe. I've read about them. I've read about them. Light novels. And video games. That's what they're always called. Thinking his son was spouting nonsense, the father snapped back at him in frustration. Manga. Novels. Video games. That's all you do every day. No wonder your grades are at the bottom of the class. Meanwhile, the guard couldn't care less about their family drama. He remained on high alert, his grip firm on the rifle. Annoyed by their bickering, he turned and snapped. Old Song, you have the worst emotional intelligence I've ever seen. Is this really the time to be arguing about grades? Now get it together and follow me. Keep your eyes peeled for whatever is out there. Don't let this mutant get the drop on us. The group of four huddled together, each one armed with a makeshift weapon. They began to move out onto the desolate street. The guard in the lead raised his rifle and commanded, Everyone, watch your sector. We move toward the rally point, slow and steady. After a few tense moments, the four of them crept toward a street corner. The lead guard held up a hand, silently signaling the group. Hold, they whispered, peering around the corner, their eyes widening in shock. What is that? What are we looking at? That's when all four of them spotted Jiang Xiaoyong, standing casually in the middle of the road, interacting with his system panel. A notification flashed on the screen. Encounter mission, rescue, complete. System points awarded, +5. Current points, 11. The young boy, Zixuan, leaned out to get a better look at Jiang Xiaoyong and declared, That thing, it has to be one of the mutated. But the guard disagreed. He studied Jiang Xiaoyong from head to toe for a moment and said, I don't know. He looks like a normal person to me. Even though they were a good distance away and speaking in hushed tones, with Jiang Xiaoyong's current abilities, hearing them was a simple matter. He lifted his head, glancing back at the four of them with an all-knowing look. A mutated? Ha ha ha. You've got a wild imagination, kid. It's not quite time for the streets to be crawling with the mutated. Yet, hearing this, the guard immediately lowered his weapon, his caution easing. He approached Jiang Xiaoyong with a friendly smile, saying, So, you really are a survivor. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and warned him carefully. Kid, it's dangerous to be walking around out here alone. In times like these, we have to stick together to survive. Come with us. Jiang Xiaoyong was a little taken aback by the man's kindness. He looked at them, confused, and asked, Who are you people? Are you the only ones? The guard kept scanning the new area as they walked. He glanced over his shoulder constantly while replying, We're out on a supply run. There's a large group of civilians gathered at the Rongxiang courtyard. Hearing that name, Jiang Xiaoyong's curiosity was piqued. Rongxiang courtyard? I remember there's a place called the Jinyu residence not far from there, right? Old Song heard this and moved closer to answer him. Ah, that's right. It's not far at all, just one street over. Still unsure about Jiang Xiaoyong, Old Song and the guard decided it was best to recruit him into their group. Old Song placed a hand on Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder. Little brother, stick with us. There's strength in numbers, and our Captain Li here even has a gun. As his name was mentioned, Captain Li puffed his chest out with pride, very aware of the power the weapon gave him. Hearing all this, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't know what to say. He just smiled until his eyes crinkled, nodding his head repeatedly in agreement. Haha, that sounds great. Thank you, everyone. And just like that, Jiang Xiaoyong was brought into the team with the guard, the father and son duo, and the woman. Now, a group of 5, they began moving toward their base. The 4 in front were on high alert, weapons ready, scanning every shadow. Only Jiang Xiaoyong walked casually behind them, completely at ease. Old Song then turned back to make conversation with Jiang Xiaoyong. He asked carefully, Hey kid, you were asking about the Jinyu residence. Are you looking for someone important? Jiang Xiaoyong didn't feel like giving a long explanation. He simply gave a soft and looked away, avoiding Old Song's gaze. But Old Song was just trying to show concern. He stopped walking, turning to face him directly. Is it family? Or a girlfriend? Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer right away. He remained silent. Seeing his hesitation, Old Song assumed he was lost in the despair of the apocalypse and patted his shoulder. He tried to comfort him, saying, "This is the end of the world. It doesn't matter who you're looking for. There's a good chance they're already gone. You need to prepare yourself for that reality." Captain Lee, who was up front, had been listening in on their conversation and added his own thoughts. He's right, and even if the dead didn't get them, they might have run into those other animals. Hearing the venom in Captain Lee's voice, Jiang Xiaoyong asked curiously, "Other animals?" That's when Captain Lee began to tell him about the villains causing chaos in the East District. He recalled with disgust. A gang of thugs took over the Bishui Villa area in the east. To survive, they don't hesitate to harm other survivors. As he spoke about it, the corner of his mouth twitched in pure rage. "We had a run-in with them once. We lost a lot of good people to those bastards." Just as he finished speaking, a dark, zombie-like shadow appeared right in front of him. A Tangshi. The figure was so deep in shadow that all they could see was a gaping mouth full of white teeth. Captain Lee hadn't noticed it yet. Not wanting to talk about the thugs anymore, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Let's not talk about them. Just remember to be careful when you meet other survivors." The boy, Zixuan, was the first to spot the Tangshi. He screamed in terror, "Uncle Lee, look out!" startling the captain. In an instant, the green-faced Tangshi lunged viciously toward him. It swiped at his arm, trying to grab him. Luckily, Captain Lee reacted just in time, spinning around to face the threat. He frantically chambered around. Bang! The pistol's report echoed through the desolate street. The Tangshi collapsed, its face hitting the pavement hard. A lead pill from Old Lee's gun tore right through its skull. But the surprise attack left Old Lee's nerves completely frayed. He gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he held the gun. Damn it! A disastrous mistake. That single gunshot served as a dinner bell for every zombie nearby. Realization crashed down on him as he screamed, "The shot! It drew those damned things right to us." Watching the dead shamble toward them, Old Lee's composure completely shattered. All his earlier bravado vanished, replaced by pure, frantic fear. He darted his eyes around, muttering, "What do we do now? What do we do?" Calm down, calm down. His gaze locked onto a nearby bus, and a spark of hope ignited. There, he bolted first, leading the group of 5. As he ran, he yelled, "Quick, get to that bus!" The other 3 scrambled after Old Lee toward the bus, while Xiaoyong silently brought up the rear. Xiaoyong wasn't ready to reveal his true strength just yet. He followed along, quietly sizing up these people he'd just met. Running aimlessly would only attract more of the undead. A bus, however, was enclosed and perfect for a defensive stand. The only weakness was that if they were overrun, there'd be no escape. Still, Xiaoyong was impressed, saying aloud, For a desperate decision, I give it 70 points. In an instant, the other 4 were already on board. To his credit, Old Lee held the door open, waiting for Xiaoyong. He yelled from the steps of the bus, "Kid, hurry up!" At that moment, a zombie was nearly on top of Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong simply picked up his pace, dashing for the bus. A second later, Old Lee jumped aside, letting him sprint straight past and onto the vehicle. He moved like a gust of wind. The moment Xiaoyong was on board, Old Lee slammed the heavy bus door shut. He didn't forget to order the boy, Zixuan, check every single seat carefully. Make sure there isn't a zombie hiding somewhere. Zixuan peered out the grimy window, his voice tense with urgency. They're not giving up. They're all gathering and heading this way. By now, the horde had reached the bus. They pressed their grotesque faces against the glass, pounding on the doors with a deafening rhythm. Faced with this terrifying scene, Old Lee's heart sank. Damn it, he worried. This is not looking good. Outside, the horde grew more frenzied, their stiff arms hammering against the metal sides of the bus over and over. The situation was growing worse, as more zombies were drawn to the commotion, slowly but surely surrounding their makeshift fortress. Old Lee's voice trembled with helplessness. It's no use. I can't hold on much longer. Inside the bus door, he was completely powerless. He threw his whole body against the door, trying to fight off the undead assault, but a rotting hand managed to squeeze through a gap and began to pry it open. In that life-or-death moment, Old Lee was sure they were all about to be torn apart. But suddenly, Xiaoyong placed a hand on the door to help him block the zombies. The unexpected move left the old man momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, without needing any of Old Lee's meager strength, Xiaoyong shut the door with a single, effortless push. Completely shocked by this turn of events, Old Lee could only stand there, gaping at Xiaoyong as his mind tried to catch up. Old Lee's mouth hung wide open in a perfect O shape. How can he be so strong? With one hand still holding the bus door firm, Xiaoyong turned his cold gaze to old Li and said decisively, "I'll watch the door. They won't get it open. Get everyone to smash the windows and fight back." Missing a beat, old Li jerked back to reality, turning and scrambling toward the back of the bus, still muttering in disbelief. Following Xiaoyong's command, old Li shattered a window, instantly drawing the attention of the zombies outside. Immediately, the entire horde swarmed that opening, shoving their decaying arms through the broken glass. They growled and slammed their hands against the side of the bus. Suddenly, one of them shrieked in agony as a metal rod plunged straight through its head with immense force. It turned out to be Old Song, who was leaning out the window and ramming the iron bar directly into the skull of the nearest zombie. Old Song gritted his teeth and snarled, "Die, you monster!" Inside the bus, Xuan and the woman were desperately holding onto the back of his legs. Old Li stood just behind him, pointing the barrel of his gun out the broken window. As the situation grew more intense, Old Li's face filled with worry. "There are too many of them. We don't have enough bullets." Just as they reached their breaking point, Xiaoyong's calm voice cut in. "Use this." Old Li was baffled. "A crossbow? Where did you get that?" Xiaoyong held it in his hand, while still holding the bus door shut with the other. With his free hand, Xiaoyong tossed the crossbow toward Old Li. "I picked it up on the way," he said. Old Li was stunned, catching the weapon with both hands. Without wasting a second, another zombie took a bolt right between the eyes. With weapons in hand, Old Song and Old Li were afraid of nothing. The two men leaned out the window, one smashing and one shooting, and in a flash, they had eliminated nearly the entire horde. Bodies lay everywhere. Only a few zombies were left trying to attack. "Die!" Old Song roared. A few minutes later, they had finished off the last of the zombies. Only then did the five of them dare to leave the safety of the bus. Model. With the deed done, Xuan clutched the weapon in his hand, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and smug satisfaction as he muttered, "That was no coincidence. We are the chosen children of this apocalypse." Nearby, Jiang Xiaoyong stretched out the arm he'd been using to hold the car door open. He shot Xuan a serious glare, warning him, "Don't get cocky. Always stay on your guard. Never make the mistake of being careless again." The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, where the sky is still dark. A young man, Yi Ming, spoke with concern. "I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiaoyong." Inside the base, Lao Han, Shan Shan, and Zhang Zi's group were heading back to their rooms after a meeting. Just then, Yi Ming pointed to himself and told Lao Han, "Hey, let me take the watch tonight." The chubby Xiao Kai found this strange. He nudged Yi Ming's shoulder with a playful grin. "Huh? Why are you so motivated all of a sudden?" Yi Ming flinched, shooting Xiao Kai a hostile look before suddenly snapping, "What are you talking about? When am I ever not motivated? Just worry about yourself." Xiao Kai froze for a few seconds, pursing his lips before turning away. He put his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, "What's with you? Why such a huge reaction?" Yi Ming just continued to glare at him. Seeing Yi Ming's enthusiasm, Lao Han spoke up, "All right then. If Yi Ming is volunteering, the rest of you should get some rest." He then added a final reminder, "Yi Ming, be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up immediately." Yi Ming replied instantly, "Don't worry." After everyone had fallen asleep, the night grew late. Yi Ming stood guard on the watchtower, sitting bored in one spot. He glanced around and thought to himself, "It's getting late. They must all be asleep by now." Hiding his true intentions, Yi Ming turned and left his post. As he walked, he muttered, "I can't delay any longer. I have to get this done before Jiang Xiaoyong returns." By now, Lao Han was sound asleep. He had carefully placed the warehouse keyring that Xiaoyong entrusted to him right beside his head. Suddenly, a sliver of light appeared on his blanket, as if someone was opening his bedroom door, but he was still deep in slumber, completely unaware. As expected, Yi Ming had abandoned the watchtower. Instead of keeping guard, he was sneaking into Lao Han's room. He slowly pushed the door open, a twisted expression on his face as he watched the old man's every move. The treacherous Yi Ming crept stealthily toward the sleeping Lao Han. He gently reached his hand toward the keys near the old man's head, mustering all his courage to snatch his target. Lao Han seemed to be sleeping peacefully, showing no signs of stirring. But then, he felt a strange warmth, and his eyes shot open. He bolted upright and roared in anger. "What do you think you're doing?" The shout made Yi Ming jump out of his skin. Caught in the act, he grit his teeth, thinking, "Damn it all." A second later, Yi Ming gave Lao Han a surprise gift. He slammed his fist into the old man's head, stunning him. Ugh. He then quickly grabbed the keys, clutched them tight, and bolted. Lao Han's old age made him too slow to catch up. He could only scream helplessly, Lu Yiming, you damn brat. What are you trying to do? Give me back those keys. Lao Han's shouting woke everyone in the nearby rooms. Hearing the commotion, Shan Shan and Zhang Ji opened their doors to see what was happening. Shan Shan asked, "What's wrong?" One side of Lao Han's forehead was already swelling into a purple bruise. He clutched his head in pain and said, Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming stole the armory keys. Hurry, stop him. Hearing this, Shan Shan, Zhang Zi, and Xiao Kai immediately took off after Yiming. Zhang Zi yelled as he ran, "Stop right there!" The chubby Xiao Kai huffed and puffed to keep up, also shouting, "Lu Yiming, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Yiming heard his friends' voices but remained silent, running even faster. Seeing the situation was bad, he kicked over a steel ladder. Various junk scattered across the floor, creating a barricade to block Zhang Zhe and the others who were hot on his tail. The three were forced to stop, their path blocked. Zhang Zi's face was a mask of rage as he scowled and cursed, "Damn it, that rotten kid." Just then, Yiming ran past the infirmary. He suddenly stopped in front of the door and peered inside. What was he planning now? A cunning look appeared on Yiming's face. He glanced to the side and said, "In for a penny, in for a pound." He stepped into the infirmary where Chen Chong was tied tightly to a hospital bed. Yiming hesitated, slowly approaching. The zombie, Chen Chong, sensed him and began to struggle, letting out a guttural roar. Yiming reached for the zombie's tightly bound hand. Its arm was a pale, deathly color. Instantly, Chen Chong's left arm burst free from its restraints and lunged, trying to grab Yiming's hand as it roared and growled. Yiming leaped back in shock, stumbling backward and yelling, "Holy crap!" He stared as Chen Chong's freed hand thrashed wildly in the air. Yiming glared at the zombie's frantic movements, wondering why one of the restraints was so loose. Weren't they tied properly before? At that moment, Yiming's expression darkened, revealing a truly evil look. A wicked thought took root in his mind. Heh, perfect. This saves me the trouble of untying him myself. Model. After clearing the horde blocking their path, Meng San, Zhang Qi, and Xiao Kai raced after Yiming. The three of them reached the infirmary, only to find a tall, gaunt figure standing dejectedly before the door. Zhang Qi immediately recognized him as Chen Sung. He seethed with rage. That bastard, Lu Yiming. He actually let Chen Sung out of the infirmary. Does he want to lead us all to our deaths? Chen Sung was now completely a zombie. He stood there, a vacant shell before his friends, his throat letting out a continuous, horrifying growl. Lao Han, who had followed them, saw the scene and cursed Yiming, his worry boiling over into fury. "Damn it all. I can't believe that kid is such a monster. I completely misjudged him," Meng San said, standing beside her grandfather, her own guilt rising as she stared at Chen Sung. "What do we do now, Grandpa?" "All of our weapons are locked away in the storage room." Lao Han made a snap decision. "No matter what, our first priority is to work together and lock this kid back inside the infirmary." Then, Lao Han calmed everyone down and began laying out a battle plan. He raised his hand, signaling to Zhang Qi and Xiao Kai, "Split up, use the technique Xiaoyong taught us. Be extremely careful, and do not let him bite you." With the plan set, the four of them cautiously crept closer to the zombie Chen Sheng. They moved with extreme care, while Chen Sheng stood motionless, completely unaware of their approach. "Now!" Lao Han roared the command. At his word, Zhang Qi and Meng San lunged forward with incredible speed. Still, the zombie Chen Sheng didn't seem to notice. After his training with Xiaoyong, Zhang Qi's skills had sharpened considerably. He used all his strength to lock Chen Sheng's head in a powerful hold. Zhang Qi grunted with effort. "Ha!" Xiao Kai and Meng San grabbed the zombie's arms, pinning them tightly. Completely restrained, Chen Sheng let out a monstrous roar. "Ah!" Zhang Qi, straining to hold on, shouted, "We've got him under control." Lao Han had already opened the infirmary door and yelled to the others, "Carefully, push him back into the room." The four of them worked in perfect sync, successfully shoving Chen Sheng back inside. Lao Han shouted the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Qi gave one final, powerful shove and yelled, "Go." As soon as Chen Sung was inside, Zhang Qi slammed the door shut and locked it, ending one crisis. Lao Han stared at Chen Sheng's form through the door's window, a feeling of surprise washing over him. He was speechless, and even Zhang Qi felt something was off. He watched his friend inside and said, "Is it just my imagination? It feels like it took almost no effort to subdue him." Lao Han cautiously agreed. "I had the same feeling." With Chen Sheng dealt with, his worries immediately shifted back to that snake, Yiming. He scowled and spat. "Damn it, we wasted so much time here. That monster has probably already gotten his hands on the weapons." Suddenly, Yi Ming's voice cut through the air. "Oh my, who are you calling a monster?" Lu Yiming appeared from around the corner of the hallway, a smug, triumphant look on his face as his voice echoed towards them. But his expression quickly soured. He glared down at the small pistol in his hand, cursing. "Damn it. I have no idea which warehouse that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the real weapons in. I only managed to find this one pistol in the armory." But Lu Yiming's treachery only grew deeper. He aimed the barrel directly at his former teammates and continued, "But this is more than enough to deal with you. After I'm finished, I'll find the rest at my own pace." Lao Han's group was stunned by Yi Ming's sudden betrayal. He raised his voice, full of arrogance. "Now, start moving for me." To the room at the back. Overcome with rage, Zhang Qi screamed at his so-called friend. "Lu Yiming, what the hell are you doing? Brother Xiaoyong is the one who saved our lives." At that, Yi Ming's true nature was fully revealed. He aimed the gun with a cold, resolute expression, finally speaking his twisted thoughts aloud. "A favor too great is the same as a deep-seated grudge. Look at that arrogant way he carries himself every day. He saves us once, and what? Are we supposed to be his slaves for the rest of our lives?" Hearing such ungrateful words from Yi Ming, Lao Han burned with fury. He glared and said, Some people are just born ungrateful. We raised a viper in our midst." Beside him, Xiao Kai couldn't take it anymore, but he still tried to reason with his best friend. "Lu Yiming, don't do this." From inside the infirmary, Chen Sheng stared out, as if he understood everything that was happening. Yi Ming's domineering voice cut them off as he gestured with the gun. "Enough talk. Do as I say." A disturbing change came over Chen Sheng's face. His eyes glowed a furious red, and the veins on his face bulged, becoming more and more prominent. But in an even more shocking twist, a key was now clutched in the zombified Chen Xung's hand. Outside, Yi Ming's arrogant voice continued to echo. "Move it! Now!" The scene shifts to the inner city. At the Rongxiang Gardens, where the group Jiang Xiaoyong met had finally secured their position. After fending off the waves of surprise zombie attacks, Lao Li carefully pointed the way forward for Xiaoyong. "Just one more intersection, and you'll be at the Jinyu mansion." The terrain in that apartment complex is tricky, with lots of hiding spots for zombies. "You have to be extremely careful, my friend." The kind-hearted Lao Li offered more advice, pointing down the street. "After you find your people, come meet up with us back at Rongxiang Gardens. We're on the 8th floor. Use the side entrance of the complex. Do not use the main gate. Remember that." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong gave Lao Li a thumbs up. He smiled and replied, "Got it. Thank you." With that, Xiaoyong departed. Lao Song and Lao Li watched him go, a thoughtful expression on their faces. "Shouldn't we follow and help him?" Old Song asked worriedly. Old Li simply replied, "We have no idea what's waiting for us inside that mansion. One wrong turn and we could walk right into a horde of zombies. A death sentence." Old Song pressed on. "Doesn't that mean he's just walking to his own grave?" It seems these two still had no clue about Xiaoyong's true abilities. Their worrying was completely misplaced. Old Li simply closed his eyes, shaking his head with false pity. "I warned him as much as I could. It's just a shame to waste someone that strong." The scene shifts to Zhang Shengzai's building, where the grounds below were swarming with the undead. Men, women, and children alike. Unable to find any living prey, they just staggered back and forth, their bodies caked in gore. Just then, Yang Tao's voice cut through the air, full of frustration. "Damn it, my phone's gone." Not that there's any signal to begin with. Yang Tao leaned against a wall with his arms crossed, his face a mask of annoyance and fatigue. "I wonder what that idiot Zhang Shengze is even doing out there." His men were clearly getting restless. A thug in a white shirt kept glancing around nervously before speaking to Yang Tao. "Screw it. I'm done waiting," he growled. "I need to blow off some steam tonight, or I won't be able to sleep." Yang Tao and his thugs were gathered right outside the door where Shuai Shuai and his mother were hiding. The goon in the black shirt chimed in, "Yeah, that's right. Zhang Shengze went out there alone. He's probably zombie food by now." Yang Tao knew they had a point. Still slouching against the wall, he shot his men a sharp glare. "When you go in there to have your fun, tie her up securely. Make sure she has no chance to kill herself." One of the others sneered in agreement. "Exactly. In a world like this, who knows when we'll die? Might as well enjoy ourselves now and have no regrets later." Inside the room, Shuai Shuai and his mother heard every single filthy word, and the most horrifying part was, it was all about them. Knowing the nightmare that was about to begin, the mother and son clung to each other, trembling uncontrollably as they cried in silent agony. At that moment, their leader, Yang Tao, who was standing by the window, finally gave his men the go-ahead. He crossed his arms and gave his permission. Fine, whatever, just be careful. The last thing I need is for them to end up dead. The others immediately burst into cheers. Yeah, you got it, boss. One of them even asked, so, are you gonna have a turn? Their leader simply scoffed and turned his head away. Before he could even answer, a lackey quickly piped up, if you don't call it, you're going last. But then, something outside the window caught his eye. His expression went blank, his gaze fixed on the zombies still shuffling around below. Only now, they were all scattered across the ground like broken toys. Each one a mangled, bloody mess, grotesquely twisted and still. Hearing a noise from the hallway, their leader opened the door. He scanned the area, then peered down into the darkened stairwell. A grimace crossed his face as he muttered to himself. Reinforcements? No way. Or did something unexpected happen out here? Suddenly, his eyes bulged in terror. The color drained from his face as a streak of light flashed past in the blink of an eye. With a sickening slice, Canarast, a deep gash appeared on his neck, blood gushing from the wound. Before he could even register what happened, his head dropped and rolled across the floor. For a horrifying second, his headless body remained standing, as if frozen in confusion. The look in his now lifeless eyes was one of pure, utter shock. Back in the room, Shuai and his mother huddled on the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong's wife pulled her son close, shielding him with her own body. Facing the remaining thugs, she cried out desperately, "You people, all of you, just get out of here." The goon in the white shirt stepped forward, fiddling with his belt. A sickening grin spread across his face. "All right now, who do you think you're fooling with that act?" With a violent tug, her shirt was ripped open. At the same time, another thug grabbed Shuai by the collar and yanked the boy away from her. She shrieked in panic. "What are you doing? Let my son go." Her words were met with a vicious slap across the face, the force of the blow distorting her features. Shuai was sent flying, slamming hard against the door. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, as his mother reached out a trembling hand, utterly helpless. The filthy goon sneered, "Our business is with her." Despite the searing pain, Shuai bravely struggled back to his feet. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out the words, I'll take you on." But what could a small child do against these monsters? A vicious kick sent him soaring out the doorway, his body skidding to a halt across the hard floor. Bam! The beasts inside immediately slammed the door shut. Shuai could only lift his head, his eyes burning with a rage he was powerless to unleash. All he could do was scream at the closed door, "You monsters! Let my mom go! My dad will make you pay for this." At that exact moment, the headless corpse of the leader finally crashed to the floor. Thump! The sudden sound made Shuai jump in surprise. Shuai turned and saw the body, his face going deathly pale. Then he saw a dark silhouette in the doorway with two piercing eyes. A voice called out, "Hey, kid." Gripped by absolute terror, Shuai screamed out, "Who's there?" And there he was. Our main character, Jiang Xiaoyong, had arrived just in the nick of time. He stepped into the light, exuding an incredible aura. "Is Jiang Xiaoyong your father?" he asked. Still reeling from fear, Shuai stumbled backward, trembling. Yeah, that's right," he stammered. Inside the small room, Jiang Xiaoyong's wife was curled into a ball. She desperately tried to cover her torn clothes, her head bowed as tears of humiliation fell silently. But the brazen Yang Tao lunged forward, striking her with a vicious slap as he roared, "Damn it, scream for me. Are you afraid your son will hear you? Go on, scream. If I'm not satisfied, things will get much worse for Jiang Xiaoyong's wife." Terrified that her son might hear, she swallowed her agony, refusing to make a single sound. The goon in the white shirt revealed a twisted smile. He stroked her hair and sneered, "Fine, don't scream. I'll just go first then." Jiang Xiaoyong's wife could only endure in silence, as tears streamed down her face. Just as the goon finished speaking, the door was kicked open with explosive force. The sudden noise caught the attention of a man in a blue shirt standing guard at the back. He assumed it was the little boy, Shuai, and remarked, "Damn, that kid is stronger than he looks." He actually managed to break down the door. In the blink of an eye, the same flash of light that had decapitated the boss now sliced cleanly through his neck. The man froze, not even realizing he'd been hit. Seeing him just standing there, Yang Tao snapped, "What are you waiting for? Get him out of the way." But the henchman in blue was already dead. His body crumpled to the floor, followed a second later by his severed head. The gruesome scene instantly killed the mood for the other thugs. They spun around, completely stunned. Yang Tao narrowed his eyes. What the hell is going on? The words had barely left his mouth when Jiang Xiaoyong's hand slammed onto his forehead with lightning speed. Jiang Xiaoyong was ruthless and decisive. A single, powerful shove sent Yang Tao flying backwards. He crashed into a cabinet with sickening force, coughing up a mouthful of blood on impact. The whites of his eyes showed as he collapsed. Everything had happened in a blur. The last thug scrambled to pull up his pants, stammering, "Wah, who are you?" On the floor, Zhang Shengze's wife watched in renewed terror. Without a word, Jiang Xiaoyong delivered a brutal kick to his face, planting the sole of his boot right on the thug's cheek. Meanwhile, back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, a traitor named Yi Ming pointed a gun directly at his own comrades. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Lao Han was seething with rage at Yi Ming's betrayal, but he had no choice but to comply. Lao Han leaned toward Shanshan. "Just do what he says. Go to the room." Shanshan, however, resisted. "But with brother Xiaoyong gone, our safety is the top priority." Lao Han cut her off sharply. "He has a gun, Shanshan. Everyone, just play along while I figure something out." Yi Ming smirked. "Ha, figure something out? It seems I'll have to make an example of someone to establish my authority here." Yi Ming aimed the barrel directly at Lao Han's head. A cruel grin spread across his face. "You can be the first to die." Shanshan cried out in alarm. "Old Han!" Zhang Qi glared, furious at Yi Ming's treachery. "Stop this right now," he demanded. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the medical room, where the zombified Chen Chong was being held. Everyone's head snapped towards the sound. Yi Ming was the first to ask, "What was that noise? What's going on? That room is locked." On the door, the lock began to click softly, then turned as if being unlocked from within. They watched in disbelief as the knob spun around and around at an impossible speed. A murmur went through the group. Who could be in there? A moment later, the door swung wide open, revealing the towering figure of the zombified Chen Chong. Everyone stared, utterly bewildered. Then their eyes fell to the doorknob. They were shocked to see a key sticking out of the lock. A key. Did Chen Chong unlock it himself? Yi Ming's voice was laced with panic. "No way! He's a mindless zombie. He shouldn't know how to use a key." The zombified Chen Chong stalked menacingly towards Yi Ming, whose face turned pale with utter terror. The rage on Chen Chong's face intensified, as if his consciousness was returning, fueled by the fury of Yi Ming's betrayal. Yi Ming quickly switched targets, aiming the gun straight at Chen Chong's head. "Damn you, a zombie that can use a key. I can't let you live." Yi Ming made his decision and pulled the trigger. Click. But something was terribly wrong. No bullet fired. He stared at the gun in his hand, his voice trembling. A misfire? In that instant, Chen Chong lunged. Paralyzed by fear and drenched in sweat, Yi Ming could only whisper, "Damn it. How is this possible?" The traitor, Yi Ming, met his end, torn limb from limb by the very man who was once his closest friend. Blood and viscera splattered across the floor. Chen Chong had become a true demon, devoid of all humanity, as he savagely tore into Yi Ming's body. After a moment, Chen Chong rose to his feet, a low growl still rumbling in his chest. He began to drag Yi Ming's mangled corpse across the floor. The traitor's abdomen was completely destroyed. The rest of the team could only watch, exchanging horrified, speechless glances. Lao Han's eyes were wide with terror. What in the world just happened?" he stammered, as Zhang Qi watched on cautiously. He seemed so peaceful a moment ago. Chen Chong then turned back towards them, letting out a long, heavy breath, his face still spattered with blood. He then started walking toward Lao Han and the others. Every single one of them went pale with fear. Lao Han covered his nose, overwhelmed by the stench of fresh blood. Reaching the door, Chen Chong grabbed the key from the lock. He pulled it out, and with a final, decisive motion, threw it far away. He turned his face away, refusing to watch. Clink! A key landed on the floor in front of Old Han and Zhang Qi. Both men stared down at it. Just like that, Chen Chong walked back into the medical room and locked himself inside. The door slammed shut, with chilling finality. Stunned by Chen Chong's sudden action, Old Han, Shanshan, Fatty, and Zhang Qi were utterly bewildered. They couldn't believe that Chen Chong could tell friend from foe without sacrificing a single member of their team. Meanwhile, at Jiang Shengze's house, Jiang Xiaoyong had successfully infiltrated the room where the mother and her son, Shuai, were held. Yang Tao and his white-shirted lackey were tied up tightly in a corner. Xiaoyong stood there, watching the mother and son huddle together in fear. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down and called out, "Kid, come here." Shuai looked up, a bit startled. Jiang Shengze's wife looked absolutely devastated. Suspecting Xiaoyong was just like the others, she hugged her son tightly and snapped, "What do you want with my child?" Xiaoyong's expression remained perfectly calm. He just said coldly, "Come here." Shuai could somehow sense that Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't a bad person. The boy stood up, left his mother's arms, and told her, "Mom, it's okay." Jiang Shengzai's wife watched with worry in her eyes. Jiang Xiaoyong then held out a carrot to Shuai and said, "Take it." Shuai was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyong's hand. Then, Xiaoyong pointed directly at Yang Tao and his goon, telling the boy, "Pierce them." Hearing this, the two thugs began to tremble uncontrollably. Shuai looked at the innocent carrot, his face turning pale. The two scumbags, Yang Tao and his man, began to beg for their lives. They desperately screamed, "Spare us! Please, spare us!" Seeing this, Jiang Shengzai's wife panicked and pleaded, "Sir, please, my son is just a child." Looking down at Shuai, who held the carrot with a storm of thoughts in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyong declared, "Starting today, he is no longer just a child." Then, Xiaoyong continued to steel Shuai's resolve. His face was like ice as he continued, "Kid, from now on, you are the only one who can protect your mother. Now, take a deep breath and deal with the beasts who hurt her." With the carrot in his hand, Shuai's mind flashed with images of the monsters who had harmed his family. Shuai's face hardened with determination. His eyes flew wide, burning with a powerful will, as if he finally understood what he had to do. With tears streaming down his face, Shuai gripped the carrot with both hands and charged toward Yang Tao and his henchmen. With incredible speed, the boy summoned all his courage and screamed. In the next second, red sauce splattered everywhere, followed by the agonized cries of the two villains who destroyed his family. The boy stood before Yang Tao and his lackey as they collapsed to the floor. A pool of red sauce spread out before them. In Shuai's hand was the carrot, now dripping with the same red sauce. His mother stared at her son, her mind reeling in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes, gasping, "Oh, oh my child." Only then did Shuai turn around. He looked at Xiaoyong with sorrowful eyes and asked, "Mister, my father, did they kill him, too?" Xiaoyong's face was grim. He gave a single nod, looking down as he answered bluntly, "Yes." Hearing this, the boy dropped the carrot. It clattered onto the floor as he ran to his mother, hugging her and sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom!" The news crushed Jiang Shengzai's wife. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. The mission to rescue Jiang Shengzai's family was complete. Jiang Xiaoyong started to turn away, but Shuai's mother saw him and begged, "Benefactor, please, take my son with you. I'm willing to pay any price." Hearing this, Shuai immediately protested. "No, Mom, I'm not going with him. I have to protect you." Seeing the pitiful state of the mother and son, Jiang Xiaoyong finally spoke up. "You're both coming with me. I made a promise to Jiang Shengzai. I told him I would keep you both safe." And so, Xiaoyong led the mother and son, guiding them back towards the base. As they stepped out of the building, each of them held a makeshift weapon for self-defense. The ground beneath them was littered with corpses. Seeing the defeated zombies everywhere, Shuai looked at Xiaoyong in amazement and whispered, "What? Is he really strong enough to kill this many zombies by himself?" He turned to look at the man, his eyes sparkling with the kind of awe reserved for a true hero. Jiang Xiaoyong was about to say something cold, but he suddenly raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. "Wait." Hearing a strange noise nearby, Xiaoyong's focus sharpened instantly. He listened intently for a moment, then turned to Jiang Shengzai's wife. "Sister-in-law," he said, "do you know the general location of Crimson Garden, building number 8? Jiang Shengzai's wife gripped her sword tightly and replied immediately, "Ah, Crimson Garden, building 8? I think it's in the direction you're looking." "Why?" The scene shifts to Crimson Gardens building 8. A group of heavily armed men stands menacingly at the entrance, shouting, "Don't worry, we will redistribute your supplies fairly. And another thing, all women under the age of 40 must come with us inside building 8. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, the group, led by the security guard, Mr. Li, who had met Jiang Xiaoyong in a previous chapter, was gathered. This time, their team had grown by 2 more people, a man and a woman who followed closely behind. The man in yellow panicked. "What do we do now? Maybe we should just surrender." Old Li turned, his voice firm. "No, those animals will never keep their word. If we give up, only Yu Yueran and Hao Feng might live. The rest of us are dead." Just then, a threatening shout echoed from He Ding's crew below. "I'm giving you 10 minutes. If you still refuse to cooperate, we won't leave a single one of you alive." At this, the woman was overcome with fear. Her eyes filled with despair as she pleaded, What if we both go out and beg them for mercy?" Hearing this, the young woman in the black vest cried out in desperation, I won't do it. I refuse to become their plaything for amusement. Seeing his team's morale crumble, Old Lee raised a finger to his lips. Shh. Calm down, he said. We are not giving in. As long as we hold the stairwell door, they can't touch us. Outside, a thug gripping a large blade spoke uneasily to his boss. Our weapons might be strong, but their leader has a real firearm too. Those bastards are just hiding in their shells like turtles. We can't just charge in blindly. The gang's leader, who also had a gun, sneered with absolute confidence. We don't have to charge in. You guys go shut off the main water valve for the units on the first floor. I want to see just how long they can last. Nearby, Jiang Xiaoyong had led Shuai Shuai and his mother to building number 8. They hid behind a corner, across from the building. The young boy, Shuai Shuai, whispered cautiously to Xiaoyong, "Little uncle, are these people bad guys too?" Xiaoyong glared towards the gang and answered, "That's right." With that, he stepped out alone. As he walked, Xiaoyong shouldered his AK, preparing to take aim. He took one step at a time, muttering, "They're the same kind of trash that bullied you and your mom." A few minutes later, back with Old Lee's group, he took point with his gun and told the others, "You guys hold the stairwell door. Don't give away our position. I'll see what they're up to downstairs." Old Song, standing further back, called out worriedly, "Be careful." Old Lee crouched down and crept towards the door, moving as silently as possible to avoid making a sound. Old Lee slowly peered outside. "Damn it," he muttered. 7 of them, all fully armed, and 3 have guns. This is bad. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupted, the massive blast making Old Lee jump back in shock. He dropped down, covering one ear, completely stunned. What on earth? The sudden chaos threw Old Lee's team into a panic. A huge question mark hung over everyone's heads. Down below, one of the thugs trying to take Building 8 was struck as a bullet tore clean through his head. The remaining thugs yelled out, "What the hell was that?" Their comrade lay in a growing pool of blood. The others scattered in panic, scrambling to find a safe place to hide. The leader roared, "Who is it?" Looking down from the 3rd floor, Old Lee spotted the silhouette of a man, walking calmly with a rifle in hand. He muttered to himself. As he looked closer, he realized it was none other than the familiar face from the night before. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. His eyes were cold, radiating pure killing intent. He shouldered his rifle, taking down one enemy with each deliberate step. Old Lee gasped. "It's that kid." Below the building, Jiang Xiaoyong strolled casually while unleashing his AK on the thugs. They dove for cover in a frenzy. Several were hit and dropped to the ground. One thug with a pistol didn't even have time to chamber a round before Jiang Xiaoyong delivered a bullet straight to his forehead. The man fell backward in agony. Seeing his comrades fall, a thug hiding behind a steel drum was sweating bullets. He dared only to peek out with one eye. Then, he and another goon charged out together, firing at Jiang Xiaoyong. They waited for the exact moment. Jiang Xiaoyong paused to reload, then sprang out, aiming their guns and screaming, "Ara!" But not a single one of their bullets even grazed Xiaoyong. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted at the main character's feet, but he continued his calm advance, looking impossibly cool, with the unmistakable aura of a true protagonist. Jiang Xiaoyong just smirked. He curled one side of his lip and said, "Ha! Amateurs." The leader, panting with rage, hid behind the iron drum. He gritted his teeth. Where the hell did this psycho come from? But the leader had no idea that Xiaoyong was already standing right behind his cover, his rifle aimed directly at his head. Xiaoyong unleashed a volley of shots right into the steel drum. The leader ducked down in terror, covering his head and cursing his lungs out. He then tried to roar orders at his subordinate. "Damn it, what are you doing? While he's pinning me down, shoot him, now." Clearly, this team lacked coordination. Hearing the order, the subordinate finally peeked out. He tried to scream to draw Xiaoyong's attention. He aimed his gun straight at him. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp gaze snapped towards him. He switched targets, swinging the barrel of his gun toward the new idiot who had just revealed himself. With just 2 shots, Xiaoyong landed one on his temple and another in his chest, killing the thug before he could even pull the trigger. His man had just been gunned down, but the leader didn't seem to care. He sat leaning against the iron drum, making a smug assumption. You're out of ammo now, aren't you, you bastard?" With that, he darted out from behind cover at high speed, confidently pointing his pistol at Jiang Xiaoyong. The thug roared with glee. "Just die." But Jiang stood completely still. He lowered his AK, letting it drop as he stared down the barrel of the leader's gun, his eyes cold as ice. This bizarre calm gave the madman pause. He hesitated, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Finally, he pulled the trigger, firing straight at Jiang. But for the man Jiang had become, dodging a single bullet was child's play. The leader screamed, "Go to hell!" Jiang simply tilted his head to the side. In a flash, he snatched the gun from the leader's hand and with a sickening crack, snapped his elbow, leaving the brute frozen in stunned agony. Jiang jammed the hot barrel of the gun under the thug's chin, his face closing in, whispering into his ear. Cold sweat poured down the man's face in sheer terror. Without a moment's hesitation, for scum like this, Jiang showed no mercy and pulled the trigger. A crimson spray erupted from the top of his head. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, a growing pool of blood spreading from his skull, dead before his eyes could even close. After watching the body for a moment, Jiang calmly walked over and searched the dead leader's pockets. Then, he strode confidently through the building's main entrance. A few more thugs were lying in wait behind the walls, their sharp weapons ready for an ambush. But as if expecting these cowards, Jiang casually glanced to his right. He stood defiantly in the middle of the doorway, his expression all-knowing. A man with an axe lunged from the left, while two more charged from the right. A few moments later, Jiang was still standing in the exact same spot. At his feet lay the bodies of the would-be ambushers. He stood in the center of the grand hall and called out, "Come on out, all of you." A few hours later, the situation was under control. The team Jiang had saved cautiously came down the stairs, with Sam and his mother following close behind him into the hall. Sam looked at Jiang with pure admiration and said, "Uncle Jiang, you were so cool just now." Jiang just gave a small smile before his eyes drifted to the system panel in front of him. A new system mission had appeared. Mission requirement: subjugate and reform the people of the Rongxiang residence. Number of survivors must not exceed 5. Reward: 25 accumulation points. Jiang finally looked down at the corpses and asked the security guard, Old Li, who were these people? Old Li looked down, his voice filled with burning hatred. "They're the scum from the Jadeite Mountain villas." Hearing this, Jiang's eyes narrowed. "Jadeite Mountain?" Old Li continued. "It's over in South City." Just then, he turned and called to two young men in yellow shirts. "Liu Chao, Chen Jie." Hearing his name, Liu Chao quickly ran over and replied loudly, "I'm here, Brother Li." "You called?" Old Li ordered. "You two are from South City. Tell Mr. Jiang about what's happening on Jadeite Mountain." It seemed that within the Rongxiang residence, Old Li was the one everyone looked up to. Liu Chao and Chen Jie immediately began to explain the situation to Jiang. They're a dark faction with power and weapons, occupying the Jadeite Mountain Villa area. They've already absorbed most of the survivors from South City. Jiang closed his eyes for a long moment, processing the information. Weren't Li Shusheng and Kui Jing's shelter located in South City? Could they have? Jiang turned back to confirm his suspicion. "Are you saying that the Jadeite Mountain Group is the only major survivor camp in South City?" Chen Ji quickly answered, "Not originally, but they have all the weapons." The smaller camps stood no chance against their attacks. They had no way to fight back. Just mentioning them brought looks of pure resentment and hatred to their faces. Chen Jie continued, spilling everything. "Those animals. Whenever they attack a shelter, the first thing they do is kill half the people there. Then they take the young, beautiful women and anyone willing to join them back to their base." Hearing this, Jiang understood everything. He spoke aloud, his voice grave. "So that's what happened." Old Li noticed Jiang's grim expression and couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Jiang didn't answer. He walked over to the three bodies and looked down. "Old Li, these three had guns. Take them and hide them. Search for more ammo later. There should be plenty." Then, Jiang picked up his own AK submachine gun. He handed it to Old Li and said, "Take this rifle too. I'm leaving you all with 5 magazines." Old Li took the weapon with both hands, stammering, "Is this for real?" Without another word, Jiang turned away. He stared in the direction of Jadeite Mountain, his eyes burning with hatred. The Jadeite Mountain Group won't let this go. With these weapons, even a dozen of them won't be able to touch you. Old Li still couldn't believe he was holding an AK. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he stared at it. Jiang said, "Hold this place down for 2 days. I need to go back and prepare. Then I'm going to tear their whole operation apart." Hearing this, Chen Jie cried out in fear. "That group? You mean the people on Jadeite Mountain? No, don't do it. Brother, you're no match for them. They've got dozens of men, and their numbers might be even greater by now." Everyone was terrified of the Jadeite Mountain gang. Even Old Li was desperately trying to talk Jiang Xiaoyong down. "He's right, brother. It's not worth risking your life for us. We can just find another chance to relocate our base." Old Li cautiously studied Jiang Xiaoyong's resolute face and continued, "Besides, they're miles away. They can't possibly search the entire city." But no one truly understood Jiang Xiaoyong's real power. He listened to their concerns, but he already knew what he had to do. Jiang Xiaoyong brushed it off, telling them, "Don't worry about it. This is a personal grudge between me and them." Leaving old Li completely stunned, he added, "Also, in a few days, I'll be back with a large vehicle to pick everyone up." "To the East District?" Old Li asked, surprised. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to explain, "I've established a central fortress over in Old Tea Leaf City. Right now, we're short on people." The plan sounded secure, so Old Li placed his trust in Jiang Xiaoyong and agreed. With that settled, Jiang Xiaoyong left, followed by Shuai Shuai and his mother. He waved to Old Li's group, offering one last warning. "Everyone, be extremely careful. Please, take care of yourselves." Then he turned to Shuai Shuai's mother, sister-in-law. "Let's go." From inside, Old Li waved back and said, "You two be safe out there." The scene shifts to the South District, where a zombie's head was impaled on an iron fence, a grotesque warning left for all to see. Outside, heavily armed guards stood watch through the dead of night. This was a building belonging to the Jadeite Mountain Gang. From the front porch hung the mutilated corpses of 3 zombies, 2 men and a woman. They were displayed like twisted trophies of war. Inside a large room, 4 men were gathered around a table. It appeared to be a meeting. A handsome, red-haired man held a cigarette between his lips, a look of utter boredom on his face as he questioned the others. "Still no supplies from Golden Ambition City?" The man in white was named Li Shuxiong. The man next to him quickly pointed outside, forcing a smile as he reported, "Brother Wen already sent his men. They should be back any minute now." Just then, a man in a brown vest chimed in. "Brother Wen, the Golden Ambition Mansion is filled with high-class women." He smirked with a sinister glint in his eye. "We can't just focus on the city's supplies, can we, Little Li?" Being mockingly called Little Li infuriated Li Shuxiong, but in this new world, survival meant swallowing his pride. He forced a smile and replied, Brother Kai, it seems great minds think alike, don't they? I've already told my men to bring any survivors back here." The red-haired boss toyed with his cigarette, exhaling a slow cloud of smoke before criticizing Li Shuxiong with a condescending tone. "I'm not trying to call you out, Little Li, but you haven't succeeded in a single mission I've given you." Li Shuxiong quickly turned back, his face a mask of forced enthusiasm, desperately trying to hide the terror creeping up his spine. "Brother Wen, you can rest assured. This time, I will handle everything perfectly." Seeing Li Shuxiong's panicked state, the man in the brown vest couldn't hide his enjoyment, a contemptuous smirk spreading across his face. When the pressure cooker meeting finally ended, Li Shuxiong stumbled outside, wiping sweat from his brow and gasping for air. As he walked toward a subordinate, the man asked, "Brother Li, are you all right?" Li Shuxiong said nothing, simply venting his rage on the nearest target. "Have the 7 men I sent out returned yet?" he growled. The subordinate flinched and replied, "Brother Li, I sent a scout out an hour ago. There's bad news. It turns out the raiders at Rongxiang Garden were Li Shuxiong's own men." Hearing the report from his subordinate, he completely lost it. The portly Li Shuxiong began to roar. "What? They were all shot to death? Weren't the people at Rongxiang Garden just a bunch of ordinary civilians? How could they fail when they had 3 guns? In that moment, Li Shuxiong was blinded by rage, determined to win this fight no matter what. His superior's orders were absolute. He barked a command, "Get every man who can use a gun over here, now. This time, I want 0 mistakes." Cutting back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, his vehicle arrived at the gate in the middle of the night. Jiang Xiaoyong honked the horn to signal his return. Hearing the car, Shuai Shuai's face lit up as he shouted, "Ah, the car! Brother Xiaoyong is back!" Old Han and Zhang Zi rushed to the window to look. A system panel suddenly appeared before Jiang Xiaoyong. Hostage rescue mission, complete. Points, awarded, 25. Current points, 36. After the recent instability at the base, the entire group rushed out. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong return, they all gathered and waved eagerly, like children welcoming their mother home from the market. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the vehicle first. The moment San saw him, her face lit up like a flower as she said warmly, "Xiaoyong, you're finally back." A wave of relief washed over old Han. He saw that everyone had run out to greet him, except for Lu Yiming, who was nowhere in sight. Jiang Xiaoyong flashed a smile, as if he could see right through the situation, and said, "Haha, so it was Lu Yiming after all." Hearing this, the 4 of them stared in utter shock. San looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with disbelief and asked, "You knew about this from the start?" Yang didn't answer San's question just yet. Instead, he gestured towards Mr. Zhang's wife and Shuai Shuai, looking at Ji. "Take them to a room. We'll talk in the infirmary after." Ji nodded quickly, following Yang's instructions without question. A few moments later, all 4 of them gathered with Yang outside the medical room door. Old Han's face was a mask of pure shock, stunned by Yong's incredible foresight. He exclaimed, "So, Yong, you knew Yiming was up to no good from the very beginning?" Just then, Kevin Yong picked up the gun from the floor, his voice calm as he explained. "Honestly, I wasn't 100% sure it was him, but I could confirm one thing, among Ji's friends." Hearing this, the portly Kai and Ji were both overcome with a deep sorrow, feeling the crushing weight of their friend's betrayal. In his memory, Kevin Yong recalled his past life, when a heartbroken Ji told him all about that treacherous friend. A cold fury burned in Kevin Yong's eyes as he emphasized the two words, the traitor. It was then that Ji finally got a close look at the gun Yiming had used. He noticed something strange about the firearm, a detail that made his expression freeze in surprise. Ji pulled out the magazine and examined a round he took from it, then wondered aloud in disbelief. He was using rubber bullets? At that moment, Old Han glanced back at the infirmary door behind them. As if piecing together a puzzle, he asked cautiously, "So, what's the name of the kid in the medical room?" "Ah, right, Chong." Kevin Yong then recalled the moment Chong was first turned into a zombie and began to explain it all to the group. "He's not an ordinary zombie. He's a rare variant. Chong can understand what we're saying." Inside, by the bed where Chong lay, Kevin Yong leaned in close and tried to speak as clearly as possible. "Blink, if you understand me. Blink 3 times, in a steady rhythm." At first, Chong was as still as a statue. But after hearing Kevin Yong's words, he actually responded. He blinked exactly 3 times, just as instructed, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Kevin Yong praised him. "Good boy," Yong continued, testing his cognitive reflexes further. "What is 2 times 2? Tell me with the number of blinks." This time, Chong blinked exactly 4 times. Kevin Yong praised him again. "Excellent. This is truly a miracle." Back in the present, Kevin Yong continued to explain what he knew about zombie evolution from his past life. After the apocalypse, there's a very small chance that someone infected by the otherworldly source becomes a rare variant. They often have higher intelligence or potential than normal zombies, and they can even inherit parts of their memories from when they were alive. Without any hesitation, Kevin Yong opened the infirmary door. Chong was already on his feet, looking completely calm, though his skin was pale and a bit gruesome. Yong said, "Luckily for us, Chong is one of those rare variants." Chong's foot was planted on the bloody head of the traitor, Yiming, crushing his face into a gruesome mess. Seeing this, Ji and the other two were a little shaken, but Kevin Yong seemed quite pleased. Suddenly, Chong turned his pale face towards everyone, veins bulging and his brow furrowed into a menacing scowl. He let out a grunt, and everyone tensed for an attack. But instead, the zombie Chong gave them a friendly wave. It was an unexpectedly cute gesture, but in this situation, it left the other 4 people frozen solid for 5 seconds. Kevin Yong finally broke the silence, his voice turning deadly serious as he gave the order. "All right, no need to keep that. Dispose of it." Instantly, Chong understood the command. He grabbed the neck of Yiming's corpse and began dragging him outside. It was a horrifying sight for his former teammates. Ji never imagined he would see the day Chong could recover his consciousness. Ji was the first one to step forward and speak to him. "Chong, dude, do you really remember us?" Chong's footsteps stopped when he heard Ji's voice. He turned his head and broke into a wide, friendly grin. He nodded, letting out 2 low growls. Seeing his best friend again, aware and conscious in this situation, left Ji feeling a bit overwhelmed. He stood there stunned for a long moment, but his heart was filled with joy. Kai was equally dumbfounded, staring in utter disbelief. Suddenly, Chong lunged forward and tried to poke Ji, like a cuckoo bird. Fortunately, Ji's reflexes were quick enough to dodge the near-fatal prank. He yelped, "Oh my god!" The scare sent a chill down his spine. Chong still enjoyed playing pranks on his best friend, a look of delight on his face. Ji's face darkened as he snapped. "What the hell was that?" "Looks like you really do remember," he said. "Even as a zombie, you can't keep your hands to yourself." After the night's events were finally settled, everyone returned to their own rooms. Kevin Yong laid back on his bed, resting his hands behind his head. He read the system panel in front of him. Hidden achievement. Acquired a variant teammate. Complete. System points plus 10. Current points. 46. Yong exclaimed in surprise. "Whoa, I actually triggered a hidden achievement? That's unexpected. Let's see if there's anything new in the shop." Just then, a new system panel appeared. Protector box. Level 1. Minus 5 points. Threat armament supply box. Level 1. Minus 5 points. Black tech supply box. Level 2. Minus 50 points. Manual refresh. Minus 10 points. A level 2 box. Reading the notification sent a jolt of excitement through Jiang Xiaoyong. He shot up from his seat, exclaiming, "Whoa, that's a first." But then he stroked his chin, calming his racing heart to think strategically. It's a shame it's so expensive. 50 points is a steep price. First, I'll open the other 2 boxes to clear some space. 2 system notifications popped up in response. Level 1 supply box successfully exchanged. -5 points. Current balance, 41 points. Level 1 threat armament box successfully exchanged. -5 points. Current balance, 36 points. Sitting on his bed, Jiang Xiaoyong decisively tapped on both options. A brilliant flash erupted from the boxes, flooding the entire room with light. The system immediately announced Jiang Xiaoyong's rewards. Level 1 supply box opened. Reward received. An effective otherworldly infection inhibitor. Has a chance to block the source of otherworldly infection, but cannot reverse a completed transformation. Level 1 threat armament box opened. Reward received. A special Barrett M82 sniper rifle with 50 caliber BMG rounds. 12.7mm, 10 rounds. After reading the reward notifications, Jiang Xiaoyong fell back onto his pillow, unable to contain his shock. Oh my god. If a level 1 box gives a weapon this good, then level 2 or 3 would probably give me a tank. And this inhibitor. Does it mean I can cure someone who's been bitten before they turn? With that thought, he clicked on his system info. Mission in progress. Reinforce manpower. Mission requirement. Recruit no more than 5 survivors from Rongxiang Gardens. Reward. 25 points. As he selected the mission, Jiang Xiaoyong's excitement grew. I'm dying to open that level 2 box. I've got to finish this mission tomorrow, no matter what. That night, while everyone at the base was sound asleep, Chen Chong was busy outside, dealing with the body of Risheng. The next morning, in the base's courtyard, Jiang Xiaoyong gathered everyone for firearms training. He announced in a loud, clear voice, "From now on, everyone must spend at least 1 hour a day practicing with their weapons." Everyone willingly cooperated, understanding that firearms practice was essential for their own survival and the defense of the base. 5 people, including Lao Han, Shan Chun, Zhang Qi, Xiao Kai, and Shuai Shuai, lined up in a row. They aimed their guns towards a line of water bottles and other items set up on a table for target practice. Jiang Xiaoyong approached Lao Han, patted his shoulder, and instructed, "Old Han, in a little while, have Zhang Qi and the others clear out a few empty rooms. I just got word of a group of survivors over at Rongxiang Gardens. I'm going to bring them back today." Lao Han replied instantly while reloading his weapon. "Ah, good. Don't you worry, I'll take care of it." After giving his instructions, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and called for the zombie. Chen Chong. Chen Chong, our loyal undead companion, voluntarily wore a restraining mask to prevent any accidental bites, ensuring his teammates' safety. Because of the mask, his usual guttural growls sounded muffled and strange. He turned and replied with a deep grunt. Jiang Xiaoyong simply said, "Follow me." A few hours later, on a major highway, a wrecked bus blocked the road. It had clearly been there for a while. The area was littered with corpses, and newly turned zombies wandered aimlessly nearby. Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong stood at the front door of the bus. A zombie with a knife embedded in its forehead collapsed to the ground. That was definitely Xiaoyong's handiwork. In the driver's seat, the bus driver had also turned into a zombie. Trapped by its seatbelt, it lunged wildly towards Jiang Xiaoyong, roaring with insatiable hunger. A second later, that zombie was eating pavement. Chen Chong dealt with it swiftly, yanking it out of the driver's seat with his bare hands. After clearing all the zombies from the bus, Jiang Xiaoyong handed Chen Chong a key and said, "Here." Chen Chong acted like a programmed robot, doing whatever Jiang Xiaoyong commanded. But, afraid of hurting his friend, he hesitated to take the key. Jiang Xiaoyong gently and a bit awkwardly tried to hand it to him. Seeing Chen Chong's careful demeanor, he simply placed the key in his hand. Then he walked over to the driver's seat, waved cheerfully, and called back, "It's okay, you can take it off. When it's just me, you don't need to wear that thing." It seemed as though Chen Chong could still feel emotions. He paused for a moment, as if touched by the main character's words. Then, Chen Chong raised the key to the lock on his mask's chin. Jiang Xiaoyong added, "When we get to Rongxiang Gardens later, remember to put it back on yourself, okay? Don't scare the others." Chen Chong nodded in agreement, his muffled growls serving as his reply. The scene shifts to the base of the Fatso, Li Shuxiong, and Kui Jing, located in the southern part of Jade Mountain. His lackeys were gathering on a pickup truck, preparing to move out. Li Shuxiong's voice boomed, "Why isn't everyone here yet?" Just then, another woman and a man joined them. and the men on the truck eagerly replied, "Everyone's here now. Let's go." Boss Li Shuxiong himself, sat in the front seat, clutching a gun in one hand and a cigarette in the other, scowling as he yelled, "That's everyone. I refuse to believe we still can't take a single Rongxiang Gardens with this crew." He flicked his cigarette butt to the ground. Their vehicle roared to life, peeling out of the gate. The thugs inside let out a unified, savage cry. "Let's go! Let's go!" It seemed Kevin Jiang was on a collision course with an old enemy. This was shaping up to be one hell of a showdown. Down the road, the undead shambled aimlessly. A small cluster had gathered, tearing apart their latest victim. But from the distance, a bus came barreling towards them. Its headlights flooded the grotesque scene, blinding a zombie as it ripped into a corpse's stomach. The creature snapped its head around in surprise. This was the very same bus Kevin Jiang and Chen Chong had commandeered just yesterday. They aimed straight for the horde. Bodies were sent flying into the air amidst a symphony of screeches and growls. The bus engine screamed as it masterfully weaved through the wreckage of abandoned cars littering the street. Meanwhile, at the Fragrant Garden apartment complex, Old Man Li, Old Man Song, and the families they were protecting sat in a circle. Their breakfast was nothing more than a few crackers to stave off the hunger. Sticking close together, they suddenly heard the sound of an approaching engine. The young boy, Zixuan, stopped chewing his cracker, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Big Brother Kevin! It has to be Big Brother Kevin coming back for us." But survival meant constant vigilance. Old Man Li immediately signaled for silence. He grabbed his AK and crept towards the window to investigate. He whispered to Zixuan, "Shh, don't go out yet. Let me check first." Old Man Li carefully peeked through the glass, assessing the situation. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as his expression turned grave. Unfortunately for Old Man Li's group, it was Li Shuxiong's gang who had arrived first. They spilled out of their vehicle, shouting and checking their weapons. "Which building is it?" Then, Li Shuxiong himself stepped out, slamming the door. He declared with menacing confidence, "Building number 8. The heavyset leader clutched his AK and waved his hand forward. "Move out." His men, all heavily armed, followed with cold, murderous intent. The dread in Old Man Li's heart grew heavy when he realized it wasn't Kevin Jiang. He grit his teeth, muttering to himself, "Damn it. It's not Kevin. It's those animals from the Jade Mountain gang." Old Man Song, now armed with a gun Old Man Li had given him, heard the commotion. He raised his weapon, his voice filled with defiance. "Those bastards dare to show their faces again? Haven't they learned their lesson?" Because before Kevin Jiang left, he'd armed their group with plenty of firepower. This time, they would not be caught helpless. Old Man Li turned back and waved to the others. "We're all armed now. It's time to fight back." But he quickly added a word of caution, reminding them to be smart. "Don't underestimate them. They've brought more men this time, and every single one of them is carrying." From their high vantage point, Old Man Li's group could see the full extent of Li Shuxiong's numbers and equipment. They quickly began to coordinate their positions. "Everyone, get to your assigned spots as planned. I'll take the rooftop." Down below, Li Shuxiong's gang moved with swagger and confidence. They acted as if they feared nothing. Every man brazenly pointed his gun upwards, aiming at the windows of the Fragrant Garden apartment building. Old Man Song and his son Zixuan peeked out, just enough to see. Drenched in nervous sweat, Old Song gave the signal to coordinate with the others. "This distance is good. Just a little closer. And the trash will have to be precise." Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted. The ruthless killers unleashed a continuous volley of bullets. All they cared about was gaining the upper hand, with no regard for anyone. A window pane shattered, showering Old Man Li with shards of glass. He quickly threw up an arm to shield his face. He yelled to Zixuan, "Get back! Be careful! Damn it!" Down below, Li Shuxiong turned and held out his hand to a long-haired subordinate. He gave a sharp command. "Give me the megaphone. The rest of you, watch the windows. Shoot anyone who dares to peek." A moment later, the portly leader held a red megaphone to his mouth to test it. "Hey, hey!" But before he could say another word, a rifle shot whizzed past the long-haired lackey's head. It was so fast, the man didn't even have time to register what happened. Li Shuxiong, still holding the megaphone, flinched violently. A second later, the long-haired gangster collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Li Shuxiong and his men stared in utter disbelief. This was a scenario they had never anticipated. "A rifle?" Li Shuxiong roared. Just as he finished his question, another rifle round tore through a different gangster's calf. Swift and clean, the man screamed in agony. Li Shuxiong just stood there, staring like an idiot. Crack! From high above, the rifle barrel was still smoking. All that could be heard were the panicked screams of the Jade Mountain gang. "Find cover, now." Up on the roof, Old Man Li rested his AK on the concrete ledge for support. No one knew the old man possessed such deadly skill. He was the one who had fired those shots. Below, his enemies descended into chaos. Watch out for the rifle. It's automatic. A little too late for that warning. Having already lost a man, Li Shuxiang's crew scrambled for cover. The fat leader ducked behind a wall, seething with rage. Damn it. The intel said they only had a single handgun, even adding the 7 we took last time. Ah. That should only be 4 pistols total. Damn it. Where did that automatic fire come from? A brown-haired lackey cowered behind a tree, his face a mask of pure terror. He desperately turned to Li Shuxiang. Boss Li, what do we do now? But Li Shuxiang was just as lost, his mind blank with panic. The man yelled to his comrade. What are you waiting for? Retreat! Overcome by fear, the man turned and fled the moment he heard the order. He sprinted away, screaming like a coward. Ah! Li Shuxiang watched him go, powerless to stop him, and cursed in frustration. Wait for my command. We run together, you idiot. But the roar of gunfire answered him. You already know how this ends. The subordinate was only trying to save his own skin. He was knocked flat on the ground, splattered with crimson. He'd just been served a hot lead pill. As for Li Shuxiang, he was still panicking. And yet, underneath the fear, he felt a flicker of satisfaction, not sorrow. He kept shouting, damn it, he deserved that. Everyone, on my command, we charge. 3, 2, 1, run. At Li Shuxiang's signal, they sprinted away. A complete reversal of the confidence they had when they arrived. Now, they just ran with their heads down. The whole group scrambled for their lives. You've never seen a leader so ruthless and so irresponsible. He let his underlings run ahead as he hung back with a cold smirk. The men who followed his orders were running straight to their deaths. One by one, they were met with bullets and dropped to the ground. It was obvious Li Shuxiang was using them as human shields. He was waiting for the shooter to empty their clip on all the moving targets. Only then did he make his move, running for his life. He glanced back, guessing they had to be reloading soon. The sly bastard was right. Old Li was out of ammo. The constant gunfire finally stopped. Li Shuxiang and a few other lucky survivors made it to their truck. Li Shuxiang yanked open the driver's side door, yelling, "Go, go, go!" The others scrambled into the truck bed. In their selfish panic, they only thought of themselves. They couldn't care less about the ones falling behind. They were leaving them. One last henchman couldn't keep up. He cried out in desperation, "Wait, I'm not on yet." But the truck showed no signs of stopping. By now, Old Li had finished reloading, and the reward for being too slow was a single bullet, right between the eyes. Immediately after, a hail of bullets rained down on Li Shuxiang's truck. Old Li was aiming for the tires. Sparks flew as lead met steel. The men in the truck bed just closed their eyes and prayed. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Jiang Xiaoyong's bus was barreling down the main road. Jiang Xiaoyong's driving skills were second to none. He sat calmly behind the wheel of the massive bus. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar-looking truck up ahead. He let out a curious hum. Jiang Xiaoyong steered the bus, slowly approaching an intersection. Just then, Li Shuxiang's getaway truck sped right past them. Jiang Xiaoyong wondered, who was that? But he didn't give it much thought. The mission was to get to Rongxiang Gardens. First, the mission. The points are more important. Soon, the bus Jiang Xiaoyong was driving arrived. Rongxiang Gardens. As he slowly killed the engine, he heard the sharp crack of gunfire. The moment Jiang Xiaoyong stepped off the bus, he and Chen Chong spotted a corpse sprawled on the pavement, drenched in gore. He looked at it and surmised, "Oh? Looks like the gun I left behind has been put to good use." So, that truck I saw must have been those raiders, running with their tails between their legs. Seeing the fresh corpse, the zombie Chen Chong couldn't help but drool. A low rumble escaped his throat. Grr. Jiang Xiaoyong found this amusing and turned to him with a smirk. "What's wrong? You want a bite?" The zombie Chen Chong let out a deep growl in response. It was a clear yes. Grr. Grr. Jiang Xiaoyong grinned, then casually gave Chen Chong permission. "Fine. Better you eat it than it turning into food for other zombies. Go on." Like an excited puppy, Chen Chong's delight was obvious. He was finally getting a delicious piece of meat. Chen Chong's eyes glowed red, a hungry grin spreading across his face, like he'd been starving for ages. Chen Chong lunged toward the body, moving as fast as the wind. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly called out a warning. "Wait for me when you're done." He was near building number 8. Chen Chong let out a roar, as if to say he understood, before digging into the fresh meat. Chen Chong was ecstatic, finally feasting on his favorite meal. He looked up at Jiang Xiaoyong and let out a few happy growls. Hearing this as he walked ahead, Jiang Xiaoyong just chuckled. Haha, and now for a delicious, human mukbang. Chen Chong tilted his head back, ripped off a huge chunk, and devoured it with a long, satisfying slurp. After absorbing the nourishing flesh, a spark of intricate red light flashed in Chen Chong's eyes. He savored the feeling. Eating fresh meat meant he could evolve and become even stronger. His contented growls sounded almost as if he were saying, "So, good." Jiang Xiaoyong continued deeper into the Rongxiang Gardens complex. His demeanor was perfectly calm. At his feet lay the bodies of Li Shuxiong's men. Jiang Xiaoyong voiced his thoughts out loud. Damn, that guy Li Huangli certainly sent quite a few people to their graves, didn't he? Peering out from a shattered glass door, Zixuan saw Jiang Xiaoyong and screamed, "It's Brother Xiaoyong! It's really him this time." Immediately, several people rushed onto the balcony, joyfully waving and shouting his name. "Xiaoyong, Xiaoyong," the voice cut through the chaos. Jiang Xiaoyong paused, recognizing old Li's men. A moment later, old Li appeared, leading the other survivors down to meet him. Xiaoyong spoke first. "Did you take down all of these things?" Old Li waved a hand proudly. "That's right." But he didn't take all the credit, immediately turning and pointing behind him. "I also have to thank you, Brother Xiaoyong. Thanks to this rifle, it felt just like my old service days. I was a crack shot." Just as he finished, a monstrous roar suddenly ripped through the air, making everyone jump and whip their heads around. Xiaoyong's brow furrowed in annoyance as he turned. What was that noise? The sound of heavy footsteps approached the group. It was the zombie, Chen Chong. After enjoying a high-quality meal, he had eagerly followed Jiang Xiaoyong. His face was a deathly white, but he looked surprisingly calm. But the second old Li saw him, he snapped his rifle up, shouting, "Watch out! It's a zombie." Jiang Xiaoyong instantly pushed the gun barrel down. He looked calmly at Chen Chong and said, "Hey, calm down. He's an acquaintance." Old Li stared at the zombie's pale, dead face, breaking out in a cold sweat. "An acquaintance?" Knowing Chen Chong was just following the scent of fresh meat, Jiang Xiaoyong pointed. "There's more over there. Go and eat." Chen Chong tilted his head with a low growl, as if acknowledging the order, and shambled in the direction Xiaoyong had pointed. Old Li was absolutely stunned by this incredible display of zombie control. He immediately asked, "What in the world is going on?" "Xiaoyong, you can actually talk to the dead?" But Jiang Xiaoyong knew they had to get moving, fast. He turned to Old Li first. "He's not a normal zombie. It's hard to explain right now. Get on the bus. I'll explain everything on the way." Then Jiang Xiaoyong turned and called to Chen Chong, "Eat quickly. When you're done, come back and find us at the bus." Chen Chong was tearing into a chunk of flesh, but he raised a hand to give a clear OK sign. After satisfying his hunger, the zombie was surprisingly careful. He voluntarily put the anti-bite mask over his mouth, making sure it was secure before walking towards the bus. Everyone on the bus, except for Jiang Xiaoyong, watched with bated breath as Chen Chong climbed aboard. A young boy, Zixuan, hanging from a rail, gasped in shock. "Whoa, it even knows to put on a mask after eating. That's so creepy." Jiang Xiaoyong decided to tease the boy. "Creepy, huh? If he hears you say that, he might just take a bite." Zixuan's tone instantly changed. The fear was clear in his voice as he stammered, "Actually, he's kinda cool." Jiang Xiaoyong said, "That, you can let him hear." All attention was now fixed on the zombie, Chen Chong. As he stepped onto the bus, his foot came down with incredible force, causing the entire vehicle to lurch violently. The already terrified passengers grew even paler. Old Li's jaw dropped as he yelled, "My God, did the whole bus just tip over?" Chen Chong held out a dented key to Jiang Xiaoyong, struggling to force out two words, "Key, key." Xiaoyong could barely believe his ears. He pointed, stammering at Chen Chong, You can talk now?" It must have been the effect of the flesh he ate. Chen Chong was evolving, becoming smarter. He continued to struggle to speak. Talk, talk. The words were clumsy, like a child's first attempt at speech. But for a zombie, it was an absolute miracle. Looking at the key in Chen Chong's hand, a thought struck Jiang Xiaoyong. He's already consumed 6 corpses. As a zombie, Chen Chong is definitely starting another evolution. I need to get back quickly and exchange my points for more power, and gather the region's strongest fighters. No more hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped the steering wheel and yelled, "Hold on tight. We're heading back." The bus roared down the road at high speed, heading straight for their base. A small smile played on Xiaoyong's lips. Chen Chong is definitely no ordinary zombie. Meanwhile, at the villain's hideout on Jadeite Mountain, Li Shuxiong returned from his defeat, only to be dragged before his 2 bosses. The boss Shuxiong called Brother Kai jabbed a finger in his face, his voice filled with rage. "Damn it. What did I tell you? He's completely useless. Xuqiang couldn't say a word back, gritting his teeth in humiliation. Drenched in a cold sweat, he desperately tried to explain. Brother Wen, you can't blame me. They had an automatic rifle. The other boss, Wen, narrowed his eyes dangerously. He crossed his arms, confronting Xuqiang's story. Don't talk nonsense. A lowly security guard. Where would he get a gun? An automatic rifle? Do you take me for a fool? Li Xuqiang continued to plead, trying to explain. No, it's true. If you don't believe me, send your own men to check. The chilling calm on Wen's face only made Li Xuqiang look more pathetic. Understanding his superior's silent command, Brother Kai viciously kicked out, sending Li Xuqiang's bulky body sprawling to the ground. He roared, "Get lost! It hurts!" Li Xuqiang cried out, a burning hatred in his heart that he dared not express. He knew his own limits. He silently stood, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shot a sideways glare at the two men. After Li Xuqiang scurried away, Brother Kai ground his teeth in frustration. "I've been sick of that useless bastard for a long time. We should just—" He didn't say it out loud. Instead, he drew a finger across his neck, signaling his intent to get rid of Li Xuqiang, while his men are weakened. "Should we make our move?" Seeing the sinister look in Brother Kai's eyes, another big shot in the group spoke up with a sly grin. "You still want the girl he keeps around?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Brother Kai's eyes. He was thrilled but tried to play it off. "Hey old Shu, what are you trying to say?" Standing between Mr. Wen and Mr. Shu, Brother Kai finally let his true colors show. He threw his arms open, announcing, "Of course, we'll share everything." Brother Wen might look refined, but the moment women were mentioned, a perverted look twisted his face. This one warned them, "Not so fast. Ah Kai, wait for me to find an opening." They were all convinced Li Xuqiang had already left. The three men plotted excitedly, scheming to bring Li Xuqiang down, but he was no fool. Li Xuqiang was hiding right outside the door, and he heard every single word. He was furious enough to cough up blood, but all he could do was clench his fists in silence. Li Xuqiang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he glared inside. A little later, back at the Jade Mountain base, Li Xuqiang unleashed his fury in his own room. He smashed everything he could see, desperate to release his boiling rage. He let out a volley of curses. His woman, Kui Jing, saw his rampage and cautiously came over to ask, "What's wrong, honey?" Sui Jing moved closer, her voice soft as she tried to soothe the raging man. "Calm down." Li Xuqiang was consumed by his anger. He roared an order, "Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving." 1 minute things were fine, and now they had to leave? Kui Jing was completely shocked and asked, "Leave? Where are we going?" Li Xuqiang grabbed Kui Jing's hand tightly, hissing through clenched teeth. "It's obvious we can't stay here any longer. We have to make our move first." In this apocalyptic world, maybe having a girlfriend was a threat to any man. Li Xuqiang called out for one of his subordinates. "You! Get in here!" A young man in a white shirt rushed in at once. "Brother Li, what's the order?" Li Xuqiang urgently commanded him to gather the others. "We move out at dawn. Follow me." Sensing the sudden change, Kui Jing became wary. A cold look showed on her face, her affection for Li Xuqiang gone. As he turned his back, she knew she was only with him to survive. She had realized long ago this bastard couldn't be trusted. Ever since the day he told her to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong. And she failed. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The bus finally arrived at the base's main gate. Old Han, San Zongzi, and Xiao Kai saw it, suspecting it was an enemy intrusion. They raised their weapons and took defensive positions. One by one, everyone stepped out. After the long trip, young Zixuan emerged, stunned by the sight before him. Whoa. It's a real fortress for the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong hadn't gotten off yet. He immediately opened his system's mission panel. Staff reinforcement, complete. Mission objective, recruit survivors from Rongxiang Gardens. 8 out of 5 recruited. Mission exceeded. Point reward, 25 points. Bonus reward, 5 points. Current points, 66. After reading it, he thought, "Oh? You get a bonus for exceeding the quota?" He confirmed his current point total after the mission. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped off the bus. Seeing Chen Chong waiting by the gate, he said, "Chen Chong, tomorrow night, you're coming with me to the south side of the city." Chen Chong let out a muffled, "Huh?" from behind his mask. Old Li asked the question that was on his mind. "To the south side of the city? What are you planning to do?" Jiang Xiaoyong just gave a slight smile, looking at Old Li with confidence. "I have some business to settle with the people from the Jade Mountain Villa. There are still some old scores to settle." That night, after everyone had settled in, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room. Alone, he immediately accessed the system menu. Level 2, Black Tech Supply Box. Cost, 59 points. Manual refresh. Cost, 4 points. Bathed in the light from the system screen, Jiang Xiaoyong decisively pressed the manual refresh button. His hand moved over the icon of a mysterious box. He whispered, "My first Level 2 box." After selecting it, a new system panel appeared. Level 2 Black Tech Supply Box successfully exchanged. Minus 50 points. Current points, 16. Immediately, a whirlwind of light erupted around him, spinning and engulfing Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong stood heroically within the mysterious aura. Our hero waited eagerly to see what new item would appear for his new skill. He spoke with determination, "You'd better not disappoint me." Just then, the chest opened, revealing an object shaped like a syringe, and we learn more about it from the information panel. Opened Level 2 Black Tech Supply Box. Item received. Reward: Physical Enhancement Serum, plus 20. Jiang Xiaoyong grinned as he held the item. A plus 20 Physical Enhancement Serum? Holy crap. So this is the power of a Level 2 item. And then, suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the room. "Arr!" The scream and the bright light could be heard and seen from outside. After a moment of struggle with the serum, Jiang Xiaoyong's body returned to normal. But his body now, was anything but normal. He raised his arm, feeling the power, and exclaimed, "A total of 33 physical points. That's more than 6 times stronger than a normal person. This feeling is incredible." Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed past him. He moved in a flash. Smack model. With just 2 fingers, Jiang Xiaoyong snatched the tiny mosquito right out of the air. He brought it closer, inspecting the insect between his fingertips. The mosquito buzzed frantically, its wings beating against his grip, struggling to escape. A moment later, he opened his hand, letting the pathetic creature go. It shot away in a blur. This simple display was all the proof needed. Jiang Xiaoyong's power had grown immensely. That evening at Xiaoyong's base, the sky was painted a deep orange as the sun began to set. Jiang Xiaoyong and Tan Shichen appeared, walking toward the training area where the others were gathered. Old Li and San were still training hard. Spotting Jiang Xiaoyong, Old Li called out, "Brother Xiaoyong, are you planning to head to the south side of the city?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong just gave Old Li a small, knowing smile, not answering right away. Jiang Xiaoyong watched Old Li's expert marksmanship for a moment before replying, "That's right. And speaking of which, Mr. Li." At this, Old Li's face lit up as he asked, "You have instructions for me?" Jiang Xiaoyong's voice was filled with sincere admiration as he made his request. "Your shooting skills are the best in this entire group. I need you to train everyone for me." Recognized for his talent, Old Li beamed with pride and replied, "This is my specialty. Don't you worry about a thing." Having entrusted the task, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and walked towards the bus. He waved a hand and called out, "Chen Chong, let's go." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong started the engine, and the bus roared away, beginning their journey for revenge. By now, night had fallen, casting a deep silence over the city. The scene shifts to Li Shuxiong's building, where he and his men were preparing to flee. He called out to his subordinate, "Qingzi, what's the status over there?" The man named Qingzi quickly replied, "Don't worry, Boss Li. Everything is ready to go." Hearing that, Li Shuxiong gave the order for everyone to move out. Li Shuxiong and his gang moved with extreme caution, their eyes constantly scanning the dark surroundings for any threat. Suddenly, a car appeared out of nowhere, its high beams flashing on, aimed directly at Li Shuxiong. The entire group shielded their eyes, groaning from the blinding light. While Li Shuxiong was still blinded, a group of figures emerged from the glare, blocking their path. It was then he realized. Kui Jing had betrayed him. There she was, sitting comfortably in the car next to Boss Wen and Boss Kai. This woman was no stranger to switching sides. She'd cling to anyone with power, having never known a day of true loyalty. Seeing the situation, one of Li Shuxiong's men asked in confusion, what's going on?" Li Shuxiong still couldn't process what was happening. The getaway car he'd sent his man to prepare was now filled with enemies. He knew this was a very bad sign. Before Li Shuxiong could waste any more time wondering, Dong Xu stepped forward, a gun in his hand, and asked with a cheerful voice, "And where do you all think you're going?" Li Shuxiong struggled to squint past the light, trying to get a clear look at the man's face. When he finally recognized him, he gritted his teeth and gasped, Dong Xu?" Immediately, Li Shuxiong put on his best performance. Though seething with rage, he forced a smile and said, "Well now, it's Boss Xu. We were just using the cover of darkness to head to Dongxiang Gardens and try our luck." Dongshu simply smirked at the pathetic excuse. Ha ha. Dongxiang Gardens, you say? From the shadows behind him, one of his subordinates dragged a body forward. He tossed the corpse right at Li Shuxiong's feet, making him jump back in shock. The truth of the situation finally dawned on Li Shuxiong. Seeing his unconscious brother, a nearby henchman screamed, "Qingzi!" The moment the word left his lips, Li Shuxiong smashed a fist into his jaw. Desperate to save his own skin, Li Shuxiong roared at his underling, "Open your damn eyes and look. That's not Qingzi, is it?" Then he turned back, scratching his head with an innocent smile. "Boss Shu, who is this person?" I don't know him." But Dongsu had no time for Li Shuxiong's games. He raised his gun and aimed it at the group. He gave the command in a loud voice. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ripped through the air, heading straight for Li Shuxiong's men. The sound of gunshots mixed with choked cries of pain, but strangely enough, Li Shuxiong was still alive, trembling as he clutched his head. He looked around in confusion. The 3 shots had been for his 3 accomplices. He desperately continued his explanation. I really don't know him. Boss Shu. Boss Shu. What are you doing? As if following a script, Dong Shu pointed towards the car and said with a laugh, "Haha, you've got a lot of nerve. Take a good look at who's sitting in that car." At that moment, the blinding headlights finally shut off. Li Shuxiong's anger boiled over. He never imagined that woman would betray him. His teeth clenched so hard they could have shattered as his mind screamed with curses. Inside the vehicle, Kui Jing snuggled up against Boss Kai, a sight that only fueled Li Shuxiong's fury. He lost it, roaring her name, "Kui Jing." Boss Kai looked out at him and said coolly, "Don't bother denying it. Kui Jing told us all about your little plan of betrayal." Hearing this, Li Shuxiong lunged forward in a blind rage, but Dongshu's men quickly restrained him. All he could do was scream curses. "Kui Jing, you witch! How dare you betray me?" Seeing that things had gone far enough, Boss Kai turned to Boss Wen and asked, "Boss Zhang, how should we handle this?" With a cold, emotionless expression, Boss Wen simply swiped a hand across his throat, signaling a dark fate for Li Shuxiong. In the dead silence of the night, a thick rope was thrown around Li Shuxiong's neck. A powerfully built man pulled the rope taut, hoisting him into the air. Dangling helplessly, he struggled in vain. Tears streamed down his face as terrified gurgles escaped his lips. A choked, desperate sound. It seems all of Jiang Xiaoyong's past misfortune has been passed on to Li Shuxiong in this life. His end was almost identical to Jiang Xiaoyong's in the previous timeline. A few moments later, Li Shuxiong's struggles ceased. His body now hung lifelessly, right in front of his own home. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaoyong's bus pulled up. He and Chen Chong cautiously moved in, hugging the walls. Suddenly, Li Shuxiong's legs twitched. Jiang Xiaoyong spotted the movement instantly and signaled for Chen Chong to halt. It was just as he thought. Li Shuxiong had turned into a zombie post-mortem, desperately trying to free himself. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed coldly. You got what you deserved. Still, it's a shame I couldn't finish you myself." With that, he flicked a sharp stone with incredible precision, severing the rope that held Li Shuxiong. The rope snapped. The zombified Li Shuxiong crashed face first into the dirt. Jiang Xiaoyong strode forward, grabbing its head. "You animal," he said, his voice dripping with ice. "Considering how tragic your end was, I'll grant you your revenge. Our hero is just too kind, isn't he?" The scene shifts to another building, where strange noises echo from within. Moans, sighs, and sinister giggles. Through a lit window, silhouettes can be seen. 2 men appear to be massaging someone on a bed. It's Kui Jing, handcuffed and spread-eagled on the bed. A look of pure pleasure on her face, she purred. "Oh, you're so mean. Is this how you treat someone who did such a great job for you? Hurry up and take these off." Without delay, the one called Brother Wen leaned in close. "Isn't this reward good enough for you?" he growled. "Here I come." At that moment, Kui Jing seemed to enter a trance. Her smile vanished, replaced by a focused intensity, as if she were in another world. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside. Brother Kai, who was about to make his move, paused. "What was that?" he asked, glancing at the window. He moved closer to get a better look. But the commotion inside the room was so loud, he couldn't hear a thing from the outside world. Brother Kai strained to listen past the noise. Frowning, he peered out the window, and his eyes went wide. He saw one of his own men, lying face down and motionless on the ground. A dark crimson pool was spreading from his head. Just then, a thunderous banging started at the door. Heavy, relentless kicks threatened to splinter the wood. Both Brother Kai and Brother Wen snapped their attention to the main door, their sordid activities instantly forgotten. "What the hell is going on?" one of them yelled. But the threat wasn't at the door. A dark figure vaulted through the window behind them. It was Jiang Xiaoyong, his face a mask of cold fury. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from him. His eyes, cold and merciless, locked onto the two men. Swift and silent, the point of a blade rested against Brother Kai's neck. He caught the metallic scent of steel, and slowly, fearfully, turned his head. The color drained from Brother Kai's face, twisting it into a horrific mask. A spray of crimson erupted from his lips. He gasped in shocked agony, managing only a pained gurgle. The blade flashed across his throat like lightning. A second later, his body collapsed to the floor. In the same fluid motion, Jiang Xiaoyong vaulted into the room. Seeing his partner fall, Brother Wen screamed in panic. "Kai, you bastard, who are you?" On the bed, her twisted pleasure cut short, Jing struggled to sit up. "Jiang Xiaoyong?" she gasped. Our handsome main character's face was an emotionless mask. With no wasted motion, he hurled the knife forward with deadly force. It flew true, embedding itself deep in Brother Wen's throat. The vile man choked, a fountain of blood spewing from his mouth. His airway crushed. He couldn't even scream. His body convulsed, rolling off the bed and onto the floor. Jing was splattered with the man's warm blood. She looked around frantically, bound and helpless. All she could do was scream. As Jiang Xiaoyong advanced toward her, Jing shrieked in terror. "Jiang Xiaoyong, why are you here? What are you going to do?" Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at her pathetic, disheveled state on the bed and let out a cold, sharp laugh. "Ha, looks like you were all having a great time." He ignored her pleas. Walking to the main door, grasping the handle, he spoke with chilling calm. "I wonder, what would that animal Li Shuxiong think if he saw this?" A cold sweat broke out across Jing's skin. The color drained from her face as she whispered the name back. "Li Shuxiong?" Our protagonist threw the door wide open, then calmly stepped aside. He made way for the beast that lunged into the room. The zombified man had completely lost all control. Now a flesh-hungry monster, it charged straight for Jing, roaring inhumanly. Her life was hanging by a thread. Tears of pure terror streamed down her face as Li Shuxiong's grotesque hand reached for her. Only now, she began to scream and beg for mercy. "Jiang Xiaoyong, I was wrong. Forgive me, please." But it was far too late for apologies. The very lover she had chosen sank its teeth into her neck, and fresh blood began to flow. Without a hint of pity, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the door shut, leaving Li Shuxiong with a delicious present on that sturdy bed. Her blood-curdling screams echoed from behind the closed door. Jiang Yong cracked open the door, just in time to watch the two thugs who'd thrown him into the abyss tear each other apart. With them dealt with, Jiang Yong stepped outside to meet Chen Chong. He glanced at the fresh corpses and commanded, "Go, feast on these bodies." Chen Chong was different now, more advanced. He stared at a nearby corpse and stammered, "Eat. Only one. Max." Understanding his meaning, Jiang Yong turned away with a single nod. The zombie Chen Chong lunged, burying his face into a body's abdomen and devouring it ravenously. Jiang Yong raised a steady hand, focusing on a faint sound wave echoing from the distance. Far from our hero, inside a heavily barricaded room, a man, a woman, and a little girl were trapped. Huddled together, they looked like a family. Suddenly, the screech of a metal door being dragged open shattered the silence. And then, a hulking figure appeared. This massive man wore a chef's uniform and clutched a heavy meat cleaver. He held it close, his face a mask of brutality, a long scar slicing across one eye. Just then, a lackey in a white shirt rushed in. Tall. The little girl was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Wah!" A large fat cook frowned, looking the little girl up and down before saying, "No good. She's too skinny." He pointed a fat finger in another direction, where many other people were also imprisoned. The cook pointed at a chubby little boy clinging to his mother with teary eyes and said, "Choose him." The mother could only watch in horror, biting her lip in agonizing helplessness. With that, the man snatched the chubby boy, his expression chillingly calm, like a butcher picking out meat. "You, fatso," he grunted. "You're coming with me." The terrified boy wailed, struggling and reaching for his mother. The woman shrieked in despair, "Let him go! Let my son go!" Annoyed by the commotion, the scumbag spun around and brutally slammed the flat of his cleaver against the mother. The force sent her sprawling backward, too stunned to break her fall. The vicious, fat cook roared, "Get the hell out of my sight!" Seeing his mother assaulted, the little boy screamed, "Mommy!" The woman, powerless, slammed her fist on the floor in utter frustration. Tears of pure rage streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Please, don't, spare my son. I'm begging you. I'm begging you." No one else in the room dared to move a muscle. They couldn't even bear to look at the desperate mother, crying until her voice was raw. "Someone, please save my son. I'm begging you. Show some mercy." Suddenly, a loud thump echoed from outside. The sound instantly grabbed the attention of the thugs and the terrified mother and child. They all whipped their heads toward the door. 3 perfect, circular holes had been punched through it. The fat cook yelled aggressively. Sensing trouble, the other goons rushed forward, aiming their guns and knives at the entrance. The fat cook held his cleaver defensively. "That was a gunshot," he snarled. "Who the hell else has a gun?" One of the lackeys answered nervously. "No one. Only the boss has a gun." Seizing the opportunity, the boy scrambled to his mother's side, sobbing. "Mommy!" The exhausted mother pulled her son into a tight embrace, trying to soothe him. "It's okay, sweetie. It's okay." In the room were a total of 5 thugs. All 5 aimed their weapons at the door, waiting. The fat cook backed away as the door slowly creaked open. A sliver of light pierced the darkness. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. The cook scowled at a tall, skinny underling. "You, go check it out." The goon clutched his weapon, hesitating. "Me?" The cook's scowl deepened. "Quit wasting time and go." Left with no choice, he had to obey. The henchman crept forward cautiously, pistol raised, sweat beading on his forehead as he neared the door. Suddenly, a deathly pale, greenish hand shot out, grabbing the henchman by the back of his neck. He let out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" before being violently yanked out of the room. His body slammed hard against the doorframe. The 2 remaining gunmen inside watched in absolute terror. They both screamed the same word, "Zombie." "Open fire! Now!" A split second later, they unleashed a hail of bullets at the doorway. But in their panic, their shots went wild, hitting nothing. Spotting a silhouette through the frame, they shifted their aim, firing relentlessly at the boarded-up doorway. "Watch out, over there." Chen Chong moved like a blur. He shattered the boarded-up door and lunged inside. His icy eyes showed no fear as he charged through the gunfire. Roar! The fat, vicious cook stumbled backward, right into the path of Chen Chong's assault. Seizing the chance, Chen Chong leaped at him. The cook realized his fate was sealed and let out a terrified scream, his mouth agape. Chen Chong's hands clamped onto the fat man's head like a vice. With a single, brutal twist to the right. Crack! The cook's neck snapped. His eyes went wide, his mouth frozen open. Still airborne from his jump, Chen Chong twisted the scumbag's head a full 180. The man was dead before his cleaver hit the floor. Chen Chong landed silently, a phantom of death. Then, he blurred forward in a zigzag pattern, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. He was a cold-blooded zombie assassin. Screams of terror erupted from outside. It's coming right for me. Help me! Somebody, help!" Gurgle. A moment later, silence fell. The threat had been neutralized. With everyone in the room watching, Chen Sheng stood tall. At his feet, the infected writhed in agony. A young woman stared, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered, "Wait, he's not going to kill us? What in the world was this zombie?" With his deathly white eyes and pale skin, Chen Sung looked anything but stable. But right now, our hero was perfectly calm. Hands in his pockets, he glanced toward the door as Jiang Xiaoyong casually walked in. He said, "Not bad, Chen Xiong. Even with the chains and mask on, your movements are still that fast." Not only were his actions steady, but Chen Xiong's reflexes were now razor-sharp. He held up his twisted hand and declared, "This just looks cooler." The survivors witnessing this only grew more terrified. The woman clutching her child cried out, "A zombie! A zombie that can talk?" Chen Xiong became the center of everyone's attention, his behavior a stark contrast to the mindless infected swarming outside. The young mother held her daughter tight, her face a mask of fear. The little girl trembled, peeking out from her mother's embrace. Seeing their distress, the friendly Jiang Xiaoyong approached, waving to the child. "Don't be scared," he said softly. "It's all right. He won't attack you." Chen Sung turned and gave a confident nod to back him up. The little girl, with big eyes still shimmering with tears and a face red from crying, looked unconvinced as she mumbled, It's a high-level monster that kills without batting an eye." Jiang Xiaoyong's expression darkened. He grew suspicious. How did this little girl know about high-level monsters? "Huh?" Xiaoyong asked, his curiosity piqued. After she spoke, he knelt closer to the little girl to ask more. "Have you two seen another one like him before?" The terrified child just shrank deeper into her mother's arms. Then, her mother stammered out a reply. "Yes, we have." Jiang Xiaoyong asked carefully, Where did you see it? The woman, slightly afraid of him, answered quickly. In Decoration City, in the Eastern District. Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze drifted downward in deep thought. He muttered, "This soon? I thought it would take at least a month or two for them to appear. Besides, Decoration City wasn't far from Old Leaf Tea City." Chen Sung, who had been observing the conversation, finally spoke up in a gravelly voice. "Wah. What is it?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned to explain clearly. "A mutated variant, just like you. Depending on the individual, you retain your reason and memories to varying degrees. Because of that, your hunting efficiency is far higher than a normal zombie's. But since the mutation is unstable, most of you become savage and extremely dangerous." A flicker of fear crossed Chen Xiong's face. He furrowed his brow and stammered, "Then, what about me now?" Jiang Xiaoyong placed a hand on his shoulder, gently reassuring the good-hearted zombie. "Don't worry, you're one of the lucky ones. Plus, I'm here. I won't let you lose your mind." After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the crowd and asked, "In this Jade Mountain Villa area, there must be other survivors, right?" A man from the group spoke up. "There are still quite a few people locked up over at the real estate sales office." The woman beside him added, "And there might be more survivors down in the basement." A short while later, Jiang Xiaoyong led the group from the room. Together, they headed down to the basement they had just mentioned. The moment the basement door creaked open, they could see splatters of crimson staining the floor below. Seeing the scene inside, many of the people behind him went pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jiang Xiaoyong's surprise was written all over his face as he wondered, "What is this?" Deep in the darkness, human bodies were hanging. "Like a slaughterhouse," one of the captives explained. "Every day, they capture living people from the surrounding area and bring them here to be butchered." Stepping into the dark, chilling basement, Jiang Xiaoyong glanced into a corner and understood. So this is why there are no other survivor camps in the Southern District. Now his face twisted with disgust for these monsters. "But with so many bodies," he asked, "can they even eat them all?" A man with long hair answered, his face filled with anguish. "They ship the meat out on a regular basis. We don't even know how many of them there are." Looking at the pile of mangled corpses stacked nearby, Jiang Xiaoyong's mind raced with righteous fury. "I have a good idea of their numbers," he thought. "They definitely can't eat this much. Could it be? Are they raising zombies?" With that thought, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the man who just spoke, asking for more details. "You mentioned a real estate office. Can you tell me everything you know?" The man answered immediately. "That office is on the south side, about a kilometer from here. People they capture are locked up over there first. The ones they reject, or the ones they get bored of, are brought here for slaughter." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was stunned by their sheer cruelty. He let out a sharp, angry breath. In that exact moment, a system panel materialized before his eyes. System mission, version X, has been activated. Mission content, expand the community. Mission requirement, do your best to raise the community's evaluation score. Current evaluation score is 2. System reward, 20 accumulation points. Current total, 36 points. 30 minutes later, 2 shadowy figures stood outside a real estate office on the south side. They were posted like sentinels at the building's entrance, shrouded by the dead of night. One of them, clutching an iron rod, spoke nervously. "I thought I heard gunshots from the north gate just now." His grim-faced partner scoffed. "Humph. They're probably just using live targets for practice again. They never saw Chen Shun coming." He dropped from the shadows behind them, landing silently in a perfect 3-point stance. The only thing that followed were the blood-curdling screams of those 2 men. Zombies. The sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air. Moments later, inside a small, empty room within that same real estate office, 4 girls were huddled together, stripped of their clothes. One, exhausted beyond words, was already asleep under a thin blanket. When they heard the commotion outside, terror flashed across their faces as they stared toward the door. They looked utterly exhausted and broken. A girl who once wore a red dress nervously whispered, "What's happening out there?" Meanwhile, the girl on the thin mattress clutched her head in agony, crying out, "No, whatever they're doing, just don't come in here. Don't come in." Just then, the doorknob began to turn. The room fell silent as all eyes locked onto it. The traumatized girl gripped her head tighter, her mind clearly shattered by past torments. "Don't come in here. Please, don't come in here." Fortunately for them, the person who stepped inside, looking at the terrified victims huddled together, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke with a steady voice. "It's over. Everyone, come on out." And so, our main character led the survivors out of the blood-soaked real estate office. The bodies of the vile thugs lay at their feet. The young woman in the tattered red shirt couldn't believe it. Was this man, Jiang Xiaoyong, really so kind? She had to ask, "Are you really offering us shelter?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned to her, his expression firm. "That's right." But then, his gaze hardened, and his voice dropped. "However, in return, everyone has to pull their own weight." The survivors, men and women alike, reacted immediately. Hope sparked in their eyes. "Not a problem. We're able-bodied." "That's right," another chimed in. "I'll do my part." Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong led the group out the door. He raised a hand, his voice filled with new energy. "There's no time to waste. Let's move out, now." And so, Jiang Xiaoyong's bus rumbled through the silent night, heading back toward their base. An hour later, they arrived. Everyone began to file off the bus. Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong stood waiting to guide them. Up on the watchtower, Sang Sang and Zhang Qi saw them approach. They were overjoyed to see Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong return. Sang Sang cried out, "Brother Xiaoyong is back. I'm going to open the gate." But Zhang Qi, ever the cautious one, stopped her. "Hold on. Brother Xiaoyong didn't drive right up to the gate. Let's see what he's planning." Down below, the main character addressed the new survivors. He gestured toward the base. "That place is my fortress. But I can't let any of you inside just yet." After all the torment they had been through, they finally understood his intentions. The long-haired man spoke up first. "This world is a vicious place. We get it." From the distance, a woman asked, "So, where will we stay?" Jiang Xiaoyong then answered in detail. "Next to the fortress, there are temporary shelters and a wire fence. It might not be as safe as inside the fortress, but the conditions are much better than in any ordinary camp." Our hero, Jiang Xiaoyong, then continued addressing everyone. "This old tea leaf city area still has a lot of empty land and abandoned buildings. With gradual improvements, things will get better." Everyone bowed their heads to him. They were deeply grateful and spoke in unison. "We can never repay such a great kindness. Thank you, our benefactor." The next day arrived, bright and sunny. At the Jade Mountain base, 2 large vehicles were entering the gate. One car, and a truck loaded with countless black nylon bags. Moving these things required an entire truck. The weight had to be measured in tons. A woman sitting in the car clicked her tongue in annoyance. She had a very edgy look with her blue-black hair. She was dressed fashionably, even wearing black fishnet stockings. However, her expression was sour as she propped her chin up and growled. "Why isn't anyone picking up the phone? What kind of mysterious game is that bastard Zhang Qingwen playing this time?" she muttered, her eyebrows knitting in frustration. "Damn it. Something's not right." This woman, followed by a towering henchman, stormed directly into Zhang Qingwen's room. They threw the door wide open. The moment she laid eyes on the scene, her face twisted with unspeakable disgust. Locked inside were 3 zombies belonging to the fat Li Shuxiong, and the 2 leaders she had been looking for. The moment it detected the scent of human flesh, the zombified Li Shuxiong sniffed the air and whipped its head around. Groan. Instantly, all 3 creatures abandoned all reason and lunged forward to attack. Their only instinct was to feed on flesh. But this woman was no ordinary person. She faced these zombies without a single trace of fear. She simply flicked her hand, and the massive Li Shuxiong stumbled backward. What followed was a blur of lightning-fast strikes from the powerful woman. All that could be heard were the unholy shrieks of the zombies. A moment later, she calmly used a cloth to wipe the ketchup from her weapon, a tool she used to slice them up with practiced ease. She held the perfectly clean carrot, inspecting it with a cold gaze. The man behind her spoke up. "Ma'am, Zhang Qingwen is dead." She turned to reply, "There's no other way. We'll handle this ourselves." A dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. It was clear the woman was seething, furious that her key subordinates had been taken out, making her job that much harder. She hissed with annoyance, "I want to erase whoever broke our rules." They moved out to the front courtyard of the Jade Mountain Villa. The boss, still holding the carrot, glanced around at the grim sight before her. The bodies of Zhang Qingwen's men, scattered everywhere. Her follower spoke. Not a single one left alive. But the woman couldn't care less. She asked only one, cold question. "Where's the meat?" The man replied instantly, "The meat is still intact." She turned, barking a decisive order at him. "Bring the truck. Load the cargo." In no time, the engine of a large truck roared to life. To prepare for their new transaction, the remaining lackeys started hauling the goods onto the vehicle. All the while, she stood with her arms crossed, carefully scanning the area for any sign of movement. Suddenly, the woman noticed something and let out a small gasp. "Huh?" She bent down to examine a set of tire tracks left in the dirt. The man behind her asked curiously, "Big sis, did you find a clue?" It seemed she had already figured something out. She crouched low, her voice filled with audacious confidence. Humph. Let's see just who has the guts to challenge me. Her henchman moved closer for a look. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, where he was sitting on a chair on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Right now, Jiang Xiaoyong was focused on the system notification panel. Mission, community expansion, requirement, strive to raise community points. Current points, 2. After reading it, Jiang Xiaoyong was stumped. How am I supposed to increase this? He wondered. Population size must be a key factor. He looked down from his watchtower over his vast base and exclaimed with a smile, "We have more than enough land." Heh. And it's all thanks to that bastard from before. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes widened. He suddenly said, "Ah, that rare species." A moment later, he, San, and Zhang Qi entered the shelter for the displaced survivors. The moment they saw Jiang Xiaoyong, the people inside cheered with relief. "Our savior! Savior! You've come!" A grateful woman rushed forward and knelt before Jiang Xiaoyong. She clasped her hands together, crying as she spoke. "Savior, thank you so much." He immediately held out his hands to help her up, saying quickly, "There's no need for such formalities." He then turned to the mother and daughter from the other day and asked, "The super-class monster you and the little girl mentioned, where exactly did you see it?" The woman looked at him and answered honestly, "At the Huarunfa supermarket in the nearby city." The mother began to recount her story. "We were about to go into the supermarket for supplies when we ran into that monster. So many people were killed by it. In the chaos, everyone scattered. My daughter and I escaped, and that's when we met the group from the Jade Mountain Villa. At first, we thought we were saved, but we had no idea they were a bunch of absolute animals." Hearing this filled him with righteous fury. Jiang Xiaoyong's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Huarunfa." San overheard their conversation and called out to him. Worried, she warned him, "Brother Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies. We don't need to go pick a fight with that thing." But Zhang Qi spoke up carefully. "We can't just sit here and eat through our reserves forever. The more supplies, the better." Jiang Xiaoyong turned back. "The most important thing is that the city is less than 2 kilometers from us. We cannot let a monster threaten our safety from so close." The mother and daughter were still stunned by his intentions. The woman dropped the basin of clothes she was holding to the ground. Panicked, the mother rushed forward to stop Jiang Xiaoyong. "Savior, don't go. That monster kills without even blinking." Jiang Xiaoyong's expression remained calm as he reassured the woman. "Don't you worry. We know what we're doing." He then turned to Zhang Qi and said, "Zhang Qi, go get Chen Chong. We're going to pay that beast a visit." Elsewhere, another group of people was advancing into a large building, each carrying a backpack, and each was armed for self-defense. Leading the group was a rather beautiful girl. Next to her was a man in a dress shirt and vest. He turned to the girl and said, "See, I told you I remembered this area. There's a big supermarket around here." Hearing this, a young man behind her shot back, "Don't get overconfident. Someone else might have already cleared it out." The girl leading them chimed in, "Let's not be too pessimistic, either. We've passed plenty of supermarkets that still had stuff left." And so, the group stepped into the supermarket together, hoping to scavenge for supplies. The girl continued, her voice brimming with confidence. "With our courage and abilities, I doubt there are many who can roam this freely in the apocalypse. Ha ha." But as the group walked inside, they froze at the desolate sight. The interior was pitch black and eerily silent. The shelves where food and supplies should have been were completely empty. However, scattered in a few corners were a few leftover items. "Huh? This place has been looted before. But it looks like they didn't get everything." The woman slammed her weapon against the wall, the loud clang echoing through the empty space. The group huddled together, each clutching a makeshift weapon. The young woman yelled out, "Is anyone there?" You could tell she had experience fighting the undead. She didn't rush in, but crouched down, observing for a moment. It didn't take long. Just moments later, a storm of frantic footsteps erupted. From every exit and doorway in the shopping center, a horde of zombies swarmed out, screaming. The ghoulish, green-faced infected charged toward the group without hesitation. The survivors cried out in terror, "They're here! The zombie freaks are here!" What followed was the chaotic sound of humans clashing with the undead. They fought carefully. Bam! Thwack! Ugh! In the end, the zombies lay scattered on the floor, and the group was completely unharmed. The beautiful woman leading them smiled confidently. "Ha ha, piece of cake." The young man with the backpack looked down at the grotesque corpses. There are undead here, but not many. The main horde must have been lured away by the previous group. A man from the back pushed forward, his face beaming. "We totally hit the jackpot today." But the man in the dress shirt and vest wasn't ready to celebrate. He warned everyone, "Stay alert," as we move deeper. None of them noticed a hulking, dark shadow of a mutated zombie step out from a doorway. The zombie emerged from the darkness, its face a black void. It bared a set of pristine white teeth, its eyes crackling with electric sparks as it growled menacingly. This one could even speak. Fresh prey. At that moment, the group was still buzzing with excitement over the supplies left on the store shelves. They pointed and shouted with glee. This, and this. Oh man, it's like Christmas came early. Let's move it all. This is enough to last us for years. The radiant-faced woman pointed toward one corner and yelled, "Look over there." What had caught her eye was a high-end luxury bed. Staring at it in awe, she shouted, "A bed! It's a real bed! A soft, comfortable bed!" Without a second thought, she let her guard down and fell onto it, sighing in pure bliss. "I don't care. I want to stay right here." Her excitement was contagious. Everyone started cheering. "Hey, maybe we should just settle down here. That's actually a great idea." The man in the vest turned to the young man with the backpack. "I'm going for a smoke," the young man replied. "I'll join you. Let's go." A moment later, the man flicked his Zippo lighter. As the flame flared to life, he took a long, satisfying drag from his cigarette, blowing the smoke towards the ceiling. The young man, with a cigarette of his own, turned to him and asked, "So, what do you think? Are we really going to stay here?" The man in the vest now answered with some hesitation. "This mall has too many entrances. It's hard to defend. And with so many supplies, it'll attract unwanted attention. For now, everything seemed peaceful," he continued. "But when we were coming in, I saw a 2-story building over there that looked pretty solid." He suddenly stopped, sensing something was terribly wrong. From out of nowhere, a blade dripped with ketchup-like gore was pressed against his throat. Before he could react, the sickening sound of a blade slicing through flesh filled the air, followed by a spray of red that splattered before his eyes. The young man with the backpack could only watch as his comrade was sacrificed right in front of him, too stunned to even speak. The mutated zombie had been stalking them the entire time. It lifted the dying man into the air and hissed, "Such smooth skin. This one will be delicious." Haha. The horrifying sight made the young man's knees buckle, threatening to give out. In a split second, he turned and ran for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help me! There's a monster!" The others, still happily gathering supplies inside, heard his desperate screams and looked at each other in confusion. What was that? Just as the young man thought he was about to reach his teammates, the mutated zombie lunged, plunging its blades into his body over and over again. The poor young man never got a word out. All he could manage were a few final, choked coughs. The horrific display played out before everyone's eyes. The zombie lifted him high, his backpack falling to the ground. It gnashed its teeth ferociously, and then, with a final surge of strength, the man was ripped into. The beautiful woman who led the group stared, speechless. She stammered, What is that thing?" Then, she screamed for everyone to flee. "Get out of here! Now!" Her legs felt weak, but she pushed herself to run as fast as she could. The massive zombie leaped high into the air. It spread its razor-sharp arms and roared, "You can't escape! Not a single one of you will leave here alive!" Ha ha! Gripped by terror, everyone scattered. Desperately, unfortunately, for a young woman lagging behind, the massive zombie's hand pierced straight through her chest, from back to front. The remaining survivors ran for their lives. The lead woman pushed herself to go even faster. She screamed in absolute terror. "Ah, no, I don't want to die." She kept running frantically, until the young man right behind her finally coughed up blood. It was another attack from the mutated zombie. By the time she burst through the mall's main gates and into the sunlight, she was the only one left. Believing her team was still behind her, she yelled out to signal them. The exit. She was so close. A terrified scream ripped through the air. Stumbling through the doorway, the beautiful girl collapsed, gasping for breath. But as she looked up, a monstrous, mutated zombie blocked her path. Pure terror was etched onto the poor girl's face. She bit her lip, whimpering as tears streamed down her cheeks. Then, another desperate scream rang out. Facing the massive beast, Xiaoya cried out in despair. Tears flowed freely down her face. She held her hands up weakly, her only defense being a terrified shriek. Just as her short life seemed about to end, the zombie Chen Chong strode heroically into the supermarket's light. His silhouette was that of a hero, come to save the day. But the terrified girl could only scream in confusion at his appearance. "Ah, I don't want to die." Cold and decisive, Chen Chong walked right past her without a single glance. She froze, stunned into silence, wondering, he just walked past? Before she could process what was happening, she heard Xiaoyong's voice. "Don't be afraid." The trembling girl whipped her head around to look. Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Ji were now entering the store. Their sudden appearance left her completely stunned. "You, Who are you? Xiaoyong's expression was gentle. He offered his hand to the young woman and said, I'm the one who bought the house. Do you all remember the agent, Xiao Ning? The one who sold the property to Xiaoyong in Chapter 1. As he helped Xiao Ning to her feet, our main character finally recognized her. You're the real estate agent, right? He scratched his face, trying to recall that day. I think your name was Ning Wanwan. But in stark contrast to their reunion, the sounds of battle erupted nearby. It was Chen Chong versus the towering, dangerous zombie. Poor Xiao Ning was still trapped in a state of psychological shock. She clutched her head and screamed in panic. A ghost! A monster! There's a monster in the mall! Run! Xiaoyong gently reassured her. It's okay. He's been stopped. Hearing that, Xiao Ning slowly turned to look back. Though still terrified, her eyes widened in utter disbelief at the scene before her. The zombie Chen Chong was facing the monster head-on. This was the beast that had slaughtered her teammates. It launched an attack at Chen Chong, sneering with contempt. Heh, trying to take this all for yourself? From a distance, Xiaoyong called out, checking on the situation. Chen Chong, can you handle this alone? Chen Chong glared at the monster with ice-cold eyes and replied, let me test its strength first. Just as it was closing in on Chen Chong, the creature suddenly leaped backward in a flash. Its incredible speed caught Chen Chong slightly off guard. The monster stuck out its long tongue and crouched low to the ground. Its posture was horrifyingly feral. It seemed thrilled, as if meeting its own kind for the first time. Ha ha ha, this is great. With that, the mutated zombie lunged toward Chen Chong, building momentum for an attack. Despite the immense pressure, Chen Chong remained perfectly calm, observing his foe. In an instant, bam! The zombie brought a powerful strike down from above, narrowly missing Chen Chong as he dodged back just in time. The creature's eyes glowed an even deeper red. Now with the upper hand, its arrogance swelled. It taunted the zombie Chen Chong relentlessly. Hee, I wonder if we'll evolve faster by eating our own kind. Hee. It was about to move again, but only the sound of rushing wind could be heard, as Chen Chong's fist had already closed in on the monster's face. Its eyes widened in shock with a grunt. In a flash, Chen Chong landed a devastating blow, slamming the monster's head into the ground. He had leaped high into the air, putting incredible force behind the punch. Never expecting Chen Chong to possess such strength, the monster lifted its hideous face from the floor. Its tone darkened. Damn it. So you do have some power after all. Chen Chong wasn't about to let this thing run its mouth any longer. He launched himself into the air again, preparing a powerful kick to finish it off quickly. From high above, Chen Chong's power descended like a death sentence upon the giant beast. The force of the impact was immense, sending debris flying across the floor. But something wasn't right. Chen Chong scanned his surroundings carefully. He realized this monster wouldn't be so easy to defeat. It had escaped to the ceiling directly above him, completely avoiding his kick. Hanging from above, it seethed with rage. Its teeth gnashed together, making a disturbing, chattering sound. A high-pitched frequency screamed in his ears. The creature let out another chilling laugh. All this time I've been stockpiling power, and now I finally have a chance to use it. Hee. After those words, Chen Chong's eyes shot open as a rush of power flashed past him from behind like a gust of wind. Predicting the monster's attack vector, Chen Chong spun around, only to be met by the demon's horrifying grin, stretching from ear to ear. It bared its fangs and let out a long, screeching laugh. The sounds of impact echoed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of incredibly fast and dangerous clashes erupted throughout the shopping center. Watching his friend fight, Zhang Zi couldn't help but shout out in worry. Brother Xiaoyong, Chen Chong is being overpowered. How is that monster so strong? Kevin Kang stared down at the beast, his face grim. Taking it out now was the right call. Any longer, and this thing would have been unstoppable. With a thought, Kevin summoned a compact AK submachine gun from his system, materializing it in his hands. Nina, standing behind him, was stunned by the magic trick. She gasped. What was that? Did that gun just appear out of thin air? He squinted down the iron sights, aiming with practiced ease. Kevin Kang then broke the silence. Chen Chong, if you can hold him for 1 second, I'll stop making fun of you later. Chen Chong, already wrestling with the monster, grabbed both of its arms and held on for dear life. The zombie thrashed and roared. Damn you! Let me go! 1 second was all he needed. Bang! A brilliant muzzle flash erupted from the barrel. The copper-jacketed bullet slammed directly into the monster's temple. Its mangled face contorted in a mask of pure agony. This colossal zombie monster staggered backward, nearly falling as it let out a pained howl. Roar! Ah! But it fought to stay on its feet. It scraped its feet against the floor, struggling to maintain its balance. A thick, dark red sludge poured from the gaping hole in its forehead. Its eyes burned with absolute fury as it bellowed. Ah, that actually hurt. You miserable bastard. You actually managed to wound me. Haha, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Hahaha. From the side, Zhang Qi witnessed the scene and stammered in disbelief. Shot in the brain. And it's still not dead? That wasn't nearly enough. Kevin Kang decided to give the monster a fresh helping of lead bullets. He aimed his weapon with cold resolve. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The zombie's massive body was like a shield, soaking up countless rounds into its hulking frame. It let out a frenzied, guttural roar. Hoo-ah! Heh. And then, the entire supermarket echoed with the thunderous report of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. A moment later, Chen Chong, Kevin Kang, Zhang Qi, and the damsel Nina stood over the twitching corpse as a pool of sludge spread across the floor, its final groans silenced. Zhang Qi spoke up. Is it dead this time? Kevin turned to Chen Chong and gave him a serious order. Try eating this monster's flesh. It's possible you could increase your strength. Chen Chong seemed to think the same thing, and nodded. Suddenly, a system notification appeared with an expanded mission objective. Mission requirement. Increase the area evaluation score as much as possible. Mission progress. Eliminate dangerous elements. Area evaluation, +1 point. Current evaluation, 3. Accumulated rewards, 10. Current accumulated points, 46. Kevin Kang watched the prompt with some surprise and said, "Oh? So that counts too." Now, Kevin Kang's spirits were higher than ever. A smirk spread across his face as he said, "Well, since we're here, let's make the most of it. Let's see if we can clear out this entire supermarket." Nina, startled, asked from behind him, "Huh? Clear it out?" Our man Kevin Kang simply pointed upward, where strange streams of spiritual energy began to swirl, forming a small vortex. The vortex began sucking up all the remaining items in the supermarket. Nina watched in horrified disbelief, while Zhang Qi stood with his hands on his hips, completely thrilled. Whoa, that's incredible. What kind of magic is... After pulling everything into his spatial ring, Kevin turned to the corpses of Nina's former teammates and said, "We'll leave these bodies for the other zombies." Then he called out, "Chen Chong, are you full yet? Let's move." The scene shifts to another location. The white car belonging to the female gang leader from Jade Mountain screeches to a halt near Kevin's base. A man's voice shouted, "Wait, stop here." Inside the car, the arrogant leader turned to question her subordinate, who was scanning the area with binoculars. "What is it?" Through his binoculars, the man could see San standing guard on the watchtower. She was completely focused on her task. He then panned his view over to the area where the survivors Kevin Kang had rescued were gathered. People were milling about everywhere. A smug grin spread across his face as he reported to his boss, "There are quite a few people here. Their weapons are outdated, but their only real advantage is that sturdy, reinforced workshop." Another man in the driver's seat voiced his confusion. Then how did they manage to take down Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangqi? The female boss offered her own theory. "Isn't it obvious? They lured them into a trap and released a zombie horde. I warned them before. Using that villa as a base was never secure." She leaned back in her seat, her mood improving drastically at the sight of so many living people. She propped her chin on her hand and chuckled. "Haha, it seems the heavens took pity on our hardship, delivering us a meal and a home all at once." "Indeed." The man with the binoculars replied cheerfully. "It's so generous, it almost makes me feel bad." Haha. The driver, a sly look on his face, asked, "So, what's our move?" The female boss leaned forward, admiring their potential new base. "No, we go back and prepare first. Then we'll bring the whole crew and our weapons." Immediately, their white car whipped around, its engine roaring as it sped back the way it came. The scene cuts back to Kevin Kang and Zhang Qi's group, their car cruising along the road home. Inside the vehicle, Nina was ecstatic about being rescued. She bounced in her seat and chirped, "Really?" Zhang Qi turned to her with a wide, open smile. "Of course. Not only do we have mattresses, we even have hot water for showers." Hearing this, Nina was overcome with pure bliss. Whoa! Kevin Jiang's eyes narrowed, spotting something strange up ahead. He immediately warned the others, "Stay alert, we've got company, weapons ready." Nina and Zhang Qi, who had been relaxing, snapped back into a defensive stance, peering forward with caution. Without a word, Zhang Qi grabbed his AK, then cautiously peeked out the window to get a look. A white car, driving at the speed of a demon, shot past their vehicle. It was the Jade Mountain crew, racing back in the opposite direction. In the split second, the two cars passed. Kevin Jiang glanced through the window, trying to size up the situation over there. By chance, the queen on the other side was doing the exact same thing, eyeing the car Kevin was driving. Their suspicious gazes locked for a moment, two rivals crossing paths. Just then, the system panel lit up. Ding ding! A new mission. The system interface appeared before Kevin Jiang. New mission. Punisher of the Wicked. Requirement. Repel the invaders. Reward. 50 points. After reading it, Kevin muttered to himself with a bit of curiosity. Repel the invaders, huh? Remembering the woman he just saw on the road, Kevin glanced out the window, wondering, could it be them? A short while later, the main character's car arrived back at their base. Spotting the watchtower, he decided to head up and assess the situation. San was on duty today. Kevin immediately asked her, did any strangers come by here recently? San had noticed the earlier commotion. She pointed off in the distance and reported, I think a car passed by far away, but it didn't head toward us. At first, I was a little confused. I thought it was you guys returning. San continued, what's wrong, Brother Jiang? Is there a problem? She sensed something was off. Kevin's expression hardened. He told Zhang Qi and Old Li to gather everyone. I have something important to assign. 30 minutes later, at a coal plant in the southern suburbs, a man held a walkie-talkie, trying to tune into a signal. Static crackled from the device. The man, leading a small group, leaned in, trying to make out the transmission. To all survivors. Come to the coal plant in the southern suburbs. We've set up a settlement here, and we're short on people. A young man in a yellow shirt standing in the back of the group scratched his head and looked around. It must be close by. Just then, a luxury car approached the group. The young man got excited, waving his hands high in the air. A car! They're survivors! This is great! Several people signaled for the car to stop as dust kicked up everywhere. It was the Queen's group. The three of them stepped out of the car casually. Seeing the new manpower, she spoke up. You're here because of the radio signal, right? The man in the yellow shirt eagerly replied, yes, yes. In times like these, women are a precious and rare sight. His eyes were glued to the Queen's massive chest, and his face turned red as he started fantasizing. With her stunning figure and high-end gear, she swayed her hips with every step as she approached the men. The Queen knew exactly what these men were thinking. She put on a soft, helpless act, inviting them in. You've come at the perfect time. Follow us. The men were absolutely thrilled. Yellowshirt's eyes lit up like stars as if he were completely mesmerized, nodding frantically. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. The Queen continued her sweet talking. It's not far. The car's full, so we'll have to walk a little way. Is that okay? The group's leader happily agreed. Of course, no problem. Yellow Shirt and the man next to him exchanged a sleazy look, plotting something vile. Little did they know they were lambs to the slaughter. A few minutes later, the Queen and her lackeys led the new group to the gates of a large warehouse. They eagerly rolled up the heavy door to welcome them inside. Yellow Shirt's jaw dropped. Whoa, this place is huge. Since the apocalypse, this was the biggest shelter he'd ever seen. He continued excitedly, this is amazing. We finally have a place to stay. Then, he scratched his face awkwardly and said, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Let me just take care of it outside before I come in. But the Queen, ever so helpful, insisted, no need. There's a toilet inside. Yellow Shirt's mind filled with dark thoughts again, and he blushed slightly. Ah, okay. As a yellow stream hit the toilet, a sheepish grin spread across Yellow Shirt's face. He glanced behind him with a mix of fear and excitement. The voluptuous Queen stood right there, arms crossed, watching him. Who could possibly resist a move like this? Yellow Shirt hastily pulled up his pants. Without even bothering to button them, he turned around, showing off his red underwear for her. He wore a perverted grin. Sweetie, I know what you're thinking. Come on, don't be shy. But she just stood there, arms folded, saying nothing. The man boasted, Big brother here is very strong, you know. Shink! His words were cut short by a horrific scream and the sound of metal tearing through flesh. The pervert's eyes bulged wide. He never saw this coming. Ahem. Gurgle. With an ice-cold expression, the Queen had plunged a sharpened carrot straight through the throat of the clueless fool. Her ruthless demeanor proved just how cold-blooded and vicious she truly was. The head of the lust-crazed man dropped forward. Faced with a pair of slender legs in fishnet stockings, this guy's luck had run out. At the end of his life, all he got was her scornful gaze as she muttered, "And here I thought you'd be good. Turns out you're nothing special." The carrot in her hand was still covered in ketchup. Unfazed, she walked out as if nothing had even happened. Her subordinate greeted her cheerfully. "Boss lady, is it all done?" She approached him, cool as ever, and replied, "Yeah, drag the one from the bathroom out here too." Then, she walked over to the still warm corpses of the group she'd just finished off. She stared at them for a moment before giving another order. While you're at it, call for Lao Er and Lao San to come out. Elsewhere, at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, he was gathering everyone he had ever helped to discuss their next move. It was rare for everyone to be summoned like this. Old Li asked with a worried expression. Xiaoyong, is someone targeting us? Who is it? Jiang Xiaoyong explained the grim reality. We know absolutely nothing about the enemy. From this day forward, we face the threat of an attack at any moment. He then turned to Zhang Qi and Chen Chong to assign them a task. You two will come with me later. We need to clear out the abandoned building to the southeast so the refugees outside can move in. Otherwise, when the enemy attacks, they'll all become human shields. Shanshan and the chubby Xiao Kai were feeling brave. Seeing they hadn't been given a major task, Shanshan immediately volunteered. Brother Xiaoyong, I'll go too. Xiao Kai quickly followed. Me too. Even two men in protective gear from Old Li's team spoke up in unison. We'll go as well. Inspired by their courage, many others, including women and children, showed their resolve to protect the base. A little boy, Zhang Shengze, shot his hand up and shouted, "Then I want to go too." His mother immediately scolded him. "You're just a kid. What are you getting involved for?" The sudden surge of spirit surprised even Xiao Ning. Though she was a little scared, Xiao Ning raised her hand to join the chorus, saying, "Maybe, I'd like to go too." Jiang Xiaoyong was moved by everyone's fighting spirit, but he still laid out the situation bluntly. That area probably isn't too dangerous. Old Han and Old Li are strong enough to guard the base. The rest of you can join the operation. The plan was settled in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyong took the lead, followed by the many survivors he had rescued. Everyone was armed with some kind of weapon. They arrived before a tall building, a whole squad of people gathering restlessly out front. It was time to start clearing out the zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong fired the first shots, his bullets tearing through the throats of the undead. His actions were the signal for everyone else to charge. They swarmed in with guns and knives, while Chen Chong used his bare fists, unleashing all his strength on every last zombie. After a chaotic battle, the zombies were all wiped out, their bodies littering the ground. The survivors were exhausted, gasping for air. Jiang Xiaoyong made sure to check on his people. "Is anyone hurt? Do a quick check." A chorus of no's came in reply. Moving to an empty window frame, he looked out towards the enemy base, marked by the smoke rising from its many chimneys. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back and warned his people. "In the next few days, we will be attacked. For now, you should all stay here." Hearing this, a woman and a man he'd previously saved spoke up with fierce determination. "We can fight. That's right. We can contribute too." He understood their spirit, but our main character still stroked his chin, considering his options before replying. All right. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong assigned a task to the man who had just spoken. "You all clear out this area first. I'll bring pistols and ammunition later. When the enemy attacks, we'll communicate via walkie-talkies. You must follow my commands." The man clenched his fist and responded without hesitation. "Got it. No problem." The scene shifts back to the boss lady's group. She stood with her arms crossed, casually watching her men work tirelessly. One of them called out, "How's it going?" The boss lady just turned slightly, giving him a sideways glance. A skinny man with his hands in his pockets asked, "So, did it go smoothly?" Behind them stood a tall, long-haired man who seemed to be in a trance, muttering over and over, "Human flesh eats human flesh." The boss lady slammed her hands on her hips and yelled at the two men, "Smoothly? What do you mean smoothly? The Jade Mountain area was destroyed by someone else. From now on, we fend for ourselves for food." The skinny man complained. "What? Who did it?" The tall man in the back heard this and started screaming, "No human flesh to eat. No fun at all." The boss lady began to fan the flames of hatred against Jiang Xiaoyong's group. It was a group from the east causing trouble, and there are a lot of them. Tomorrow morning, Lao Er and I will take some men to deal with them. We'll wipe them all out. Cutting back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Inside a lit room, we hear his voice. 46 accumulation points. Let's see if the system has any new boxes. The system interface glowed before him, displaying the store. Level 2 Ability Awakening Supply Box, 25 points. Level 2 Post-Apocalyptic Cultivator Supply Box, 15 points. Level 1 Oil and Protein Supply Box, 5 points. Manual Refresh, 2 points. Jiang Xiaoyong, leaning against his bed, clicked with a smile and exclaimed, "Finally, some new items." Tapping his finger on the system panel, Jiang Xiaoyong sighed with excitement. 2 level 2 boxes this time. It'll cost 40 points, but let's see what's inside." Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned the system panel. A new skill appeared. Overdrive Level 1. All personal attributes increased by 25%. Warning. A weakened state will follow after the duration ends. As the system notification faded, a faint aura shimmered around him. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyong's body had fully accepted the new attribute. Now this is a hell of a reward, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. A 25% boost, he calculated. My 33 points of stamina will skyrocket past 40. That's like having the strength of 8 ordinary men. With a crackle of energy, he flexed his arm, feeling the power course through him. I can't wait to test out this new strength. The scene cuts to a main road, where a long plume of dust rises with the screech of tires. It was Sis Ji's crew. A 6-seater SUV led the convoy, flanked by 2 pickup trucks and 3 motorcyclists. Inside the leader's vehicle, a subordinate holding a walkie-talkie turned to her. Second Sister, what are our next orders? The woman known as Second Sister crossed her arms, her face a cold mask. Repeat the attack plan for everyone, she commanded. First, we eliminate the refugees on the perimeter. All of them, she lowered her voice, laying out the final part of the plan. When Lao Air breaches the gate, all vehicles move in to provide support. Use overwhelming firepower to suppress them. Her subordinate's face hardened with understanding. Next to Sis Ji, the depraved, man-eating brute sat waiting. He rocked his hulking frame back and forth, growling, Good, good, I'm starving. His eyes bulged with a disturbing, primal excitement. More to kill, more to eat. The convoy roared down the road under a clear blue sky. It was a beautiful day for a slaughter, the right conditions for a battle to ignite. Back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, he and Lao Li stood on a high vantage point, leaning against the railing. Surveying the area below, Lao Li voiced his concern. This place is definitely well hidden, that's for sure. But the visibility is way worse than a proper watchtower. The blind spot at the base of the wall is huge. Jiang Xiaoyong, however, seemed completely unconcerned. He reassured him calmly. Don't worry. Our defense isn't about visibility. Lao Li turned, his brow furrowed in surprise. Then what is it about? Jiang Xiaoyong just gave a slight smile, his gaze distant. Then, with perfectly calm eyes, he looked at Lao Li and spoke. I remember you mentioned you were a sniper a few years back, right? At the mention of sniping, Lao Li scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, you misremembered. It wasn't a few years, just a couple of months. I only know the basics. I was just a temporary fill-in, so I fudged the report. Despite his modesty, Jiang Xiaoyong had faith in the old man. He had seen Lao Li's incredible skill with a firearm before. He pressed on. So, can you hit a target from 1 to 200 meters? Lao Li's confidence surged back instantly. He laughed loudly, slapping his own chest. Ha, you're underestimating me, kid. As long as the wind isn't too strong. Within 500 meters, if I can see it, I can hit it. A dangerous smile played on Jiang Xiaoyong's lips as he nodded. He looked at Lao Li, a silent understanding passing between them. The gears of war were turning. That's more than enough. Suddenly, a voice called out. Brother Xiaoyong, I've brought the package. Zhang Qi finally reached the top, panting and drenched in sweat. My God, what is this thing? It's so heavy. Jiang Xiaoyong and Lao Li turned to look. Setting the wooden crate on the ground, Zhang Qi braced himself on his knees, gasping for air. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately went to inspect it, but Lao Li stammered, completely baffled. What is this? As the wooden crate opened, it revealed its contents. A pristine, military-grade sniper rifle. Laid out before them, it left Lao Li absolutely speechless. He finally burst out. A sniper rifle? Just a moment ago, they were talking about it, and now one was in his hands. A cold sweat ran down Lao Li's back. My God, Xiaoyong, this isn't something just anyone can get. Where did you find this? But our hero Jiang Xiaoyong was perfectly calm. As the one who knew the source, he wasn't fazed in the slightest. Jiang Xiaoyong simply smiled and replied, We only have 2 clips. That's 10 rounds total. We have to make every single shot count. Cradling the rifle, Lao Li felt a dream from his army days come true. He still couldn't believe it, murmuring under his breath, I understand. Oh, my God. With that settled, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Zhang Qi. Is everyone else in position? Zhang Qi replied with a serious tone. Yes, sir. All in position. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded in approval and gave his final orders. Good. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. The enemy could appear at any moment. Meanwhile, in the observation post, Shan was trying to adjust her headset. She adjusted the frequency and suddenly detected something. Hello. I've got something abnormal. A crackled reply came through the line. Message received. At that very moment, Lao Li was already getting into position. He rested the sniper rifle on the railing, lying prone to take aim. Lao Li was also on the comms with Shanshan. I see it too, he reported. The voice on the other end confirmed, the enemy is armed. Prepare for contact. Just outside Jiang Xiaoyong's base, Sis Ji's convoy had stopped. One of her henchmen scanned the distance with a pair of binoculars. He found nothing, which he reported with confusion. That's strange. Where did all the refugees from the perimeter fence go? Don't tell me they got butchered and cooked too. The man in the driver's seat spoke up. Maybe we should hold back and observe for a bit. This feels off for the start of an assault. But Sis leaned forward from the back seat, her voice a low, menacing hiss. No, we charge straight in. We're getting dangerously close. If they spot us, launching another assault will be nearly impossible. The henchman heard the command and gave a sharp reply. Understood. They moved in, thinking their approach was completely undetected, but they were dead wrong. Every move their convoy made was being tracked by San, who relayed their position. They're making a coordinated push for the fence, seeking cover, the right person at the right time. Following Kenji Jiang's orders, San focused her sight, reporting every detail to the sniper team. The enemy is in range. Open fire. From the top floor of the base, members of Kenji's team unleashed hell, firing down on the designated targets. Every man was armed, and they moved with perfect, deadly coordination. Rat-tat-tat. The matriarch's crew below was caught in a brutal rain of lead, their bodies erupting in sparks as bullets found their mark. The convoy tried to gun it, flooring the accelerators to escape, but the hail of bullets followed them wherever they went. Inside one of the enemy cars, the driver took 2 rounds directly to the left side of his chest. He screamed in a mixture of agony and panic. The car immediately lost control, swerving wildly and cutting off the vehicles behind it. It veered off the road at full speed, slamming directly into a line of trees. The car exploded in a ball of fire, a tire flying high into the air. Kenji's team had successfully eliminated one target, but in another vehicle, the matriarch remained untouched. Seeing her forces suffer such a heavy blow, her face twisted with pure rage. She gritted her teeth, snarling, "Damn it! How is this happening? What now?" The entire convoy was forced to slow down, and with their reduced speed, the storm of bullets only grew thicker. They swerved erratically, trying to throw off the sniper's aim, but it was a useless gesture. A voice from inside one of the cars yelled for everyone to push forward. "There's cover under the fence." After a chaotic scramble, they finally skidded to a halt before the main gate of Kenji's base. They quickly disembarked. A massive, crude boot slammed onto the pavement. This one was thirsty for blood. The hulking brute who loved the taste of human flesh. He held a massive chainsaw, its engine roaring to life with a pull of the cord. He opened his massive maw and roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He was going to use that weapon to tear down their gate. The towering giant swung the buzzing chainsaw back and forth against the door, carving a long, deep gash into the steel. From her lookout post, San spotted the filth trying to break in and screamed, "Oh my God, there's a psycho trying to break down the door." The brute gritted his teeth, putting all his weight into the effort. As all eyes focused on the giant, San rallied the defenders. "Concentrate fire! Concentrate fire! Don't let up!" Instantly, every gun barrel swiveled, aiming down at the new threat. Below, the matriarch and her gang peeked out from their vehicles. They all took cover under the cars, waiting for a chance to shoot back. Amidst the deafening gunfire and the thick smell of cordite, she screamed, "Return fire! Give number 2 covering fire!" Up above, San and another teammate were nearly hit by a volley of bullets. They trembled, shaken by the ferocity of the enemy's counterattack. For a high school student facing off against a notorious gang, the odds were stacked against her. Zhang's assault team on the other side was also taking hits. Kai took a bullet straight to the shoulder. Zhang saw his best friend get hit and screamed in alarm, "Kai!" He immediately dragged Kai back into cover, shouting a warning to the others. "They have submachine guns too. Their firepower is just as strong as ours." Everyone struggled to hold their positions, reloading as fast as they could. From his position, Leo's father was also pinned down by the dense web of bullets coming from below. He turned to rally the others, his voice firm. "Don't be afraid. Hold the line. We have plenty of ammunition." With his years of experience, he saw right through their strategy, turning to inform his comrades nearby. "They're trying to cut through the gate." The man lying next to him quickly added, "If that gate falls, we'll be on the defensive." Kenji Jiang was somewhere else, observing his team's desperate struggle. His calm voice came through their earpieces, reassuring them, "Relax. I've already planned for this." It turns out the main character's absence was all part of his master strategy. While everyone was distracted, Kenji slowly opened a side door, stepping out without a sound. Then he broke into an all-out sprint, heading straight for the watchtower. The sound of his frantic footsteps was lost in the chaos, his movements completely unnoticed. Back with the matriarch's crew, after a long exchange of fire, one of her underlings scrambled over. "Boss, our ammo is already down to half." Glancing at the giant still struggling with the gate, the matriarch snapped impatiently. "Number 2, aren't you done yet?" The brute was still wrestling with the heavily reinforced steel door Kenji had painstakingly prepared. He was losing his patience, roaring in frustration. Yeah, I'm almost done." Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the gate, followed by a blinding flash and a thick cloud of dust and debris. The massive blast sent the defenders on the wall into a panic. San screamed into the radio, "The gate's been breached! Reinforce the gate. Don't let them inside." A wicked, almost demonic grin spread across the matriarch's face. Her smile stretched wide and her eyes gleamed with sadistic glee. She cackled manically. "Haha, let me show you brats what the real world looks like. Witness the true terror of an evolved human." She's using that massive zombie as a living shield. With a wave of her hand, she commanded her crew, "Move out. Hide behind number 2. The second we're inside, take control and provide cover." The gate to Xiaoyong's base had been completely smashed. The hulking evolved zombie reached in, ready to tear the entire structure apart. Dust and debris filled the air. Amidst the chaos, Xiaoyong slipped away to a nearby watchtower. He spoke into his headset, alerting Old Man Li. "Get ready to move on my command." Old Man Li had been in position this whole time, just waiting for the moment to showcase his skills. Li Huangli listened intently to Xiaoyong's directions. "You see the tallest one in the mob?" Through his scope, Old Man Li centered his crosshairs on the chest of the evolved zombie as it charged forward aggressively. "I see him." The towering, man-eating brute continued to roar. It opened its jaw wide, growling like a mindless beast. From their position inside, Old Man Han and his 2 comrades broke out in a cold sweat, staring in horrified shock at the monster before them. The man behind him stared without blinking, asking, Is that thing even human?" Number 2 stomped forward with arrogant confidence, positioning himself to block any bullets for the female boss hiding behind him. Old Man Han and the others fired relentlessly into that massive body. Countless bullets embedded themselves in the creature's flesh, but they had no effect. To the monster, their attacks felt like mere ant bites. It glared in annoyance, letting out a long, steamy growl as it gathered its power. Take a closer look at the bullets lodged in its hide. Its skin was so thick that ordinary ammunition couldn't even pierce it properly. What's more, the wounds were already healing themselves. Old Man Han was stunned, and he cried out in disbelief when he saw it. "That thing can heal itself?" Behind the evolved, zombie stood the gang leader, barely reaching its hip. She was clearly enjoying the show her prize fighter was putting on, and a wide grin spread across her face. "Huh, dazzled your eyes, haven't I? Is this the first time you grunts have ever seen an evolved human?" High above, Old Man Li waited patiently, his eye glued to the sniper scope. Old Man Han's voice crackled over the comms, static. "That giant idiot has a healing ability. Your guns can't kill it." Old Man Li, focused on his target, simply replied, "Let's see how it handles this." With those words, Old Man Li pulled the trigger. A bullet erupted from the barrel, flashing with immense power. The single shot shook the heavens. The upper half of the evolved was obliterated, and in an instant, its head was simply gone. Immediately, the colossal body collapsed to the ground. The impact shook the entire area, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The female boss's massive shield had been destroyed. Now, sheer panic was etched onto the faces of her crew. A bearded henchman stared with wide eyes, yelling, "What the hell was that? How is that possible?" The female boss's arrogant expression had vanished, replaced by beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She narrowed her eyes and stammered, "How could these people possibly have a weapon that powerful?" As her team scrambled in confusion, they failed to notice Xiaoyong, who had already been aiming his gun at them from behind. A second later, he unleashed a barrage of bullets straight at the female boss. The surprise attack sent her men into a panic as they spun around to fight back. The female boss whipped around in shock, her face twisting in rage as she screamed, "Enemy behind us! We've been ambushed!" But by the time she realized, it was too late. She glared at Xiaoyong with pure hatred. She was the one who started this fight. Yet now she wore the face of a victim. Damn it, those scumbags, we completely underestimated their power. Pushed into a corner, of course they'd fight back. The female boss aimed her gun, leading the retreat at a full sprint while firing wildly and yelling, "Fall back! Get to the cars!" Several of her men were cut down in a spray of blood. As she got closer, she recognized the main character's handsome face, and veins bulged on her forehead in fury. She stared, grinding her teeth in rage. It was in that moment that she finally remembered Xiaoyong. The two had crossed paths before. Her voice was laced with both panic and surprise as she said, "He's the kid from the convoy." Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm, his grip steady on his weapon, as his cold, unwavering gaze followed her every move. Suddenly, the female boss grabbed a henchman by the shoulder. Her hand gripped him so tightly that it snapped his head back in surprise. Before the man could even process what was happening, she used him as a human shield, successfully letting the unlucky soul take the bullets for her. He died for his boss. But the cold-blooded woman showed no emotion, instead shooting a defiant glare at our main character. This series of ruthless actions even made Xiaoyong hesitate. He frowned with suspicion. Her reflexes are incredible. Could she be an evolved human too? The thought had barely formed when the female boss hurled the corpse directly at Xiaoyong. For such a petite woman, her strength was unbelievable. She had thrown the body using only one arm. Xiaoyong dodged to the side with lightning speed. The corpse slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, its eyes wide open in a permanent state of shock. Xiaoyong took a defensive stance, glancing at the body. But that split second of distraction was all she needed. The female boss had already turned and vanished. Jiang Xiaoyong was still tied up while she made her escape. He roared in frustration, "Damn it, she's getting away!" But it wasn't over yet. His team still had an ace in the hole, Old Li. He was already lining up his second shot. High above, Old Li's eye was glued to his scope as he spoke calmly into the radio. "Think you can run?" In his sights, the gang leader was sprinting for her life. Old Li centered the crosshairs right over her heart, whispering, "Let's see what my Barrett has to say about that." He pulled the trigger. The first shot was aimed at one of the leader's legs. The bullet tore right through, severing the limb completely. A blood-curdling scream ripped from her throat. "Ah!" Her face twisted in agony and panic. She had been just inches away from the car, but the impact sent her crashing to the ground. As her men scrambled out of the car, Old Li lined up the kill shot, aiming for her back. One more shot to send her to the afterlife. But Old Li flinched in frustration. The shot went wide. "What? It missed!" he cursed. In the car, the leader's bearded, most trusted subordinate had already gotten inside. He immediately lunged out and dragged his boss into the vehicle, yelling, "Boss!" Writhing in pain, she still managed to bark an order. "Drive. Just drive." The car screeched around, heading straight into a storm of gunfire from Jiang Xiaoyong's team. The driver swerved wildly, desperately trying to evade the relentless bullets. The vehicle struggled to break through the ambush Jiang Xiaoyong had laid. In the end, their leader had escaped. Cries of frustration erupted from the group. "It's no use. She got away." Watching the car struggle to flee at an impossible speed, Jiang Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm. Over the earpiece, Old Li's worried voice came through. "What are we going to do when they come back for revenge?" But Jiang Xiaoyong didn't seem bothered at all, offering only a slight smile to reassure him. "Don't worry. I know exactly where they are." At that very moment, a system window appeared before him. Mission complete. Villain's Bane. Objective: repel invasion. Reward: 50 points. New mission: expand the community. Objective: do everything possible to increase the community's rating. Mission progress: resisting the invaders' assault. Member trust has greatly increased. Community rating +2. Current rating is now 5. Bonus reward: 20 points. Current total is 76. By the time the gang leader's car reached the highway, Jiang Xiaoyong's system displayed a large arrow pointing directly to the enemy's base. The system window updated again. New mission: Villain's Bane 2. Objective: assault the enemy stronghold and eliminate the man-eaters. Reward: 50 points. Once the chaos finally settled, Old Man San and Zhang Qi were ecstatic about the team's victory. Little San jumped for joy, throwing her hands in the air. "Yahoo! We won!" Afterwards, Jiang Xiaoyong approached his people. He went to check on everyone and asked, "Do we have any casualties?" Zhang Qi answered for the group, "No deaths, but a few people are injured." Hearing that, Xiaoyong immediately ordered them to take the wounded to the infirmary, disinfect their wounds at once. As for the enemy corpses, take them all to cold storage. There for Chen Chong. After speaking, he turned around, his face hardening as he gave his next command. "Go get the survivors from the abandoned building. It's safe for now." With the first stage of the battle complete, Jiang Xiaoyong looked at his system panel with a smile. A total of 76 points, he thought to himself. Time to do some serious spending tonight. The scene shifts to the gang leader's hideout. They've just arrived. The car stops at the entrance, where many more subordinates are standing guard. Their leader is now weak and missing a leg. The only reason she's still alive is because of the quick first aid she received. Two of her grunts have to carry her inside. One of the guards sees his leader's mangled body and rushes over, asking, "What happened?" He clutched a steel pipe, his face filled with rage over their loss. Having returned in defeat, the leader couldn't hide her own seething fury. She gritted her teeth, her voice a low growl. "Damn it. I underestimated them. I never expected them to have heavy weapons." Needing a target for her anger, she screamed at the guard at the door, "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and bring me some human meat." The man grimaced, clearly disturbed and unhappy with the command. From his attitude, it's clear his life under her rule has been anything but pleasant. He didn't answer right away, but instead, a smirk crept across his face. He stared at her with a dangerous look in his eyes. He then led the group of men below to just stand there, refusing to do anything or answer her. The boss, seeing this blatant defiance, pointed a finger right in his face and screamed, "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless trash. You're not even worth one of Lao Er's fingers." But their towering second in command, Lao Er, was gone. And now, their leader only had one leg. This was the perfect opportunity for the subordinates. The blond man in charge finally revealed his true face. His expression darkened as he pointed down at his boss's severed leg. His voice was a venomous snarl. "You've fallen this low, and you still dare to talk to me like that?" The gang leader was left completely stunned. Her body was weak, and she knew she was in a dangerous position. She recoiled, her voice lowering with fear. Are you trying to start a rebellion?" As if things weren't bad enough. She was so furious she could spit nails. She ordered the two most loyal subordinates behind her to attack. "My men, seize him for me." The other two realized the tables had turned, so they stood frozen, not daring to make a move. Both of them were weighing their options. A long moment passed, but no one responded to her command. The female boss, confused, turned to look at her men, and slowly understood. Her underling no longer had anything holding him back. He confidently raised his steel pipe and spoke to the female boss. "You're injured now. Old Second is dead. That makes me the strongest one here. Besides, the brothers have put up with you for long enough." With that, every trace of his fear vanished. Now, the underling held his head high, shouting with pure arrogance, "Ask anyone here if I'm wrong." The female boss was trapped. She was completely powerless. Surrounded by traitors, she gritted her teeth and growled through a venomous snarl. "You bastards, back off. So you've all betrayed me? Don't think for a second that I can't still deal with you." But it wasn't just a few men. It was a whole crowd. They swarmed the female boss like ants on honey, likely due to her own cruel treatment. Now that she was weak and cornered, they all turned against her. The circle around the female boss grew tighter and tighter. She stammered, "No, no, don't." The blond man leading the rebellion raised his iron bar high. A satisfied grin spread across his face. His mouth hung open, and his eyes bulged as he stared her down, letting out a booming laugh. He was preparing the opening blow, and the final judgment for the monster who had ruled over them for so long. And in an instant, several strong young men, each holding a thick iron pipe, unleashed their fury. They beat her again and again. Their faces showed pure joy and release. Many of them pushed through the crowd, striking the female boss as hard as they could. They roared with laughter. "Ha ha. Seeing her ganged up on like this, you almost feel sorry for her." However, considering her past wickedness, this was the fate she deserved. The female boss curled up in agony, trying to withstand the blows. She covered her head and let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" She was tormented until her screams faded to whimpers. She bit down hard as her consciousness began to slip away. Still, the brutal assault continued. A while later, after finally venting all their pent-up rage, the men finally stopped. The blonde underling wiped the red stain from his fingers, grinning at the former boss. Then, a man behind him spoke up with a grim face. "Third Master." Suddenly, the blonde man whipped around, his face turning ferocious. He glared, his eyes wide, and yelled at the man behind him. "What did you just call me?" The man was terrified. His expression changed instantly, and he dropped to all fours. He slammed his head against the ground, repeatedly apologizing. "Ah, boss, I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue." The former underling's entire demeanor had changed. He stuck his hands in his pockets and waved a dismissive hand. "All right, if you have something to say, say it." The man quickly looked up, his voice filled with worry. "That woman is dead now, and so is second brother. We've lost so many men. Our fighting strength has been cut drastically. What if we run into that thing?" That reminded him. The new boss scratched his hollow cheek. An image of an evolved zombie flashed in his mind. A massive creature with dangerous, sprawling tentacles. The third master mumbled nervously. "That tentacle monster. Pushing that thought aside for now, he gave a decisive wave of his hand. He spoke without a care in the world. No, it's fine. We can just go join the Western Border Group. With that, he walked inside. He left the battered corpse of the female boss lying outside. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyong's car followed the system's directions. He had arrived at the female boss's base. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the car, with Zhang Qi and old Li right behind him. As soon as he was out, Zhang Qi cautiously looked around and acknowledged Jiang Xiaoyong's words. Wow, brother Xiaoyong, you were right. This really is a base. Xiaoyong just gave a slight smile. Then, he led the two of them forward. Xiaoyong carefully signaled for silence and said, "Shh, we sneak in quietly. Don't make a sound." Old Li and Zhang Qi did their best to comply. A moment later, the three of them crept inside without making a single sound. Have they all left already? They must have fled, probably afraid we were coming for them. But when they found what they were looking for, all three men froze. They saw the female boss's corpse, mangled and broken. Her limbs were shattered, one leg already missing from before, her face beaten beyond recognition. It was a gruesome sight. Old Li pointed at the body, realizing, that's the woman I shot earlier. These guys, they even kill their own comrades? Is that really so surprising for a bunch of thugs? Jiang Xiaoyong glanced down, his expression one of cold understanding and clear contempt for them. Haha, I'm not surprised by this at all. Zhang Qi came over and said, Brother Xiaoyong, honestly, that huge monster we saw before was clearly different from a regular zombie. Even Zhang Qi was curious about the evolved zombie. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong looked away, lost in thought. Old Li noticed too. He recalled the one he had shot in the head. That's right. I even heard them call it an evolver or something. After saying that, Old Li grew even more curious. What's an evolver, and how do you become one? Our own main character had plenty of questions himself. After all, despite being a regressor with a system, he knew less than anyone. Jiang Xiaoyong had been piecing it all together himself. With his arms crossed in thought, he finally gave Old Li the grim answer. Cannibalism. The words sent a chill down their spines. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they stared at him, asking in horrified unison. Cannibalism? Jiang Xiaoyong's expression remained unnervingly calm. That's right. If you want to evolve, to gain power like those undead freaks, the most direct method is by consuming human flesh. At that confirmation, Zhang Qi couldn't mask the sheer terror on his face. He knew their leader was a powerful man. Zhang Qi hesitated, his voice trembling as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyong. Then, what about you, Brother Yang? Old Li's face was pale with dread, his mind racing with questions. To survive this apocalypse, does that mean we have to become cannibals too? Facing their spiraling panic, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly slipped a hand into his pocket, speaking with a quiet confidence meant to soothe their fears. Relax. Cannibalism is the most direct path. But it's not the only one. As he spoke, he held out his hand. Resting in his palm was a small, crimson object, glowing with a faint inner light. The two men stared at the strange object, their mouths agape. They couldn't tear their eyes away. What is that? Jiang Xiaoyong began to explain. To put it simply, both the evolved and the undead are considered mutated beings. For a mutant to evolve, it needs to absorb variant energy. In normal humans, this energy is scattered throughout their flesh and blood. It's a minuscule amount, but it's better than nothing. The truly powerful can condense this energy into a core. This applies to the evolved and other rare types of mutants. Their variant energy is far more concentrated, and as this catastrophe deepens, even the common undead have a chance of forming a variant core. The explanation clicked for Old Li. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, you're saying the undead have this energy too? Then we can just eat the zombies instead? Zhang Qi nearly choked, his face turning pale green at the suggestion. He cried out in absolute horror. I swear, Uncle Li, you can eat that thing if you want, but there's no way I'm putting it in my mouth. Jiang Xiaoyong cut in, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Normal humans can't eat undead flesh. You'll be infected instantly. Only special mutants, like me, Aso, can consume them to grow stronger. Just as Xiaoyong finished speaking, a system window materialized before his eyes. Mission: Punisher of the Wicked, Part 2. Complete. Objective: Assault enemy base. Eliminated cannibals. Cleared. Jiang Xiaoyong read the notification and thought to himself, oh, so the system automatically tallied the results. I guess any survivors left aren't considered a threat anymore. As he was lost in thought, Zhang Qi's panicked shout shattered the silence. Look out! In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze snapped sideways, his expression hardening into a deadly glare. An ashen-faced undead lunged at them from the shadows. Its body was covered in old wounds and caked with dried blood. It leaped directly at Xiaoyong, but he sidestepped with fluid grace, plunging his dagger straight into the creature's temple. A moment later, the undead creature collapsed, its head hitting the pavement hard. Xiaoyong was genuinely surprised. To think it could get so close, without making a single sound. Behind him, Old Li and Zhang Qi raised their guard. Jiang Xiaoyong knelt beside the corpse and with a single, practiced motion, he sliced open the creature's chest. From within the gash, a crimson glow emerged. He reached inside and pulled out a lump of red flesh. He examined it closely. It really formed a core. It seems the hunt is officially on. With that, he turned and offered the 2 crimson cores to Zhang Qi and Old Li. As their leader slowly approached them, Zhang Qi and Old Li instinctively took a step back, completely unnerved. Zhang Qi waved his hands frantically, refusing. "No way, I can't. Let Uncle Li have them." Old Li, however, seemed to have more resolve. He accepted the 2 grotesque cores, doing his best to steel his nerves and remain calm. He stared down at the red lumps in his palm, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. He said nothing, his brow furrowed in disgust. It was repulsive, but he knew that getting past this moment could change everything. He steeled himself. Damn it all. I'll risk it. Squeezing his eyes shut, Old Li shoved both cores into his mouth. He chewed frantically, trying to swallow them down as fast as possible. The sickening, wet sound of tearing flesh echoed in the silence. The effect was instantaneous. Old Li's eyes snapped wide open. A crimson glow now radiated from within them. A moment later, a raw, guttural scream tore from his throat. Ah! In just a few moments, Old Li's muscles visibly swelled with power. He flexed his arm, showing it to Xiaoyong. This feeling. "It's incredible," he exclaimed. But Jiang Xiaoyong offered a word of caution. "It's a good start, but you've only just joined the ranks of the evolved. Your power is nowhere near enough to survive this world alone. Don't get cocky and do something reckless." Old Li immediately reined in his excitement. His expression grew serious again as he responded to Xiaoyong. "I understand. Don't worry." With their mission complete, there was nothing left to keep them there. Xiaoyong turned to lead the way out. "It's over. The danger has passed. Let's go home." The scene then shifts to another location, the Westwind Steel Mill base. A new group of survivors is seen approaching the entrance. They've just arrived in a white car, now parked out front. A guard stationed inside spots the approaching strangers. He immediately shouts a warning. "Halt! Who goes there?" It was a group led by a man named Sandiong. He brought his crew here to leech off a much larger gang, putting on a sickeningly sweet act. "Hey, it's me. I'm the 3rd in command from the coal plant." The guard shot Sandiong an ice-cold glare, his brows furrowing as he questioned him. "3rd in command of the coal plant, you say? Hold on. I'll go inform the boss." Sandiong's face lit up with hope as he nodded eagerly. A moment later, the guard returned from his report. Sandiong and his men were finally granted entry into the compound. The master of this place was a towering, bald man. Standing beside him was a woman who was both powerful and seductive. He greeted Sandiong with a cheerful grin. "Haha, Brother San, what brings you all the way out here yourself?" The woman next to him put a hand on her hip, cutting straight to the point. "Where are Jingrui and second brother?" At the mention of his leaders, the man's bravado vanished. He looked down, flustered, unable to meet their gaze as he stammered out a reply. "We were attacked. To protect us, our big sister and second brother, they didn't make it." Hearing this news, the bald leader's face fell. He gave a slight nod. "Oh, is that so?" It was clear the 2 factions had a very close relationship. Seemingly accepting the story, the bald man turned to his subordinate and gave an order. "Take Brother San and the men from the coal plant to the safe room." Thinking his connections had saved him, Sandiong's face swelled with arrogance, though he still couldn't bring himself to look the leader in the eye. But it was easy to see the bald man turn and whisper something to his partner. She clearly saw through the act, too, murmuring back, haha, I thought so too." Meanwhile, Sandiong's group was led away, having been granted shelter by the masters of the West Wind Steel Gang. They were brought into a sealed room. Inside, one of his underlings spoke up, calling out, "Third brother." The moment he heard the word third, Sandiong's face contorted with rage. He snarled at his subordinate's slip of the tongue. "What did you just call me?" The underling scratched his head, completely flustered. He then looked around nervously and tried to warn his boss. Boss, my apologies. Boss, I have a really bad feeling about this." Sandiong gritted his teeth and spat. "Stop being so paranoid. What damn feeling?" The anxious subordinate glanced outside, cautiously lowering his voice. "Boss, Just look at this so-called safe room. Iron doors, iron bars on the windows. This is nothing but a prison cell. Before he could finish, the guard suddenly slammed the outer door open. The guard's face was a mask of pure menace as he stormed in, throwing the entire group into chaos. His eyes locked onto Sandiong as he commanded, "All of you, out." A few minutes later, they were dragged back before the leaders of the stronghold. This time, they were completely surrounded by enemy subordinates. The bald man and the woman stood waiting for them. The moment he saw the leader, Sandiong forced a smile. "Chief, is there a problem? What's going on?" Playing dumb, he kept his voice soft and subservient. But the woman beside the leader spoke first. With a hand on her hip, she toyed with a lock of her hair and asked loudly, "To turn on your own leaders. What kind of end do you think a person like that deserves?" Shocked that they knew his secret, Sandiong's traitorous facade crumbled. He dropped to his knees, hands raised in surrender, his words a desperate jumble. "What do you mean?" "Big Peng, Sister Ling, this must be a misunderstanding." He even scratched his head, pretending to be clueless as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. But the woman Sandiong called Sister Ling was unmoved. She let out a loud laugh, her eyes narrowing, as if she saw right through him. Sister Ling then flicked 2 fingers, signaling a large man behind her. "A misunderstanding? Ha, Li Cheng, why don't you let him die knowing the truth?" Taking his cue, the man stepped forward to expose Sandiong's treachery. "I went to the coal plant myself. I found Li Jingrui's body in the courtyard. Their second-in-command is nowhere to be found, dead or alive." He then added the final nail in the coffin, and the entire plant showed no signs of a battle. Hearing this, Sandiong was rendered completely speechless. He stood frozen, his jaw clenched so tight it could shatter. Li Cheng pointed a finger straight at Sandiong's face and yelled, "The only logical explanation is that they did it. They used the chaos of a losing fight to stage an internal conflict, and murdered Li Jingrui." Li Cheng's eyes burned with cold, murderous rage, but Sandiong, shameless to the end, tried to argue back, sweat pouring down his face. "No, that's not it. You have no proof. That's just your speculation." He desperately tried to play the victim. But from the throne, Big Peng erupted in thunderous laughter. He leaned forward, his voice booming with amusement. "Proof? Ha ha ha. In a world like this, who the hell still talks about proof?" Beside him, Sister Ling let out a smirk of pure contempt. Big Peng's voice dropped to a low growl. "Let me tell you something, kid. If I didn't value the skills of Li Jingrui and your second brother, I would have wiped out pathetic insects like you a long time ago." The man's face twisted into a demonic sneer. He whispered his final, terrifying command, his words laced with savage intent. "Kill. Every last one of them." Big Peng gritted his teeth, the very image of barbarism. Just then, one of Sandiong's men, paralyzed by fear, fell forward and begged, "Please, spare us. I have intel. I'll tell you everything." Was this man about to confess to the entire conspiracy? Behind him, Sandiong looked like his world was ending. He was frozen in terror, his mouth hanging open. Sister Ling reacted instantly. "Oh? And what kind of intel is that?" Her eyes narrowed, studying the henchman with cold curiosity. The man immediately pointed behind him, spilling everything he knew to the Eagle Gang. "East City has a massive settlement, with plenty of supplies. Our number 2 and the boss were crushed by them. Please, don't kill us. I'll lead you there." The Third Master's group immediately offered up Jiang Xiaoyong's base to save their own skin. In an age like this, supplies can't possibly compare to a human life. Sister Ling shot a sidelong glance at the underling. Her interest was piqued, and a new plan began to form. "Their scale and strength," she asked. "How does it compare to ours?" The henchman struggled, choosing his words carefully before answering. "They're about on par with you." Sister Ling turned to her lover. "They're a future threat, just as I thought." Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, contemplating their next move. However, he quickly revealed a critical weakness in Jiang Xiaoyong's group, hoping to earn his freedom. But they still don't know how to become evolved. In their entire settlement, I didn't see a single evolved person. Li Cheng watched the scene unfold from the side. He stared at the informant, a deep sense of doubt growing about this intel. The method to become evolved? He furrowed his brow, considering the possibilities. The bald leader of the Eagles, after a moment of thought, pressed the henchman further. "If there were no evolved, then how did you lose?" The small henchman rushed forward to explain. "Because they have heavy weapons. Normal bullets couldn't even scratch our number 2, but they took him down with a single shot." It seemed this group hadn't witnessed Chen Chong in action yet, leading them to dangerously underestimate Jiang Xiaoyong's crew. Hearing this, Sister Ling's face lit up as she praised the snitch. "Well done. That information is very useful." The man trembled with a mix of fear and relief. a sliver of hope blooming in his chest. Pointing to himself timidly, he stuttered, "So, what about us?" She leaned in close, her expression shifting in an instant. Her voice turned to ice as she ordered the two guards behind her, "Kill them." Just a moment ago, they were celebrating their survival. But after that single command, the faces of the third master's men twisted in horror. Cold sweat poured down their faces, which had turned deathly pale. The snitch couldn't believe it, letting out a choked gasp. From outside, the desperate screams of the third master's men could be heard. "Wait, I gave you the intel. You can't do this. Spare us, please spare us." One by one, they were executed. In these chaotic times, there is no right or wrong, and no one would step in to save them. Moments later, a body lay mangled on the floor, covered in countless crimson stains. Standing before the dead third master, the blood-like splatter was everywhere. The eagle leader stood with his hands in his pockets, staring down at the corpse. "So," he said calmly, "what now? This threat must be eliminated, and soon." Jiang Xiaoyong's group had now become their primary concern. Sister Ling stood beside him, hands on her hips. "The enemy has heavy weapons. Attacking now would be too reckless. First, we need to raise our own evolution levels. That will give us a much better chance." The three grunts from the rival gang were beaten to a pulp by Sister Ling and the Eagles, left broken on the floor as crimson pooled around them. Their deaths were brutal. Staring at the three bodies, the leader gave his command, "Send out scouts, and confirm they still don't know how to become evolved." The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, where he's leaning back on a comfortable sofa, opening his system panel. Jiang Xiaoyong pondered his options. With 126 accumulation points, what could he possibly buy? The system screen displayed his current balance, 126 points. The shop offered supply chests for sugar, oil, and protein. Level 1, cost, 5 accumulation points. A. Level 2 black tech supply chest, cost, 50 accumulation points. Manual refresh, cost, 4 accumulation points. After reading the options, Jiang Xiaoyong was ecstatic. He grinned at the system panel and exclaimed, "A level 2 black tech chest again. What amazing luck." He raised his index finger and tapped the system screen. Beep. Immediately, 2 notifications appeared. Purchase of a level 1. Sugar, oil, and protein chest successful. -5 points. Purchase of a level 2 black tech supply chest successful. -50 points. His current balance was now 71. Activating the level 1 chest rewarded him with 500 kilograms of best brand lotus root powder and 200 kilograms of mixed cooking oil margarine. Activating the level 2 black tech chest. Reward, booster drug. Instantly, a blinding golden light filled the space in front of Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong had successfully redeemed his items. He laughed out loud. "Ha ha." But as he was lost in his own joy, a sudden knock echoed from his door. Knock, knock. Startled, our main character turned and called out, "Come in." The person at the door was Shan. The young girl rushed inside to report to Xiaoyong. Seeing her panicked expression, he grew concerned and asked what was wrong. "What is it?" Shan replied instantly. "We've captured a suspicious person." The news of an intruder sent a jolt through him. He shot up from his seat, his face etched with worry. "Take me to them," he commanded, ready to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Old Li had a trespasser pinned down. Their grips were like iron, their expressions grim, but the intruder frantically struggled, pleading his case. "I'm not an enemy. Take me to your leader." On cue, Jiang Xiaoyong emerged from the shadows. He approached the stranger slowly, his voice low and dangerous. "You were looking for me?" Behind him, Shan glared at the captive with pure hostility. The moment the man saw Jiang Xiaoyong, his whole demeanor changed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He asked eagerly, "So, you're the leader?" Jiang Xiaoyong remained cautious, his eyes unblinking. He stared the man down and replied, "That's right. If you have something to say it to me." But the stranger dodged the point. He asked again, "And how should I address you?" With a stone-cold expression, Xiaoyong answered, "Jiang Xiaoyong." The main character's gaze hardened, a sense of deep unease washing over him. He did not trust this man. After hearing the name, the stranger pointed to himself and let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, Brother Yong." He then adopted a friendly, cheerful tone. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is A. Xing, from the Zhigang Steel Mill." At the mention of the steel mill, Old Li and Zhang Qi finally eased their grip slightly. Zixuan's father was also present. He stepped forward, eyeing the man with curiosity. "You're from Zhigang?" The man nodded timidly. "Yes, that's right." Surprised to hear him speak, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Zixuan's father. "What is it, Uncle Song? Do you know this man?" Old Song explained. Sigung is in the southwest. The western outskirts host the largest steel mill in the entire region, so it's become another survivor settlement, just like the coal plant in the south, Xiaoyong mused. How far is it from here? It's about 3 kilometers farther than the southern plant, Old Song replied. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong closed the distance between himself and the stranger. His suspicion flared as he loomed over the man. That's a long way to travel. Why did you come all the way out here? The man flinched back, breaking out in a nervous sweat as if he'd been caught, but he quickly composed himself to explain. In these chaotic times, survivors like us, we need to stick together. Don't you agree, Brother Yong? Jiang Xiaoyong's expression remained like ice. I do. Keep talking. The man began his story. Our leader sent us out to find other survivors and settlements. If we can bring people back, we do. As he spoke, he couldn't meet Xiaoyong's intense gaze. His words sounded noble enough, but the group's resident fatty immediately cut him off. He shoved a piece of paper in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. Brother Yong, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been sneaking around our perimeter for a while now. And he was drawing this map. Taking the paper from Xiao Kai, Jiang Xiaoyong examined it closely, his mind racing. The stranger watched anxiously, his heart pounding in his chest. The time for games was over. Jiang Xiaoyong decided to use his power. Third Spirit Eye. One of his eyes erupted in an ethereal blue flame as he stared straight through the man to see the truth. An aura of malice appeared over the stranger's head, even as he tried to maintain his look of innocent composure. His forced, awkward smile couldn't hide his intentions. All doubts vanished. In a flash, Jiang Xiaoyong raised his gun, pressing the barrel firmly against the stranger's temple. No words were needed. His actions spoke volumes. The man's face went pale with terror as he immediately threw his hands in the air. Xiaoyong's expression darkened. Shadows fell across his face, but his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the spy. We're all just trying to survive the apocalypse, he growled. Do you take me for a fool? Tell me the truth, or I'll blow your brains out right now. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun, the man was paralyzed by fear. He didn't dare move, swallowing hard to regain some composure. Now, this man, Jiang Meng, tried another tactic, even with a gun to his head. He put on a pitiful expression, pleading, Brother Yong, it's true. We were just being cautious, creating an escape route. You can't trust anyone these days. After hearing him out, Jiang Xiaoyong leaned over to Zhang Qi and whispered, Does he know about Chen Chong's existence? Zhang Qi covered his mouth and whispered back, No way. Chen Chong never appeared in front of him. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's plan suddenly shifted. He lowered his weapon and, with a wave of his hand, gave the order. Let him go. Old Song was completely stunned. How could Xiaoyong let such a clearly deceitful spy walk free? Let him go? He asked hesitantly. Just like that? The man was overjoyed, though still in shock, at how quickly the leader had changed his mind. A sly grin crept onto his face as he stammered, Really? Jiang Xiaoyong then held up the hand-drawn map. He pointed it at the man and ordered, Give this map back to him, and then let him go. His eyes showed no hint of hesitation. His decision was absolute. Spared from death, the stranger dropped to his knees, slamming his forehead against the ground repeatedly in gratitude. He was ecstatic. Thank you, Brother Yong, he shouted. Then, in the blink of an eye, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted away into the distance. Like a gust of wind, he escaped Jiang Xiaoyong's group, fleeing without daring to look back, quickly disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong wore a mysterious smile. He lowered his head and watched the fleeing figure, whispering a thought to himself. The West Wind Steel Mill, you say? I wonder just how many system points all of you are worth? It seems our Xiaoyong had already cooked up a new plan for a clean sweep. 5 months later, at the West Wind Steel Mill, 2 men were moving 2 carts near a huge pile of scrap metal. One said to the other, I heard people have started to go missing again. The other man, remembering the tentacled man-eating zombie nearby, shivered and said, Is that monster starting to stir again? Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the scrap pile, and both men immediately snapped their attention toward it. What was that sound? One of them then pushed his cart closer to investigate. The other man was far more afraid than curious. He stood back and yelled a warning. Don't go over there. Let the guards check it out. Suddenly, a dagger shot through the air with incredible speed. It was small, but thrown with powerful and extremely dangerous velocity. Hitting its target perfectly, the small dagger sliced across one man's throat. The wound was so deep and severe that he began to cough up fresh blood. Right on the spot, he was sent straight to hell before he even knew what had happened. In another location, a man named Li Cheng was casually taking a drag from a cigarette. With his hands in his pockets, he leaned against a nearby wall, enjoying a rare moment of peace. But that peace was shattered by a desperate plea from nearby. "Help! Help me!" The sound of a human voice put Li Cheng on immediate alert. He glanced over out of curiosity, his attitude instantly changing. Just after hearing the cry, one of his subordinates came sprinting towards him in a panic. Li Cheng urgently asked what was happening. "What's wrong?" The other guy just kept running, pointing behind him while screaming, "Monster! A monster!" It killed Xiao Chen. Hearing the word monster, Li Cheng's mind immediately flashed to the creature that had been wreaking havoc recently. A monster? Was it the one with the tentacles? The subordinate, panting heavily, confirmed it with certainty. The tentacled one? It was definitely the tentacled one. Li Cheng pressed him further. "Where?" The man answered hastily. "Over by the garbage pit." Li Cheng's face contorted with irritation. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. It attacked without any warning? With that, he immediately spun around. He barked orders at his gang members. "Everyone, hide. Evolved ones with escape abilities, you're with me." At Li Cheng's command, a group of burly young men gathered in an instant. Taking charge, Li Cheng led his 3 most loyal soldiers. All of them were evolved. He carefully brought weapons as they approached the garbage pile, the entire group on high alert. They moved forward step by step, ready for an attack. Li Cheng led the way, resting one hand on a plastic bottle in the trash heap, while the other held a red-hot welding rod at the ready. He scanned the area ahead and signaled his comrades. "Shh. It's the tentacled one. If we happen to run into it, don't try to be a hero. Run away immediately." The 2 men behind him also readied their weapons, prepared for battle. Before him was a mountain of trash, and next to it, the pushcart of the man who was just murdered. Li Cheng's eyes narrowed, lost in thought. He scanned every single detail with intense focus, but after a long moment, finding nothing, his brow furrowed in frustration. "It's not here?" The disappointment hit him hard. Only then did he cautiously approach the victim's body. Li Cheng and his men discovered footprints on the ground. One of his underlings spoke up. Did that tentacle monster leave? Another wondered aloud. Maybe it already found its prey and took off. But Li Cheng crouched down low. Like a true detective, he observed and analyzed the scene. Bringing his hand close to the ground, Li Cheng began to speak. "Ever since Jade Mountain and the Southern Coal Factory were wiped out, the rate at which our people are disappearing has clearly skyrocketed. That's obvious. The 3 settlements used to split the number of people being hunted. Now, we're the only ones left." Li Cheng's expression grew darker by the second. Pure hatred and vengeance twisted his features. His eyes shot forward as he noticed something, muttering under his breath. No, this wasn't the tentacle monster. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. It's a beautiful, sunny afternoon with a clear blue sky. The main character's territory is peaceful and incredibly safe. He stands on a high balcony, far above the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong gazed out at his million-dollar view, his thoughts drifting. He had already survived longer than in his past life. At this rate, re-establishing civilization might actually be possible. Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Utopia. An Sheng version. Mission. Community expansion. Requirement. Do whatever it takes to raise the community's evaluation score. Current evaluation score, 38. After reading, he placed a hand on the railing, a hint of concern on his face. Months have passed, yet the system mission for the West Wind Steelworks still hasn't been issued. But as he was thinking, someone called out his name. Jiang Xiaoyong. It was San. Down below, San waved excitedly as she stepped out of a car, shouting with glee. "We're back," she announced, as if showing off a prize. From his high perch, Xiaoyong looked down and smiled, satisfied. In a flash, a blur of light slammed into the ground below. Over the past few months, our main character's speed and power have evolved tremendously. He landed from the high-rise like it was nothing, appearing before San and Zhang Qi in a flash. Seeing his 2 comrades, Jiang Xiaoyong got straight to the point. "Did anyone spot you during the hunt?" Zhang Qi replied with absolute certainty. "Don't worry, brother Xiaoyong. With our current abilities, if anyone was tailing us nearby, we would have known." After checking on the older members, he turned to the youngest. Xiaoyong always looked out for his teammates. He leaned down to ask the young boy, Zhang Shengzhe, "How did little Suai do? Are you holding up okay?" Little Suai nodded enthusiastically, shouting a confident, "Yes." He then started excitedly showing off his moves to Uncle Xiaoyong. "Don't you worry, Uncle Xiaoyong. I was amazing today." Beside them, Xiaoning smiled, watching the adorable, energetic kid. She ruffled his hair and added her praise. "It's true. Little Suai took down a zombie all by himself today." This performance made Jiang Xiaoyong both proud and relieved. "Excellent work," he commanded. "Now, take the variant bone cores to the warehouse. Just then, the system interface flashed to life. A new mission notification. Villain's Bane 3. The mission required them to eliminate threats and strengthen potential allies. The reward, 80 accumulation points. After reading the notification, Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself, potential allies? Does it mean that group at the West Wind Steel Mill? A while later, in a secure room at the base, Xiaoyong had called a meeting and was listening intently to Old Li. The old man looked utterly shocked by Xiaoyong's announcement. What? Old Li exclaimed, his fist clenched tight. You're going to infiltrate the steel mill. Alone? That's far too dangerous. In the room with them were Zhang Qi and Old Song. After hearing Jiang Xiaoyong's plan, Old Song couldn't stay silent. He voiced his worries, agreeing with Old Li. That's right. They've been sending scouts to watch us constantly. Only the devil knows what dark schemes they're plotting. He added desperately, Xiaoyong, if something happens to you, the rest of us won't be able to coordinate a response. Jiang Xiaoyong understood their concerns perfectly. However, he had already thought everything through. He turned his head, his gaze fixed on something far away. Don't worry, he answered, with unwavering resolve. With my current abilities, not even Chen Chong could lay a scratch on me, let alone those thugs from the steel mill. Besides, my goal this time is to confirm one thing. Are they friend or foe? With that said, Jiang Xiaoyong, seated at the head of the table, turned to Old Han. He extended a hand, formally entrusting them with a mission. Old Han, Old Li, and all of you, I'm entrusting the protection of our fortress and Lin Town to you. Everyone respected Xiaoyong's decision, listening with grave expressions. Old Han processed the command. He nodded slowly. Understood. Don't worry about things here. But you absolutely must be careful. This settlement cannot afford to lose you. The scene shifts to the West Wind Steel Mill, where pillars of black smoke billowed into the sky. The voice of a frantic subordinate yelled out, "Let me in. I have an urgent report to make." Inside the factory, two men stood guard before a large door. Hearing the commotion, one of them, dressed in a black suit, held out an arm to block the way. I've already told you. Without permission from the two leaders, no one gets inside. Suddenly, the man who had been desperately trying to get in snapped. His eyes bulged wide, and thick veins pulsed violently on his forehead. His brow furrowed with a terrifying rage. It was Li Cheng. He instantly grabbed the man in the black suit by the throat. Li Cheng was a big man, and his grip was like iron. The guard choked, his teeth clenched in agony as he gasped for air. Seeing this, the other guard yelled out, "Li Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Hearing the scream ring in his ears, Li Cheng suddenly seemed to jolt back to reality. He flinched, his eyes flying open as if a spirit had just left his body. Only then did he seem to realize what he was doing. Li Cheng quickly let go, steadying the collapsing guard. He was completely flustered, unsure how to explain himself. I'm sorry," he stammered. The man in the black suit, after that near-death experience, crumpled to the ground, wheezing and desperately trying to catch his breath. Li Cheng stood off to the side, lost in grim thought. He muttered to himself, "What's happening? Why do I keep losing control of my temper like this? It's been happening more and more frequently these past few months." The two guards stared, horrified by Li Cheng's sudden outburst. Both of them were a mix of worried and stunned. The second guard, furious on behalf of his friend, finally shouted, "Damn it! What the hell is your problem? Just because the leaders favor you, don't think for a second that we're afraid to take you on." From inside the room, a voice cut through the noise. It was Sister Ling. "Is that Li Cheng out there? Let him come in." Hearing the leader's command, the guard turned back to the door. "Ah, yes, ma'am." Although his expression showed reluctance, he had no choice but to obey. From within, the voice urged again, "Come in." The moment Li Cheng opened the door, bright light flooded out, hitting him square in the face. His expression was one of pure shock and bewilderment. He saw something inside the room that stunned him. His eyes were locked on Sister Ling. She stood beside a desk in a confident pose, her shirt tied just below her chest, revealing a toned midriff. Sister Ling offered a subtle smile, her eyes full of invitation, giving her the air of a very tempting schoolteacher. "What is it?" Sister Ling asked. Without hesitation, Li Cheng began his report about the monstrous zombie that was wreaking havoc. "Regarding the tentacle monster and the scope of our hunting grounds, I have a different theory." Sister Ling's playful demeanor vanished instantly. Her voice dropped low. "Oh? And what theory is that?" Li Cheng answered, "I investigated the scene myself. I found a woman's footprints, but the latest victim was a man." Hearing the evidence Li Cheng gathered, a seed of doubt was planted in Sister Ling's mind. She pouted, her displeasure clear on her face. Her gaze shifted away as she probed him further. Are you saying we have a different killer on our hands? It was just the two of them in the room. Li Cheng confirmed. That's right. Suddenly, her eyes transformed, glowing a brilliant, menacing gold. Sister Ling's expression hardened. She warned him with a dangerous edge in her voice. All right, I understand. This information is useful, but it doesn't leave this room. Li Cheng questioned her. But why? Sister Ling explained. One tentacle monster is already causing a panic. I don't want people becoming too afraid to even step outside. Li Cheng understood her logic, but her tyrannical control of the situation didn't sit right with him. He struggled to protest, but Sister Ling cut him off sharply. No buts. I guarantee things won't get any worse than they already are. And just like that, Li Cheng had to accept it. He fell silent, bowing his head in submission, but his heart was filled with unanswered questions. With the business out of the way, Sister Ling's mood brightened. She closed the distance between them, her eyes lingering on the tall, handsome Li Cheng, her soft lips whispering close to his ear. What's wrong? Is there something else you want to do? As if she could see the beast raging within him, Li Cheng's face flushed crimson as sweat beaded on his brow. He wouldn't dare make a move on Sister Ling, would he? Even with her giving him such a clear green light, Li Cheng stumbled backward, scrambling for the door. He put as much distance between them as possible, raising a hand in a clumsy farewell. My apologies, Sister Ling. The door slammed shut behind him. A decisive and foolish retreat, leaving Sister Ling burning with unfulfilled desire. Once outside, Li Cheng's face was still on fire. He was embarrassed and angry with himself. Damn it. Look at this memory of mine. I completely forgot to ask about that other matter. Meanwhile, in a room adjacent to Sister Ling's, a man's chilling laughter echoed from behind a closed door. A woman's footprints, you say? Haha, how careless of you. Sister Ling immediately snapped at the man in the other room. If you're so much more careful than me, then maybe you should be the one to handle it from now on. Inside, a bald man named Da Peng, wearing an apron, was gleefully butchering human flesh. It was as if the man had lost all humanity. He worked with a calm, terrifying focus. Chop, 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 tossing pieces into a basket as he casually delegated tasks. Fine by me. I'll do the killing. You do the cleanup. So that's it. The recent disappearances were the two leaders, conspiring to butcher their own men, consuming the flesh to fuel their own evolution. The thing Da Peng tossed into the bin was the head of the previous victim. The entire room reeked of the metallic stench of carnage. Thwack! The sound of a clean, swift strike. A zombie collapsed at Jiang Xiaoyong's feet, its mangled face slammed into the ground, completely neutralized. Our main character had finally reached the Zhifeng steel mill. He held a sharp steel weapon in his hand, surrounded by zombie corpses lying in pools of black ooze. Xiaoyong's expression remained perfectly calm. He stared ahead, muttering to himself. Almost there. I need to keep a low profile. In his palm, Jiang Xiaoyong used his ability to summon a small pair of scissors from the system. Snip, snip. With surprising skill, Xiaoyong began to give himself a fresh haircut. Using only one hand, he moved the scissors with the grace of a master stylist. Next, he scraped 2 fingers along the ground, gathering dirt and grime. He then smeared it across his face, drawing lines on his forehead and cheeks. Jiang Xiaoyong was creating a disguise to avoid unnecessary trouble. A moment later, his transformation was complete. He now had the look of a haggard survivor, with a grimy face and dirt-caked clothes. He even put on a pair of glasses to further obscure his identity. But nothing could hide the cool, handsome aura that radiated from him. His disguise set, he took a few steps toward the factory gate when a man stepped out, pointed, and yelled, "Halt!" Jiang Xiaoyong stopped in his tracks. Seeing an intruder approaching the base, the guard went on the offensive. His face soured as he barked out, "Who are you?" His eyes glared at Xiaoyong, filled with hostility. Switching into actor mode instantly, Jiang Xiaoyong put on a huge, friendly smile, trying to de-escalate the situation. He spoke to the guard before him. "I saw signs of life around here. I knew it. There are other survivors. This is great." He even put on an act of overwhelming joy. And it seemed to work. The guard was easily fooled. Hearing Xiaoyong's words, the man's tense expression relaxed. His tone shifted to one of disappointment. "Oh, so you're just another wandering survivor?" Then, the gatekeeper pointed at him. He asked Xiaoyong, "Hey, kid, let me ask you something. How'd you manage to survive this long?" The guy was already trying to act like a big shot, in front of our main character, no less. Xiaoyong played the part of an honest, harmless man. Pausing for a second, he lowered his head. and began to weave a tragic tale. My group. There were over a dozen of us. We were attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone. Everyone died. I'm the only one left. He fled, his face a mask of misery and pain. The guard watched him, getting a read on this new arrival. The gatekeeper pressed on, asking, "So, you don't have any special abilities?" The question caught Jiang Xiaoyong off guard. He was only playing the part of an ordinary survivor in distress, so he couldn't help but ask back. Abilities? What kind of abilities? Then, he suddenly acted flustered, raising his hands. Well, I do have some skills. I've survived plenty of zombie attacks, so I have some experience dealing with them. I'll do everything I can to be useful. Seeing his clumsy display, the man sneered, his mouth twisting into a contemptuous smirk. He was clearly underestimating Xiaoyong. The guard moved closer, his aura growing more dangerous. He flashed a fake smile and spoke in cryptic words. "Who asked you about that? You don't get what I'm saying, but that's fine." The man was thrilled, thinking he'd just snared some fresh prey. With a flicker of excitement in his eyes, he pointed inside. "Follow me. If you want to join, you have to pass a test." This was Xiaoyong's chance to get closer to their den. He noticed the guard stealthily move a hand toward his waist, right where a pistol was holstered. The man thought Xiaoyong was a total amateur, still gloating over trapping his new victim. That was all our main character needed to know. Outwardly, he appeared exhausted and helpless, keeping up the act, but inside, he was coldly assessing everything. So the Zhifeng steel mill is no sanctuary after all, just as things were proceeding. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. "What's going on here?" The shout made them both jump and spin around. The moment the henchman heard that tone, he flinched with a hint of fear, but Xiaoyong was merely curious. Seeing a stranger appear in the base, Li Cheng came over to check on the situation, his face tense. He strode toward the gatekeeper, demanding, "Who is this stranger?" The gatekeeper immediately tensed up at the sight of Li Cheng. As his subordinate, he clearly held a degree of respect for the man. His face became awkward as he reported unnaturally, Brother Li, he's a wandering survivor. I was just taking him to a more secluded area for a search." Xiaoyong smirked internally. A search?" Li Cheng looked skeptical. He snapped back at the gatekeeper, annoyed. "Why do you need a secluded area? You can search him right here." A flicker of discord between two members of the same base. Jiang Xiaoyong instantly saw through the guard's intentions. He thought to himself, "This guy was clearly planning to lead me somewhere quiet and kill me." And with that, Li Cheng directly confronted Jiang Xiaoyong. He got close to our hero and commanded, "You, come here, hand over all your weapons, and you can come inside." Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm. Putting on an innocent act, he asked, "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you won't lure me inside just to kill me?" But Li Cheng wasn't like the others. His approach was strict, but also humane and clear. He didn't try to force Xiaoyong, but simply answered, "In the apocalypse, people are wicked. It's normal not to trust us. If you don't hand over your weapons, I won't force you. You can leave." Li Cheng's firm and logical stance convinced Jiang Xiaoyong to surrender, a dagger hidden on his person. He put on a show of reluctance, playing the part of a victim giving up his last means of defense. Xiaoyong held out the knife and said, "All right, I'll give it to you." After that, Li Cheng searched Jiang Xiaoyong meticulously. He had to be sure that Xiaoyong had no other weapons on him. Xiaoyong calmly spread his arms wide, letting Li Cheng search him without resistance. From behind his cracked glasses, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes remained sharp with judgment. He sized up Li Cheng and this whole place. This guy seems to have some principles. Looks like the Zhifeng steel mill is a little different from those savages at Jadeite Mountain and the Nanjiao coal plant. After a long moment, the search was finally over. Li Cheng held up the knife that Xiaoyong had surrendered. His curiosity piqued. "You survived in this apocalypse with just a dagger? Kid, are you an evolved?" Our hero immediately put on a naive and timid act. He clasped his hands together, feigning confusion as he repeated the words. "Evolved? Well, I do feel like I've become a lot stronger." That simple-minded performance made Li Cheng lower his guard. He waved a hand and said, "Follow me. We have rules here. Evolved individuals have to report to the leader first." A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyong was led by Li Cheng into a room. He guided Xiaoyong inside, while he himself stood guard outside the door. Li Cheng leaned in and said, "Wait in the living room for a moment." Our main character let out a faint smirk. His eyes darted to a chair in the corner, just below a sealed window. "A living room, you say? And the door's been reinforced. This is clearly a prison cell, isn't it?" Xiaoyong saw right through their malicious plan. However, he wasn't the least bit worried. After a moment, A man called Brother Eagle stepped inside. He initially tried to appear polite and gentle. Sorry to have kept you waiting. May I ask what your name is? On the surface, he was courteous, but deep within his phony eyes was the ravenous hunger of a cannibal. Xiaoyong turned and stammered, Jiang. No. Jiang Ye. Xiaodong's act was flawless. To Eagle, he looked like nothing more than simple, helpless prey. With a cynical tone, Eagle pressed him. My men told me you're an evolved. Is that true? Xiaodong kept his head low. Weak? I guess that's one way to put it. But before he could utter another word, an axe flew past him at incredible speed. It grazed the skin on his cheek. Looking up, our main character was genuinely surprised. His eyes widened as he took in the scene. But for Xiaodong, a stunt like this was child's play. A simple tilt of his head was all it took to neatly evade the attack. The axe had come from Eagle. Glancing back, he saw the massive, razor-sharp weapon. It was now embedded deep into the wall, right behind Jiang Xiaodong. Even he was startled by the suddenness of the attack. If Jiang Xiaodong had been an ordinary survivor, he would already be dead. His gaze hardened, now wary of the ferocious bald man. He shot a cautious look at Eagle. A fight? Already? Xiaodong wondered. No, this has to be a test. A twisted, excited smile spread across Eagle's face. Xiaodong knew he had to play along. Putting on his most innocent act, he pointed at the axe and yelled, Hey, what was that for? You could have killed me. Eagle's demeanor shifted in an instant. He burst into a wide, toothy grin. Haha, so my gut was right after all. You really are an evolved. The man's blatant disregard for human life disgusted Xiaodong, but he had to keep up the charade. So Xiaodong pointed at himself, confronting the bald man directly. And what if I wasn't evolved? He challenged. Would you have just killed me right there? But the scumbag Eagle remained unfazed. He spread his arms wide, his voice booming with inhuman logic. If that were the case, your death would have been meaningless. This man had truly lost his humanity. A faint red glow began to emanate from his eyes. His voice dropped to a low, conspiratorial tone. Since we're both evolved, you must know how one awakens their power, don't you? Xiaodong answered flatly. Yeah, I know. This confirmed it. Xiaodong was one of them. The man then began to speak of his gang and their influence here. Then let me give you a warning, he said. Here, only a select few know this secret, and I want to keep it that way. If I find out you've told anyone else, I will kill you. Without another word, Eagle moved like lightning. He lunged at Jiang Xiaodong, relentlessly aggressive. This man was determined to pick a fight. His hand shot out, aiming for Xiaodong's throat. But our hero was far too quick. A slight lean to the side was enough to dodge Eagle's grasp. Still, he didn't counterattack. In that split second before his hand should have connected, Eagle was completely stunned. He never expected Xiaodong to remain so composed. In that frozen moment, Xiaodong instantly summoned a dagger from his system. He drew the blade with lightning speed. At the same time, power surged into his right arm. His razor-sharp gaze was fixed on Eagle. Good thing he just tried to grab me, he thought. If he'd used a real weapon, I would have already struck back. Allowing the bald man's hand to close around his neck, Jiang Xiaodong put on a convincing look of terror, feigning weakness. But if I kill him now, he reasoned internally, what will happen to that 80-point system quest? The moment Eagle saw the dagger, he froze. His eyes were glued to the small blade in Xiaodong's hand, naked fear on his face. He snatched his hand back instantly. Oh, quick reflexes, he remarked. Already pulled your weapon, have you? He wasn't underestimating Xiaodong anymore. Eagle then clapped a hand on Jiang Xiaodong's shoulder, assuming the air of a seasoned veteran. He offered a backhanded compliment. You've got some skill, I'll give you that. But my true power is beyond anything you can imagine. Don't even think about challenging me. Got it? Xiaodong simply lowered his head. Got it. Eagle's tone softened slightly. As for bringing a weapon in here, I'll let it slide this time. Stepping out of the private room, Eagle barked an order to his underlings. Take this man, Jiang Ye, to get cleaned up. Then bring him to the meeting room. As Xiaodong followed them out, he slowly pulled the door shut behind him. He was slowly earning the leader's trust. It seemed Xiaodong's plan was proceeding smoothly. The subordinates responded in unison. Yes, sir, the bald leader, then called out loudly. Come in. A goon escorted Jiang Xiaodong over to the bald leader. Brother Eagle, we've brought him. Eagle smiled, introducing the newcomer to everyone present. Let me introduce our newest member, Jiang Ye. He then turned to Jiang Ye and pointed out a woman. That's Huang Ling. Like me, she's one of the leaders of this place. Eagle then gestured to two others. And those two are our core officers, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. The woman, Ling, had a stern, emotionless face. She gave Jiang Ye a once-over before turning to the man called Huang Bin. Her voice was cold as she addressed him. Huang Bin, put the new guy on your team. Any problem with that? The man instantly looked annoyed by the newcomer. His posture tensed as he shot back a reply. Not a problem. Right, sister? With the matter settled, Sister Ling's voice turned deceptively sweet. Kid, you're in luck. You stumbled upon the strongest shelter in this entire area. From now on, you won't have to worry about survival ever again. Jiang Xiaoyong put on a mask of deep respect, hiding his true thoughts. She continued her gentle warning. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful. This was the opening he was waiting for. Jiang Xiaoyong played his part perfectly, bowing his head to accept her generosity. I will follow any arrangements you make. His performance was flawless, without a single crack. He looked every bit the part of someone desperate to join their ranks. With everything settled, Huang Bin swaggered over and clapped Jiang Xiaoyong on the shoulder. He leaned in and whispered, "Good timing. It's our team's turn for patrol. Follow me." A short while later, the scene shifted to the world outside the factory. The grass was lush and green under a bright, sunny sky. A subordinate's voice called out, "Brother Chiang, Brother Xing, it's time for patrol." The other man grunted in reply, "Okay." But the subordinate was looking on, confused. Who is this guy? This underling was the same guard from the main gate, and he had disliked Jiang Xiaoyong from the moment he laid eyes on him. He sidled up to Huang Bin and whispered, "Boss, don't tell me this kid is working under you now?" Huang Bin, despite his own irritation, just grumbled back, "What choice do I have? He doesn't know a thing, so he can only be part of our team." Trailing behind them was Jiang Xiaoyong, and the very man who had once invaded the main character's base. The man stared, a nagging sense of familiarity crawling up his spine. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as a single thought echoed in his mind. Why? Does this guy look so damn familiar? After they walked a bit further, Huang Bin turned his head. "Hey kid, I'm guessing Brother Eagle never explained the real situation here, did he?" Jiang Xiaoyong feigned apprehension, replying, "No sir. He only warned me to keep my status as an evolved a secret." A smirk played on Huang Bin's lips. "That's what I thought." In an instant, his friendly facade vanished, replaced by a dangerous glint in his eyes. His face hardened into a grim mask. "You know the secret about us eating people in this shelter. Besides Brother Eagle and my sister, only the four of us here know the truth." Now that the ugly secret was out in the open, Huang Bin gestured back towards his crew with an unnervingly friendly tone. "Ah, Xing is Brother Eagle's cousin, and Fa Qiang is my and Huang Ling's nephew. We're all one big family here. So, if our secret were to ever leak, do you understand what would happen to you?" It was clear this whole place was one twisted family affair. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately understood the threat he was under. He kept walking and replied, "Yeah, my lips are sealed." It was then that Jiang Xiaoyong finally recognized the man in the overalls. He stole a quick glance at him as his mind raced. "Wait a minute, that's Ah Xing. Isn't he the guy Zhang Qi's group captured?" Now, Jiang Xiaoyong grew curious and asked about Li Cheng. "So, what about that officer from before? Who is he?" Huang Bin answered openly. "That's Li Cheng. He's an outsider, but he's got good potential, and his abilities are powerful." Then, his voice dropped with heavy emphasis. "And he, especially, must never find out our secret. Do you understand?" His expression tensed, a clear threat aimed directly at Jiang Xiaoyong. His face twisted into a ferocious scowl. He lowered his voice to a terrifying whisper, "Because if he finds out, neither of you will live to see the end of today." He now had a perfect picture of this twisted organization. After hearing those words, Jiang Xiaoyong remained silent, but his mind was spinning. It seems Li Cheng's potential is truly terrifying. They have to use resources just to hold him back. Otherwise, his power. As they continued their dark conversation, they finally arrived at their destination. Huang Bin walked ahead and announced, "All right, we're here." Jiang Xiaoyong feigned confusion, looking up at the structure before them. "This is the place?" In front of him stood a new base, large and well fortified, surrounded by tall trees. Huang Bin began to explain, "There are 7 members in this shelter. We've been observing them for the past 3 or 4 days, and among all of them, there shouldn't be a single evolved." Still not understanding, Jiang Xiaoyong leaned in close. "So what do we do? Hunt them?" Huang Bin waved 2 fingers dismissively, his voice booming with false bravado. "Hunt them? Please. We're not as barbaric as you think. We need to farm them." Just then, a cheerful Fa Qiang slung an arm around Jiang Xiaoyong's neck, starting a twisted pep talk. "Jiang Xiaoyong, kid, you're an evolved now, one of us. You need to change your mindset. Don't be so rigid and naive. Like that Li Cheng." That single comment gave Jiang Xiaoyong another valuable piece of intel on Li Cheng's personality. Fa Qiang continued to lecture him like a seasoned veteran talking to a rookie. We are the evolved. In other words, we're not even the same species as humans anymore. We are a higher life form, at the top of the food chain. The meaning behind his words was horrifyingly clear. Jiang Xiaoyong looked up towards the base, stating their intentions with a flat voice. So, you want to capture them and bring them back to your shelter. Our why? To keep them penned up, so you can butcher and eat them later? A dangerous grin spread across Fa Qiang's face. Exactly. Huang Bin then held up 4 fingers, making his orders crystal clear. We won't bring everyone back. 5 or 6 survivors will do. As for the rest, handle them on site. They talked about slaughtering people like it was nothing. Jiang Xiaoyong had to ask. To be sure, handle them on site? What does that even mean? This gave Huang Bin the perfect chance to put on a show. He raised his hand with a flourish. A twisted excitement spread across his face. He simply laughed, his voice booming. Ha ha, just watch and learn. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at him with a stone-cold expression, hiding his disgust. A few moments later, the brick walls of a nearby survivor base were about to be swarmed. Inside, the people were still working, trying to make their small fortress stronger. One young man, wiped out from a hard day's work, let out a massive yawn. Finally, almost finished, he sighed. This is exhausting. It felt like just another day, another struggle to survive. But suddenly, chaos erupted. The settlement's leader pointed toward the horizon, his face instantly pale. Cold sweat poured down his face as he stammered. What is that? Everyone turned to look. Rushing toward them was a massive, writhing horde of zombies. They moved like starved ghouls, surging forward in a desperate wave of hunger. They clawed over each other, a stampede of rotting flesh and mangled faces. Their only goal to feast on the living. The people in the base were frozen with shock. This sudden attack had caught them completely off guard. The men grabbed their weapons, shouting in disbelief. Damn it! Where did all these zombies come from? There was no warning at all. Prepare to fight. But the speed of the horde was terrifyingly unnatural. 1 second, they were in the distance. The next, they were leaping at the walls. Their jaws, filled with the stench of decay, snapped open as they threw themselves upon the innocent survivors. One zombie saw an opening and lunged for a young man. In a panic, he pulled out his gun to protect himself. The pure terror of death was written all over his face. No. Stay back. Stay away. The entire area was now flooded with the undead. Many of the defenders couldn't fight back. The same young survivor from before, his face ashen, muttered in disbelief. This is bad. There are too many of them. All around him were the dying gasps of his friends. While in the distance, Huang Bin's team watched the massacre with calm detachment. In fact, Huang Bin was clearly savoring the carnage. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't stand it any longer, and finally spoke up. Is this your grand plan? Luring a horde to attack them? But Huang Bin just gestured wildly toward the chaos. He looked at the settlement being torn apart and spoke with cold logic. Resources are limited. We can't afford to feed that many new mouths. Besides, he added, if more than 10 people join at once, they might form their own faction. That's a threat to our control. It was a brutal, twisted logic designed for their own survival, completely devoid of any humanity. Now, flanked by Fa Qiang and Ah Xing, Huang Bin knew the time was right for them to intervene. A sinister, calculating look crossed his face as he announced, all right, it's time for us to make our entrance. Behind him, Fa Qiang cracked his knuckles, itching for a fight. Ahead, a young woman was being cornered by the horde. 2 zombies pinned her down as she screamed in pure terror. Ah! No, please! But the brainless creatures were merciless. Tears of despair streamed down her face, and then, in a flash of light, the heads of both zombies flew from their shoulders. The girl stared in stunned silence, looking at the severed head that had been just inches from her face. It now lay twitching on the ground, a gruesome sight. She scrambled backward, her face a mask of shock and confusion. Fa Qiang appeared before her, playing the part of the hero. He offered her a hand with a gentle and caring smile. She took his hand, her voice trembling with relief. I can't believe it. Am I saved? Nearby, Huang Bin and Ah Xing made quick work of the remaining zombies. Without a word, the newcomers moved through the base, saving the last of the survivors. The young man from earlier saw them and yelled out, "Who are you people?" One after another, zombie heads dropped to the ground. In seconds, the mysterious group had ended the threat. For Huang Bin's team, a horde of this size was nothing more than a simple exercise. With the battle over, Huang Bin stepped forward, pointing to himself. We are the evolved from the Westwind Steel Mill. They had perfectly positioned themselves as heroes who had come to save the day. The rescued woman and the other survivors heard the word evolved and were filled with awe and curiosity. Evolved? What does that mean? They asked. Their faces shone with gratitude and admiration. Cheers suddenly erupted. We're saved. Thank you. Thank you so much. Watching this entire staged performance, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression remained like solid ice, betraying none of the fury he felt inside. But inwardly, Jiang Yong was sizing them up. In their 20s, these three were just as strong as Zhang Qi and the others. As he listened to the scoundrel's tale, his keen senses screamed at him. Something was wrong. Something was lurking behind him. He scoffed inwardly, his expression filled with doubt. Then, suddenly, in a tall building behind Jiang Yong, a single room lit up without warning. Our main character felt a bizarre presence. He whipped his head around. A shocked gasp caught in his throat. What was that? He scanned the windows of the towering structure, but found nothing. Not a soul in sight. Only a faint, fading glimmer remained. Shaken by the sudden fright, Jiang Yong slowly regained his composure. He stared up, dazed, and muttered to himself, "Was I just seeing things?" Seeing Yong's focus drift, Huang Bin barked, "Hey, Jiang Ye, what are you standing around for?" In that brief moment of distraction, the group had reached the base, where countless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Huang Bin pointed and said, "Get over here and help me clean this up." Jiang Yong walked over, replying, "Yeah, I'm on my way." As Jiang Yong moved away, that unsettling feeling from the building returned. Still, he prioritized dealing with Huang Bin first. And, inside that room, was the very monster the factory workers had been whispering about for days. A grotesque zombie, bristling with tentacles. It was massive, its face a horrifying canvas of twisted mutations. It craved human flesh, poised for a surprise attack. And down below, the tantalizing scent of fresh prey filled the air. Having successfully won the trust of the survivors at the base, Huang Bin's crew now had them completely wrapped around their finger. One of the survivors spoke up, telling Huang Bin, "There are still some supplies left in the warehouse." Huang Bin immediately turned, his face stern as he gave an order to Jiang Yong. "Jiang Ye, you stay behind. Gather all the supplies and move them to the gate. I'll arrange for a truck to pick them up later." Then, he leaned in close to Jiang Yong, whispering, "And pile up the fresh corpses. We'll be taking those too." A twisted, perverse grin spread across his face. You could tell he was practically drooling for human flesh. Jiang Yong's face remained a blank mask. He gave a slight grunt of acknowledgement, but inside, disgust for these scumbags was boiling over. "Let's move out." Huang Bin pointed behind him, then shouted, "The rest of you, with me." The naive survivors, still believing they were being rescued, lit up with joy at his command. They all departed, leaving Jiang Yong alone amidst the field of corpses. The area fell silent, desolate. Huang Bin's cruel plan had worked perfectly. After confirming he was truly alone, Jiang Yong summoned a small blade into his hand using his system. He glanced at the surrounding zombies, and a smirk played on his lips. Perfect timing. Meanwhile, Huang Bin and his crew led the survivors back to the factory. One of the men, still completely oblivious, was gratefully showering Huang Bin with thanks. "We're so lucky you guys showed up. We barely made it out of there alive." The others behind him nodded in agreement. Huang Bin, of course, said nothing, playing his part. The girl Fa Qiang had rescued was feeling grimy. Believing he was a good person, she asked, "Excuse me, is there any water where we're going? Will we be able to wash up?" Hearing this, a wide grin spread across his face. Then, his true colors began to show. He wrapped his arm around the poor girl, pulling her close. "Not just water, but hot water. We even have soap so you can get nice and clean." The girl flinched, uncomfortable with his sudden move. Really? That sounds amazing." So far, everything was going exactly as they planned. But suddenly, A Xing felt a prickle on the back of his neck. He froze in place, a cold dread washing over him. He whipped around, his eyes wide, searching for the source. Suspicious and on high alert, he let out a sharp grunt. Noticing A Xing's strange behavior, Huang Bin turned to him. "What is it?" he asked, his own senses on alert. A cold sweat beaded on A Xing's forehead. He stared straight ahead, stammering, There's something out there." Instantly, Huang Bin roared a warning to the entire group. "On guard!" The men behind him immediately snapped into a defensive formation. That creep Fa Qiang used the commotion as an excuse to pull the only girl in the group even tighter against him. He leaned in, whispering, "Stay behind me. I'll protect you." The girl recoiled awkwardly, and the other survivors were starting to notice his disgusting behavior. But in their weak position, They didn't dare say a word. Looking down from high above, strange dark shapes swirled around the huddled group, casting unnerving shadows on the ground below. Everyone could feel the danger now, a palpable threat they couldn't see. Huang Bin demanded, "Where is this thing you're talking about?" A Hung replied, "I don't know. I can't sense anything." But Fa Qiang was young, and the most carefree of them all. All he wanted was to get back to the factory. Seeing A Hung's worried face, he spoke up, "A Hung, aren't you being a little too tense?" A Hung whipped his head around, his expression grim. It was clear this situation was no joke. He answered with pure dread in his voice, "I'm not mistaken. I'm sure of it." Just as he spoke, a long, massive object sliced through A Hung's neck. He froze in place, never imagining that death would come so swiftly. The others screamed in horror at the ghastly sight. Only then did A Hung see the thing that had just ended his life, a massive, fleshy tentacle. As it retracted, A Hung's body collapsed to the ground. Huang Bin screamed in shock, "It's the tentacle monster." In just a few breaths, a life had been extinguished. Panic and fear for their own lives swept through the group. Under the bright sun, Huang Bin gasped, "Did it vanish? It's too fast." After he said that, Fa Qiang screamed, "Behind you!" Huang Bin spun around, his body jolting in terror. The tentacle monster's face, with its large, multi-pupiled eyes, was inches from his own, its long, walrus-like teeth bared. He turned to meet a grotesque visage that sent a wave of pure shock through his system. In another part of the area, the scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong. He was calmly using a small knife to dispatch zombie corpses. He was searching for the ability crystals inside them. He had already found 2 high-quality ones. Holding them in his palm, he mused, 2 ability crystals from this batch of zombies. What a lucky day. As he was busy admiring the crystals, from the direction of Huang Bin's group, Jiang Xiaoyong heard their desperate cries for help. "Save me." He glanced over. His curiosity piqued. Over there, Huang Bin was at death's door. The tentacle monster had wrapped its appendages tightly around his entire body. Now, he was finally seeing the infamous monster with his own eyes. Huang Bin's face was pale with terror. He couldn't form proper words, only stuttering, It's over." Before everyone's eyes, the tentacle monster had appeared and seized Huang Bin. It coiled around his body, crushing his bones with sickening cracks. Huang Bin shrieked in agony. The creature was enormous, its muscular body covered in disgusting, long black tentacles. It squeezed harder, finishing Huang Bin off for good. The girl and the young men Huang Bin had lured into his group watched the scene unfold, a mix of terror and disbelief on their faces. Jaws hanging open, they could only stand and watch as they were sprayed with Huang Bin's crimson remains. They had just barely escaped one death trap, hoping for a bit of safety, only to run straight into the jaws of the region's strongest monster. The faces of the young man and the girl in the doomed group fell, as if they could already see their own fate. The slimy monster now turned its head toward Fa Qiang. Its body oozed a foul-smelling black fluid, covered in countless tentacles of all sizes. It was a hideous sight. Now its target, Fa Qiang's face went white. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Realizing he was next, a jolt of fear shot through him. His body felt like lead as he took heavy steps backward, his face ashen. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, this can't be happening." Then, he suddenly grabbed the arm of the girl behind him, startling her. Just moments ago, he was whispering sweet nothings to her. Now, in the face of danger, his true nature was revealed. He mercilessly threw the girl into the monster's writhing tentacles, sacrificing her to save himself. Instantly, the monster snatched her. It lifted her high into the air, pinning her arms and legs before slowly constricting around her neck. The girl struggled in agony, but it was useless. She cried out in despair, "Ah!" The tentacles squeezed tighter and tighter, crushing layers of her flesh, making it impossible to breathe. The poor girl's tears were silent. All she could do was endure the torment tearing her apart. She couldn't hold on any longer. As her last breath escaped, her eyes rolled back into her head. This was the moment she met death. But in that exact instant, a powerful force shot through the air. The girl was suddenly released from the monster's grip, falling hard onto the ground. The girl and her companions were utterly stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong had arrived just in time, saving her in the nick of time. Several slimy, black tentacles fell twitching to the ground. Everyone's attention was now on him. Fa Qiang, seeing Jiang Xiaoyong, shouted with a mix of shock and relief, "Jiang Xiaoyong, it's really you." He appeared with a small dagger in his hand. His lips were pressed into a thin line as he looked at them, his back turned to the monster. He raised a hand and asked loudly, "Is this that tentacle thing everyone keeps talking about?" Fa Qiang was still trembling with fear. He pointed a shaking finger and stammered, "No, not this one. This is the son of the tentacle monster." Jiang Xiaoyong was surprised. His brow furrowed as he asked cautiously, "Its son?" Fa Qiang replied immediately, "That's right. It's what we call them." He then began to explain the truth about the truly dangerous creature. The real tentacle monster constantly mutters, "My son, my son," and it has the power to transform normal zombies into monsters that look just like itself. We call these mutated abominations, the sons of the tentacle. And right now, the face of Fa Qiang was a mask of pure resentment and terror. 2 of his own people had been slaughtered by a son of the tentacle, and Fa Qiang's mind raced with cowardly thoughts. This creature was a beast of immense power, one that even Xiong and Da Peng couldn't handle. This new kid, Jiang Xiaoyong, was definitely no match for it. He had to run. With that, the despicable Fa Qiang decided to save his own skin, turning on his heel to make a break for it. The other survivors watched him in stunned silence. As he sprinted for his life, he shouted a pathetic excuse. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you hold it off. I'll go get reinforcements." The girl he'd just rescued could only stare after him, completely bewildered. In an instant, self-preservation took over, and everyone turned tail and fled. Only Jiang Xiaoyong remained, standing perfectly calm and alone. He stood his ground as their panicked screams faded into the distance. Watching the cowards flee, Jiang Xiaoyong saw right through Fa Qiang's plan. He wasn't even bothered, simply remarking, "So, he's selling me out to buy himself some time to escape?" Behind Jiang Xiaoyong, the son of the tentacle began to stir, letting out a series of low growls. A second later, it shot out several dark tentacles, aiming straight for Jiang Xiaoyong's neck. Jiang Xiaoyong saw the attack coming, yet he didn't react. In a flash, his arms and legs were completely bound by the monster's foul, black appendages. But still, Xiaoyong made no move to fight back. He just slowly turned his head to face the beast, with a deliberate calmness that radiated a terrifying aura. Staring into the zombie monster's eyes, Jiang Xiaoyong cracked a smirk. "A son of the tentacle, huh? Now that's a terrifying setup." Then, Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand, a small dagger in his grip, and gave the tentacles a single, decisive tug. The massive creature was immediately overpowered by Jiang Xiaoyong's pull. Our hero's strength was on another level entirely. With the force from just one arm, the entire zombie was thrown off balance. It reeled in confusion, baffled by its opponent. Its eyes widened in shock, unable to process what was happening. Jiang Xiaoyong's pull was so immense that the colossal beast couldn't resist, its feet dragging helplessly across the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong made it look effortless, tensing his arm against the monster's dark tentacle. He spoke casually. "I haven't had a chance to use the new power I unlocked. Today, you'll be the perfect test subject." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong shifted his stance and stomped down hard. The impact was so great that the very ground beneath him fractured. From behind his glasses, his eyes began to glow with a light that crackled like lightning. Jiang Xiaoyong roared, "Physical overload." He leaned forward, bracing himself with both arms. He gave another powerful tug, sending the monster flying towards him. It was completely at the mercy of Xiaoyong's control. The creature's massive, disgusting body scraped across the dirt. It was like a puppet on a string, able to do nothing more than submit. Just as its writhing, tentacled head got close, Jiang Xiaoyong decisively planted his foot on it, keeping the beast at bay. Even though his limbs were still bound, our hero clearly had the upper hand. Xiaoyong pressed his foot down on the monster's head, glaring at it with a chilling intensity. The monster had the audacity to sneer back, letting out a wild laugh. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoyong's incredible power, the girl from the group was utterly stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands, completely speechless. She had never seen a human with such strength before. The battle continued. After beating the monster to a pulp, Xiaoyong stood on its head and began to rip the tentacles from its body one by one in a brutal display. A few moments later, all that remained were the scattered parts of the tentacle monster. Its face and limbs had been torn to shreds. Jiang Xiaoyong himself was splattered with the monster's fluids. Oblivious, he approached the girl to check on her. "Are you okay?" But his gory appearance made her recoil in horror. Jiang Xiaoyong, still clueless, awkwardly reached out to see if she was hurt. The girl screamed in terror. Uh-oh. Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Xiaoyong awkwardly wiped at the slime on his face. He tried to reassure her. "Don't panic. Don't panic. I'm a human, not a monster." A while later, Fa Qiang finally returned with his reinforcements. They rushed onto the scene, panting and shouting, "We're here! We finally made it!" Fa Qiang led brother Depeng and sister Ling, with Li Cheng following close behind. Brandishing an axe, Brother Depeng bellowed. What happened here? Meanwhile, Sister Ling, with a sword on her shoulder, immediately asked, Where are Xiao Bin and Ah Xing? Fa Qiang pointed toward the chaotic scene, tears streaming down his face. My uncle and brother A Xing, they were both killed by the tentacle monster. Only Li Cheng seemed to remember Jiang Xiaoyong. He spoke up, asking Fa Qiang, Where's the newcomer? Jiang Xiaoyong. Fa Qiang answered immediately, with an air of complete indifference. Don't even have to think about it. He's dead for sure. All three of us were no match for that tentacle monster. Hearing that his men had been lost, Brother Eagle couldn't hide his fury. He lowered his head, his face turning purple with rage. But the monster was too strong. There was nothing he could do. He then lifted his head, glaring at the survivors from the ravaged base. An ominous, heavy silence fell over the area as he stared them down. Brother Eagle's voice was low and menacing as he started to place the blame. This is all because we listened to you. The two young men at his side realized what was coming. Their leader was about to explode. Fear drained the color from their faces as cold sweat poured down. It's your fault, Brother Eagle roared. In the same breath, he launched the axe from his hand with devastating force, unleashing his rage upon the innocent survivors. The massive axe buried itself in a young man's chest, instantly splitting his body in two. Crimson sprayed everywhere. The way Brother Eagle ended a human life was no different than any monster. Seeing Eagle's barbaric act, Sister Ling immediately screamed, trying to stop him. Eagle, calm down. But he was seething, consumed by rage. He clenched his fists, trying to contain the storm inside. Even those beside him were completely terrified. Just then, a bundle of tentacles, tied up like a bunch of vegetables, was tossed at Brother Eagle's feet. In the middle of his rage, he was stunned by the sudden appearance of this thing. He squinted, trying to get a better look. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. His arrival drew everyone's attention, their eyes turning towards him and the severed tentacles with a mix of confusion and awe. Jiang Xiaoyong appeared before them like an apparition, and following behind him was the girl from the decimated base. Xiaoyong walked forward confidently, displaying his trophy for all to see. When Li Cheng saw him, his face lit up. Jiang Ye, you're not dead. He was the first to show concern and ask about Xiaoyong's well-being. Nearby, Sister Ling was just starting to put the pieces together. Staring at the bundle of jet-black tentacles, she grimaced, unable to form words. Standing before his prize, Jiang Xiaoyong announced proudly to everyone, That tentacle monster, I killed it. I have taken revenge for both your fallen comrades. But instead of being grateful that Xiaoyong had avenged their people, Sister Ling and Brother Eagle were more concerned by the sheer scale of his power. They said nothing, silently looking down. A shared fear gripped them both. How could this man have become so powerful? Sensing the awkward tension in the air, Jiang Xiaoyong put his hands on his hips. He continued, All right, you two leaders, hurry up and arrange for vehicles and people to come with me and collect the rest of the spoils. After everything was settled and they returned to the factory, Brother Eagle and Sister Ling immediately pulled Fa Qiang aside for questioning. Brother Eagle asked first, his voice laced with doubt, Are you sure that tentacle monster's power was greater than Li Cheng's? When the monster was mentioned, Fa Qiang's face contorted with rage. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with pure venom and bitterness. That thing nearly wiped me and Ah Xing out in a flash, he spat. It was doubtful Li Cheng could have done any better, a fact that even he seemed to understand as he weighed his own strength against the tentacle beast. But as he recalled the sheer power of that creature, Fa Qiang shot a worried glance at Sister Ling and Brother Eagle. Could you two actually handle a monster like that? But setting that aside, their true fear wasn't the monster. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. Brother Eagle recounted the time he tested Jiang Xiaoyong's abilities. When I threatened him, he said, he reacted, but only had time to draw his weapon. He couldn't even get into a fighting stance. Hearing this, Sister Ling stroked her chin, her eyes narrowing in doubt. How could he possibly be that powerful? She still couldn't believe a newcomer like Jiang Ye could possess such skill, and offered her own theory. Maybe he only killed the tentacle monster with a sneak attack. Perhaps it wasn't as fearsome as we first thought. Brother Eagle nodded in agreement, but his eyes were cold. Makes sense. But no matter what, this man cannot be allowed to live, if he and Li Cheng ever joined forces. But as they were scheming, someone requested entry from outside the door. Sister Ling signaled Brother Eagle to be quiet. Shh, come in. The person who stepped inside was Li Cheng. The moment he saw Brother Eagle, he greeted him respectfully. Leader. Eagle put on a friendly face and replied instantly, What is it, Brother Li? Though Brother Eagle stood up, his eyes betrayed his deep dissatisfaction. Li Cheng, however, naively assumed they were simply mourning their fallen family. He tried to offer some simple words of comfort. Brother Eagle, Sister Ling, Please try to hold back your grief. Brother Eagle cut him off with a hardened expression. We've been living in this apocalypse for a long time now. We don't need to hear those words anymore. I'm used to it, he said coldly. Let's get to the point. Realizing Xiaoyong's potential, Li Cheng made a suggestion. This Jiang Ye. His strength is likely on par with mine. I believe we should offer him a position as an officer. This was the exact scenario Brother Eagle had been dreading. Naturally, he immediately fabricated a concern to reject the proposal. No way. This man's background was a liability, and Eagle was clearly wary. But before he could finish, Sister Ling cut him off with a sharp wave of her hand. Say no more. At her signal, he fell silent, looking at Sister Ling with a puzzled expression. Fearing Eagle lacked the tact for this, Sister Ling took the lead. This Jiang Ye's power was more than enough to qualify him for an officer's position, but he still needed to earn merit to command everyone's respect. Hearing this, Li Cheng immediately pointed to Jiang Ye's recent, massive accomplishment. He killed a tentacle monster. Isn't that merit enough? Li Cheng's tone made it clear he already held little Jiang in high regard. A devious thought sparked in Sister Ling's mind as she replied, if he can kill the other tentacle man to prove his worth, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? She was deliberately setting an impossible challenge, planning to use the monster to eliminate him. Her eyes narrowed, cold and full of schemes. Li Cheng saw the outrageous injustice in their demand. Furious on little Jiang's behalf, he stepped closer to confront them. Even the two of you couldn't do it, so how is it fair to ask him to? But perched on her chair like a queen, Sister Ling just arrogantly crossed her legs. She began spouting false kindness. Relax. We're not just sending him to his death. We will also rally all the forces in the shelter to completely eradicate the threat of the tentacle man. A short while later, Sister Ling, Eagle, and Li Cheng found little Jiang. After they laid out their manipulative proposal, he understood perfectly and played along. Oh, an operation centered around me? He asked. I've barely been here, and I'm already getting all the glory? Is that really wise? Sister Ling answered for Eagle, her voice deceptively soft. Hey, there's nothing unwise about it. After all, the power you've shown is likely on par with me and Eagle. Now they were laying the praise on thick. Sister Ling and Eagle acted as if they were honoring little Jiang with a grand opportunity. And they made their offer. If this operation is a success, the third-in-command position in this shelter will be yours. Their tone was full of spirit, but their faces were still masks of deceit. With that, Eagle turned towards Li Cheng. He forced a smile, feigning concern. Brother Li, Jiang Ye is using his power to climb right over you. You don't have any objections, do you? The words were meant to stir up conflict between the two men. But Li Cheng saw the poison behind old Eagle's question. His annoyance was plain on his face as he shot back. No objections. Unfazed, Eagle made a grand gesture with 2 fingers. Excellent. It's decided. Then. We move out in 2 days. During this entire exchange, little Jiang had been secretly using his spirit eye ability to read their true intentions. He maintained a calm facade, but inwardly he was laughing at their pathetic charade. Haha, such a sincere proposal. I'm almost touched. If not for his spirit eye, he would have never known the truth about the 3 of them. Sister Ling and Brother Eagle were 2 venomous snakes. Li Cheng, however, was clearly neutral and unconcerned with their games. It was obvious he just wanted to survive this apocalypse, with his morals intact. The other 2, however, were a pair of old, scheming foxes. The scene cuts back to little Jiang's base, where the static hiss of a walkie-talkie echoes from the rooftop. The young, chubby Kai burst out of a room, device in hand, frantically calling out to the others, "It's Brother Jiang! It's the walkie-talkie he left!" Old Li quickly took the radio, speaking for everyone. "Hello? Little Jiang, what's your status over there?" The whole group gathered around, listening in tense silence. Through the static, little Jiang's voice came through clearly. Back at the factory, under the cover of darkness, little Jiang stood high atop an excavator. He was keeping his distance from the zombie horde, ensuring no one overheard him. "The day after tomorrow," he said into the radio, "at the suburban park to the south, bring Brother Chang and a few of our strongest fighters." Little Jiang glanced toward Brother Eagle's room. He spoke carefully into the radio. "It's time we permanently deal with the threat in South City." Following Little's orders, Old Li took command back at the base, gathering everyone and assigning roles. He turned to the elders. "Old Han, Uncle Sheng, you're getting on in years. Don't get involved in a gamble like this. Besides, we need you to hold down the fort here." Old Han didn't argue, simply warning the others, "All right. In that case, Old Li's group must make safety your top priority. This mission isn't like the ones before. Old Li gave a grim nod. Yes, I understand. Then, he turned to the younger members and began calling out names, giving out assignments. Zhang Qi, Kai, San, Zixuan, Liu Chao, Chen Jie, plus Chen Cheng. You seven will follow me on this one. Everyone responded with a serious, unified, yes sir. Seeing the adults all preparing for battle, the young boy, Zhang Sheng, bravely demanded to go too. Me too. I want to take part in this operation. Trying to prevent him from slowing them down, his mother immediately stepped in. War is for adults, she scolded. What is a little boy like you getting involved for? Xiao Shuai puffed out his chest and shot back. I haven't been a little boy for a long time. I'm a man. Old Liu, standing nearby, chimed in enthusiastically about Soai. He spoke up to reassure the boy's mother. Don't worry about a thing. With Soai's current power, he continued. Forget zombies even among our core members. He's far from weak. Hearing this, Old Li also gave his approval for Soai to join the mission. After all, the boy was no longer just an ordinary kid. Facing this world early isn't a bad thing, Old Li added. I'll personally make sure he's protected. With everyone in agreement, Jiang Xiaoyong's wife finally relented. The following night, the convoy from the southern city factory zone set out towards the tentacle monster's lair. A man called Eagle stepped out of his vehicle. His cautious eyes scanned the area. This is it. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong and a woman named Ling emerged from their car. Xiaoyong asked, So, how do we draw it out? Eagle stared into the darkness. No rush. We have a plan. The air here felt heavy, thick with danger. Xiaoyong's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of the backup he'd called. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He fought to keep his expression neutral, hoping no one noticed, as he glanced up at a nearby high-rise. There, on the rooftop, a faint glint of light. Xiaoyong locked his gaze onto it. That was the signal he'd been waiting for. On that rooftop, Old Li and Zhang Qi were concealed behind a parapet, watching the entire scene unfold through binoculars. Jiang Xiaoyong's team had assembled right on schedule. The heavier-set Xiao Kai was already prepping their gear, asking carefully, Can you see clearly? Should we move in closer? Old Li gave a quiet reminder. Xiaoyong was clear. Don't approach the park until he gives the signal. After a final scan of the operation zone, Old Li slowly lowered his binoculars. Get the ropes ready, he ordered. When the time comes, we move in from the flank. Meanwhile, back on the ground with Ling, she softly called out to a young boy in their group. Hey kid, over here? Startled, the boy looked up and quickly scurried over. Leader? What do you need? Ling's silence was chilling. A twisted smile played on her lips as she looked at the boy. Go into the park. Fear instantly washed over the boy's face. He stammered, But, you said we were just here to carry the spoils of battle. Witnessing Ling's plan to use a child as live bait, Li Cheng couldn't stay silent. Ling, what is the meaning of this? Ling turned to him with a heartless smirk, tilting her chin up defiantly. That thing is always crying out for its son. So, let's give it a son. Don't worry. The second it appears, we'll trap it. The kid won't be in any real danger. But terrified of facing the monster, the boy pleaded with Ling. Leader, please, I won't go. I don't want to be bait. But the cold-hearted woman simply offered a faint, cruel smile in response. At that moment, the towering figure of Eagle stomped over, his face a mask of irritation. He instantly grabbed the boy by the collar and hauled him into the air. Enough of your whining, he snarled. You keep stalling and I'll kill you myself. The threat terrified the boy into silence. And with that, the massive man ruthlessly hurled the boy's small body, deep into the park. The poor kid was thrown so hard, he could barely move. His back slammed against the ground as he slowly opened his eyes. From the high-rise above, Old Li saw everything. He lowered his binoculars and gave the order. They've made a move. Go, now. Immediately, ropes dropped from the rooftop. Jiang Xiaoyong's team descended with practiced skill, moving like elite special ops agents. The boy, writhing in pain, struggled to his feet. Seeing figures in the distance, he cried out desperately, Help me! Suddenly, from the dense thicket, a horrifying roar echoed out. Son! The very ground seemed to tremble with the sound. A moment later, a monster burst from the trees, all bulging muscle and writhing tentacles. It launched itself forward with terrifying force, landing with a crash right behind the boy. The impact shattered the ground beneath it. Feeling the immense danger, the boy froze in pure terror. I don't want to die. The boy's screams only seemed to enrage the mutated beast. Its features twisted, and its eyes glowed with a horrific red light. Not willing to let the boy die, Li Cheng urged them forward. Okay, the tentacle monster has taken the bait. Let's save him. But as he lunged forward, A hand shot out and blocked his path. Li Cheng stopped short. It was Ling. She treated human life as if it were worthless. With no regard for the boy, she spoke calmly. We had an agreement. Don't try to steal our prize. Li Cheng was caught in a bind. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped forward. Haha, I understand. But Ling refused to release her grip on Li Cheng. Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong dug his feet into the ground and launched himself forward like a bullet. Just as the monster's black tentacles began to coil around the boy, Jiang Xiaoyong closed the distance with lightning speed. In that life-or-death instant, he grabbed the kid by his collar. The boy could only let out a shocked gasp. With a powerful motion, Xiaoyong tossed the boy to safety. He'd saved a life, but now, the writhing tentacles closed in on him. The boy flew directly toward Li Cheng, who caught him expertly, preventing any further injury. Jiang Xiaoyong's glasses clattered to the ground. He was completely ensnared by the mutated monster's massive tentacles. The creature lunged forward, roaring directly in his face. Give me back my son! Yet, our main character's expression barely flinched. He stared back, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Xiaoyong's eyes widened in sudden realization. Humph. You're. Seeing Xiaoyong trapped, Li Cheng screamed out, Xiaoyong, hang on! But from behind, Da Peng and Sister Ling suddenly seized his arms, holding him fast. The two of them were finally showing their true colors. Pinned and helpless, Li Cheng couldn't possibly comprehend their sudden betrayal. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He yelled. If we don't act now, Xiaoyong is going to die. A cruel smile spread across Sister Ling's face. Everything going according to her twisted plan. With a triumphant glare, she spat. Humph. It's about time he died. Her eyes fixed on the tentacle beast crushing Jiang Xiaoyong, she sneered. And here I thought he could actually put up a fight against that thing. Let them wear each other down. In the end, he's just another piece of meat to be slaughtered. Finally, seeing the snakes they truly were, Li Cheng growled through clenched teeth. So this was your plan all along. But why? But against all odds, Xiaoyong had heard every single word. He spoke, his voice steady. Let me tell you exactly why. The three traitors were frozen, their eyes locked on the struggle between Xiaoyong and the beast. Even as the monster's tentacles tightened, their death grip around him, Xiaoyong turned his head, revealing the horrifying truth to Li Cheng. It's because I know they're cannibals. The words struck Li Cheng like a physical blow. All this time, he had been completely blind to their true nature. Li Cheng stammered in pure horror. Cannibals? But before another word could be spoken, a sharp command cut through the chaos. Open fire. Instantly, a hail of bullets erupted around Sister Ling and Da Peng. Terrified, they released Li Cheng and scrambled for cover. Jiang Xiaoyong's people had arrived just in the nick of time. Old Li led the charge, an AK in his hands, as his team unleashed a storm of gunfire on his command. Meanwhile, over by the mutated tentacle abomination, Shan and the young boy, Shuai, charged forward to rescue Xiaoyong. The enraged zombie spun around, its attention drawn to the new threat. Shuai held a lit Molotov cocktail high, his small hand surprisingly steady. He ran, screaming at the top of his lungs, Uncle Xiaoyong, we're here to help you. Whump! He hurled the fiery bottle straight at the mutated beast. Shuai put all of his strength into the throw. But unbelievably, the zombie swatted the bottle out of the air with a single tentacle, shattering it just before it could detonate. Flames erupted harmlessly in the air, but strangely, the tentacle monster's initial fury seemed to completely vanish. Upon seeing Shuai, it froze. It ignored everyone else, its gaze fixed on the boy with an expression of intense, heartbreaking longing. Reflected in the creature's monstrous eyes was the image of Shuai, a brave little boy fighting for his life, completely unaware that he was staring at his own father. A choked, guttural sound escaped the monster's throat. My son. Do you guys recognize this infected creature from before? Even while still restraining Jiang Xiaoyong, the zombie turned its head. Its eyes filled with an impossible tenderness. My son! But the boy had no idea who he was looking at. His first attack a failure, Shuai clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, this bastard is way stronger than it looks. The moment it heard the boy curse, the creature became violently agitated. It thrashed its tentacles wildly, letting out a furious roar. You must not use such language. Nearby, Zhongqi raised his gun, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He quickly shouted a warning to the others. Everyone, be careful. This is no ordinary infected. At that exact moment, Chen Chong suddenly blurred into motion, rushing forward. The sudden move shocked the entire team. Zhang Qi yelled out, Brother Chong, Watch out! He closed the distance at an incredible speed, but the mutated zombie's massive tentacles whipped out to intercept him. With superhuman agility, Chen Chong dodged every single strike. All the while, Jiang Xiaoyong remained trapped in the creature's unyielding grasp. Sister Ling's group cowered behind thick trees, desperately avoiding the endless barrage of bullets. The battlefield was descending into pure chaos. Fa Qiang peeked out from cover, his voice trembling. What in the world is that? Another special infected? From behind her own tree, Sister Ling watched intently. Even the brute Depang was staring in disbelief at Chen Chong. A mutant. And it's fighting on the side of the living? Right before their eyes, Chen Chong was trying to free Jiang Xiaoyong. As he drew near, the foul, massive tentacles instantly swarmed toward him, but then they abruptly stopped and recoiled, giving him an opening. It was just a feint. A second later, a wall of tentacles closed in, completely swallowing him from view. Only a single gap remained in the fleshy prison, through which Chen Chong's piercing red eyes gleamed with a sharp light. This guy was definitely more than human. He glared back, refusing to be contained. With an explosive burst of power, Chen Chong leaped into the air, shredding the disgusting wall of tentacles that surrounded him. He broke free from the encirclement, but just as he landed, thinking the attack was over, another tentacle shot towards him like a spear. His allies screamed a desperate warning. "Look out behind you!" Chen Chong spun around just in time to block the massive appendage. He dug his feet into the ground, bracing for the immense impact. Chen Chong's speed and power were terrifying as he stood face to face with the abomination. The creature pulled its massive tentacle back. For a moment, Chen Chong hunched over, catching his breath. Still trapped, Jiang Xiaoyong watched the incredible duel and burst out laughing. He shouted to Chen Chong, "Ha ha! Well, Brother Chong, looks like you finally met your match." Chen Chong saw it too, nodding in agreement. But seeing Jiang Xiaoyong's calm demeanor, Eagle was furious. He ground his teeth, muttering under his breath. This brat, Jiang Ye, still had the nerve to laugh and joke. He decided he'd seen enough. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong began to rip the binding tentacles off with his bare hands. He plucked them away as if he were just picking vegetables. Watching from the side, Eagle screamed in disbelief. "He's ripping them! He's tearing them apart!" Those are the monster's primary tentacles. Nearby, Fa Gang suddenly stammered, "Wait, hold on." Something finally clicked in his mind. He stared at Shuai Shuai, dumbfounded. That kid, I think he just called Jiang Ye, Uncle Xiaoyong. Eagle froze, whipping his head around. "What did you say?" A memory surfaced. A report from the spy who infiltrated that other base. Eagle's blood ran cold. A Heng once said, the leader of the Chai City shelter was named. The realization dawned on Sister Ling as well. "Jiang Xiaoyong, are you absolutely sure?" Fa Gang glared furiously at the man. "Yes, it's him. It's Jiang Xiaoyong." Only now did these fools realize they had been played. Eagle exploded with uncontrollable rage. He slammed his knife into a nearby tree and roared, "Damn it, that bastard tricked us." In that moment, the pieces fell into place for Sister Ling. Her expression turned grim with annoyance and dread. If that's true, then these people are their shelter's main combat force. Her eyes darted across the battlefield. Old Li's team still had them locked in their sights. And over there, Zhangqi's group had their guns ready to support the monster. She began to weigh her options, her mind racing. First there was that group, and now these guys too. Their strongest fighter was about on par with Li Cheng, but the weapons they carried were far superior. Then her gaze fell on Jiang Xiaoyong effortlessly dispatching the tentacles. She muttered to herself, "The most ruthless one here is Jiang Ye. No, wait, it's Jiang Xiaoyong." Her eyes then shifted to Chen Chong. She watched him battle the mutated zombie, her mind analyzing every move. A mutated human, whose power is easily a match for the tentacle monster. After a moment of cold calculation, Sister Ling knew her own limits. Fury burned inside her, but she was powerless. Our chances of victory are slim. Even if we win, both sides will suffer devastating losses. From behind her, Fa Gang asked nervously, "Then, what's the plan?" Suddenly, her eyes widened with a fierce, decisive glare. "I've got it," she yelled. "Eagle, keep them busy. Cover me." Following Sister Ling's command, Eagle charged forward, axe in hand. "Got it," he roared, hurling the massive weapon with all his might. Fueled by his momentum, the axe blazed through the air like a meteor. Eagle's flaming axe slammed into a large boulder near Old Li's position. The impact triggered a powerful shockwave. Shrapnel exploded everywhere as people shouted warnings to take cover. A hailstorm of rocks and debris rained down upon their location. Trees around Old Lee's position were shredded and toppled. Then, Eagle's group unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Old Lee struggled to find cover behind a tree trunk. He peeked out, cursing, "Damn it! What the hell is their plan with this chaos?" Meanwhile, Sister Ling used the confusion as her cover. She shot towards Shuai Shuai in a blur. Xiao Kai screamed, "Shuai Shuai, look out!" The boy whipped his head around. Without a second thought, Xiao Kai threw himself in front of Shuai Shuai to shield him. He roared defiantly, "Don't you dare touch a kid! Your fight is with us!" The words had barely left his mouth when Sister Ling's leg swept towards him. Xiao Kai threw up his arms to block the attack, but the force of her kick was immense. His face contorted in pain as he was thrown aside. A second later, Xiao Kai was sent flying, tumbling across the ground like a ball. The power behind that woman's attack was no joke. Xiao Kai cried out, "So strong! She's an evolved human." Having swatted away the annoying fly that was Xiao Kai, she smirked triumphantly and closed in on the boy. She reached out, her hand aiming for his head. Below, Shuai Shuai's small feet could be seen lifting off the ground. Sister Ling's hand closed mercilessly around Shuai Shuai's throat. Her voice was pure venom. "Now, little brat, you get to make a choice." Seeing the boy in danger, Sansan cried out in panic, "Shuai Shuai!" But little Shuai Shuai was incredibly brave. Her threats couldn't break him. Though struggling for breath, he shot back, "You'll never use me as a hostage." It was rare to see a kid this fearless. Sister Ling's eyes narrowed as a cruel smirk spread across her face. "Oh? Is that so, you little punk?" Whack! Sister Ling drove her fist straight into the boy's face. Shuai Shuai screamed in agony. Arg! Hearing Shuai Shuai's scream, the mutated zombie fighting Chen Chong instantly threw him off. It roared in absolute fury. "My son!" Chen Chong seized the opening, leaping onto the mutated zombie's back from behind. The monster paid him no attention at all. Its entire focus was locked on Shuai Shuai's every move. Bracing himself, Chen Chong took a deep breath, gathering all his strength for this one chance. With a fierce expression, Chen Chong let out a powerful roar, ready to land the finishing blow. But just then, Jiang Xiaoyong's voice cut through the air. "That's enough, Brother Chong. Let him go." Chen Chong froze mid-action, staring at Jiang Xiaoyong in complete disbelief. He stood frozen, unable to act without a command. Chen Chong let out a confused grunt, not understanding what was happening. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong pointed toward the hostage situation. "He's about to make his move," he declared. In a situation this tense, interfering was a terrible idea. Sister Ling's grip on Shuai Shuai only tightened, her expression growing more vicious. She squeezed the boy's throat and roared, "If you don't want to see this brat's head fly, drop your weapons." Old Lee, sick with worry for Shuai Shuai, desperately tried to plead with her. "Let the boy go. Take me as a hostage instead." The desperation in Jiang Xiaoyong's group was practically radiating off them. This only brought a twisted smile to Sister Ling's face. She shot them a look, her voice dripping with scorn. "Ha! Look at you all. So pathetic. I knew it. I definitely grabbed the right person." Her smug satisfaction made Old Lee's blood boil. He gritted his teeth, muttering in fury, "Damn it. If anything happens to Shuai Shuai, how could I ever face his mother?" With the hostage firmly in her grasp, Sister Ling bellowed her threat at Jiang Xiaoyong's team. "All of you, drop your weapons on the ground right now, then back away. Over 100 meters." At this point, their only choice was to give in to her demands. Old Lee waved his hand, ordering the men behind him, "Do as she says." Zixuan was seething with rage, but his hands were tied. "Give her an inch, and she'll take a mile." She pressed her advantage, screaming another demand, "And your monster too." But, just as the words left her mouth, a voice from her own team shrieked, "Sister Ling, look out!" Suddenly, a flurry of tentacles burst from the ground, splitting into 4 separate limbs as they lunged. She whipped her head around in shock, her eyes wide with terror. Boom! The tentacles slammed into the ground right where she had been standing. The impact created a massive explosion, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. Sister Ling and her crew barely managed to dive out of the way, but the tentacles thrashed wildly through the chaos. One of them slammed directly into Fa Qiang, tearing the man to pieces in a single, brutal strike. His life was snuffed out in an instant. Seeing his own nephew annihilated, Brother Eagle screamed in horror. "Fa Qiang." He stared at the spot, his face twisted with pure hatred. At the same time, Sister Ling managed to land safely on her feet. Pushing herself up, she looked on in utter disbelief. What's going on? Didn't we have that tentacle creature contained? She had lost the hostage. Looking up, she saw Jiang Xiaoyong standing nearby. a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Seeing the completely relaxed expressions on Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong, Sister Ling could only think one thing. Are they just watching a show? The mutated zombie's attack had freed Shuai Shuai from Sister Ling. But now, one of the boy's legs was caught in a tentacle's grasp. From the back, old Li shouted frantically, "Shuai Shuai, get away from there!" Overcome with worry, he was about to charge in and grab the boy himself. But Jiang Xiaoyong calmly walked over to him. "It's all right," he said. "Shuai Shuai is not in any danger." Old Li stared back, completely baffled. Not in danger? He looked ahead and saw that the mutated zombie was now acting gently. It was using its tentacle to carefully bring Shuai Shuai closer. And the boy wasn't struggling or even trying to get away. This was a reunion. The zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong, was overcome with emotion after being separated from his son for so long. The boy stared at his father's bizarre new form with its pitch-black eyes and inhuman mutations. Yet, Shuai Shuai wasn't afraid. He looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with uncertainty, stammering. From behind the zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong called out with a warm smile. "See, Jiang Xiaoyong, I'm a man of my word. Your wife and son are alive and well." The zombie turned and gave a look of pure gratitude. It was only then that Shuai Shuai was absolutely certain. The creature before him really was his father. Suspended by the tentacles, he cried out, "Yes, it's really you, Dad." Jiang Xiaoyong looked at his beloved son and opened his arms wide. Watching them, Jiang Xiaoyong explained, "That's right, that's your father. My guess was correct. His body is special, just like Brother Chong's." Shuai Shuai had missed his dad more than words could say. The moment he was sure, he lunged into Jiang Xiaoyong's embrace. He clung to his father, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dad!" In that instant, every single one of Sister Ling and Brother Eagle's plans had turned to ash. Brother Eagle trembled in disbelief and then screamed, "What the hell is this? This is impossible. It's over. Retreat. Retreat now." Even while locked in a tender embrace with his son, Jiang Xiaoyong's instincts were razor-sharp. He paused for a beat, his eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Instantly, he commanded his massive tentacles to whip out and attack. They lashed forward with incredible force. There was no way he'd let the people who kidnapped his son simply escape. The tentacles shot after the fleeing Brother Eagle. In moments, they had him cornered and captured. Jiang Xiaoyong commanded them to squeeze. The immense pressure crushed Brother Eagle's body, causing him to roar in agony as he endured the flesh-tearing pain. He began screaming for his team members, "Help me, cut through the tentacles, now." When no help came, Brother Eagle forced out through the pain, "Huang Ling, what are you waiting for?" But Sister Ling was already long gone. Just like him, she was running for her life. Seething, she spun around and spat curses. "You bastard, you sold me out." As she sprinted, her mind raced. Even if they fought together, they were no match for that tentacle monster, let alone with those other people around. The only path to survival now was to take advantage of the moment, while Wang Dapeng held it off. She bolted, believing she'd be the only one to escape alive. But suddenly, a shadow fell over Sister Ling's eyes, and her body was violently jerked back. The speed of an evolved human was nothing against a mutated zombie. A grotesque tentacle had coiled around her ankle. Her legs gave out, and she slammed face first into the ground. Thud! She had been captured. The harsh impact with the ground shattered her glasses. Pushing herself up with her hands, Sister Ling tried to endure the blinding pain. Staring at her broken glasses, she cursed through the agony. Ugh, damn it all. At her words, Jiang Xiaoyong's foul, black tentacle began dragging her mercilessly across the rough ground. Sister Ling's body scraped along the earth in a pitiful sight. Seeing Sister Ling being dragged back, Wang Dapeng let out a mocking laugh. "Trying to sell me out, were you? Look how well that turned out." With that settled, the shameless Wang Dapeng turned to Li Cheng with a righteous expression. "Li Cheng, it's all up to us now." Li Cheng gritted his teeth in response. "Damn it. We have no other choice." Li Cheng was furious with Wang Dapeng, who was no ally of his, but the desperate thought of them being teammates swayed him. He stood there, teeth clenched, wrestling with his thoughts for a few seconds, when a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was Jiang Xiaoyong, who looked at him with a resolute gaze. Li Cheng turned around. "You. When did you get behind me?" Jiang Xiaoyong leaned in and whispered, "Don't make a move. I guarantee you'll get out of this unharmed." Li Cheng looked back, confused, but said nothing more. Seeing no action from Li Cheng, Wang Dapeng roared, "Li Cheng, you bastard. Are you going to betray me too?" From the distance, the hulking, dark silhouette of Jiang Xiaoyong slowly emerged. His attention was now completely focused on Wang Dapeng. Tentacles lifted the man high into the air as he became too terrified to even scream. Slam! The zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong, smashed Wang Dapeng down from above with devastating force, cratering the very ground beneath him. Wang Dapeng's face was now a mask of crimson. As the dust settled, he lifted his head, his mouth a gruesome mess of teeth and torn lips. Cough! Cough! Unrelenting, Jiang Xiaoyong continued to command more tentacles to surround the man. They hovered high above, preparing to strike. Crash! In a single, horrifying instant, several massive tentacles slammed down on Wang Dapeng's body. His body was smashed into a grotesque pulp. His eyes and hands were torn from him in a sickening display. After dealing with one rat, Jiang Xiaoyong now turned his attention to the other. Sister Ling. Held tight in the tentacle's grip, she struggled frantically. Ah! Let me go! Jiang Xiaoyong slowly moved closer to her. He tightened his grip, applying immense pressure to several points on her body. The tentacles constricted around her chest with bone-breaking force. Enduring unimaginable agony, Sister Ling was consumed by terror. Faced with this tentacled monster, all her previous cruelty and calculation vanished, replaced by pure, trembling fear. Jiang Xiaoyong squeezed even harder. Her flesh was compressed, and the overwhelming pain shot straight to her brain. Sister Ling bit down hard as blood streamed from her eyes, nose, and mouth. She was about to meet her maker. Jiang Xiaoyong simply tightened his grip. Her entire body was being crushed, and blood seeped out from every pore. Then, right in front of the horrifying monster, parts of her body began to pop and fall to the ground like a sickening rain. Even her eyeballs were squeezed from their sockets. Jiang Xiaoyong's system announced, Villain's Bane Mission, Level 3, completed. Mission requirement, eliminate the threat, assist a potential teammate. Reward, 80 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 151. Jiang Xiaoyong and Li Cheng stared for a long moment at Sister Ling's mangled corpse. He then turned away, looking quite satisfied with the outcome. Jiang Xiaoyong remarked, "Ha, so she turned into a pile of mush, huh?" He then turned back to Li Cheng and asked, "All right, do you have any more questions?" Filled with suspicion, Li Cheng stepped closer to Jiang Xiaoyong. "You're from the Yecheng camp in the East District, aren't you?" Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "That's right." Li Cheng pressed on. "What did you mean before, about eating human flesh?" Jiang Xiaoyong stated it plainly. "Did you really think becoming an evolved human was all based on luck?" A cold sweat broke out on Li Cheng's back. "You mean?" At that moment, a memory from the past flashed through his mind. Li Cheng was holding a tin lunchbox when he heard a little girl's voice. "Mommy, I want to eat meat too." The mother gently tried to soothe her young daughter. "Be good now, don't make a fuss. The uncle needs to eat meat, so he has the strength to protect us." Li Cheng turned, noticing the exchange. Seeing him look, the woman gave an embarrassed smile. "Brother Li, I'm so sorry. She's just a child. She doesn't understand." But the little girl just kept looking at him with her big, bright eyes. Without a second thought, Li Cheng offered his portion of meat to her. "It's all right. Let her have some." But the woman firmly refused to take it. "No, it's all right. You don't have to." Staring at the child, something inside Li Cheng finally shattered. A cold sweat drenched his entire body. A single, horrified phrase escaped his lips. "I'm a monster." Just then, chaos erupted once more among the survivors. "It's back. The tentacle fiend is back. Several people have vanished. Did any of you actually see it this time? See it? If we'd seen it, we'd be dead." The woman whose daughter had craved flesh before now screamed, her eyes darting around in pure terror. "My daughter! Where is my daughter? Has anyone seen her?" In that horrifying moment, the truth crashed down on Li Cheng. He finally knew what kind of meat they had been feeding him. He retched violently, his stomach rebelling in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. Then, a primal rage took over. Li Cheng charged at the mangled corpse of the woman known as Ling. His fists slammed into the pulpy remains again and again. "You damn monster! You animal!" He was completely lost in a storm of pure fury. When the rage finally subsided, Li Cheng's entire body was painted in human blood. He gasped for breath, desperately trying to regain his senses. Turning to Jiang Xiaoyong and his group, he asked a heavy question. "So, all of you, did you get your powers by eating people, too?" Old Li approached, his rifle slung over his shoulder, his demeanor calm. Is that what you really think of us? We're not that kind of people." Jiang Xiaoyong coolly snapped his fingers, and a strange crystal flew from his hand. "Relax. We have access to far more information than you do. There's another way to gain power." The large crystal shot toward Li Cheng, and he instinctively snatched it from the air. Xiaoyong explained, "Using this, you can extract variant cores from the bodies of zombies, and other evolved humans. They aren't as common as human flesh, but they're far more effective. And best of all, there are no side effects. Li Cheng stared cautiously at the glowing crystal in his palm. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong and asked with a tremor in his voice, "Side effects?" Xiaoyong's answer was chillingly direct. "I think you've already felt it. After evolving, your emotions become unstable, harder to control. Worse, violence and destruction. I start to give you a thrill." He was right. It was terrifyingly true. Li Cheng gave a slow nod. "Yes." A new fear laced his words. "Then what's going to happen to me?" Jiang Xiaoyong stepped closer to him. "You can't reverse it. But if you stop eating human flesh right now, you can at least stop the craving for violence and prevent your mind from degrading any further." He then turned his attention to Jiang Shengze, who was having a reunion with his son. Jiang Xiaoyong asked, "What about you, Jiang Shengze? Can you still speak clearly?" Jiang Shengze looked up at Jiang Xiaoyong and waved his hand urgently. "Jiang, Boss Jiang, thank, son, save, dad." His speech was broken, but you could understand him. Despite this, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly snapped at the man. "What the hell are you trying to say to me? Stop with the confusing drama." Panicked, Jiang Shengze quickly shook his head. "No. I mean, Boss Jiang's son. I care about my son." Finally understanding his jumbled words, Jiang Xiaoyong held up a hand. He stopped the man from struggling to say anything more. "All right, that's enough. I get what you mean." He then turned his analytical gaze to Chen Chong, also known as Chongjia. It seems the mutation affected his speech center, but his mind is still sharp. Still, his current appearance is pretty intimidating. Bringing him back to the main camp might cause some problems. But Jiang Shengze was just overjoyed to finally see his son again. Hearing the concern, he spoke up. "Is okay. I used to this place, son. Not worried. He understands, Dad." The little boy looked at his father and smiled warmly. Jiang Xiaoyong translated, "You mean you're used to it out here, and you're at peace now that you know your son is safe. Is that it?" Hearing his thoughts spoken so clearly, Jiang Shengze grinned from ear to ear and gave a big thumbs up. "Boss Jiang, giant wisdom, giant wisdom." Jiang Xiaoyong corrected him with a slight smile. "The word you're looking for is intelligent." With that settled, he turned back to the still dazed Li Cheng. "Li Cheng, the immediate threat has been dealt with. The survivors of the Westwind Steel Mill will need you to lead them." Li Cheng's head snapped up. "No, I can't. I've eaten human flesh. If I become their leader, none of them will be safe from me." Hearing his pained confession, Jiang Xiaoyong knew he was right. He thought for a moment, then turned to old Li. "All right, Li Hongli. In that case, I'm putting the Westwind Steel Mill under your command." Old Li accepted without hesitation. "Understood. It's not my first time." Jiang Xiaoyong's expression turned serious. "As for Li Cheng, you're coming with me back to Yecheng camp." He placed a firm hand on Li Cheng's shoulder. Leaning in, he spoke in a low voice. "Don't worry. I'll be there to watch over you." Meanwhile, on the desolate border of S City, a group of survivors fled through the wasteland in a complete panic. Their screams echoed through the ruins. "Ah, somebody help me, please." One young man tried to turn back for a friend who had fallen behind, but the others desperately pulled him forward. "Don't go. It's too late for him. He's a goner." And right behind his fallen friend, 3 grotesque zombies were closing in. They were nothing but slimy skin stretched taut over bone, shuffling forward to claim their next victim. At this point, his best friend was powerless. As the zombies closed in, he had no choice but to shut his eyes and abandon his friend. The man screamed for help, his pleas echoing in vain. "Save me! Somebody, save me!" But for him, it was a truly tragic end. He was torn to shreds by 3 ravenous zombies. Moments later, nothing was left of the young man, just scattered pieces of flesh and pools of blood. But strangely, he died right next to a peculiar plant. The nearby tree's roots began to latch onto his dismembered remains, weaving them back together. It merged the small pieces, transforming them into a bizarre entity, turning him into a monster, a horrifying fusion of man and plant. Meanwhile, in the group that escaped, a young woman couldn't keep going. Leaning against a tree, she gasped, "This is bad. I can't run anymore." Her friend desperately urged her on. "You have to run, even if you can't. If they catch up, they'll tear us to pieces." But then, a man in a black shirt raised his hand, shouting, "Wait!" The guy in the brown jacket looked up, confused. "What is it?" The man in black put a finger to his lips. "Be quiet, and listen carefully." Just then, a faint sound reached the man's ears. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes as he told the others, That's the sound of the wind. It's really the wind. I can hear it." That meant they were about to escape the forest. But just as that glimmer of hope appeared, the guttural growls of zombies echoed right behind them. The color drained from all three of their faces. Instantly, the group bolted for their lives. "They've caught up. We can't slow down. Run." The man in brown turned back to the girl, shouting encouragement. "Victory is in sight. We can't die now." And so, the two of them sprinted with their friends, desperately clinging to life. A moment later, the entire group finally broke through to the edge of the forest. They could see towering skyscrapers right in front of them. Light. There's light ahead. We're not far from the city now. The girl joyfully pointed forward. "We did it. We really did it. We're finally saved." But then, a vine slithered ominously above the girl's head. The man in the brown jacket screamed, "Look out!" The vine transformed violently, becoming razor-sharp and twisting unnaturally. In a flash, it shot down and wrapped around the girl's neck. She was caught by the tendril of a carnivorous plant, which dragged the poor girl towards its gaping maw. The plant's jaw snapped shut on the girl's midsection. Her upper body was swallowed whole, while her lower half fell lifelessly to the ground. Her friends watched, frozen in absolute horror. The girl's closest friend screamed in agony and despair. "Xiao Tong! My Xiao Tong!" The man in black ran up and grabbed his shoulders. "Hey, get a grip." They had only stopped for a second, but the sound of zombies was already closing in. The man in black looked back warily. "Those plant creatures have caught up to us again." Without hesitation, the man in black delivered a hard slap across the grieving man's face to shock him back to his senses. He was completely lost in his grief, so his friend had to be brutal. "Xiao Tong is dead. If you don't want to be buried with her, you need to pull yourself together right now." The man in brown sobbed, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." A moment later, the four remaining young men finally made it out into the open. Overjoyed but exhausted, they pushed themselves to keep running. The mutated plant creatures followed them to the edge of the forest, but stopped where the grass ended. Suddenly, the plant zombies stopped moving. They looked at each other, seemingly hesitant. Then, one of the zombies made a decision and took a step forward. It was the first time these creatures had entered a new world. And just like that, an entire army of mutated plant zombies flooded out into the city. Their numbers were terrifyingly vast. Sometime later, the four young men were wandering aimlessly along a road in the city. Arriving at a white gate, the man in black suddenly recognized it. "I know this place," he announced to the others. "This is the suburban park of City M. That means we actually made it here." The two guys behind him glanced around warily. They murmured to each other, "This is weird. Where is everyone?" "Yeah, it looks like the whole place has been abandoned." The friend behind them turned and reasoned. "With the catastrophe that happened in our city S, it makes sense that the neighboring city M would be evacuated." Just then, the man in the brown jacket froze, pointing ahead. "What is that?" It was a zombie, hiding behind a utility pole. He pointed confidently at the shadowy figure. At first, they thought it was another person. The man in black even sounded friendly. "It's a survivor. Looks like other people managed to escape. Hey buddy, do you know where the evacuation point is?" But it wasn't a person. The thing hiding behind the pole was Jiang Xiaoyong. Getting a clear look at Jiang Xiaoyong's body, the three men recoiled in horror, thinking he was one of the plant creatures. Realizing Jiang Xiaoyong was no longer human, they turned on their heels and scattered in a panic. But Jiang Xiaoyong did nothing. He had no intention of killing them, so he simply watched as they fled. A while later, the group was far away from Jiang Xiaoyong, breathing heavily like they'd just run a marathon. Is it chasing us? I don't think so. The man in black was now questioning everything. What in the world is going on? Why are there plant creatures out here, outside the forest? Just then, the man in the gray shirt spoke up from the back. "Don't tell me. Has the mutation spread outside the forest, too?" The man in brown next to him wondered. Then why hasn't the forest itself completely overgrown everything? Meanwhile, their friend was deep in thought. What's our next move? But they only had a few seconds of peace before they heard the familiar sounds of zombies nearby. It was a sound they all knew and feared. The plant zombies were swarming the area, homing in on the four of them. The group screamed in terror. They're plant types. They were trapped at a crossroads, with mutated creatures rushing them from both the left and the right. "There are more over here. Damn it, we're completely surrounded." The man in brown gave up, slumping to the ground in utter despair. "This is it. We never should have left the forest. Hiding out there, we might have lasted a few more days, maybe even months. Xiao Tong wouldn't have died like this." As the zombies leaped in for the kill, the group's will to fight completely crumbled. The scent of human flesh was driving the creatures into a frenzy, but even a cornered rabbit is forced to fight back. The dark-haired young man gripped a small knife, his entire body shaking violently. I refuse to be torn apart by them. I won't die like that. He planned to end his own life, choosing a quick death over the horror of being ripped to shreds. But out of nowhere, a tentacle shot past him. It was one of Jiang Xiaoyong's long, black tentacles. With a single, whip-like crack, it completely obliterated the plant zombie's head. The zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong, slowly walked toward the survivors, saying nothing. His face was a mask of cold fury as he stared down the rampaging horde. The scene then cuts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's massive base. Unable to sleep, he was outside on a balcony, enjoying the cool night air. The wind is really strong tonight. A notification appeared on Jiang Xiaoyong's system screen. Unthinkable Society mission in progress. Mission objective: community expansion. Mission progress: establish branch at Westwind Steel Mill. Complete. Mission evaluation score +20. Current evaluation score 62. Bonus accumulation points +80. Current accumulation points 231. Reading this new information instantly lifted Jiang Xiaoyong's spirits. Whoa. Another 80 points. I have so many I can't even spend them all. He tapped the system interface and mumbled, "Let's see what's in the shop." The system displayed an armed threat supply crate, level 2 for 20 accumulation points, electric awakening supply crate, level 3 for 100 points, and a technology supply crate, level 2 for -50 points. Manual refresh, -4, accumulation points. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes went wide. A level 3 crate? Holy crap, the level 2 crate already gave me the overload ability. I can't wait to see what a level 3 contains. The system displayed a confirmation. Redeem armed threat supply crate. -20 accumulation points. Redeem electric awakening supply crate. Level 3. Successful. -100 accumulation points. Redeem level 2 supply crate. Successful. -100 accumulation points. Opening armed threat supply crate. Level 1. Reward received. 1 armored vehicle. Opening ability awakening supply crate. Level 3. Reward received. Mark of servitude. Level 1. Characteristic. Places a mark of servitude on an enemy, forcing them to become the user's loyal servant. Maximum number of servants. Opening technology crate. Reward received. Physical enhancement potion. +30. Jiang Xiaoyong tapped through the options, then paused to think. So I can only enslave one person? Right now, both Zhang Shengzhe and Li Cheng seem stable. I should observe them for a while longer. The system updated again. Unthinkable Society mission in progress. Mission objective: community expansion. Mission progress: allow the settlement to independently repel 1 invasion. In progress. Reward: 10. Evaluation points. New mission: weed extermination. Level 1. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. Reward: 100 accumulation points. Jiang Xiaoyong read this, confused. Weed extermination? Eliminate the threat posed by weeds? Does it seriously want me to go out and pull weeds in the fields? While he was pondering this strange mission, the walkie-talkie on his desk crackled. Brother Jiang, do you copy? There's a problem with Shuai Shuai's dad. Back with Zhang Shengzhe, the group of survivors he just rescued stood in stunned silence. That thing. It's a zombie, isn't it? What is happening? Could he be allied with leader Jiang? Just then, Zhang Shengzhe stood before them, dragging the limp arm of a plant zombie he'd just killed. Jiang Shengzhe had finally returned to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He was now standing in front of the very survivors Jiang Xiaoyong had rescued earlier. The moment he saw his father, little Shuai Shuai ran out shouting, "Daddy! Daddy!" The rescued survivors watched in shock. Is that his wife and son? They ran toward him, tears streaming down their faces. After being separated for so long, Jiang Shengzhe was filled with joy. Oh, my son. And my wedding ceremony. Lao Han watched the reunion, sensing something was wrong. What? His wedding ceremony? Jiang Xiaoyong explained. He probably means his wife. The mutation affected the speech center of his brain. He's now suffering from a severe language disorder. But seeing her husband transformed, his wife showed no fear. She simply ran forward and threw her arms around him. Jiang Shengzhe gently patted his son's head. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong snapped an arm off the corpse of a plant-like creature. He held it up, asking, "So, this is the thing?" Jiang Shengzhe stood before Jiang Xiaoyong, ready to explain the main course. Food, borders, meat, and vegetable stew. The words meant absolutely nothing to Jiang Xiaoyong. Meat and vegetable stew? At that, a young man in black rushed forward. Boss, allow me to explain. We're from the city over there. Right now, our home is completely covered by a massive jungle. Not only that, but many of our people have mutated into plant creatures, just like these things here. Jiang Xiaoyong examined the severed limb more closely. Plant creatures, you say? The young man continued. But boss, I can see your city isn't exactly peaceful, either. Jiang Xiaoyong rose to his feet and replied, You were brought all the way here. You must have seen it for yourselves on the way. Most of our people have mutated into zombies. The young man nodded grimly. Yes, we saw. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned toward Old Han. Uncle Sheng, 2 streets east of the base, behind a collapsed wall, there's an armored jeep. I need you to send someone to bring it back here. Old Han simply nodded. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyong then faced the group of newcomers. You're with me, he commanded. We're heading to the border between the 2 cities to assess the situation. Moments later, the survivors followed close behind Jiang Xiaoyong. They led him to the edge of the forest, where wild vegetation was already creeping onto the road. Jiang Xiaoyong cautiously approached the strange-looking vines to investigate. The young man in black suddenly noticed that the vines had grown taller than they were just a short time ago. Jiang Xiaoyong's decision was firm. We're going into the jungle. But we barely just escaped that monstrous place. The young man was terrified. What? Why would we go back in there? He screamed. Boss, that forest is a death trap. What was the point of us fighting so hard to escape in the first place? Jiang Xiaoyong calmly turned and said, If we just leave it, I'm afraid the Shifeng steel mill will be completely swallowed by the jungle. At that point, our ability to live and work here will be compromised. He turned back to his people and declared, But before that, we have a more important task to handle. Zhang Qi immediately asked, What is it? Xiang Sheng also approached. Her interest piqued. Jiang Xiaoyong replied, I'm going to help you gain the power to face these dangers on your own. He now stood before Xiang and Zhang Qi, gathering Old Li and the people of the Shifeng steel mill. For the next few days, we focus on the hunt. The scene cuts to another location, where a grotesque mutant zombie is feasting on a man. It suddenly catches the scent of fresh human meat nearby, and its head snaps around, its face a mask of ravenous desire. The mutant zombie keeps glancing over its shoulder, sensing something. But when it turns to look, there's nothing there. The moment it lets its guard down, Jiang Xiaoyong strikes, moving like a blur of wind as he attacks from behind. A single, powerful blow slices across the giant mutant zombie's neck, before the creature can even register who attacked it. Behind Jiang Xiaoyong, his squad opens fire, unleashing a storm of bullets, even using the armored jeep he just acquired from the system. The horde of zombies is cut down without mercy, torn apart by a relentless barrage of hot lead. Shell casings rain down like metal hail, until a moment later, the gunfire finally stops. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately begins searching the zombie corpses for spirit stones, while Xiang Shang and the others quickly do the same. In another part of the city, a voice cries out in constant complaint. Damn it, more zombies. It's always more zombies. The words come from a tall, powerfully built man. He furiously kicks a zombie corpse, sending it tumbling through the street with a look of pure disgust. Where are the living? Is there no one left alive? A zombie suddenly lunges to attack him, but the man doesn't show a hint of fear. With a single, seemingly effortless strike, he completely obliterates the zombie's face. And then, the zombie's brain is exposed, a tempting sight right before the man's eyes. He struggles to control himself, fighting the urge to eat the zombie flesh. Can't you just let me find some people? Just then, his eyes lock onto something in the distance, and he swallows a huge gulp of saliva. The craving for human flesh is becoming unbearable. He whispers to himself, Living humans. Back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, one of the survivors is practicing his aim with a rifle. From inside, the worried young man in black calls out, Hey, you got a death wish? The leader gave specific orders not to go outside during this time. The young man casually walks back inside. What's the big deal? Boss Jiang's group already cleared out this whole area. The man in black urges him forward. Stop messing around and get in here. Meanwhile, the massive figure grins, revealing a terrifying set of teeth. It really is living humans, he thinks, licking his lips greedily. And they're pure. They haven't tasted the flesh of their own kind. He begins to creep forward like a zombie himself, muttering, But that group looks like they're carrying something. Going in alone might be too risky. I'll have to wait a few days. Drool drips from his mouth as tears of frustration stream down his face. Model, he grumbled to himself. What a pain in the neck. Back in the meeting room at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, his system chimed. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Current accumulated points. 300. A voice crackled over the radio, summoning everyone to the conference room. Understood. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong had gathered all the core members of the base. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with anticipation. Jiang Xiaoyong stood before them and declared, "This is the power of a coordinated hunt. To gather this many cores in just 3 short days is impressive." He then turned to Old Li, Li Hongli, and Zhang Qi. "These mutant cores. You two split them evenly." Old Li quickly protested. "Wait, that doesn't seem right, does it? You did all the heavy lifting, Brother Xiaoyong." Zhang Qi added awkwardly. "That's right, and everyone else worked hard too. It wouldn't be fair for just the 2 of us to take them." Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively. "Don't refuse. We aren't short on firearms and ammunition. Creating a few top-tier masters is far more strategic than having an entire group of half-baked evolutionaries." At that moment, Old Song chimed in. "Hey, Old Li, if he tells you to take them, just take them. When has Xiaoyong's judgment ever led us astray?" The rest of the group voiced their agreement. "Exactly. We have complete faith in Jiang Xiaoyong's leadership." Then, Xiaoyong turned his gaze toward Shanshan. "Also, Shanshan." Startled, Shanshan looked up in confusion. "Yes, Brother Yong?" Jiang Xiaoyong said. "You, come with me." A little later, Shanshan arrived at Jiang Xiaoyong's room and pushed the door open. She scratched her head shyly, asking, "Brother Xiaoyong, what did you need me for?" But their meeting had drawn suspicion. Old Song's son crept up behind them, his imagination running wild, and signaled to the others following him. "Quietly. Now." From inside the room, Jiang Xiaoyong's voice echoed out. "This might hurt a little. Just try to endure it." Zhang Qi and the other gossips huddled outside, wondering what on earth the two could be doing in there. Even the zombie, Chen Chong, snuck over to investigate. The whole group pressed their ears to the door, trying to overhear what was happening inside. But just then, the door swung wide open. Zhang Qi's face turned beet red, caught red-handed as the ringleader of the Peeping Toms. He was too embarrassed to even look at Jiang Xiaoyong, who stood there glaring at his so-called human surveillance team. Sweat dripped down Zhang Qi's face. "Brother Xiaoyong, you were that fast?" Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed Zhang Qi by the ear and dragged him inside. "You little brat!" Zhang Qi yelped in pain as he was pulled into the room, stumbling after Jiang Xiaoyong. "Ow, ow. Easy, easy, Brother Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong gave him another swift kick for good measure. "Perfect timing," he growled. Inside, Shanshan was sitting at a table. It looked like Xiaoyong had just administered some kind of injection. She held her arm tightly. Zhang Qi stared at the scene, completely baffled. He scratched his head. "Shanshan, did you just get a vaccine?" Jiang Xiaoyong finally clarified. "You just absorbed a massive number of mutant cores. You should now be considered a master among masters." Shanshan just giggled in response. "Hee hee. Isn't that only because Brother Xiaoyong showed me some special favor?" Xiaoyong smirked and then said, "Spar a few rounds with Shanshan." Zhang Qi was floored. "Huh? No way. I can't beat up a girl." But Jiang Xiaoyong was brimming with confidence. He gestured toward Shanshan and taunted. "Ha! Beat up a girl, he says. Shanshan, go on. Give Zhang Qi a taste of your real power." She looked surprised for a moment. "Okay, Brother Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong acted completely casual. "Don't worry, go all out. Zhang Qi won't be able to handle it." Faced with a seemingly harmless girl, Zhang Qi just laughed. "This'll be easy. I'm ridiculously strong now, you know. Time to go all out." But before he could even finish his sentence, Shanshan's fist smashed into his face. The raw power of her punch sent him flying backward through the doorway. Chen Chong and the big guy barely managed to catch him. "How is Shanshan that strong?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained. "I gave Shanshan an ability enhancement drug. Right now, aside from myself and Chong, no one in this base is a match for her." Zhang Qi cradled his already swelling face and started sobbing. I thought Old Li and I were your closest brothers. Turns out I was wrong." The big guy pointed a finger at Zhang Qi's face and scoffed. "Stop your whining, you idiot. It's not like Brother Xiaoyong is into guys." With that matter settled, Jiang Xiaoyong gathered everyone again. "All right, besides Zhang Qi and Li Cheng." Jiang Xiaoyong pointed directly at a young man in black, a new recruit. "You two, you're coming with me back to your city." The young man in black looked stunned, pointing a trembling finger at his own chest. "Me?" Fear washed over his face and he frantically waved his hands. No. It was a miracle I made it out of there alive. I don't ever want to go back." Seeing the kid's cowardice, Li Cheng stepped forward with his arms crossed. His voice was cold. "We're offering to help you save your comrades and family, and you're telling us you're too scared to go?" The young man in black clasped his hands together, pleading. "I don't have any comrades or family. I'm begging you. Just don't make me go back there. I'll do anything. I'll be a slave here if I have to." Jiang Xiaoyong watched this desperate display, completely unable to understand his reaction. But then, another young man in a brown shirt stepped forward with fierce determination in his eyes. "Please, allow me to go with you." The scene changes, shifting to the western outskirts of the city, where Jiang Xiaoyong's group now stands. A hulking brute, craving human flesh, still prowled the ruins. He scanned his surroundings, muttering, "I know it was somewhere around here." Scratching his head in frustration, his mind grew sluggish. Without the taste of fresh meat, he feared the grim consequences. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind. It could be human, or it could be one of the infected. Curiosity piqued. The monster glanced back. In an instant, he changed direction, sprinting toward the source of the noise. Just as I thought. It's definitely here. He rushed forward and threw open a door, revealing several figures inside. He discovered 2 men, 2 intensely preoccupied with 2 women. They were lost in a frenzied, desperate moment of pleasure. But their heated affair was about to be cut short, now that this massive creature had stumbled upon their hideout. He let out a few coughs, and the group froze, turning to face him. One of the men, interrupted at his peak, was clearly furious. He glared at the intruder with raw annoyance. "You little runt. You dare show your face here again?" It seems the bearded giant was an acquaintance. The Hulk quickly raised his hands, his face filled with fear. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to steal this time. I came to share some information." The red-haired woman sneered as she turned to him. "Share information? Since when were you so generous?" The brunette also chimed in, her expression dripping with disgust. "We're all half-monsters here. So drop the act. We're not falling for your tricks." The hulking man scrambled to explain himself. "It's true. There's a group of pure humans. But they're armed. I can't take them alone. So I came to ask for your help." The 2 men were just as powerfully built as the intruder. And behind them, 2 stunning women with impressive figures stood watching. Murderous intent filled their eyes as they slowly closed in on him. The bald man's mood shifted in a heartbeat. "Fine. We'll trust you, this one time. But if you're lying, you'll be our next meal." The tall brute nodded frantically. "Of course! I'm not lying. I swear I'm not lying." Just then, the red-haired woman, her clothes in disarray, stepped forward, deliberately revealing a little more. "Well, if that's the case, I guess that makes us allies. Come on, join us. Let's have some fun together." This was the only invitation he needed. With a flick of his tongue, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the woman's massive chest. He dove in, screaming, "Fun! This is fun!" The scene cuts back to Kevin Jiang's group. They had finally made their way into the S City district. A young man in a brown shirt looked around nervously and warned them. "Be careful, everyone. Danger could be hiding behind any leaf pile, or in any tree." Kevin Jiang finally turned his attention to the guide and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The young man immediately replied, "Sir, my name is Charles Zhou." Kevin Jiang let out a small laugh. "Haha, you've got real guts. Your friends were scared to death, but you still dared to come back with us." At the mention of this, Charles's expression hardened with resolve. His voice was filled with anguish as he spoke. "My girlfriend was killed by those plants. I want revenge. Besides, my parents are still trapped in that forest. If there's a chance to save them, I have to take it." Kevin Jiang respected that kind of determination. He gave a firm nod. "I'll take the lead." Li Cheng shouted from behind. "You and Zhang Sheng take the right flank. The rest, cover the left. Keep Charles Zhou in the center. He's our only guide. If he dies, this entire mission is a waste." Seeing that Kevin Jiang trusted him, Charles spoke up. "Thank you for helping me." Kevin just smirked. "Haha, don't get me wrong. Our goal isn't to help you. It's to stop this forest from spreading any further." Just as he finished speaking, a vine dropped down right above his head. He felt something cool and wet brush against his face and turned. "What is this? It's so sticky." The moment Charles realized what it was, he lunged forward, screaming, "It's a trap! Get out of there!" But before Kevin could react, the vine had already wrapped itself tightly around his neck. It was a man-eating plant. The vine constricted around his throat as the creature revealed a terrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour him. Charles panicked. "It's over! No one can survive an attack from that thing's giant mouth." But suddenly, Kevin Jiang's hand shot up. Grabbing the vine with an iron grip, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Everyone thought Kevin would be torn to shreds by the monstrous plant, but with a single powerful tug, he forced the vine to loosen its grip, causing the creature to recoil in pain. Then, from the plant's gaping mouth, Kevin ripped out a purple object, pulling a trail of disgusting viscera with it. Charles stared with wide eyes, completely stunned. Incredible. A large, pulsating purple mass landed right on Kevin Jiang's face. It looked like the heart of the man-eating plant. The thing was still squirming. A carnivorous plant that could somehow move on its own. It leaped high into the air right in front of Kevin. Was this the first time he'd seen one of these things try to run? I can't believe it still has the ability to move, Kevin yelled out to his team. Don't let it get away. You think you can get away with showing off like that in front of me? Zhang Sheng sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his long, foul-smelling black tentacles. He lunged at the man-eating plant just as it tried to escape. Zhang Sheng's chain whipped around the creature, crushing it until its mouth twisted in agony. Spinning around, he grabbed a fistful of its tentacles. With a brutal yank, Shengze dragged the thrashing plant right back where it started. He then slammed the monstrous thing down with incredible force, making it crash at the feet of his entire team. Just then, from the creature's massive maw, a strange, green smoke began to billow out. Jiang Xiaoyong caught a whiff of the strange smoke and involuntarily murmured, "It smells amazing." But then, he snapped back to reality. Jiang Xiaoyong was on high alert. This smoke has a strange scent. It can't be safe. Be careful. But suddenly, he looked around and found himself alone in a dark void. Where did everyone go? Xiaoyong cried out. At that same moment, Zhou Xingkai felt himself falling into a strange illusion, as if mesmerized by a bizarre force. He shook his head repeatedly. What is this? This feeling is so weird. When he looked again, his vision twisted. Before his eyes, Jiang Xiaoyong and everyone else had transformed into zombies. He screamed in terror. Benefactor! Benefactor! What's happening to you all? Just then, a strange noise rustled from the nearby bushes. The young man in the brown coat spun around. What was that? A human figure emerged from the thicket. It was a girl with a face identical to his lover. She called out urgently from the bushes, "Xingkai?" At that moment, Xingkai's head whipped around in shock. He couldn't believe his girlfriend was still alive and able to speak so clearly. He immediately rushed toward the brush. "Xiao Tong, you're really alive?" His girlfriend, hiding among the leaves, waved him over frantically. "It's dangerous over there. Hurry, come over here. Everyone else is here too." Hearing this, Xingkai threw all caution to the wind and plunged deep into the foliage. "Okay, I'm coming. I'm on my way." The scene shifts back to the half-human, half-zombie creature, who has now arrived at the perimeter of Jiang Xiaoyong's base. The creature pointed out the target to his two companions. "See that? That's the place." The two brutes behind him began to drool as they stared ahead. "Ah, human flesh. That's right. Pure, fresh, human meat. Right there." Their vision was stained blood-red with anticipation. The tall, half-zombie leader warned his subordinate, "Hey, try to calm down a little." But the long-haired one was already lost to his hunger. He suddenly charged forward before the tall one could even stop him. "Damn it, you idiot." This maniac was getting more and more out of control, leaping forward and rushing toward his delicious prey. "I can't take it anymore. Ha ha, I need to indulge." Back at the base, a guard on duty spotted the immediate danger. He quickly turned to warn the man in front of him. "Hey, who are you?" The black-haired monster leaped onto the unfortunate young man, grabbing his face with both hands. The guard next to him raised his gun and yelled, "Look out!" But it was too late. The tall, black-haired creature had already sunk its teeth into the young man's shoulder. What followed were the blood-curdling screams of the men at the gate. "What the hell? Damn it! Fire! Open fire now!" Hearing the commotion outside, Old Lee, who was inside reviewing his logbooks, jolted up and looked out. He shot to his feet in shock. This is bad. By now, one young man had been gravely wounded in the shoulder, and the black-haired beast was closing in on the man with the gun. The man trembled before the powerful creature. "Out of ammo. Damn it, don't come any closer." The man kept pulling the trigger, but the bullets seemed to bounce off the creature's rubber-like body, having no effect whatsoever. In fact, it had the opposite effect. The creature only grew more frenzied, leaping on top of him and opening its massive jaws to bite down. But in that life-or-death moment, Old Lee arrived just in time. He delivered a powerful kick straight to the black-haired creature's gut. The blow sent it flying 8 meters, tumbling through the air. But it wasn't that easy. The creature twisted mid-air and landed smoothly on its hands, completely stable. Without hesitation, Old Lee grabbed an AK and unleashed a torrent of bullets at the zombie. Realizing Old Lee was a tough opponent, the black-haired creature turned tail and fled, gnashing its teeth and cursing under its breath. "Damn bastard. Ruining my fun." Old Li quickly rushed over to the newly injured young man. Get him to the medical station. Hurry up, now. The scene shifts back to the black-haired creature, still feeling the pain from Old Li's powerful kick. He staggered down the road, gasping for breath. Unable to go any further, the creature finally collapsed, face first onto the ground. The other 4 members of his group slowly approached to check on him. The red-haired woman in his group seemed more amused than concerned. She chuckled and said, "Tell me, what was the rush? Look what it got you." He wasn't dead, just completely exhausted. Hearing her words, he burned with rage. "Stop trying to provoke me and find me some meat. I need to recover." The bald man behind him chimed in with a smug voice. "And who are you ordering around?" The black-haired beast roared in frustration. "This is no time for your games. Now hurry up and go." But even in his weakened state, his arrogance remained. For acting like the boss, he was met with a swift kick to the neck before he could even react. It was the brown-haired woman who delivered the blow. She drove the sharp heel of her shoe straight into the dark-haired man's throat. One less mouth to feed was always a good thing. The man looked up at the woman looming over him. He cursed her with his dying breath. "You damn, rotten bitch." A sickening crunch echoed in the silence. A gaping hole opened in his neck as black blood gushed out, staining the street. A voice from above spoke up. "So, how do we break this stalemate? All that food is holed up in the factory, and they're armed." The woman turned, her voice chillingly calm. "That part is easy." The bald man asked. "What do you mean?" She scoffed. "Have you all gone stupid? We're human, not zombies." She swayed her slender body toward the man behind her. "Obviously. We just walk right in." Back with Xingkai, he found himself captivated by an illusion of his dead girlfriend hiding in the bushes. He suddenly muttered to himself, "Huh? Why do I feel so lightheaded?" The voice from the bushes whispered, "Don't hesitate. Come here. Come to me." As it spoke, the image of his lover began to distort in a bizarre way. "Hurry up. Come over here. Right now." A knife sliced through the air with terrifying speed, severing the head of the illusory girlfriend. He watched in horror as her body collapsed in front of him. Seeing his love slaughtered once again was too much to bear, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Tong. It was Jiang Xiaoyong who had acted just in time. "Impressive," he remarked. "That illusion almost got me, too." Xingkai turned, his mind reeling with confusion and rage. "Why?" he screamed. "Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" Jiang Xiaoyong's voice was grim. "Your Xiao Tong? Take a good look. What is that thing, really?" When he turned back, Xingkai realized with dawning horror that the figure in the bushes was a mere phantom, and it was beginning to transform. In an instant, the woman's body contorted into a writhing mass of tentacles. Xingkai's hand trembled as he stood frozen in terror. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong smacked the still drowsy Chen Chong on the head. "Hey, wake up! Stop dreaming!" A moment later, Li Cheng and Zhang Shangji also began to shake off the illusion's effects. Li Cheng blinked his eyes open. "What happened? It feels like years have passed." Zhang Shangji was still mumbling incoherently, lost in his dream. Historical films, high-speed transport. Sun returns to Earth. He meant to say, "I dreamed I was driving to pick up my son from school." Jiang Xiaoyong summoned a small knife into his palm. That flower must have released some kind of toxin, a gas that causes powerful hallucinations. Li Cheng approached Jiang Xiaoyong, who was attempting to cut a sample from the tentacles. "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "I want to see the internal structure of this monster, to find out if it can produce a deviant core." But as soon as he cut into it, black pus spurted out. "Looks like I was overthinking things," he said. "This thing appears to be just a puppet, not the main body." He pointed to a massive vine. The tendrils plunged deep into the earth. It seemed the main plant wasn't anywhere nearby. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong froze, his eyes fixed on the vine. He spotted a strange bulb-like growth and blurted out, "What is this?" Jiang Xiaoyong yanked the vine from the ground, discovering the bulb had capillaries, pulsing like a grotesque heart. Is this a potato? Or a taro root? It looked like the creature's nutrient storage organ. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong stored it in his system. "All right, let's keep it. This thing might actually be edible." Xiaoyong turned to Zhou Xingkai and asked, "What do you know about these plants?" Shaking with fear, Zhou Xingkai managed to reply, "I only know they're extremely dangerous, and see all living things as food. But maybe Old He knows something." Jiang Xiaoyong was intrigued. "Old He? Who's that?" Zhou Xingkai answered. "He's an expert from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences." Xiaoyong pressed on. "Where is he? Is he still alive?" Zhou Xingkai explained. Before I escaped, we were taking refuge together in a high-rise building. I don't know if he made it out alive. But for Jiang Xiaoyong, even this small lead was priceless. He declared, "Good enough, take me to old he." Now, the scene shifts back to the half-human, half-zombie creatures. The red-haired woman was playing the victim again. Feigning exhaustion, she dragged herself toward the base, putting on a desperate act. She intentionally tripped on a rock, collapsing right in front of the gate, and let out a scream to get their attention. A guard on duty spotted a figure in the distance. To him, she was like a beacon of hope, and he yelled out, "A survivor! We've got a survivor!" He could see it was a helpless girl, and she was completely alone. The two guards on duty rushed out, but the one in the back called out to his partner, "Hey, wait up!" As they got closer, they saw the girl was barely clothed, her tattered rags offering little cover. She looked utterly pitiful and haggard. But the second man quickly stopped the first. "For safety, we need to report this first." But the man in front was insistent. "Report what? Can't you see this girl is about to collapse? Let's just get her back to base first." But his companion remained suspicious. The first man ignored him. "There's no time to hesitate. If we leave her here, she'll turn into a zombie for sure." All the while, the woman kept up her damsel in distress act. It seemed the man was completely mesmerized by her beauty. He blushed, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" The redhead put on a pained and fearful expression. "Help me. Please. Help me." The dark-haired young man was completely enchanted. "Don't worry," he said. "You're safe now." Meanwhile, the redhead's three teammates hid behind a rusty old car far away, watching their partner's performance. The big, bearded man smirked as he watched. "She's good," he said, then suddenly turned to the brunette woman with him. His face immediately turned beet red. The brunette was now putting on a show right in front of him. She struck a provocative pose, showing off everything she had. "I'm even better than she is," she declared. At that moment, the redhead was being carried on the back of a man from Jiang Xiaoyong's base in the distance. Even more shamelessly, the big man and the brunette were lost in their own world, her legs pointing straight to the sky. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's group in the forest. Li Cheng scouted ahead, looking around. "How did it get so dark already?" Xingkai replied, "It's already dusk. Plus the trees here are so thick, almost no light gets through." Jiang Xiaoyong then asked, "How much farther?" Xingkai pointed forward. "We're almost there." Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Xingkai?" Startled, Xingkai looked up. "Auntie Yang?" he gasped. From behind a nearby wall, a woman was waving warmly at them. But right then, Xingkai became guarded. "No, this can't be right." He tried rubbing his eyes, wiping them again and again to make sure. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Xingkai with a faint smile. "Relax. We didn't run into any hallucinogenic poison this time. It's not an illusion. They're real people." Over on the other side, as the woman peeked her head out, her companion sounded the alarm. "I told you not to be so reckless. Are you trying to get us all killed?" The three men started arguing again. "Are we just supposed to watch as Zhou Xingkai gets assimilated by those monsters? He's a lost cause. He's been gone for days. Now he shows up here? That's probably not even him anymore." But Auntie Yang immediately turned and shot back. "Stop talking nonsense and get ready to fight." They suspected Zhou Xingkai was a zombie, traveling with companions who didn't even look human. Auntie Yang led the three men in a decisive charge. 1, 2, 3. "Kill them." Behind Jiang Xiaoyong, Zhang Sheng let out a low, irritated growl. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly warned him, "Stay calm, don't make a move." 3 arrows flew toward them, followed by many more, all aimed directly at Jiang Xiaoyong's group, but they didn't act rashly. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hands as a sign of peace. He shouted, "Hold your fire, calm down." Auntie Yang froze in confusion. How could the creature they thought was a zombie speak with a human voice? At the same time, Zhou Xingkai rushed forward. "Auntie Yang, calm down. They're not enemies." Auntie Yang quickly yelled to her people, "Stop shooting, stop shooting." Xingkai then called out to her, "They're from outside the forest. They're the ones who saved us." Auntie Yang asked in surprise, "Then where are the others who went scouting with you? What about Xiao Tong?" At the mention of his name, Xingkai slowly began to explain. "Almost half of our people were killed or injured. Xiao Tong is dead too. But the rest of us made it out." Auntie Yang pressed on, "What are things like outside now?" Xingkai replied, Their eyes met. The survivors were filled with doubt and fear as they looked at Chen Chong and Zhang Shengze. To them, Chen Chong and Zhang Shengze looked like terrifying, mutated zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong saw their expressions, approached, and said, "Don't worry, we're all family here." Jiang Xiaoyong turned back to his two companions. "You two, Say something to put their minds at ease. Chen Chong put on his coolest, most handsome expression and dramatically removed his mask. I may be ugly, but I'm very gentle. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong used his 2 tentacles to jump around in a ridiculous display, showing off his smooth, hairless body. His message seemed to be, "Look how sexy my body is." It was a short performance, but he was going way over the top. Jiang Xiaoyong turned away and coughed a few times. What in the world are you two doing? Over on the other side, Xing Kai was still trying his best to explain to Auntie Yang and her group, "Don't worry, these two are our saviors as well. We were rescued thanks to all of them." At last, Auntie Yang's voice softened, her guard finally coming down. "All right then, come on over." The scene cuts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, to the sound of tires screeching on the pavement. San charged ahead on her warhorse. She grabbed the radio and spoke, "Uncle Lee, I've reached the steel mill gate. Open up." Just then, San felt a chill run down her spine. Something was wrong. It was the 3 people who had been following the brown-haired woman. The trio hid behind a rusted-out car. Hearing San's call, Old Man Lee ran out, shouting, "San, over here." The 2 men and the woman continued to stalk San and Uncle Lee's every move. The bald one muttered, "That was too close. She almost spotted us." The woman in the middle hissed, "Did you see that? That girl is an evolved. A pure-blooded evolved." A look of ravenous hunger spread across their faces as they watched San and Uncle Lee. The bald man wondered, what is a pure-blooded evolved doing here? How is she even possible? The bearded man licked his lips incessantly. "I have no idea. But one thing I know for sure is that she'll be delicious." The brown-haired woman beside him was trembling with excitement. "Exactly. And if we devour her flesh, our power will skyrocket." The scene shifts to the infirmary, where voices echo in the room. "San, you're here." "Yes, Uncle Lee." "Have the injured in the medical bay been taken care of?" At that moment, San approached a man with a vicious bite mark on his shoulder. She held up 2 vials of blood and said, "Uncle Lee, this is an anti-infection serum. Before we left, Yong told me to use this if anyone got bitten by a zombie." Uncle Lee immediately took them. They were bitten hours ago, but yet they show no signs of turning. This proves that whatever attacked them wasn't a normal zombie. San felt a knot of unease in her stomach. If not a zombie, then what else out there bites people? Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired woman put on a pitiful act and spoke up. "I know there are many mutants in the city outskirts. They aren't zombies, and their bites aren't infectious, but they're brutal, and they attack people." Uncle Lee eyed the scantily clad woman. "And who are you?" She introduced herself in front of everyone. "I'm a new member. I escaped here from the west side of the city." Uncle Lee pressed further. "What do you know about these mutants?" She feigned a look of trauma and fear. With tears welling in her eyes, she began her tale. "They're worse than zombies. They eat people. And they're intelligent. A few of them chased me the whole way. I was lucky I knew how to ride a bike, or I never would have escaped." Uncle Lee's suspicion grew. He frowned and shot back. "So, you're saying you're the one who led our attackers here?" She immediately recoiled. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just want to survive. Please, forgive me." A young man next to the red-haired woman quickly jumped to her defense. "Uncle Lee, you can't blame her for this." Uncle Lee's expression softened instantly. He replied, "I didn't mean it like that. It was a misunderstanding. Knowing our enemy's origins just makes them easier to handle." She put on an urgent expression once more. "I also know they won't give up. Soon, their urges will be uncontrollable, and they'll attack. We have to prepare." After hearing this, Uncle Lee found the information extremely valuable. "All right, everyone, go get some rest for now." Seeing that Uncle Lee had accepted her, she smiled brightly and turned. "Yes, sir, leader." Uncle Lee added a careful instruction. "Bring some food to the injured, and just to be safe, keep them under observation for one more night. You guys will have to endure this a little longer." The woman skipped away cheerfully, but San's eyes were locked onto her. A shadow of doubt crossed San's face. She shot a sharp, uneasy glare at the red-haired woman. Noticing her troubled expression, Uncle Lee approached San. He asked, "What's wrong, San?" She finally spoke her mind. "That new woman. Something about her just feels off." Uncle Lee asked cautiously, "Off? How?" San glanced around carefully, then whispered, "I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking things." Uncle Lee didn't press the issue. "You're probably just exhausted. Young is really pushing it, putting such a difficult mission on the shoulders of a young girl like you." The scene cuts back to Young, who was following behind Auntie Yang. He gestured ahead and announced, "We're here." Young stood and stared at the location before them. Why did you all choose this as your gathering point? We passed several factories and warehouses on the way here. Even some of the shops were more secure. Weren't they all better suited as a base? Behind Yong, Xingkai answered him. You don't understand, benefactor. The disaster in our city is different from yours. At that moment, Auntie Yang turned back. If we chose one of those places, we'd all be dead within a week. Xingkai then explained further. Look at that fog. The lower you go, the thicker it gets. If you breathe it in for too long, you get infected and turn into a plant-like creature in just a few days. Only on the 10th floor or higher, where the fog thins, can we temporarily resist it. With that, Auntie Yang pointed up the stairs. That's right. Let's head up. We can talk more once we're on a higher floor. As soon as they arrived, Xingkai introduced the person he wanted Yong to meet. Benefactor, this is Elder He. Elder He, this is the man who saved us. I'm Yong, Yong said. Hello, Elder He. I'm here to tell you about the situation in our city, which is right next door. After a while, Yong had explained everything, and that's the grim reality of it. It's no better outside this forest. Hearing this, Elder He clutched his head as sweat poured down his brow. Seeing his despair, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and called out, Chen Cheng, Zhang Shengze, come on in. I've already explained the situation to everyone here. With that, the crowd parted, clearing a path for Zhang Shengze and Chen Cheng to join their leader. The professor looked up and asked, then what about T-City? What's become of it? And B-City? Do you know anything? What about outside the country? Although Jiang Xiaoyong's intel was limited, he told them everything he knew. To this day, we haven't found a single organized settlement. Everyone is just fighting for their own survival. He then held up one of the spoils he had dug up back in the forest. By the way, Elder He, I heard you study plants. Do you recognize this thing? The elder pointed a finger at the heavily veined root. That's an old plant creature's husk. It's edible. Auntie Yang's group went out specifically to find these. Jiang Xiaoyong's face lit up at this information. So it's true, Elder He added. We only discovered this recently. If we weren't so desperate for food, we'd never risk eating it. The taste is similar to taro, and it's high in calories. In this apocalypse, it's considered a decent meal. Suddenly, a man burst into the room shouting, Trouble! We're in big trouble, Elder. He whipped around. What is it? The man frantically pointed out the window. The plant creatures. We're being surrounded by them. Elder He's eyes widened in horror, freezing him in place. They've followed us all the way here? What do you mean, surrounded? The man's voice cracked with panic. There are so many of them. They're swarming our building, and their numbers are growing by the second. Instantly, a young man ran to the window, took one look, and screamed, The flower car! It's the flower car! The name meant absolutely nothing to Jiang Xiaoyong. He turned to a man beside him and asked, The flower car? What the hell is that? Is it supposed to be that terrifying? The color drained from Elder He's face as he spoke in a deathly tone. Terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. I'm afraid today, we will all die here. A deep, soul-crushing despair was etched onto the old man's features. He shot to his feet and bellowed an order. Everyone, listen closely. Women and children, get to the top floor. Find a sealed room, like a bathroom or a storage closet, and hide. The rest of the able-bodied men, you stay here with me. Seeing this reaction, Xingkai began to panic. Elder He? The elder snapped, his composure gone. Move, now. It's better to save who we can than for all of us to die together. Instantly, the strong young men turned tail and fled, following Elder He's command without question. The old man then faced Jiang Xiaoyong. You're young. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and become a needless sacrifice. But Jiang Xiaoyong stood his ground with unwavering resolve. It's okay, Elder He. In fact, I'm a little curious. A stream of energy gathered in the palm of his hand. I'm curious to see just how monstrous this thing that has you all terrified for your lives truly is. With that, Elder He rushed to the window to look down at the chaos below. Jiang Xiaoyong followed right behind him. The elder shook his head grimly. We'll be wiped out by this horde before we even lay eyes on the flower car's main body. As Jiang Xiaoyong approached, he peered down at the swarm. So the flower car can control these plant creatures? The army below was steadily advancing on their building. Elder He confirmed his theory. That's right. It must be using some similar power. An organized, large-scale attack like this proves the flower car is nearby, and we are its target. Jiang Xiaoyong threw the door open for a clearer view, which nearly gave Elder He a heart attack. What in the world are you doing? Without a hint of fear, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled out an AK. Just wanted to test the strength of this swarm, that's all. Elder He's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Where did you get a gun? But there was no time to talk. Jiang Xiaoyong opened fire. The plant creatures below were riddled with bullets and fell. But incredibly, the bullet holes began to regenerate and close up. They recovered with terrifying speed and continued their advance. Jiang Xiaoyong remarked, "The vitality of these things is quite impressive. Let's see just how high their healing limit is." He then unleashed another barrage of bullets. He glared down, aiming at the creatures relentlessly. If one bullet won't kill you, then 100 will. Jiang Xiaoyong focused his fire, showering a single plant creature in a storm of lead until its body was torn apart like a wet rag. Even then, it was still trying to recover, but the wounds were too great. This time, the creature could no longer regenerate. It finally collapsed to the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong scratched his head. 2 full clips to take down just one. No wonder everyone is so afraid of them. But that's fine. He immediately held out his hand, summoning a large item from his spatial inventory system. Everyone else stared, their jaws agape in utter shock and amazement, as Jiang Xiaoyong slung a heavy weapon over his shoulder. He moved decisively to open the massive crate he had just summoned. The bearded man beside him couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stammered in disbelief. Without a crowbar? Is he prying open a nailed-shut wooden crate with his bare hands? Model. As he got closer to the crate, his eyes widened. Molotov cocktails. Perfect. They'd found some serious firepower. Jiang Xiaoyong strode over to the window, signaling Chen Chong and Zhang Xingze to follow. He gave a final order. If any fish slip through the net, use these Molotovs to defend yourselves. Elder He turned, confused. Fish slipping through the net? What could you possibly mean by that? Suddenly, a look of horror washed over Elder He's face, his aged eyes widening in disbelief. Because right before him, Jiang Xiaoyong leaped from the 16th floor window without a shred of fear. The old man screamed from the high-rise, "This is the 16th floor." But then, Zhang Xingze and Chen Chong followed him out the window. The 3 of them plummeted towards the horde of plant creatures below. Jiang Xiaoyong took the lead, with the deadly duo of Zhang Xingze and Chen Chong flanking him, ready to face the monstrous tide. The trio stood their ground, absolutely fearless. The moment they landed, the plant creatures charged forward in a frenzy. Unearthly shrieks filled the air as the monsters attacked. But Jiang Xiaoyong didn't flinch. He grabbed one of the creature's heads with his bare hands. With a brutal tug, he ripped it clean off its body. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his fists, ready for more. Nearby, Chen Chong was unleashing a furious barrage of punches directly into the head of another plant monster. When its ally charged from the side, Chen Chong met it with overwhelming force, tearing the creature limb from limb. He made sure they couldn't regenerate. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengzhe was a whirlwind of destruction, effortlessly clearing out waves of plant monsters. The writhing tentacles erupting from his body did all the work. Zhang Shengzhe barely had to lift a finger. High above, Elder He and the other survivors watched in awe as Jiang Xiaoyong led his 2 mutated companions. They watched them shatter the enemy formation, their faces pale with shock. Just what in the world are they? Back on the upper floor, Li Cheng sprang into action. He rolled up his sleeves and headed for the crate. "All right, the show's over. Get ready to deal with the stragglers." Li Cheng barked his orders to the survivors. "Anyone who thinks they can handle it, grab a Molotov and guard the hallway entrance. The rest of you, start moving. Anything flammable out of this corridor, now." Immediately, the able-bodied survivors each snatched a Molotov. They roared back in unison, "Yes, sir." A short while later, down in the courtyard, the last of the plant horde had been annihilated. Jiang Xiaoyong finished off one final creature, tossing its mangled corpse aside. Finally, it's over. Standing amidst the carnage, Jiang Xiaoyong gave his orders. "Chen Chong, Zhang Shengzhe, search the bodies. See if you can find any variant cores. I'm going to check out that flower float they mentioned." Meanwhile, back inside the building. In the hallways, any creature trying to crawl up was met with a baptism of fire. They were burned to a crisp. The survivors cheered. With fire, these things are way easier to handle. True. But we owe it all to Mr. Li and Jiang's crew. Elder He couldn't hide his joyful relief. "Everyone else, you can come down now. The threat is gone." Someone from above shouted down, "What's the situation on the lower floors? It's over down here too." But where did Jiang Bro go? The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong, who is facing a new swarm of plant monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at the creature before him. What is this twisted thing? He observed it from his perch on a high branch. He looked down at a massive, multi-legged blob. At its very top was a shape resembling a giant flower. So this must be the flower float they were talking about. His gaze focused on the stamen of the giant bloom. Is that its core? Just then, a wave of immense danger washed over Jiang Xiaoyong. He leaped back just in time. The flower float had lashed out, attacking him with a powerful tentacle. He landed carefully on the ground below, glaring at the beast. This thing's strong. Almost on par with Jiang Xiaoyong. One wrong move, and I'm dead. The flower float, moving like a giant, mobile brain, lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyong at incredible speed. He smirked. But here's the thing. I've gotten plenty of experience fighting tentacled freaks like you lately. A confident aura radiated from Jiang Xiaoyong. He met the monster head-on, grabbing two of its tentacles. With a mighty heave, Jiang Xiaoyong ripped them backward, tearing out a huge, gooey purple chunk of the monster's main body. From the flower on its head, the creature suddenly sprayed a thick cloud of poison gas. The toxic fog rapidly enveloped Jiang Xiaoyong, but he showed not a single trace of fear. That won't work on me anymore. I've seen that trick from your kind before. Jiang Xiaoyong opened his mouth wide and took a massive gulp of air. Just as the toxic cloud from the flower float washed over him, he had stored enough oxygen to hold his breath. The grotesque creature began to emit a terrifying, low-frequency hum. It continuously spewed more poison gas from its floral head, like it was releasing some kind of foul-smelling exhaust. Suddenly, the creature's legs buckled beneath it, unable to support its weight any longer. It was Jiang Xiaoyong, still pulling with all his might on the two tentacles. He then launched himself into the air, rocketing towards the monster. Once again, Kevin Jiang focused a surge of energy into his palm. He roared, "Mark of servitude," but the creature was fast. From its blooming bud, the corpse flower fired a jet-black, razor-sharp spike of toxic gas. Still soaring through the air, Kevin Jiang pointed directly at the dark projectile. "Mark of servitude," he yelled once more. A sinister aura immediately enveloped the area. The flower was caught not only by Kevin's oppressive power, but also by its own attack backfiring against it. The entire scene erupted into a chaotic whirlwind. After a moment, the raging storm of energy began to settle. Up on the rooftop, the young man who had been watching turned to the others. "That corpse flower. It's the main body. It's not leaving. It's coming towards us." Elder, his voice began to tremble. "That's right. It's the main body, all right. I'll never forget that twisted form for as long as I live." Another man lost his composure. "Where's our brother, Kevin Jiang? Don't tell me the corpse flower got him?" Just then, Kevin's voice cut through the tension. "Shengze, Jia, how are you two holding up?" Elder He and the young man whipped their heads around in shock. It was Kevin Jiang, returned safely without a single scratch on him. He asked, "Did you find any cores inside those plant things downstairs?" Shengze immediately replied, "The centipede ones had none. The spider-legged ones had double." He meant not all of them had cores, but a good number did. Jia just gave a confident thumbs up. His gesture meant the same. Not every monster had one, but some had multiple. Hearing this, Kevin Jiang just shook his head, exasperated. One of them can barely speak, and the other just spouts nonsense. Meanwhile, Elder He was still completely stunned by Kevin's appearance. "Brother Jiang, what about the corpse flower downstairs?" he asked. Kevin calmly replied, "Oh, that thing? It's one of us now." A wave of confusion washed over the group. "Huh? One of us?" A little later, Kevin led them all down to the monster. He pointed right at the corpse flower and explained, "Don't worry, it won't harm anyone now." The most cautious one among them was also the first to dare approach the terrifying creature. Elder, he slowly reached out a trembling hand to touch it. He was so terrified he had to gulp down his fear just to get close. Mustering all his courage, he finally made contact. The creature did not react at all. Elder He gasped, "It's really been subdued. How did you manage to do that?" Kevin Jiang then turned to him. "Elder He, you're a botanist. What are your thoughts on this creature?" The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. Even though it's mutated into a monster, it still retains its basic plant instincts. He elaborated, "It's just like the big fish eating the small fish in the animal kingdom. The competition between plants is also incredibly brutal. The struggle for sunlight is a constant, unchanging war for them. Trees did not start out tall. They evolved to grow higher and higher to compete for more of the sun's resources. Meanwhile, smaller plants become weaker due to the lack of light." Elder He slowly stepped closer to the massive, fleshy creature. "I suspect this corpse flower became so ferocious because its mutation cost it the ability to grow taller. To get sunlight, it evolved the ability to capture animals instead." Just then, two of the corpse flower's tentacles began wiggling above Kevin's and Elder He's heads. Noticing the strange movement, Chang grabbed his knife and shouted, "Watch out!" A tentacle was moving directly toward Kevin, but he did not show a hint of fear, quickly raising a hand to stop the others. "Wait. Hold on. It can't defy me now. Let's just see what it wants to do." Chang could not help but worry for him. "Brother," he said, "you're just letting that thing's tentacle get closer?" The appendage suddenly pressed itself firmly against Kevin's neck. His eyes shot wide open. Then, just as suddenly, Kevin's body went limp as he gasped for air. Chang was frantic. "What's wrong? What happened?" But Kevin was unharmed. He turned to Elder He and said, "Elder, your analysis was correct. This entire city has become an arena for mutated plants. The mutated plants that can't win the competition for sunlight." Hearing this, Elder He nodded in understanding. Kevin continued, "Have no choice but to fight over animal bodies for nutrients." He then stepped closer to the corpse flower, and it obediently withdrew the tentacle from his neck. Kevin spoke to it. "Since you're now my servant, I'll solve your survival problem. Come here." In response, the bud on the corpse flower suddenly snapped shut. After a moment of rapid movement, it burst wide open. From within, a green orb emerged. The orb itself was covered in many smaller tentacles. A slender, vibrant green tendril slithered toward Kevin's outstretched hand. The corpse flower was presenting its core to him. He looked up, just as the core from within the flower began to slowly absorb into his body. Chang stared at the bizarre sight, completely baffled. He scratched his head in confusion. What in the world was that? At that moment, Xiaoyong's absorption was complete. He gazed at his hand with satisfaction, declaring, "It's now in perfect symbiosis with me." A smirk played on Jiang Xiaoyong's lips. He turned and thrust his hand forward. Instantly, 3 green tentacles erupted from his palm. They moved with incredible power and sensitivity, far surpassing Jiang Xiangzhe's own. One of the tendrils violently latched onto a nearby tree. With just a slight tug from Jiang Xiaoyong, the sheer force channeled through the appendage snapped the massive ancient tree clean in two. So much for being the same type of weapon. Jiang Xiangzhe's face flushed with rage as he screamed internally, "It's a world of difference. He's saying his are that much stronger than mine." Jiang Xiaoyong's system interface flashed. Achievement unlocked. Gardener. Reward: 150 accumulation points. Current points: 153. Jiang Xiaoyong retracted his new appendages. He looked at the system window, smiling to himself. "Oh? An achievement? That's a first for me." And so, the serpent flower plant was reduced to a pile of sludge. Its core essence had been completely assimilated by Jiang Xiaoyong. With their mission accomplished, the group decided it was time to move on. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base. The red-haired woman, a Danba, had been given her own room. She gazed out the window with a smug grin. "Looks like another fish is on the hook." Hearing a knock, she immediately put on an innocent act, opening the door and asking sweetly, "Yes? Who is it?" It was the man who had offered to help her earlier, holding a delicious-looking pastry. "Hey there. I brought you a late-night snack." She deliberately flaunted her figure, tilting her head up. "Oh, did someone tell you to bring me food?" The man had been smitten from the moment he saw her. He nodded, completely captivated. "No, no one. I just wanted to do it." It seemed he wasn't interested in the pastry at all, but rather, the human temptation standing right before him. Just then, the red-haired woman deliberately closed the distance between them. "Well then, thank you very much." Having gone days without a woman's touch, a wave of primal desire washed over him. He couldn't help himself and lunged for her, but she suddenly feigned fear, backing away into the room. "Hey, what do you think you're doing to me?" Forcing himself to calm down, the young man pulled back. "I'm sorry, I misread the signs." But his eyes remained glued to her pristine white chest. The woman's demeanor softened as she brushed her hair back. "There are too many people here, and the walls are thin. Why don't we go outside the factory and play a more thrilling game?" Realizing his chance had come, the man was overjoyed. "Yes, of course." The scene cuts to another location, where the sounds of heavy, ragged breathing fill the air as a nearby car rocks back and forth violently. The panting grew more and more frantic. It seems the young man finally got exactly what he wanted, from the mysterious red-haired woman. Drenched in sweat after their encounter, he looked down affectionately at the prize he'd won, sprawled across the car's hood. After having his fill, the man's face was still flushed. He turned to her, suddenly shy. "You're so beautiful. By the way, what's your name?" But then, something strange caught his eye. Noticing his expression, the woman asked, "What's wrong?" The man walked toward a trash can overflowing with clothes, a dreadful sense of familiarity washing over him. "This top, it looks like Zhao's. What would it be doing thrown out here?" But as he dug deeper, a horrifying sight made him recoil in terror. Inside the bin was a mangled pile of flesh and bone, a gruesome, unrecognizable mess of what used to be a human face. It was still wrapped in his friend's torn clothing. At that moment, as he spun around, a dark shadow shot towards him. It was the red-haired woman. After completely draining the man of his life force, she prepared for the main course, to feast upon his flesh. The scene shifts again. to the outskirts of Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Near a broken-down old car, a large, bearded man was keeping watch. Suddenly, he was jabbed hard in the head by his teammate. Annoyed, he looked up and cursed, "You bastard, what was that for?" The bald man leaned in close, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Having a nice nap, were you?" The bearded man shot back. "I was on watch." Losing his patience, the bald man grabbed his collar. "I walked right up and you didn't even notice. How the hell are you supposed to see her signal if she sends one? Tell me, how long have you been sleeping?" The bearded man quickly tried to defend himself. "I wasn't sleeping. I was just resting my eyes." The bald man seethed. "Useless piece of trash. Keeping you around is a complete waste." Just then, a brown-haired woman stepped in, pressing herself against the bald man to calm him down. "All right, that's enough," she cooed. "We've been taking turns watching this whole time, and there's still no signal from her." She glanced toward Xiaoyong's base. "Humph," the bald man growled. "She's planning on taking the whole prize for herself." These half-human, half-zombie creatures were starting to distrust their own kind. The bald man gave an order. "Go. Scout the area around the factory. See if you can find any trace of that bitch's activities." A short while later, the three of them made a gruesome discovery. The large, bearded man stammered in a panic. "I told you I smelled human flesh around here." Meanwhile, the bald man held up a piece of human bone and sneered. "You were right," he said to the woman. "She plans to devour it all herself." The brown-haired woman put on her seductive act again. "It's all right. If she can use her looks to infiltrate their base, then why can't I do the same?" But suddenly, the bald man's massive hand shot out. He grabbed her throat, squeezing hard. "You want to sneak in there and take it all for yourself, don't you? Don't think I can't see right through your act." Choking, the woman couldn't get a single word out. The large, bearded man finally stepped in to break them up. "Boss, calm down. If you kill her, we lose our only chance." Hearing this, the bald man finally released his grip. The woman collapsed onto the table, gasping desperately for air. Enraged, he redirected all his fury onto her. "You dare try the same trick, and I'll storm that base myself. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'll make sure I take you both down with me." Gasping for breath, she weakly managed to whisper, "I understand." And so, another one began to play the victim. She approached the gates of Kyle Jiang's base and pounded on the door relentlessly. "Please, help me." The heavy gate creaked open. Men poured out from within, weapons raised and their eyes sharp and cautious. "Who are you?" The brown-haired woman put on a convincing show of terror. "I was being chased by zombies. I barely got away with my life." Just then, a black-haired man inside the base felt his resolve soften at the sight of the beauty. "Heh, talk about a lucky streak. Not long ago, we rescued one damsel, and now another one shows up at our door." The guard in front was also swayed. "Yeah, and this one's even hotter than the last." He chuckled. Just as they were about to let her in, a piercing scream cut through the air. "Wait!" Startled, the two guards spun around. It was the red-haired woman. She pointed a trembling finger at the newcomer. "That's her. She's one of the infected. A monster disguised as a human. Just like I warned you." Realizing she'd been betrayed by her own kind, the brown-haired woman snarled in fury. "You wretched traitor!" The redhead frantically urged the men inside the base. "Open fire, now! She's a zombie!" Instantly, the air exploded with the sound of gunfire as the men unleashed a relentless barrage on the brown-haired woman. With no other choice, she turned and fled for her life. But there was no escaping the hail of bullets. Rounds tore through her body, one after another. Her luck had finally run out. The brown-haired woman couldn't take any more. Her body riddled with holes, she finally collapsed onto the pavement. A cry went up from the group. "Hurry, go get the gasoline." A can of gasoline was brought out. But when the men from the base returned to the spot, the woman's body was gone. How could she still move after taking that many shots? Damn it. We should have left a guard posted here. Go. Report this to Elder Li and San, now. To be riddled with dozens of bullets and still manage to drag herself back. Exhausted, she dragged her shattered body back to the two hulking men. Her steps were weak and unsteady. The moment she reached them, she collapsed at the bald man's feet. She desperately clutched at his leg, trying to pull herself up. "Please, don't kill me. Save me. I swear, I'll be your loyal servant from now on." The bald man looked down at her, his expression ice cold. We're all the same kind of monster here. We both know there's no honor among creatures like us." With that, he gripped a heavy stone from the ground beside him. He raised it high above the woman lying at his feet. Then, he cleared his throat. "As for the food in that settlement, we'll just have to come up with another plan." Pure, utter despair was etched across the brown-haired woman's face. Crunch! A sickening sound echoed through the air. The massive stone had crushed her once beautiful face, sending a spray of crimson blood everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, the tall, bearded man launched a surprise attack, striking the bald man from behind. His shaven head slammed hard against the pavement. The bald man had failed to finish off the woman before him. That spray of blood had come from the bald one's skull. Now, the bearded man greedily licked the fresh blood from his blade. The brown-haired woman looked up at her savior. "Thank you," he simply replied. "One arm. And one leg. Enough for you to heal. The rest of him belongs to me." She gave a sly smile to the bearded man before her, and nodded in agreement. Deal. But inwardly, she thought, the bald one was right. What honor is there among monsters? We understand it better than anyone. If the bald one had killed me and shared my flesh, this one would have gotten scraps, if anything at all. But by taking out the bald man himself, he now holds all the power over me. He decides my share, and I have no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, back at the base, chaos was erupting over a new disappearance. Anyone see Carter Chen? Carter? You mean he's gone too? Elder Lee rushed over to question one of the gatekeepers. What's happening? We still haven't found Dylan Zhao, and now someone else has vanished? Growing more suspicious by the second, San's face hardened with frustration. Elder Lee turned to her. San, what are you up to? San replied, It's nothing. I'm just going to check around the factory to see if I can find any new clues. True to her word, San headed straight for the factory. As she scanned the area, her eyes suddenly fell upon something horrifying. There, in front of her, was a trash bin filled with human bone fragments and shredded, bloody clothing. A short while later, San had gathered everyone in the base. The man in black stared in horror at the grotesque pile of remains. Are you sure about this? Positive. These clothes. They belong to Carter Chen. And I recognize those shoes. Those are Dylan Zhao's. He was the only one in our entire settlement who wore that brand. At that moment, the red-haired woman began to panic, biting her hand in pure terror. It's happening. That bald one is still out there. They're digging through the remains I hid in the trash can. Meanwhile, San's suspicion toward the new girl grew. Inside and around the settlement, no one heard a thing, and there were no signs of a struggle. She spun around, her eyes locking onto the redhead's face. What did this all mean? Now, it seemed everything was about to come to light. The woman feigned terror, putting on an act of pure innocence. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? San's patience snapped. Someone dared to run wild inside her base. She lunged forward with the force of a hurricane. A deadly dagger strike shot towards the red-haired woman's slender frame. She let out a piercing scream of terror, but as a half-human, half-zombie, her abilities were extraordinary. Her fear was just an act. With a simple twist of her body, she effortlessly dodged San's kill shot. The dagger, thrown with blistering speed, slammed into a nearby tree, causing it to explode on impact. The redhead shot a venomous glare at San, gritting her teeth with a look of pure malice. As for San, her expression was ice cold, flexing her fingers as she stared down the half-human monster. In that moment, all suspicion fell squarely on the red-haired woman. The tension around her became thick enough to cut with a knife. She finally realized her cover was completely blown. Damn it, she thought. It's all over for me now. Her eyes darted to the side before she lunged at the man standing closest to her. From out of nowhere, she produced a small knife. She pressed the blade against the man's throat, her threat clear. Everybody freeze, or I'll kill him. San immediately yelled back. If you kill him, I swear you won't leave this place alive. But the woman didn't show a hint of fear. A little girl who's barely more than a child dares to make such empty threats? If I don't make it out of here alive today, I'll be sure to drag a few of you down with me. After a moment, with the man fully under her control, she dragged him out toward the main road. Give me his gun, now. Don't any of you move a muscle. If you so much as twitch, I'll slice right through his arteries. San and the others from the base followed them out. After snatching the gun from the man's grasp, the woman sent him flying with a vicious kick. The moment she had the weapon, she became a killer. She aimed at the downed man and fired relentlessly. After murdering her hostage, she made a break for it. San raised her own weapon and took aim, her expression like ice. San fired without hesitation. As the red-haired woman turned to flee, bullets ripped into vital areas of her body. At this point, her only thought was to escape. She had to keep running, pushing through the searing pain. Old Man Lee saw San spring into action and cried out, San, what are you doing? San snapped back, I'm taking a motorcycle to chase her down. But Old Man Lee rushed to her side, advising, No, let her go. We don't know if she has allies lurking nearby. To be safe, we need to lock down the base and bolster our defenses first. Sansan heard his words and saw the logic in them. You're right. She turned to the others and issued a new command. From this moment forward, all new survivors must be isolated in the safe room for quarantine. I'm leaving this side to you, Uncle. My grandfather still doesn't know the situation, so I have to get to Ye Cheng and sort things out. Old Man Li nodded with a proud smile. All right. Be careful on your journey, he thought to himself. I can't believe it. Little Sansan has really grown into a true leader. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong. The horde of plant-type monsters was beginning to run rampant, but as they swarmed forward, they were struck with terror. With a single devastating strike, Jiang Xiaoyong's tentacles obliterated every last one of them. Jiang Xiaoyong, working in sync with the flower car, barely needed to move. His tentacles alone were enough to annihilate the creatures. They no longer had to waste their energy like in the beginning. The tentacles now did all. After Zhang Shengze and Jiang Xiaoyong finished their assault, the two of them moved from corpse to corpse, dousing them in fuel. A moment later, a spark was lit, and the entire area erupted into a massive inferno. Jiang Xiaoyong's team watched, their eyes locked on the cleansing flames. He was still trembling in awe. Is this what safety feels like? He wondered. Or is this just the feeling of being completely overpowered? A notification then appeared in Jiang Xiaoyong's system. System mission in progress. Mission objective. Expand the community. Mission progress update. Independent settlement has successfully repelled one invader. Complete. Reward. Plus 10 evaluation points. Current evaluation points. 72. Reward. Plus 40 accumulation points. Current accumulation points. 193. Jiang Xiaoyong read the report with a satisfied smirk. It seems Zhang Qi and Sansan's group didn't let me down after all. Cutting back to the base, Jiang Xiaoyong's team finally returned. Everyone rushed out to joyfully welcome him. Brother Yang is back. You're finally back. The moment he arrived, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately questioned Old Han. Where is Sansan? Was there any trouble while I was gone? Old Han replied gravely. There was an incident. Over at the steel mill. San already deployed to provide support. It's not a total loss, only a few members were bitten, and San delivered all the inhibitors. Seeing the new people Jay Kang brought back, Old Han asked, and who are they? Jay began the introductions. They're survivors from the city across the way. He guided Professor He forward to speak with Old Han, saying, This is Professor He. He's a botany expert from the Institute of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Old Han was overjoyed to see another elder. A warm welcome to our base. Professor He gratefully returned the handshake. Thank you for having us. We are truly in your debt. Truly, we are incredibly grateful. Jay Kang then turned to Professor He with a friendly smile. Professor, this is just a temporary arrangement. In a few days, I'll escort everyone to the edge of the city forest. Hearing this, Professor He was surprised. The forest's edge? What for? Jay replied. To establish our third settlement. As he said this, he suddenly felt a prickle of unease nearby. He turned and saw San returning on her ATV. She waved happily. Jay, when did you get back? A moment later, San's expression turned serious as she reported to him. That's the situation. None of the new members can be trusted. At that, Professor He pointed to himself. What about us? Jay put on a relaxed face. It's fine, don't worry. I know your background. You're not the new members I'm worried about. Jay then whispered to San. This is good. San looked horrified. How is that possibly good news? Jay continued with a smirk. It means there are more rewards to be earned. How is that not good news? Right beside his hand, the system flashed a new mission notification. Nemesis of the Wicked. Mission requirement. Eliminate the threat. Reward. 120 accumulation points. New mission. Build Nemesis. Level 4. Mission requirement. Eliminate the threat in the west side and western suburbs. Reward. 120 accumulation points. The scene cuts back to the redhead, who had successfully escaped. Now, her body was utterly spent as she gasped for every breath. Exhausted, she leaned against a wall to rest, her large chest heaving. Just then, a strange sound echoed nearby. The weary redhead turned her head to look. It seemed her luck had finally run out. It was none other than her own teammates. The brown-haired woman was thrilled to see her. What's wrong? Abandoned by your new allies? The redhead frantically tried to talk her way out of it. This is just a misunderstanding. I had a plan. Don't be like this. But the brown-haired woman was ecstatic. Huh? You had a plan? A plan to nearly get us all killed, you mean? She then unleashed all her recent anger onto the redhead, roaring, Kill her! This mission may not have gone smoothly, but feasting on her and that bald guy will make it worth our while. But just as she finished speaking, the brown-haired woman suddenly coughed up a spray of crimson blood. Veins bulged across her face. She couldn't believe it. The person the bearded man had targeted was her. Staring at her own body, pierced by his throwing knife, the woman was overcome with shock, confusion, and terror. As blood poured from the wound, she couldn't accept that the teammate she trusted most could be the one to kill her. The brown-haired woman furiously turned to the bearded man and cursed him. "You bastard! Are you pulling this trick again?" He just smugly flashed a two-fingered V sign and wiggled it. "Huh, you got a problem? You should have died a long time ago." In excruciating pain, the brown-haired woman turned to the redhead and screamed, "Don't trust him. The last time I was injured, he used this same tactic to backstab the bald guy. He does it to guarantee he's the one who benefits the most. He'll betray you too, without a moment's hesitation." Taking in the brown-haired woman's last words, the redhead simply nodded, remaining silent. At that moment, with the blade still lodged in her chest, the brown-haired woman desperately began to make a scene. "Hey, I'm injured now too. You have the advantage. Don't kill me, kill her." "The one. We have. The situation we're in today. It's all her fault," the redhead screamed back. "You hypocrite. You're saying that about someone else, when you're just the same." Just then, the large, bearded man stroked his chin. All right, this is all just a misunderstanding. Let's not point fingers. However, your suggestion isn't entirely without merit." "Ha ha." A glimmer of hope appeared in the woman's eyes. "Right? We've been together for so long. We have some kind of bond, don't we? Am I really worth less than that bitch?" The redhead on the ground yelled out. "How am I any less than her? Anything she can do, I can do, too." Then suddenly, a wicked expression twisted the large man's face. He struck the brown-haired woman one more time and said in a dangerous voice, "But, what a shame. I prefer redheads." Instantly, the brown-haired woman's corpse collapsed onto the street. The big man now pointed at the redhead and repeated his earlier words. "Your wound. One arm, one leg. That's enough for you to recover. The rest belongs to me." The redhead nodded. "Yes, fine." The scene cuts back to Jay Kang's base, where everyone had quickly gathered in the meeting room. "Cannibals in the western suburbs, you say? Remember what happened with that other red-haired girl? She disguised herself to get inside and slaughtered several of our people." Jiang Xiaoyong then asked Li Cheng, "You must know a thing or two about these cannibals, right?" Li Cheng replied grimly, "Know about them? You could say I was one of them. While my mutation wasn't as severe as theirs, I have a pretty good idea of their basic nature. Cannibalism makes you lose your humanity, piece by piece. You become incredibly selfish, short-sighted, prone to wild rage, gluttony, and bloodlust." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, absorbing the grim information. He spoke again. "I see. They're every bit as dangerous as I thought. I'll have to head to the western suburbs, that's for sure. But for now, there are more urgent matters to attend to." Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Li Cheng and gave his orders. "I need you to keep a close watch on the steel mill. If anything you can't handle comes up, report it on the radio immediately." Li Cheng gave a firm nod. "Understood." 2 months later, on the rooftop of a tall building, a group of survivors huddled together. "What do we do? Should we leave?" That strange sound. It comes every night. And it's getting closer. Who knows what kind of monster is making it? We have to figure something out, or we're all going to die here. One young man spoke up, taking charge. "Pack up the food and daily supplies. We're relocating." A short while later, the group decided to abandon their base. One of them glanced around nervously. "Do we really have to leave at night? What if that monster finds us?" The leader explained. "If we travel during the day, the plant creatures are more active. You want to be torn apart by those things?" As if on cue, 4 plant creatures lunged at them from the darkness. A survivor screamed, "Watch out, plant creatures." Damn it, the noise was too loud. It drowned out their approach. We didn't hear them until they were right on top of us. At that moment, all they could do was run. One young man was cornered by a creature, but none of his comrades dared to stop and help. But the situation grew even more dire. The group was completely surrounded. "There are more on that side too. What do we do? There's nowhere left to run. Damn it. I told you we shouldn't have moved at night." Just then, a black-haired young man with a backpack pointed ahead and shouted, "There's still one path. Head towards the source of that sound." At this point, they had no other choice. And so, the group fled once more, filled with uncertainty. Are we running straight into our deaths? We're dead either way, so let's risk it. What if it's not a monster? What if it's the army coming to rescue us? On and on they ran. After a while, the exhausted group could run no further, stopping to catch their breath. That's when the black-haired man saw his leader staring ahead, completely stunned. What is that? The tree. Directly in front of them. suddenly began to move and expand. People scattered, screaming, "Watch out," as the massive tree came crashing down right toward the crowd. No one knew what caused it. But by some miracle, they all managed to dive out of the way. The group's leader peeked out from cover, a trunk this thick. What kind of monster could possibly take it down? Someone hiding behind a nearby tree hissed, "Be quiet, don't make a sound." That's when they saw them. A group up ahead with massive chainsaws, cutting down trees. They realized they were human. Someone was logging. Wait, those are people. The young man leading the team suddenly broke into a wide grin. He exclaimed, "It's Zhou Xingkai." His friend right behind him was still panicking. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhou Xingkai turned, finally spotting his old companion. "A Liang? You're still alive?" Seeing his old friend, A Liang was overjoyed. "What's your situation? How have you guys been?" Zhou Xingkai replied honestly. "We were rescued. We're living in the next city over now." Just then, the groans of zombies echoed nearby. A Liang was gripped by fear. "Run! The plant creatures are catching up." But this time, Zhou Xingkai was no longer the rookie who panicked. He just smirked and waved it off. "Hey now, it's just a horde of plant zombies, right? Nothing to be afraid of." Zhou Xingkai casually raised his radio. "Squad 2, we've encountered plant types. Repeat. Squad 2, we have contact with plant types." A Liang stared, completely baffled by his friend's calm command. "Huh? Just a bunch of plant types? How could he talk about them like that?" A voice crackled back from the radio. "Copy that." Zhao Xingkai then led his lumberjack team forward. He turned to the fleeing survivors and said, "Get over here, all of you. Just stay behind us." In an instant, the forces Zhou Xingkai had summoned arrived. They were decked out in heavy, durable armor from head to toe and carrying serious firepower. A Liang, Xingkai's friend, looked on as if he'd entered a whole new world. "This is insane. They have technology like this out here?" Right on cue, soldiers responsible for handling the plant creatures moved up, unleashing huge jets of fire to attack the horde. The creatures were bent on slaughter, but against the flames, the plant types were immediately brought under control. The creatures shrieked, their cries tearing through the air. Li Cheng was on the scene, coolly observing the situation. "To deal with these plant monsters now," he said. "We barely even need to lift a finger." A Liang, still new to all of this, turned to his friend, completely bewildered. "I can't believe you've gathered this much power. How did you guys even do it?" Zhou Xingkai crossed his arms and answered casually, "It's all thanks to leader Xiaoyong's team." A Liang was still intimidated by Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong. "Ah, and over there." But Zhou Xingkai immediately clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder to calm him down. "Don't be so tense. They're not monsters, they're our protectors. We're short on people right now, so I'll take you to meet our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong." Before long, Zhou Xingkai was leading A Liang's group back toward the base. As they passed through the base's agricultural zone, A Liang's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "This is insane. Are you guys farming inside a forest of these plant creatures?" Zhou Xingkai casually plucked a plant tuber from the ground and tossed it to his friend. "Here, give it a try." In A Liang's hand, the tuber looked like a living heart, its slight pulsing motion deeply unsettling. It was the first time A Liang had ever held such a grotesque thing. He yelped and threw it away. Zhou Xingkai quickly tried to calm him. "Whoa, don't freak out." A Liang spun around and demanded, "What is that thing?" Zhou Xingkai calmly explained. "At their core, these are still plant creatures, the same kind we've just recently discovered." A Liang was still confused. "You mean to tell me you've domesticated these things?" Zhou Xingkai elaborated. "Not only do they have a massive yield, they're also incredibly easy to harvest. They're the perfect crop." As Zhou Xingkai led them to meet Jiang Xiaoyong, his friend trailed closely behind and whispered, "Did you guys win the apocalypse lottery or something?" Zhou Xingkai gazed toward Jiang Xiaoyong, who stood just ahead. "It's all because of him," he said with conviction. "Our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong." Over on the other side, Jiang Xiaoyong was watching Elder He study the plant creatures. The old man held up a tuber and remarked, "A crop that can change its properties and state at any moment, all according to our will. This is something I never would have dared to imagine in the past." Jiang Xiaoyong extended his hand, letting a tentacle emerge from his palm. "If you have any other requests," he said, "you might as well tell me now." Elder He waved his hands dismissively. "No, no more. The harvesting process is already incredibly convenient." Jiang Xiaoyong stood up, surveying the landscape. "Good. The land reclamation is going smoothly. If any other plant creatures invade, Li Cheng is more than enough to handle them. The time has come for me to visit the cannibals in the western suburbs." The scene shifts to the city's western outskirts, where Jiang Xiaoyong had arrived in no time. This time, only Chen Chong accompanied him. Standing right beside his leader, Chen Chong sensed a sinister presence and immediately reported it. "We're being followed, and they're strong." Xiaoyong nodded. "Yes, I've already noticed. Their power is on par with Zhang Qi's group." Chen Chong lowered his voice. "What's the plan?" Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't afraid in the slightest. "What else? They're just an extra meal for you. It's the red-haired woman and that tall guy with the beard." The woman was practically vibrating with excitement at the sight of new arrivals. "A golden opportunity. This is perfect. I'm starving." Suddenly, the massive hand of her bearded companion clamped down on her shoulder. "Wait," she turned, annoyed. "What are you waiting for? Someone else will snatch them up." But the big man was far more cautious. He stared for a long moment before saying, "Someone else already has." It turned out they weren't the only predators here. A massive horde of men and women, an entire legion of them, had emerged. Armed with knives and other weapons, they blocked Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong's path. A black-haired woman at the front ran her tongue along her small knife. Her expression was vile. "Now this is top-grade quality I've never seen before." Her followers began to stir with excitement. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong, a frenzy erupted. "No way. Is he a purebred? Evolved? I've never seen one. Imagine how many levels we'll gain after eating his flesh. Hold on. What's that thing next to him?" The murmurs continued, now focusing their attention on Chen Chong. "Could that one have control-type abilities? This is perfect. If we eat him, we might absorb his powers. Then, our fight against that monster in the northern suburbs will be flawless." Perched on a nearby high-rise, the red-haired woman was practically jumping out of her skin. See? You waited, and now someone else has snatched our prize." The tall, bearded man, however, seemed unbothered. He just chuckled. "Haha, let's just watch the show for now. Let's see if this turns out good or bad for them." The red-haired woman whipped her head back toward the scene, and her bearded companion leaned forward to get a better look. Right before their eyes, Chen Chong unleashed hell upon the crowd. He launched himself forward at terrifying speeds, a whirlwind of blades and slaughter. Jiang Xiaoyong moved just as quickly, and the arrogant cannibals were instantly sliced into pieces. In that moment, the very same cannibals who boasted about devouring Jiang Xiaoyong were now scrambling for their lives. How is this possible? How can monsters this powerful exist? Run! They scattered in every direction. One man even trying to claw his way up a nearby wall in sheer terror. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped his blood-soaked blade tightly. A zombie was desperately scrambling up a nearby building. It clawed its way up with all its might. Just as it reached the floor of the red-haired woman, a hand shot out from above. The redhead shrieked, "You bastard! Don't you dare come this way! Are you trying to get me killed? Get lost!" Down below, Jiang Xiaoyong spotted a piece of concrete. He hefted a massive slab of it onto his shoulder. With a mighty heave, Jiang Xiaoyong launched the concrete block at the fleeing zombie. It soared through the air, aimed directly at its target. The zombie was startled for a moment, before the block smashed square into the middle of its back. The creature writhed in agony, unable to reach the rooftop. The force of Jiang Xiaoyong's throw was so immense, the concrete pierced straight through the wall. A shower of zombie blood splattered all over the red-haired woman and the bearded man. They trembled in absolute terror, too horrified to make a sound. From the street, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned a small knife. He grinned. "These guys are pretty tough. They must have variant cores." Up on the rooftop, the bearded man cautiously peered over the edge. He muttered to himself, "What in the hell was that?" The redhead glanced over, annoyed. "Are they gone yet?" The bearded man finally realized what she meant. "They're gone. Let's head down." Only after Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong had left did the two dare to venture downstairs. The man pointed at the corpses and said to the redhead, "They only ate 3 of the bodies. What about the rest?" The dead below looked like a grand feast for them. The redhead and the bearded man licked their lips with ravenous desire. "Does this mean all of this belongs to us now?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong were heading somewhere else. As they walked, Jiang Xiaoyong said, "Your appetite is a real problem, you know? How can you only manage to eat 3 people?" Chen Chong let out a huge burp and replied, "Burp, my body's only so big. How much do you expect me to eat?" As the two trudged down the road, a strange noise suddenly echoed from nearby. Jiang Xiaoyong's head snapped around instantly. He immediately summoned a cleaver and shifted his stance, facing the source of the sound. Not far off, a man holding a crossbow appeared. He quickly backed away, shouting loudly, "Take one more step forward and I'll shoot you dead." Jiang Xiaoyong could tell with a single glance. A normal human? The man was terrified. facing off against Chen Chong and Jiang Xiaoyong. He bit his lip and swallowed hard. At this, Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his guard slightly. He spoke softly, "Easy there, don't get excited." But the man was too far gone, consumed by the fear of this apocalyptic world. He raised his crossbow, trying to look fierce. "I told you to back off." An arrow shot towards Jiang Xiaoyong, but he didn't seem the least bit worried. He simply raised his hand and plucked the arrow from the air. The bookish-looking man's face filled with utter despair. How? How could his reflexes be fast enough to catch an arrow with his bare hands? Before he could process it, Jiang Xiaoyong moved like a blur, appearing right in front of him. The man didn't even have time to fire another bolt. He was completely frozen by this incredible speed. Jiang Xiaoyong snatched the crossbow from the pathetic man's hands. He now held the man's only weapon. He spoke firmly. "All right, everyone come on out. We aren't cannibals." It turned out, Jiang Xiaoyong had already sensed that there were many more people hiding here. Hearing his words, people began to emerge from their hiding spots in every corner. A woman slowly spoke up. "You too. What are you?" After a brief explanation, the survivors were still shaking. "So you're saying you found a way to fight back without eating people? That's wonderful." Jiang Xiaoyong had saved yet another group of survivors. Walking among them, he asked, "So, where were you all headed?" The man with glasses from before answered decisively. "There's the Zhifeng steel plant in the southern suburbs. They used to broadcast a radio signal to gather survivors. We were trying to get there. But then, the man with glasses turned and said, "Then again, we're just a group of normal people. We can't fight off an invasion of cannibals." Jiang Xiaoyong didn't reveal he was the master of that place. He just casually asked, "Oh, do you know a place that's even safer than the Zhifeng steel plant?" The man answered honestly, "There's a human community in the northern suburbs. They actively hunt cannibals. We were going to ask them for help." This was the first Jiang Xiaoyong had heard of it. "I can't believe a community like that actually exists." The man with glasses continued, "We only heard about it from other cannibals. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared risk going there." He then added, "They say the community's leader is an incredibly powerful master. Taking on 5 or 6 cannibals at once is as easy as flipping his hand. The safety of that entire place rests on his shoulders." Jiang Xiaoyong questioned this. "Rests entirely on him? There are at least 1,000 cannibals in the western suburbs alone. Can he really guarantee everyone's safety?" The man with the glasses stated confidently, "Most cannibals are lone wolves. It's very rare for them to form groups." The young man behind him cut in. "That's not right. I saw them with my own eyes. The cannibals are gathering. It looked like they were plotting something." Hearing this, the man in glasses shot him a look of pure disgust. "I told you. Your mind has been unstable lately. You're probably confusing your nightmares with reality. Whenever cannibals gather, they always end up fighting each other. If they didn't, I wouldn't have been bold enough to survive this long." The man in glasses turned to Jiang Xiaoyong. "Get a grip. Don't listen to him. He only wants to go to the Shifeng steel mill because he thinks his brother is there." After speaking to Jiang Xiaoyong, he turned back to lash out at the kid. "How many times do I have to say it? The chances of your brother being alive are practically zero. If we go there, we'll all die sooner or later. You think the Zhifeng mill can actually stop the cannibals? For all we know, they are the cannibals there." Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly agreed with the man's assessment. "You're right about that. The original leaders of the Shifeng steel mill were indeed 2 cannibals." Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong's confirmation, both men were stunned. "What did you say?" Jiang Xiaoyong continued. "But they've already been killed. What's your brother's name? Maybe I know him." At these words, the young man's eyes filled with tears. "My brother. His name is Li Cheng. He was a police assistant. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha, what a coincidence. I'm actually pretty close with Li Cheng." The young man was ecstatic. "Are you serious?" Jiang Xiaoyong told him the truth. "He's at the Shifeng mill right now, helping me manage the farmland." The boy's face lit up with joy, then confusion over Jiang Xiaoyong's words. "Farmland? You mean you've even restored agricultural production? This is great. I told you. We absolutely have to go to the Zhifeng mill." But the man in glasses suddenly became hostile. "Who are you? I don't believe in a coincidence like this. Spit it out. Are you trying to lure us there, just to kill and eat us? In this day and age, you can't tell friend from foe." The accusation gave Jiang Xiaoyong a headache. He just shook his head. "If I wanted to kill you, would I really need to trick you?" The moment he finished speaking, a gunshot suddenly rang out, whizzing right past Jiang Xiaoyong. He saw the bullet strike the pavement. As Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over, the man in glasses spun around furiously, yelling at his subordinate. "What was that for? The goon, holding a pistol, stammered, "Sorry, so sorry." My hand slipped. It was an accident, but that single, careless shot had attracted unwanted attention. In the distance, the loud roars of zombies echoed. The man in glasses said urgently, "This is bad." The cannibals heard the gunshot. He immediately ordered everyone to get inside. "Everyone, hide, now." The man in glasses turned to Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong with a worried look. "Hey, get over here. Do you have a death wish? Even with some skill, you can't possibly take on an entire horde of those cannibals." Jiang Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm. "Didn't you say that when the cannibals gather, they just fight amongst themselves?" The man in glasses roared back. "Only after they've killed you. Then they'll start fighting over the prize." Seeing that his words were useless, the man lost all patience and turned to run inside. "If you won't hide, that's your problem. I'm done with you." And just like that, the man in glasses fled inside with the rest of his group. He looked up at the others. "Quick, get into a room and lock all the doors." A young man on the upper level spotted a way to the second floor. The man in glasses urged, "Go. The deeper, the better. Hurry up, we're out of time." And so, everyone managed to evacuate into a single room. The man in glasses leaned his back against the wall, muttering to himself, "I just hope that guy doesn't sell us out." Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Xiaoyong was facing the cannibals head-on. More and more of them began to gather, surrounding Jiang Xiaoyong. A lively chatter started among the horde. "Why is there only one of him? Did you guys start eating without the rest of us?" The one next to him snapped. "Nonsense. I just got here myself." A female cannibal at the front bared her sharp teeth, a twisted smirk on her face. "But can't you all tell? This one isn't your average meal. Eating him would be like feasting on a dozen normal survivors. Ha ha ha." From the room above, the group tried to watch what was happening below. The young man with the bowl cut crept closer to the man in glasses. "What's going on out there?" The man in glasses watched carefully before answering. "Nearly 10 of them have gathered, and more cannibals are still on their way." Sweat poured down his face. "That kid is finished. There won't even be any bones left." Down below, one of the cannibals lunged towards Jiang Xiaoyong. "I can't wait any longer. The first kill is mine." But Jiang Xiaoyong didn't rush. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the head of his attacker flying. The creature's massive body collapsed to the ground, while Jiang Xiaoyong's face remained in a motionless mask. The other cannibals stared, their jaws hanging open. So fast, they were frozen in place, not daring to make a move. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to them. "Let's save some time. Come at me all at once." His words ignited their fury. They swarmed him in a writhing mass. They screamed, "You dare look down on us? Let's kill him first." Jiang Xiaoyong glanced back at Chen Chong. "They're all yours. Go burn off some more energy. You'll get a bigger meal later." Chen Chong simply nodded. "Understood." As Jiang Xiaoyong bent down to pick up a weapon, a cannibal lunged from behind, aiming to take a bite out of his backside. But in a flash, Jiang Xiaoyong launched himself high into the air, causing the attacker to lose its balance and slam face first into the dirt. From a window above, the man in glasses watched Jiang Xiaoyong's every move. He looked up in disbelief. Damn, how can he jump that high? Jiang Xiaoyong landed effortlessly on the high-rise's railing. He gazed down upon the swarm of flesh-eating monsters. The man in glasses couldn't stop trembling. What is this kid? A monster? Down below, the cannibals felt a new wave of fear. His physical prowess, it's even greater than mine. They realized Jiang Xiaoyong was on another level, and they scattered in a panic. He's a monster. We can't possibly fight him. Everyone, run! Just then, a beam of light shot past the head of a fleeing cannibal. In a split second, the top third of its skull vanished. The nearby cannibals screamed, witnessing the horrifying scene. Jiang Xiaoyong casually propped his foot on the railing. After taking the shot, he spoke. "I'm not letting a single one of you leave here alive, unless you can defeat him." From his perch, he pointed down at Chen Chong. Chen Chong felt the weight of that gesture. He looked up at Jiang Xiaoyong, feeling a hint of apprehension. This is a heavy burden. At that moment, he was completely surrounded by the cannibal horde. Seeing their new target on the ground, the creatures focused their rage. "Forget the other one. Let's tear this one apart first." At that moment, Chen Chong's instincts awakened. A surge of annoyance washed over him as he faced his numerous opponents. He moved with a smooth, deadly grace. His hardened, razor-sharp hands pierced through the charging cannibals, one after another. Chen Chong fought like a seasoned warrior, even flipping into a handstand to unleash a devastating series of spinning kicks. Soon, the cannibals were drenched in blood, their bloodlust turning into stark terror of Chen Chong. Impossible. This one is unbeatable too? coordinating with Chen Chong from above. Jiang Xiaoyong's aim was flawless. He fired relentless beams of light that tore through the heads of the undead below. From his room, the leader with the glasses watched the battle unfold, his eyes wide with amazement. He murmured, "Just the two of them. Are they actually wiping out an entire horde of cannibals by themselves?" Down below, Jiang Xiaoyong stood on the railing, holding his weapon high as he called out, "It's safe now. Come on out." Sensing the danger had passed, the man in glasses cautiously led his people out to meet Jiang Xiaoyong. Oh my god. What happened here? The group was utterly stunned by the scene of carnage. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong leaped from the building's ledge, landing safely on the ground. The man in glasses immediately spoke up. We've discussed it. We want to pledge ourselves to Zifeng. Will you accept us?" Jiang Xiaoyong's reply was swift. "Fine. But first, I have to go to that concentration area in the northern suburbs you told me about." Hearing this, the survivors looked at each other in shock and fear. "Why would you want to go there?" Jiang Xiaoyong stepped closer to the group, explaining in detail, "I'm going to confirm if the people you spoke of need." His voice suddenly dropped, his expression turning cold as ice. Jiang Xiaoyong finished his sentence with chilling emphasis. "Hi. To be eliminated." Leaving Jiang Xiaoyong's story for a moment, we shift to a fortified factory shelter. From a distance, a frenzied horde of cannibals can be seen pounding on the gates. As soon as the guards spotted the unusual activity, they shouted a warning to everyone inside. "Enemy attack. We're under attack." A guard with keen eyes scanned the horde and yelled his report. "7 of them. There are 7 cannibals. What's the plan?" Before anyone could grasp the situation, a mysterious figure strode forward without a hint of hesitation. It was a powerfully built man with a thick beard, and he was walking straight towards the guard post. The men following him immediately called out his name, Brother Feng. From the other side, a young woman with a worried face rushed forward, opening her mouth to warn him. "Dad, this is insane, even for you." He ignored his daughter's pleas, turning to the others with an ice-cold command. "Seal the gates, let nothing in, and no one out." One of the guards immediately snapped to attention, not daring to object. "Why, yes, sir." With his people's safety secured, he didn't hesitate for a second, launching himself over the edge. His daughter watched in terror, her desperate pleas echoing from above. "Dad, be careful." In an instant, Zhao Feng landed with the impact of a meteor. The flesh-eating ghouls weren't intimidated by his arrival. Instead, a twisted excitement filled the air. One of them let out a chilling, mocking laugh. Another snarled with absolute confidence, "Kill him, and all the fresh meat in that camp is ours." With that, the pack surged forward as one. But as the battle began, Zhao Feng's entire demeanor shifted. A sinister red light ignited within his eyes. Veins of raw muscle began to bulge and crawl across his skin. In moments, his entire body was encased in a shell of grotesque, dark red flesh. At the same time, razor-sharp fangs erupted from the pulsating armor. But it wasn't just teeth. Writhing maws, emitting guttural moans, began to form all over his body. When the transformation was complete, his overwhelming presence sent a wave of primal fear through the ghouls. They were utterly speechless. Before them stood a true, hulking monster. Staring at the beast, one of the ghouls trembled, asking itself, "So, this is his true power?" Another just scoffed. "Look at him. He's even more twisted than we are." But that couldn't stop their own monstrous hunger. Their courage returned in an instant, and with a unified war cry, they charged, determined to tear him apart. They unleashed a coordinated assault, hammering the monstrous Zhao Feng with a storm of blows. It was a relentless barrage of fists and kicks. They swarmed him, giving him no room to breathe. For a split second, it looked like they had the upper hand, but in the next instant, they were torn limb from limb. Some died before they even realized what hit them. A single attack from Zhao Feng had utterly devastated their ranks. The survivors scrambled back, their initial assault completely shattered. Sensing their fear, the monstrous Zhao Feng let out a terrifying roar and unleashed the full extent of his power. The battle was over before it truly began. Bodies of the flesh-eaters littered the ground, with only Zhao Feng left standing. From the shelter, someone cried out, "He won! The flesh-eaters are all dead." But Feng is on his last legs. They had been powerless to help him during the fight. But their eyes had been glued to the battle, not missing a single, heart-stopping second. Now that it was over, one of them asked nervously, "Is he going to be okay if we just leave him out there?" The guard who had taken his orders, though filled with concern, could only answer grimly, "We have no choice." In that state, he can't control himself. Ordering us to stay put was his way of protecting us. Meanwhile, his daughter stared at the unmoving figure, tears streaming down her face as she whispered his name. "Dad, Seeing that the immediate threat was gone, someone in the crowd offered a desperate idea. A man in a blue shirt suddenly spoke up. "He's not moving. If we don't help him, he can't consume the ghouls' corpses. He'll die out there." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. "Open the gate. We're willing to risk it. Yeah, open the gate." Seeing everyone so desperate to save her father, the daughter's tears flowed freely. But through them, she gave a soft, grateful smile. "Everyone," she whispered. The gatekeeper, seeing their unwavering resolve, made his decision. Answering their cries, he declared, "If you're all willing to face the danger, then so be it." True to his word, the gates creaked open. One by one, the survivors rushed out, heading straight for Zhao Feng's motionless form. Seeing these defenseless people running toward certain death, he roared with what little strength he had left. "What are you doing? Get back. Now." But thankfully, they weren't charging in blindly. Instead of approaching Zhao Feng directly, they scattered, gathering the corpses of the fallen ghouls. One of them yelled back, "We can't just let you die out here." The guard, dragging a corpse, quickly added his voice. "He's right. If you die, we're not going to last much longer anyway." Acting with practiced caution, he hurled one of the bodies toward Zhao Feng, warning the others, "Don't get too close. Just throw them from here." As the scent of blood reached him, the maws on his body stirred with renewed energy, latching onto the corpse and greedily devouring it whole. The onlookers reeled back, overcome by a wave of pure disgust. This sight was just sickening. Spotting someone getting too close, a survivor yelled out a warning. "Hey, watch out. You trying to get yourself killed?" While they were preoccupied with feeding Zhao Feng from a distance, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, silently observing their every move. The group remained completely unaware. Someone even suggested, "Just toss it from here. You might get caught in the crossfire." It was the cannibals. Though a few had been taken down, the rest still swarmed the area like flies drawn to death. One of them sneered in disgust. "Huh? This monster looks like it's been through the ringer." The bald brute beside him answered, "Looks like it just had a nasty fight with some of our own." The sight of fresh human meat made him drool uncontrollably. He laughed with glee. "Ha ha, our comrades softened him up for us. What a lucky break." It didn't take long for the survivors in the compound to notice their presence. With fear in their eyes, one survivor whispered, "There are more of them?" The man beside him asked in a panic, "What do we do now?" With no other choice, they armed themselves, ready to face the savage flesh-eaters. The gatekeeper told the others, "Right now, Mr. Feng isn't fully recovered. I'm afraid he's no match for these monsters. It's our turn to protect him." Meanwhile, back with Xiaoyong's group, he and the survivors he'd just rescued were heading toward the next safe zone. Based on his senses, Xiaoyong noted, "The group you mentioned, they're clearly not your average survivors. There are definitely fewer flesh-eaters in the northern suburbs." The man in glasses recognized their surroundings and spoke up. "I know this area. Our destination can't be far from here." Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed in the distance. He immediately asked, "Gunshots?" Xiaoyong turned and replied, "The shots are less than a kilometer away. Looks like we're almost there." Back at the survivor compound, the tides of battle were turning against them. It was a hopelessly one-sided fight. One by one, the survivors were slaughtered like lambs led to the chopping block. Watching her friends fall, the woman in the suit raised her weapon and unleashed a spray of lead at the flesh-eaters. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "You bastards! I'll take you all down with me." Spotting his new prey, one of the cannibals lunged forward. He taunted her with a sickening grin. "My, your flesh looks so tender." With a single swipe, he knocked the gun from her hands. His eyes glowed with a vile, beastly hunger. He slowly reached for her, his voice dripping with malice. "Let's see what you can do now." But before he could touch her, an arm slammed into him from the side. In the blink of an eye, the cannibal was split clean in two. His upper and lower body landed in different places. A surge of strength coursed through Zhao Feng, and his presence became overwhelming. But the force of the blow had also injured the woman. Seeing this, the other cannibals roared a warning to their allies. "Damn it, the monster can still fight back. Take him down first." With that, he and his comrades charged forward. They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Zhao Feng. Seeing her father being swarmed like this, the daughter's heart broke. She screamed out, "Dad!" A nearby survivor saw their chance and yelled to her, "We can't stay here. Come with me, let's escape." But Zhao Feng was already at his limit. He couldn't hold out much longer. After taking a beating, he grew pale and weak once more. Just as the cannibals thought victory was theirs, something appeared high above them. A massive boulder came hurtling down toward them, but instead of crushing them, it landed right in front of Zhao Feng. The impact instantly crushed several of the attackers. Witnessing this impossible sight, The cannibals screamed in terror. What the hell was that? As Xiaoyong's presence became known, everyone fell silent. The gatekeeper in the hat asked cautiously, "Another group of flesh-eaters?" Someone beside him quickly disagreed. "No, that's not right." Though he wasn't attacking them, his eyes scanned the newcomers with judgment. "That monster is obviously not a cannibal. How can you be so sure? For all we know, this monstrous form is what all flesh-eaters eventually become, a monster, a demon." Xiaoyong, standing to the side, had to stifle a laugh at the man's wild accusations. Meanwhile, the remaining cannibals stared in shock, whispering amongst themselves, "Is he one of us?" "No," another replied. "He doesn't have the scent of our kind. A pureblood evolved? Is that even possible?" Wasting no more time, Xiaoyong pointed forward and commanded, "Go, Xiangjia." The man didn't object, but he couldn't help but grumble about the dirty work, always leaving the heavy lifting to me. With that, Xiangjia unleashed his power, charging headfirst into the enemy mob. Still seeing him as just some scrub, they charged forward without a second thought, their mouths running with arrogance. "Just a weak zombie. I've killed countless of your kind." But without a word, Qiangjia slammed his foot down, instantly sending the first man to his grave. The gatekeeper, watching from the side, trembled in fear. What kind of monster is that strong? He wondered. He's even stronger than Mr. Feng. Just then, the group with the man in glasses finally caught up, immediately trying to calm the situation. "Don't worry, they're elite masters from the southern outskirts." Hearing this, the gatekeeper was stunned and had to ask again, "The southern outskirts? We all thought Mr. Feng was the strongest person left in this chaotic world." Meanwhile, as the cannibals were getting thrashed by Qiangjia, one of them seethed with frustration. What is with this zombie? How can he be so absurdly strong? But they were no strangers to dirty tricks. Their leader smirked and rallied the others. "It's fine, don't be afraid. If we all charge together, we can definitely take him down." Thinking it was a solid plan, another one quickly agreed, "Right." But a moment later, not a single one of them had moved an inch. The awkward standoff quickly devolved into infighting as they turned on each other. "You go. You charge in first. I'll be right behind you." The others saw their chance and immediately lunged for Xiaoyong. "If you're going to fight amongst yourselves, then I'm done pretending. That pure-blooded evolved is mine. Damn you." As they rushed toward him, his expression never changed. Instead, his eyes widened, carefully watching their every move. He slowly raised his hand and, using only his momentum, pierced straight through the cannibal's body. Fresh blood spewed from the man's mouth. Without a shred of mercy, he then split the man in two, freezing the others in sheer terror. Realizing their opponent was on a whole other level, they turned to flee for their lives. "Is that other one even stronger? This is bad. We're no match for them. Run." But Xiaoyong was a man of few words and many actions. He stretched out his hand, launching silken threads toward them. In the blink of an eye, every last one of them was turned into a human skewer. With Xiaoyong's help, the cannibals were wiped out in an instant. The gatekeeper, witnessing the display, turned pale with fright. "A demon. He's a demon." The older man with glasses had to keep reassuring him. "Don't be scared, they're on our side." But suddenly, Zhao Feng raised one of his tentacles and, a second later, launched an attack straight at Xiaoyong. He was caught completely off guard. Seeing another enemy he hadn't dealt with, he scowled in Zhao Feng's direction. Looking at the wound on his own arm, he asked the group, "What is this thing?" Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed his own tentacles toward Zhao Feng. In an instant, the creature was tightly bound, the two sets of tentacles twisting together in a grotesque dance. Even Xiaoyong seemed disgusted. "This thing is hideous," he muttered. With a powerful roar, he swung Zhao Feng, planning to finish him in one move. Can he survive that fall? The girl from earlier, seeing him in peril, suddenly jumped out and screamed, "Father, don't." Puzzled by this, he paused for a second and looked over at her. The girl dropped to her knees, begging him desperately, "Please, I'm begging you, please spare him." Xiaoyong glanced at the writhing mass he had captured and asked to be sure, "Spare him? Who? This bizarre pile of flesh? What?" The girl quickly replied, "Yes, he's my father. He only attacked you because he's lost control right now. I'm begging you, please don't kill him." Hearing her plea, Xiaoyong slowly retracted his tentacles, wondering to himself, "Oh, it's already twisted into this state. When can it really return to human form?" After listening to their suggestion, he took the two trophies from his earlier kills. He tossed them toward Zhao Feng and asked, "So, this is all I have to do?" As before, the mouth on Zhao Feng's body began to greedily devour the offerings. Witnessing the scene left both Xiaoyong and Qiangjia utterly disgusted. Chongjia turned to tease his friend. Hey, you have some nerve. When you eat, you don't look much better than that thing. Once the gatekeeper was sure everything was safe, he spoke to Xiaoyong. Sir, please, follow us into the settlement. As for Mr. Feng, it's best to just leave him out here for now. The settlement was sparse, with only a few refugees scattered about. But the moment they saw Xiaoyong, they all dropped to their knees without hesitation. They all shouted in unison, "It's our savior! We're so lucky you showed up. Otherwise, Mr. Feng and all of us would have died today." Xiaoyong, without any courtesy, replied coldly, "It was nothing. A trivial matter. How long has your settlement been established, and what exactly is the deal with Mr. Feng out there?" The daughter stepped forward to answer, "My father. He's a flesh-form mimic infectee." That answer only made Xiaoyong more curious, and he asked, "A flesh-form mimic? What is that?" Xiaoping's face grew dark with fear as she began to explain, "It's a miraculous, but incredibly dangerous type of creature." She frowned, her mind flashing back to when the bizarre organism was first discovered on a wild animal. At first, everyone assumed it was just some new pathogen, but after cultivating it, we were stunned by what we found. In the past, Xiaoping had once pointed to the sky, shouting with excitement, "Oh my God, this thing, this thing!" The strange organism in the lab gradually transformed into multiple shapes. It could become any type of tissue. This life form could perfectly mimic any cell it consumed. And it didn't just copy the appearance. It enhanced the cell's function and properties, making it superior. Her voice trembled with sorrow as she recounted the moment the disaster began. Breaking all ethical codes, my professor decided to evade oversight and secretly began human trials. Back then, we were all ecstatic with the results of that first experiment. In less than a week, the patient's cancer cells had been almost completely eradicated. My God. We've discovered the God cell. Xiaoping stood straight, painfully reliving every detail of the story. By then, disaster had already struck City M, and chaos was erupting in City S. Refugees from the surrounding cities began flooding in. At the time, we believed the God cell was the key to solving this catastrophe. The girl's voice grew heavy with regret. But we never imagined that the so-called key was, in fact, the plague itself. Xiaoyong suddenly cut in, his eyes sharp with understanding. Let me guess. The tissues that were supposed to be stable started going out of control, didn't they? She lowered her gaze and slowly nodded. Yes. A horrifying image burned in Xiaoping's mind. The mimetic flesh would not stop its relentless assimilation until every last cell of the host was completely replaced. The infected would gradually lose their humanity, replaced by the primal instinct of the mimetic flesh. She remembered the rotting bodies, and how they would become incredibly agitated. Worse, they started developing an aggressive impulse, an uncontrollable urge to infect more people. And as time passed, the mimetic flesh would slowly forget the host's structural information. In the end, it would collapse into a shapeless, horrifying pile of meat. The helplessness of that moment was still seared into her memory. She recalled standing frozen, watching an entity slowly wither and decay. Once it loses its overall stability, it also loses all mobility. The final result was withering away from nutrient exhaustion. Xiaoping's voice rose with urgency. That's why, while they still maintain a human form, they desperately gather together. This behavior created their final destination, and it's the very reason this city is slowly drowning in a sea of flesh. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the air, challenging Xiaoyong. And now, you're one of them. Confused, Xiaoyong glanced towards the source of the voice. Zhao Feng was slowly walking toward them. He looked at Xiaoyong with dead serious eyes. The wound on your body, was that from my attack? Cheers erupted from the others. Dad! Brother Feng! He looked at the bleeding scratch on his own arm and answered honestly. Yes. The man heard this, shook his head, and let out a long sigh. In that case, you don't have much time left. Xiaoyong casually dropped his arm and reassured everyone. If it's me, you don't have to worry. I've already purged his mimetic flesh from my system. Zhao Feng shouted in utter disbelief. How is that possible? Xiaoyong smirked, a triumphant gleam in his eye as he explained to the stunned crowd. My body and immune system are dozens of times stronger than a normal person's. Of course, my resistance is on another level. He held out his hand, revealing young shoots emerging from within his skin. Xiaoyong spread his arms wide, showing off the monstrous plants he commanded to everyone. My body coexists with a life form that is far more wondrous and far more lethal. Everyone stared, their mouths agape in pure shock. He retracted his biological weapons, and then a realization hit him. He shouted, Hey! If the mimetic flesh has such a powerful replication ability, doesn't that mean it could be trained to respond to specific commands? Xiaoyong quickly reached out to Zhao Feng, urging him, "Come on, give it to me. I want to try and tame this thing." He squeezed a few drops of his blood onto the sample Zhao Feng handed over. The slimy mass squirmed constantly, then suddenly began to writhe violently, stubbornly rejecting Xiaoyong's control. Zhao Feng asked urgently, "What's happening?" Xiaoyong frowned, annoyed, and reported back to Zhao Feng. "It's no good. This thing refuses control. The second it fuses, it immediately begins an invasion. I had no choice but to kill it all." He shot a suspicious glance at Zhao Feng. "So how do you control them?" Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow, calmly delivering an answer that stunned Xiaoyong. "I don't control them. I am them. Right now, all the tissue in my body is made of mimetic flesh. From a biological standpoint, I stopped being human a long time ago." Xiaoyong asked, full of doubt. "Oh? If that's the case, how are you still able to maintain your human form?" Zhao Feng clenched his fist, his voice heavy. "My humanity has been gone for a long time now. What keeps me going is a sense of duty, relying on logic and the neural data inside my head. I'm sure I haven't lost it all. That's why I can still think as Zhu Zhaofeng, to fight back against the instincts of this mimic flesh. But I can feel it. What little reason I have left is slowly fading away. Soon, I fear I won't even be able to maintain my human form." His voice suddenly turned desperate as he pleaded with Xiaoyong. "I'm begging you, please protect Xiaoping and the other survivors for me. I will give my all and do anything you ask, for as long as my sanity holds out." Hearing this, Xiaoping's heart broke, and she began to cry. Whoosh! A system panel suddenly appeared before him, revealing information on 2 new types of disasters and unlocking the disaster collector quest chain. Xiaoyong's eyes widened. "A new quest chain?" he thought, as the system lit up again. The mission: investigate all disaster types with full force. Mission progress: superphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa. Reward: 300 points. He carefully read the system's text, putting the pieces together. The superphage virus, that must be the zombie plague in City M. Adaptive spores, that has to be the plant life from City F. So what about the mimic protozoa? It must be the mimic flesh these guys were talking about. Xiaoyong made a quick decision. "I'll go with you." Zhao Feng looked back, confused. "Go with me? But why?" he replied with a casual shrug. "No reason. I'm just curious." But Zhao Feng still hesitated, glancing at the survivors. "What about them?" Xiaoyong simply pulled out his phone and made a call. "That's simple enough. Hello, Zhu Cheng. Got anyone who isn't busy lately?" That very night, the survivors' faces went pale with terror at the sight of what stood before their door. It was the shadow of a beast, walking in alongside a small child. Zhao Feng stared in disbelief, shouting, "What is this? What kind of monster is that?" The monster growled, but the boy cheered excitedly. "Uncle Xiaoyong! Uncle Xiaoyong!" Xiaoyong stared at the beastly figure, bewildered. "Zhang Shengze, why did you bring your son out here? Does his mom even know about this?" The boy flexed his surprisingly toned arm, shouting with pride, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyong, I'm not some normal kid anymore. Just watch, I'll show you how strong I am." Xiaoyong could only look on, utterly confused. "Huh?" The boy suddenly turned, his voice dripping with scorn for those in the shadows. "All right, you've followed us this whole time. Come on out, or we're coming in to get you." Out of the silence, figures emerged from the darkness, panicking. "What? He found us?" The cannibals cracked their knuckles, smirking. "So, this must be the famous stronghold everyone talks about, huh? Let's see what kind of master it takes for all of us to have to team up against him." One of them pointed a finger straight at Shengze, shouting arrogantly, "I'm talking to you." The cannibal sneered at Shengze. "I heard you're the one who can take on several of our new humans alone, is that right?" Shengze immediately pointed to himself, trying to explain the situation to the hostile group. "I'm not from this area. I just got here. I have no idea what you're talking about." The man in the hat turned to Zhao Feng, confused. "What's going on?" Zhao Feng sighed, whispering back, "They've mistaken him for me." But the cannibals grew even more excited, raising their fists. "A fight's coming one way or another. Let's use our numbers and take him down right now." But the little boy suddenly stepped forward. "Dad, wait. Don't move. Let me handle this," he said, stopping Shengze. His father simply warned, "Be careful. Don't get cocky." The cannibals saw an easy meal and charged the boy, but he suddenly whipped out a pistol, taunting them with a fierce grin. "Bring it on." He squeezed the trigger, firing the first shot. The bullet streaked toward the monsters. One of them dodged with contemptuous ease, then glared at the boy. He mocked him with a sneer. "We aren't afraid of guns. Don't you know how fast we are? A normal human like you could never keep up." But his laughter died in his throat as the bullet slammed precisely into his bicep. The boy ejected the empty clip and slammed a new one in. He looked up, a confident smirk on his face. "Who said I was normal?" A hail of bullets erupted from his gun at a terrifying speed. One of the cannibals lunged from behind him, screaming, "You arrogant little brat!" But his fist only slammed into the hard-packed dirt. In a flash, the boy leaped onto the attacker's back and pressed the muzzle of his gun to the monster's head. A deafening blast echoed, a fatal shot that ended him instantly. The man in the hat stared in absolute shock. Who is that kid? How can he possess such incredible skill? Even in the heat of battle, the boy stayed focused, dodging every strike. But then he cried out in alarm, "This is bad. I can't dodge this one. I'm gonna get hit." But the very instant he touched the boy, a massive tentacle violently erupted through his chest. Sheng Tie stood menacingly behind them, hoisting the man into the air as he screamed in agony. The onlookers could only gasp in horror. What are these people? Are they all monsters? The cannibal leader roared, on high alert. What is this? This guy is way more dangerous than the rumors. With that, he commanded his men to attack. Let's all rush him and see how many tentacles he really has. Once he's down, the rest will be nothing but snacks. Sheng Tie simply raised his hand, aiming it toward the oncoming horde. In a flash, his tendrils sharpened into deadly blades, slicing through them amidst their blood-curdling screams. The group walked out to a mountain of corpses, muttering, "This is just insane." The young boy suddenly looked up at Xiaoyong, eager to show off. "Uncle Xiaoyong, how did I do? Was my power impressive?" He gently ruffled the boy's hair and praised him. "Taking on a few cannibals seems like no problem for you. It's clear you've trained hard all this time, all thanks to that special field Uncle Xiaoyong created. Everyone who's eaten the crops from that field has gotten noticeably stronger." Just then, something caught Xiaoyong's eye, and he hummed with interest. Interesting, he thought. The crops from the fibrosis field are still fundamentally plants, even if they're not as potent as the wild hunter plants in S City, but they certainly contain evolutionary energy. This is an unexpected, but welcome, harvest. The boy pointed in another direction, asking with curiosity, "Uncle Xiaoyong, what's going on over there?" Xiaoyong glanced in the direction the boy pointed and started to explain. "Looking at the current disaster, I'm starting to form a rough idea of a future dominated by plant-type zombies. And then there's this man." Xiaoyong stood before Zhao Feng, explaining his unique condition, a life form they had named Mimic Flesh. He was lost in his own thoughts. It seems every disaster zone gives rise to its own unique and specialized horrors. I wonder what kind of enemies we'll have to face next. In another part of the city, an army of monsters was relentlessly trying to breach the stronghold. The city's defenders screamed in panic. "We can't hold them back any longer. There are too many of them. Open the side gates and run. Save whoever you can." Suddenly, high-powered tanks roared out to confront the beasts head-on. One of the tanks screeched to a sudden halt as several monsters leaped out, blocking its path. A person inside screamed in pure panic, "No, please, don't leave me." The frenzied beasts swarmed the screaming man in an instant, tearing him to pieces. Xiaoyong walked down a corridor with a grim expression. "It's not a problem. I have them watching over this place for me. 20 or 30 cannibals can't possibly pose a threat." Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he snapped his head around in surprise. Xiaoyong pointed to a man tightly bound in ropes and guessed, "That man there, he's a cannibal, right?" Zhao Feng answered frankly, "Ah, yes. He's the one I use to identify people infected with the mimic flesh. I discovered by accident that a starving cannibal develops an overwhelming desire to eat those infected by mimic flesh. Not everyone can resist its nature like I can. We are far more dangerous than any cannibal." His eyes remained fixed on the man inside as he continued explaining. "We don't reveal ourselves. We spread the infection in secret. We infect healthy people, which is why we need him to tell them apart." The bound man suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke, his voice dripping with venom. "Today, you won't need to use your little tricks. I'll tell you myself who the infected one is." Everyone was stunned into silence by his words. He then asked with a twisted grin, "I'm very curious. You've already lost your humanity, so will you even feel pain when you lose your daughter?" Zhao Feng frowned, a cold chill running down his spine at the question. "What did you just say?" he demanded, his voice seething with rage. The man only continued to taunt him. "The daughter you risked your life to protect is already infected with mimic flesh. As for who infected her, I don't think I need to say any more. Do I? Xiaoping looked down in fear at her own arm as the corruption began to worsen. At that moment, Xiaoyong quickly put a hand on Zhao Feng to calm him. Easy. He looked toward his daughter with a dark expression. The thing that makes me despair is that I am completely, utterly calm. He wanted to scream in agony, but his voice was unnervingly steady. Zhao Ping is infected. My heart should be in turmoil, but there's nothing. I think the person known as Zhu Zhaofeng has finally reached his end. He stood up decisively. It's time to dive into the sea of flesh. Zhao Feng then turned to Xiaoyong, his gaze sharp and calculating. Brother Xiaoyong. Although I can no longer empathize with my former self, I still believe in finishing what I start. I'm begging you. If you can eliminate the mimic flesh from your own body, is it possible you can do the same for Xiaoping? He quickly shook his head, explaining honestly, that's not realistic. After all, I can't use my own immune system to help someone else. He bowed his head, his voice full of despair. Is that right? Then, I guess this is it. The man in the hat frantically grabbed her arm, demanding answers. Hyo Bin, are you going to end up like Feng? Are you going to slowly turn into one of them? Hyo Bin offered a sad smile, trying to calm him. It's okay. With the world like this, there's nothing left for me to hold on to anyway. When I completely lose control, I'm hoping all of you will do what needs to be done. Just then, Xiaoyong suddenly pulled out a syringe, reigniting everyone's hope. Don't give up. I never said I was out of options. He held out a small injector and gave his instructions. Take this. Inject yourself with it. The man in the hat was the first to ask. What is that? Xiaoyong held up the vial and answered honestly. It's an anti-infection drug that worked on the M-City virus. I'm betting it might also be effective against this mimic flesh. The moment Hyo Bin took the injector, he pressed for the result. So? How is it? The monster let out a sneering laugh. Heh, are you people complete idiots? Mimic flesh is completely different from a virus. Even a moron would know this has zero chance of working. But in the next instant, his face went rigid. He stammered in disbelief. How? How is this possible? A wave of joy washed over Xiaoyong. Judging by his reaction, it must be working. The man in the hat shouted with excitement. This is fantastic. Hyo Bin hesitated for a moment before speaking. If that's the case? She suddenly grew excited, rapidly questioning Xiaoyong. What about my father? Can we give this to my father? Can we turn him back into a human? But Xiaoyong only glanced toward Zhao Feng, his expression grave. I don't think we can. His condition is nothing like yours. You were only recently infected, so we caught it in time. He's right, the father cried out in agreement. Every last human part of me has been completely consumed. Zhao Feng explained honestly to his daughter. I'm pure mimic flesh now. I'm just barely holding on to this human form. He suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoyong and posed a question. You mentioned before that you wanted to go to the Sea of Flesh. Do you still plan on going? I feel like my time is running out. Xiaoyong nodded with determination. Let's go. And just like that, the two of them made it to Sea City. Zhao Feng suddenly grew tense, turning to warn him. We're not far from the flesh mass. There's definitely going to be danger. Right. Suddenly, a voice called out, stopping them. Hey, you two! A group of ragged children pleaded desperately. Do you two have any food? Can you spare just a little for us? Xiaoyong looked at the kids suspiciously, but beside him, Zhao Feng went on high alert, warning through gritted teeth. Be careful here. Zhao Feng drew his weapon and shouted, There shouldn't be anyone left alive here. The children continued their grim pleas. We haven't eaten in days at our camp. The boy knelt down, reaching a hand toward the strange creatures. He wondered why there were so many of these insects here. They're fast, and they're huge. We've killed several since last night. Hyo Bin quickly stepped forward to explain. I've never seen them before either. They appeared yesterday, and their numbers seem to be growing. The boy scratched his head, looking troubled. It wasn't me and my dad who attracted them here, was it? The screech of tires tore through the air as a vehicle skidded to a stop. Hyo Bin called out, while the boy kept his wary gaze locked on the car. What is it? He stood up, rifle in hand, and shouted a warning to her. Be careful. We have uninvited guests. Gunfire erupted between the boy and the convoy. Inside the vehicle, the passengers were discussing things excitedly. Those are people out there. They're human. This is great. We've finally found other survivors. It looks like this is some kind of settlement. But the people from the camp brandished their weapons, threatening the newcomers. Get out of the car. Two people stepped out with their hands raised in surrender. Don't shoot, kid. We're not the enemy. The boy kept his rifle raised, sizing them up with a questioning look. They're not cannibals, and they're not the evolved. Are they all just Normal people? The leader of the newcomers quickly held up a hand. Calm down. We mean no harm, so don't be afraid. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, lower your weapons. Don't scare them. Hyobin cautiously warned him to be careful, but the boy stepped forward boldly, his assessment firm. Don't worry. They aren't cannibals. They don't seem like bad people. The man scratched his head, asking in confusion, Kid, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're the leader of this settlement? The boy's face became serious, and he explained with the honesty of an adult. I'm not the leader. I'm just temporarily in charge of protecting them. A man behind the leader let out a scornful laugh. Temporarily in charge of protection? A tiny little kid like you? The boy snapped his head toward the man who had just spoken, his voice sharp. Hey, you should show some respect. Right now, we're the ones about to take you in. Yang Ming looked flustered, nodding quickly. Right. My apologies. He questioned the group with a sharp gaze. Who are you people? And where did you come from? The leader gestured to his group and introduced himself. My name is Yang Ming. We came from B City. We used to have a settlement, but it was overrun by a swarm of insects. We couldn't do anything. So we fled, south. They started out with 5 vehicles, but were ambushed on the road and got separated. Our leader's vehicle and one other are already headed for City C. The boy touched his face, whispering in shock. The insect swarm. It came from there. He pointed to the monster on the ground. Are you talking about this type of insect? The soldiers stared at the creature on the ground in disbelief. Whoa. Is this really as big as the insects get around here? Yang Ming's men breathed a collective sigh of relief. This is great. The infestation in City M is nothing compared to what we've faced. Don't celebrate just yet. It's only a matter of time before the swarm invades this place too. At least this proves the swarm isn't moving as fast as we initially predicted. The boy quickly spoke up, trying to clear up their misunderstanding. Don't get the wrong idea. We don't have an infestation here. This type of insect only started appearing yesterday. We have our own problems. Yang Ming looked skeptical. Your own problems? You mean those soulless bodies? The boy nodded grimly. There's no way you didn't see them on your way here. One of the soldiers spoke up, slightly embarrassed. We thought they were just puppets controlled by parasites. We were even wondering why we couldn't see any parasites on their heads. Yang Ming waved a hand at his men, boasting proudly. But that's no problem. Just look at the firepower we're packing. An arsenal of weapons was brandished behind him, more than enough to handle any insect swarm. As for those zombies, it'll be a walk in the park. Xie Ping urgently herded everyone forward. Regardless of all that, we need to get to the shelter now. It's dangerous out here. If those man-eaters attack, I don't think we can protect a group this large. But Yang Ming just roared with confidence. Now that we're here, you can leave the protecting to us. That's right, don't you worry. Compared to the hell we've been through, the threats here are practically elementary school level. The boy just looked tired of hearing the man's arrogant boasting. Meanwhile, Yang calmly raised his hands. Steel wires shot from his palms, effortlessly dispatching the grotesque, man-shaped beasts. The ground was littered with their rotting corpses. Zhao Feng stared at his back, awestruck. His power is on another level. Yang suddenly glanced over at him. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are at least 20 more of your kind. Zhao Feng nodded, adding grimly, yes, and they're all simulated flesh. They've lost almost all their abilities. It's difficult for them to even hold a shape. Imagine if a normal person wandered into this place by mistake. What a horrific end they would meet. He turned back as Yang retracted his weapons. Let's go. I can feel that we're getting close. But then, a sight came into view that froze them both in sheer horror. An entire sprawling city, drowned in a tidal wave of rotting flesh. Zhao Feng's tentacles began to emerge as he spoke in a reverent whisper. Finally, he lost all control. He lowered a foot, his entire body wanting to sink into that world of flesh. Yang quickly grabbed his arm, holding him back. Zhao Feng looked confused. What is it? Yang's eyes were fixed on him, his voice sharp with frustration. You're just going to give up like that? Aren't you going to struggle a little more? Zhao Feng's brow furrowed in despair. It's useless. Sooner or later, my will is going to completely disappear. One day, I won't be able to fight my instincts anymore. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's eyes widened in alarm as Yang raised a hand toward his face. You, he stammered. What are you doing? A razor-sharp wire shot forward, aimed at his head. It plunged down violently, and Zhao Feng's eyes went wide with shock. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Yang was forcefully injecting something into Zhao Feng's body. Yang gritted his teeth and yelled, "If you're lacking structure." Zhao Feng's cerebral hemisphere began to pulse violently. Then I'll give you structure. Yang closed his eyes, concentrating. A moment later, Zhao Feng struggled to his feet, gasping for breath. What? What did you just do to me? What? He held up a card in his hand and explained. I implanted adaptive spores into your body. They'll help you maintain your brain's current structure, and they'll also help me learn more about the properties of simulated protozoa. Disaster Collector Quest in progress. Mission. Investigate 10 types of disasters. Progress. Mission is 3 nodes: superphage, adaptive spores, simulated protozoa. Accumulated points, plus 300. Current accumulated points, 347. Zhao Feng cried out in shock. Simulated protozoa? Yong's voice was grim. It's what you call simulated flesh. He gripped Zhao Feng's shoulder, continuing to explain. Forgetting the host's structural information isn't their nature. It's a defect. Yong laid out his theory about the sea of flesh, this ocean of meat. It's just an act of desperation. To continue existing, they need a constant, unending supply of new life to merge with and provide sustenance. But as the sea of flesh grows larger, the surrounding life forms they need for fuel will inevitably be consumed and depleted. He stated with absolute certainty that this sea of flesh would eventually wither, its own lack of genetic diversity causing its downfall. It would lead to a massive collapse from desiccation. Zhao Feng raised a trembling hand. So the spores you implanted, can they restore my humanity? Xiaoyong was blunt. No. But they can help you maintain your current state. He turned his back, sharing what he knew. The variant spores will constantly use your current structure to replicate and reinforce you. At the same time, they will clash with the protozoa in your body, achieving a perfect state of equilibrium. Xiaoyong thought of a vivid metaphor. As long as you keep feeding it your structural information, you can avoid being forgotten. Zhao Feng latched onto that hope, looking up expectantly. Does that mean I can live on as Chu Zhao Feng forever? Xiaoyong considered it for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Barring any unforeseen complications, yes. He lowered his eyes, sinking deep into thought, before whispering a single word. Thank you. Zhao Feng stared at his own hand, hesitating. Still, even if that's true, it just maintains the status quo. Fighting my own instincts will be a constant challenge. I'm terrified I won't be able to hold on. Xiaoyong leaped onto the concrete ledge before them. This is the second thing I need you to try. He made a firm proposal. Go down. Zhao Feng shot up in terror, shouting, What? Xiaoyong just glanced at the abyss below and repeated himself. Jump. I'm going with you. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, at that very moment, the leader lit a cigarette, urging his men on. Pick up the pace. We haven't confirmed if this area is safe yet. Just then, a subordinate walked over, looking flustered. Sir, we're in the middle of refueling. The leader frantically put out his cigarette and tried to change the subject. Right. We should be out of City B's range by now. Right? The subordinate replied with a helpless sigh. We left there a long time ago, sir. This is City K. The leader, flustered, tried another topic. Any word from the mercenary guild? Is the radio still not fixed? I'm afraid it's a lost cause, he answered. The radio took a bullet during the chaos. All the components inside are shattered. The leader was too tired to argue, simply blaming himself. I should have prepared a spare from the start. It's all right. They'll probably slow down for us. Once we're done refueling, we can catch up to them for sure. Just then, someone else appeared. Excuse me. Are you human? Their faces were completely expressionless. Only the person speaking had a sorrowful look. Can you take us in? We have supplies. The subordinate looked them over and asked, Are you survivors from around here? The person repeated themselves. Yes, we have supplies. He asked another question. Are there any insect swarms nearby? The speaker kept a calm demeanor as they approached. Insect swarms? No. We have supplies. The man scratched his head, confused. Yeah, we heard you. You have supplies. He then turned to his leader. Maybe we should go with them. But as he motioned for them to bring their people and supplies over, the leader suddenly screamed, Look out! In an instant, the people with supplies transformed into flesh-eating abominations. They lunged forward, baring their razor-sharp teeth. A blood-curdling scream echoed, followed by a long trail of crimson. At the same time, back with Xiaoyong, Zhao Feng asked blankly, For real? He gave a slight smile. You have to jump sooner or later anyway, trust me. And with that, they both took a desperate leap into the slimy mass of flesh below, which immediately opened a hungry maw of teeth. It formed a living trap, ready to welcome them both. But Xiaoyong didn't show a single ounce of fear. The moment they entered the beast's mouth, tendrils shot out, binding them tightly as its pearly white teeth descended upon them. But strangely, neither Xiaoyong nor his companion moved a muscle, simply standing still as it swallowed them whole. After a moment, a peaceful silence fell. Suddenly, a torrent of the monster's hot blood shot into the sky, then began to grow wildly, spreading to every corner of the area. Just then, Xiaoyong emerged from the monster's gaping wound. Incredibly, it had obeyed his command and let him out. He landed safely on the ground. Zhao Feng stared in awe. What is this? Xiaoyong didn't answer right away. Instead, he pushed him toward the next task. All right, no time to be amazed. It's your turn. Zhao Feng's eyes widened as he pointed at himself. Me? Suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a searing pain coursed through his entire being. Instantly, green vines erupted from his back. A tree inside the monster shyly approached, intertwining with the vines sprouting from his shoulders. Suddenly, as if possessed, Zhao Feng let out a series of maddened, desperate screams, and then, in just a few minutes, he had completely merged with it, forming a massive, ancient tree. Zhao Feng was now trapped inside the trunk, but Xiaoyong was strangely calm, asking without a hint of surprise, "How does it feel to finally have your desires fulfilled?" All of a sudden, the green vines caressed his blood. The mass of flesh began to rumble, and from within its depths, another tree began to rise. A shocking realization dawned on him. Wait, I can control them? Have I become the sea of flesh itself? He wondered. Xiaoyong replied, Not so fast. For now, you only command about 1/5 of this mass. To master the entire grotesque ocean would still take at least half a month. All around them, other tree trunks erupted from the ground, sprouting branches and leaves. Xiaoyong explained that only when the entire sea of flesh was covered in these trees would he become its true master. Then he added one more chilling detail. The adaptive spores were also under his control. Xiaoyong's voice dropped, carrying a quiet warning. So, don't even think about betraying me, or the people of M City. This power I've given you, I can take back at any time. Understood? The man scrambled to answer. Of course. I can never repay your kindness. How could I dare to have any schemes against you? Good. But as they spoke, their conversation was shattered by terrified screams from the distance. It was the leader and his henchmen from before. Damn it all. I'd rather die in that insect swarm than in the mouth of that thing. Suddenly, the subordinate froze, causing the leader to panic. What are you doing? Why did you stop? Then, he followed the man's terrified gaze. Both men could only stare, their jaws agape, at the sight of a colossal, ancient tree growing impossibly in the heart of the city. The leader and his henchmen stared at the unbelievable scene, whispering in disbelief. What is that? But they were given no time to wonder. The guttural roars of monsters echoed from afar as the horde charged straight toward them. Seeing the wave of death, the leader screamed in terror. What do we do? Do we keep running? Before they could react, the monsters were already on them. The leader's eyes darted around, his plan changing in an instant. No, we can't. Don't you see? That massive wall of rotting flesh right in front of us is exactly like those monsters. The henchman's face went pale. Then what do we do? The leader yelled back. Run to the side, you idiot. If we don't move now, they'll catch us. But it was too late. The flesh-mimic monstrosities had already formed a circle around them. One of them opened its grotesque maw, wider and wider, until it seemed to swallow the very sky above them. Witnessing the horror, the henchman let out a soul-shattering scream. We're finished, but the creature's target wasn't the two men. Their true objective was the adaptive spores ahead. The flesh mimics lunged forward, attacking the lead spore at the front. These flesh mimics seemed to be cloned into countless smaller versions of the original. Suddenly, they seemed to realize their target wasn't one of their own. They recoiled in unison, scattering in every direction. But now, under Zhao Feng's command, the adaptive spores began to spread out, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing flesh monsters. In the blink of an eye, the spores had caught up to them. It opened its massive, thorn-lined mouth and used that horrifying maw to devour the flesh mimics whole. After swallowing its prey, the spore absorbed and assimilated it, becoming a single, unified entity for Zhao Feng to control. After annihilating all the flesh mimics, Zhao Feng commanded the mass, ordering it to slowly retreat to a safe distance. The leader and his subordinate watched from the side, letting out a massive sigh of relief. We're saved. Suddenly, the leader ordered, Stay quiet. Maybe it hasn't seen us yet. He hadn't even finished his sentence when a voice echoed from within the tree trunk. Don't be foolish. I can see your every move. The voice boomed around them, leaving the two men utterly stunned. The leader and his subordinate frantically looked around, shouting into the empty air, Where are you? Who's talking? From beneath the pile of assimilated flesh, Zhao Feng's own form began to rise. The leader trembled, pointing a shaky finger as he stammered, What? What are you? Just as he was reeling from the shock, Xiaoyong appeared right behind him. He explained calmly, He is this entire sea of flesh. Hearing this, the two men stared blankly. The leader turned his gaze. He looked toward the newcomer, demanding, "And who are you? When did you get here?" Xiaoyong simply smiled back at him. "Why don't you two go first? Tell me, where did you come from?" The leader began his story. Zhou Jiao. Yes, Zhou Jiao. We faced vicious ground insects, incredibly fast flying ones, and massive bugs that could spit corrosive acid from dozens of meters away. And there were also the brain bugs, which can turn humans into their mindless slaves. They cooperate in battle, with a level of coordination that's even better than ours. Hearing his story, Xiao Bing fell into deep thought before speaking. It sounds like a truly eusocial species. Everyone looked at her, confused. Truly eusocial? Xiao Bing continued. Ants, bees, and termites are all creatures with this characteristic. They have an extremely low sense of self, dedicating themselves completely to the benefit of the colony. A species like that is terrifying. They possess a level of control and coordination that is almost unimaginable for humans. Hearing this, Yang Bing shook his head. I can only imagine how horrifying the enemy we're about to face truly is. At that very moment, another sound echoed from the distance, causing everyone to whip their heads around in alarm. What's that commotion? High above them, a new group had appeared, and they were cannibals. Yang Bing couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Cannibals? You mean they actually eat people?" Shuai Shuai turned and replied instantly, "That's right. Now you can witness firsthand the kind of enemy we're up against." The red-haired woman spoke with chilling confidence. "One of my people saw your leader heading for City C." The man beside her sneered in agreement. "So who's left to protect you now?" The woman continued her speech. "Listen up. If you resist, I'll kill every last one of you. But that would be such a waste. That's not good for anyone. How about this? We protect you, and all you have to do is offer up one person as a tribute every few days. What do you say?" Hearing this, Shuai Shuai scoffed. "So, you want to keep us like livestock?" The redhead declared arrogantly. "I'll give you 30 minutes to decide. If you refuse, we'll slaughter you all on the spot." Yang Bing glanced up at her, shaking his head in disgust. These people have no idea what they're up against. Suddenly, he raised his rifle and roared, "You cannibalistic scum! Do you recognize this?" The redhead froze, her expression turning sour. "Getting all high and mighty with a broken gun? This brat isn't from around here, is he?" With that, she ordered all the cannibals to jump. Witnessing this, the survivors gasped in horror. They're actually jumping. But the cannibals landed on the ground, completely unharmed. The group was stunned into silence. They jumped from several stories high and didn't have a single scratch on them? These weren't ordinary humans. Instantly, Yang Bing gave the command. Fire. A hail of bullets flew towards the enemy, but they had absolutely no effect. Yang Bing stared in disbelief. "They're bulletproof?" Panic erupted among Yang Bing's group as they unleashed a constant barrage of gunfire. "What do we do now?" Yang Bing's face was grim as he ordered, "Maintain formation, retreat in an orderly fashion." But in that moment of distraction, a cannibal lunged right at him. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" But before Yang Bing could even react, the creature was sent flying. Yang Bing could only stare, completely dumbfounded. The redhead was just as shocked to see one of her own taken down so easily. What just happened? A powerfully built man with a stone-cold expression appeared before them. It was Sheng Ze. The redhead stared, bewildered. "What? Is that monster?" Chaos erupted among the cannibals. They scrambled in confusion, shouting to each other, "What's going on? I thought they said he went to City C. You lied to us." Seeing the panic, another one pointed at Sheng Ze. "Look closer. That monster isn't him." But the cannibals didn't stick around to identify Sheng Ze. They turned and fled in terror. "Run!" the redhead screamed as she retreated. The man behind her scrambled to follow. "Screw this. I'm out of here." But Sheng Ze didn't even have to lift a finger. From behind, Chen Chong leaped into action. The survivors watched in awe. There's another expert among them? While the others were still processing what was happening, Chen Chong had already caught up, blocking the redhead's escape path. She skidded to a halt. "Now, who the hell is this?" Chen Chong's eyes were like ice. Without a single word, he lunged forward, with his bare hands. A single swipe was enough for Chen Chong to tear their bodies to shreds. A moment later, Sheng Ze appeared on the scene. He stared down at the mangled corpses littering the ground. Standing behind them, Yang Bing's group stared at the bodies in utter shock. Suddenly, Shuai Shuai spoke. "So? What do you think?" The hornets were tough. But compared to other humans, people are far more terrifying, aren't they? After witnessing that massacre, Yang Bing nodded grimly. He returned to Xiaoyong's side, finally understanding. So the disaster in City B is a completely different type? Just then, a system notification appeared. Xiaoyong read it over and announced, just as I thought. It's a brand new disaster type, and as the number of disaster types increases, the rewards for dealing with each one get bigger too. He then turned to the group's leader. Earlier, you said your teammates were heading southwest? The leader immediately responded. Our original plan was to bypass the center of City M and take the main highway directly south. Hearing this, Zhao Feng gave him a suspicious look. That's the direction of our settlement. Hu Jin was surprised. You guys have a settlement? What for? Xiaoyong just smiled. We still have things worth protecting. As he spoke, he glanced over at Zhao Feng. Isn't that right? Zhao Feng's expression grew somber, and he lowered his head. He spoke in a desolate tone. I've become one with the sea of flesh now. I can never go back. Brother Xiaoyong, please take care of Xiaoping for me. Xiaoyong immediately cut him off. That won't be necessary. The entire reason for my journey was to bring her and everyone from your settlement here. Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately tried to object. How could I do that? I'm far too dangerous to be around them. Hearing his protest, Xiaoyong began to explain. Haven't you noticed? A subtle change has occurred within you. At those words, Zhao Feng finally realized it. He glanced down at his own hands. You're right. The me of today seems to have lost the thrill for infection and the hunt. How is that possible? Xiaoyong continued. It's because of the adaptive spore. It provides the sea of flesh with a cheap and highly efficient source of energy. Naturally, your predatory instincts have dulled significantly. And with your willpower, suppressing that urge is no small feat. Finishing his sentence, he signaled to the leader and his right-hand man. Let's move out. We'll see if we can rendezvous with your friends. Hearing this, the two men immediately fell in line behind him. A short while later, Xiaoyong and the two others returned to the main camp. The moment Shuai Shuai saw Xiaoyong, he rushed over. Uncle Xiaoyong, you're finally back. We just fought off a horde of powerful enemies. And with that, the team was finally reunited. Yang Bing called out with a booming laugh. Leader! The leader strode forward and clapped him on the shoulder. He spoke up. Yang Bing, brother Xiaoyong was right. You really were here. Suddenly, Yang Bing's expression turned grim as he asked a question. Where is everyone else? Hearing his question, the leader's voice choked with emotion. We ran into a monster. The others, they're all gone. The devastating news hung in the air, leaving everyone stunned into disbelief. But very quickly, Yang Bing regained his composure. He tried to reassure him. Leader, it's all right. You have to see the people in this camp. They're unbelievably strong. The leader quickly shot back. If you think this is unbelievable, you should see what we've witnessed. That is the true meaning of impossible. Xiaoping's face was etched with anxiety as she walked right up to Xiaoyong, her voice trembling as she asked, Brother Xiaoyong, my father, did he really become a part of the sea of flesh? Xiaoyong answered instantly, without a hint of hesitation. He did, but there's no need to grieve. Your father managed to retain his consciousness. Hearing this, Xiaoping couldn't hide her utter astonishment. What? Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyong continued his explanation. I found a way for him to control the power of the sea of flesh. Right now, it's the safest place in the world. With that settled, he raised his voice for all to hear. Everyone, pack your things. We're moving out. Leader Zhu Zhaofeng and I have found a better sanctuary. At his command, the survivors began to pack, following Xiaoyong's guidance toward the simulated sea of flesh. Xiaoyong's voice dropped to a low warning. Stay sharp. We've just entered the hunting grounds of the flesh monsters. The group advanced with extreme caution. Suddenly, a voice called out from the mist. Hello? Are you other survivors? Hearing the voice, everyone's guard went up. Ahead of them, a woman emerged, leading a small child by the hand. Yang Bing tried to calm the group. They don't look like those cannibals we ran into before. They're just normal people. Why is everyone so tense? But just then, the leader screamed, It's them. It's that group again. He raised his rifle, unleashing a hail of bullets at the pair. Yang Bing lunged to stop him, shouting, Leader, what are you doing? They're civilians, just like us. The leader's voice was strained with sheer panic as he yelled back, Take a closer look. Are they really civilians? At his words, Yang Bing snapped his gaze back towards the two, and the sight that greeted him sent a chill of pure terror down his spine. Gasps of horror erupted from the group. What in the world is that? It's disgusting. Suddenly, the man in glasses pointed ahead, signaling there were more on the other side. Before anyone could react, the grotesque cannibals closed in. Panic erupted as more appeared. They're over there, too. We're completely surrounded. Seeing the dire situation, the leader turned to Xiaoyong. Brother Xiaoyong, get everyone to the Sea of Flesh. Now. We've got the firepower to provide cover. Go. From the back, Yang Bing tried to reassure him. Leader, don't panic. Shuai's group has some real powerhouses, but the leader cut him off sharply. Enough with the useless chatter? Don't be naive. These things aren't easy to take down. Move it. Get the men in formation, concentrate your fire, and don't let them get close. The man in the cap quickly agreed. Listen to the leader. These things are different from the other cannibals. Now's the time for our firepower to give us the edge. Seeing the rising panic, Xiaoyong finally spoke up. He clapped the leader on the shoulder and said, "All right, brother. It's clear that when things get tough, you guys are the first to charge in. You're men I can trust." Hearing these words, the leader could only stare at him, baffled. Then, Xiaoyong turned and shouted to the men, "All of you, fall back. Group up with the others and stay clear of the crossfire." With that, he raised a gun to the sky and fired. A brilliant flare shot upwards, bathing the entire area in a crimson glow. The light streaked across the dark sky, a beacon for all to see. Shuai, witnessing this for the first time, asked in amazement, "Uncle Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Is it for Sister San's group?" Xiaoyong glanced back at the boy and replied, "No. This is for a different group of experts." Shuai looked confused. A different group of experts? Just then, Sheng Zi and Chen Chong appeared, standing right behind him. Xiaoyong glanced at his two men, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Go," he ordered calmly. "No need to go all out. Just make sure they don't kill any of our people. Someone else will be here to clean up the mess." Sheng Zi accepted the command without a word. Understood. Up ahead, a horde of flesh abominations surged toward them. Without hesitation, Sheng Zi, Chen Chong, and Shuai charged forward to meet them. The three of them fearlessly crashed into the wave of monsters, their attack relentless. With nothing but their bare hands, they tore through the monstrous ranks, felling countless creatures. The leader of the other group watched this display of raw power, absolutely stunned. His jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are these guys monsters too?" he stammered. Yang Bing, standing behind him, just chuckled. "I told you, didn't I? Leader, consider your horizons expanded." Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from behind them. Everyone spun around in alarm, their eyes widening in horror. There are even more of them? Zhao Feng's spore creatures were slowly advancing, a tide of flesh monsters even greater than the first. Panic erupted. "Leader Xiaoyong, there's another horde over here," someone screamed. But Xiaoyong just looked at them, a confused expression on his face. Just then, a man in a cap, not realizing the new horde was friendly, yelled out, "Leader Xiaoyong's group is pinned down. They can't get here in time to save us." Hearing this, the person next to him shouted a warning. "Grab your weapons. Get ready to defend yourselves." Zhao Feng's spore creatures charged forward. The defenders braced themselves, shouting, "Hold the line." But before they could even react, the spore creatures simply flowed past them, completely ignoring the humans as they sprinted straight ahead. Their true target was the other horde of flesh abominations. The survivors who were left behind could only stare in utter confusion. "Wait, they're not after us?" Watching Zhao Feng's creatures begin to devour the flesh abominations, one of the men realized what was happening. "They're killing each other." As he witnessed the carnage, the leader finally understood. "I get it now," he breathed. "They're the other group of experts Brother Xiaoyong mentioned. The ones who serve that true master." Yang Bing stared, intrigued. "A true master?" The leader gave him a mysterious smile. "In a moment, you're going to witness something incredible." In what felt like seconds, the entire horde of flesh abominations lay dead on the ground. A collective sigh of relief washed over the survivors. It's over. But just then, a panicked shout cut through the quiet. "Look out! Get back!" Countless grotesque tentacles were slithering across the ground. They spread out, moving toward the remains of the flesh abominations. Everyone stared in horror. "What the hell is that?" "It's going for the corpses." The tentacles reached the dead monsters, plunging their sharp tips deep into the bodies. The tendrils pulsed, slowly absorbing the dead flesh. While everyone else was still reeling from the grotesque sight, Xiaoyong's voice cut through the confusion. "Follow these flesh tendrils. We're almost there." He led the group forward until they stood before a massive, tree-like structure. Yang Bing gasped in shock. "What is that thing?" "A tree, growing in the middle of a sea of flesh." Just then, Xiaoping looked up at him with wide, worried eyes. "My dad." Xiaoyong gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, your father is just ahead." He then stepped toward the fleshy tree and called out, "Hey, come on out. Your daughter is here." Hearing his voice, the giant spore mass stirred. The leader nudged Yang Bing excitedly. Watch closely. You're about to witness true power. From within the spore mass, Zhao Feng emerged. Seeing him, Xiaoping couldn't hold back, crying out, "Dad!" She rushed forward to hug him, but Xiaoyong quickly pulled her back. Xiaoping turned to him, confused. What's wrong? Zhao Feng looked at his daughter, his voice grave as he explained, This sea of flesh is too vast. I don't have complete control yet. Don't come over here. Xiaoyong nodded in agreement. He's right. From now on, everyone will make camp here. But do your best not to touch the sea of flesh. As long as you keep your distance, Zhu Zhaofeng can suppress its instinct to attack and infect everyone. After he finished, he turned back to Zhaofeng. Have you found a place we can use as a command center? Zhaofeng replied sternly. About 1 kilometer to the southwest, where City C and City Q meet, there's a factory. I've already cleared out the flesh monsters inside. Everyone should head there now. Elsewhere, at another outpost, piles of plant-type bodies were being thrown into a large pit. Jizi turned to Li Cheng. Have the plant-type invasions been getting a bit more frequent lately? Elder. He mused thoughtfully. This situation can only mean one thing. Another wandering behemoth has drifted close to our location. The man in glasses standing nearby asked, But wasn't the behemoth already tamed by Brother Xiaoyong? Elder He shook his head. That wasn't the only one in this forest. Back with Xiaoyong's group, he and the others had quickly begun clearing out the area, preparing it for long-term settlement and development. Just then, Xiaoyong's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He raised it to his ear and listened to the voice on the other end. I understand. After a moment, he hung up and turned to Zhao Feng. There's trouble in the southern suburbs of M City. I have to head back right away. Zhao Feng nodded firmly. I've got things covered here. You can go without any worries. Xiaoyong called out from a distance. Shuai Shuai. Hey, Shuai Shuai. The boy heard his name and immediately replied, Uncle Xiaoyong, what's going on? The man gave the boy a serious warning. There's trouble at the flower car field. Me and your Uncle Chong are heading back for a bit. You and your dad stay on this side for now. Shuai Shuai heard him and gave a confident signal. Don't worry, Brother Xiaoyong. In a flash, Xiaoyong was back at the flower car field. Seeing him return, Qizi called out, Brother Xiaoyong and Chong are back. Entering the room, he found everyone already gathered, ready to lay out a new plan. Qizi spoke with a confident air. Mei, Sun, and Xiao Kai. Our group is more than enough to handle this. Besides, with